Chapter 451 I Have a Good Brother. At night, while having dinner in the lobby of the Qin mansion, Yang suddenly asked, "Fonger, it's been a long time, and you haven't moved the bowl and chopsticks in your hands. You look absent-minded. But what's on your mind?" Several people turned their attention. Qin Feng thought about what happened during the day, the figure of Miss Song, and what Song was said. As a man, he should naturally take responsibility. Miss Song has a deep affection for him. If he still retreats at this time, what is the difference between him and a waste? Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and turned his head to look at his wife, seeming to have made some kind of determination. "Actually, it's like this. I have a good brother." Then Qin Feng vividly told the story of a good brother, and removed himself without leaving a trace. "The reason why I was absent-minded was because I didn't know how to answer him, whether I wanted to marry that woman." After hearing this, Father Qin showed a strange expression, while Yang sighed with emotion. "I didn't expect that such a thing would happen around Fonger. This problem is indeed difficult to solve. That girl has saved your friend's life, and there are various signs that indicate that the girl has your friend in mind. However, your good friend already has a loving wife at home. Doesn't the girl know? Even if she gets married, she can only be a concubine. I heard that the girl's identity is unusual. Can her family agree?" Qin Feng replied. "Her family has said that it is common for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. So this does not matter. That's it." Yang nodded and began to think about whether to get married. Haidentu on the side asked curiously, "How do you know? What did the girl's family say?" "Yes, Fonger. How did you know?" Qin Feng smiled dryly and said, "Since my friend consulted me, he naturally told me some things. What's so strange about this? This is also true." What a risk. I almost exposed myself. Qin Feng thought with a guilty conscience. After several people in the hall asked many more details, Yang and Lan Ningxuang fell into deep thought. At this time, Haidentu asked the last question. "Uncle, what does your good friend think of that girl?" After hearing this, several people looked at him one after another. Qin Feng was immediately stopped by this question. He opened his mouth, then looked at the lady beside him, but hesitated to speak. In his mind, he recalled everything he had experienced with Miss Song, and an idea in his mind became stronger. "I must like it." After saying this, Qin Feng felt much more relaxed. "In this case, I think my uncle can persuade my friend to marry that girl. It's hard to repay the kindness of saving someone's life, not to mention that the two like each other." Xing Shum gave his own opinion. Good brother Qin Feng nodded and said, "I think what you said makes sense." Father Qin also said, "A manly man, as long as a bowl of water is balanced, and he marries a few more, there is no harm in it. What's more, Xing Weiwei also said that it is difficult to repay the kindness of saving one's life. Since it is difficult to repay, naturally the only way is to pledge one's life." "Dad, I will never do anything to you again," Qin Feng thought in his heart. After Father Qin said this, he saw the eyes of the 2 mothers beside him, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, and immediately added, "Of course, I am only talking about the situation of Fonger's friend. I personally still think that a man should be single-minded. Just now it's considered responsible." Yang was very satisfied with these words, so she withdrew her gaze and said, "Although what you said is good, I think Fonger still needs to let your good friend inform his wife first. If his wife agrees, this problem will naturally be solved. But if she disagrees, it will be difficult." This can be regarded as the most tangled issue for Qin Feng. He glanced at his wife and said with a guilty conscience, "In fact, my good friend also wants to marry the girl, but he is worried that his wife will not agree. And he and his wife are very affectionate, so naturally they don't want to create any estrangement because of this matter. Do you think there is any good way?" When everyone heard this, they began to express their opinions. However, Qin Feng was not listening at all, but was observing the lady's reaction. From the beginning to the end, Lu Jianli looked calm and indifferent, quietly holding the rice bowl in his hand, dignified and elegant, as if he didn't care at all about the affairs of Qin Feng's friend. Seeing that the preparation was almost done, Qin Feng pretended to be curious and said, "Madam, what do you think?" Lu Jianli turned her head and looked up. Her eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, making Qin Feng feel nervous for no reason. She slowly stood up and spoke softly. "If you really like her, I agree to your marriage." After saying that, she turned and left the lobby. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the lobby was stunned. The most confused person was Qin Feng himself. He realized that he had made a big mistake. Although the lady did not understand the ways of the world, she did not say that she understood nothing. To be able to become the youngest third-grade sword god in the world, he is naturally talented. Perhaps from the beginning, the lady understood that the so-called friend was just him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng ran out of the lobby in a hurry without continuing to eat. Yang asked in confusion, "Master, why didn't I understand? Isn't this talking about Feng'er's good friend?" Father Qin sighed. "How can I have any good friends? Feng'er has always been talking about his own affairs." He Tantu also reacted, with a dull look on his face. Thinking of his previous answer, he wished he could find a hole in the ground and burrow down. He actually asked his uncle to marry another one in front of the young lady? Yang covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Feng'er's own business! Who is that girl?" Lan Ningxuan looked at her uncle's leaving figure, looked up at the high-hanging stone pillar arena and sighed. "It's Mist Song." What she was most worried about happened. Something must have happened to her uncle and Mist Song in Shuliang City. At the Qin Mansion Lake Pavilion, Lu Jianli stood on the top of the pavilion, his back looking a little lonely. The qi around her was out of control, sweeping around like a hurricane. The lake surface stirred up waves. Leaves and branches flew everywhere, and cracks appeared on the walls. Lu Jianli placed her right hand lightly on her chest. Her heart seemed to be pinched in one place, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. This was something she had never experienced before. In the lobby, when Qin Feng talked about her friend, she didn't pay much attention. But when she heard the words, "I must like it," she instantly understood that the so-called friend was her husband himself. This is a kind of intuition, more like a heart-to-heart reflection of the person you like. Mo Sanyang from Jinyang City once asked her if she was willing to share the person she loved with other women. At that time, she couldn't give an answer because she had never considered these questions. But when this situation appeared in front of her, she realized that she was naturally unwilling to do so. She only hoped that her husband belonged to her alone. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor, and it was Qin Feng rushing over. Lu Jianli hurriedly suppressed the wanton energy. She was afraid that the turbulent flow of energy would hurt the opponent. "Madam." Qin Feng looked at the lonely figure and called softly, feeling extremely guilty. Chapter 452. Why is this guy here to join in the fun? Qin Feng now only hates himself for being so smart, thinking that he can use an unfounded friend to distract his attention and slowly probe into his wife's secrets. But it turns out to be self-defeating. If I had known this, it would have been better to be honest with my wife. The lady at this moment looks even more worrying than when she was sitting alone in the middle of the lake pavilion after failing to escape the tribulation. And all of this is his fault. Qin Feng sighed and slowly walked into the lake pavilion, his brain spinning rapidly, thinking about his words. But now that the matter is over, all explanations are just excuses. He came to the bottom of the lake pavilion, sat down slowly, and then talked about everything that happened with Song Filan alone. Naturally, this also includes Xu Liancheng and his entourage, and the truth about Song Filan leaving without saying goodbye. At the corner of the corridor, the worried father and others hid behind the wall and eavesdropped. When they heard that Song Filan fed Qin Feng a dragon ball that was as important as his heart in order to save him, even Lan Ningxuan couldn't help but be moved. Dragon beads are unique to the Songlong lineage and have the magical effect of turning decay into something magical. Once the dragon ball is separated from the body, the consequences for the dragon clan will be disastrous. Mist Song. She really has a deep affection for my uncle. Lan Ningxuan couldn't help but sigh. Yang never expected that Feng'er's trip to Shuliang City would be so dangerous, and she almost would never be able to return. While she was scared, she was also grateful to Mist Song, whom she had met several times before. If it weren't for the latter, wouldn't Feng'er be in trouble? Before Lu Jianli married to Jinyang City, she had originally intended to make Mist Song her daughter-in-law. But this idea was gradually forgotten with the arrival of Lu Jianli. But now, knowing the many experiences of Feng'er and Mist Song, the latter is even willing to sacrifice himself for Feng'er. Yang, who always adheres to the principle of exclusiveness in relationships, can't help but have her thoughts, thinking that it would be okay for Feng'er to marry another one. However, this matter is not up to her, but depends on what the daughter of the Lu family thinks. The story is long, but it must be finished at some point. Qin Feng took a breath, and then said softly, "Madam, I'm sorry. I should have told you about this earlier, but I never knew how to talk to you. Before she finished speaking, Lu Jianli, dressed in white, fell down lightly. She didn't say anything, but slowly placed her hand on Qin Feng's chest. After activating the qi machine to sink into the opponent's body, Lu Jinli felt the dragon beads in his dantian, knowing that Qin Feng's previous words were not lies. The discomfort in his heart dissipated a lot. Qin Feng carefully held Lu Jinli's catkin, and then gently held him in his arms, saying sorry, while gently stroking the other person's back. Time passed by minute in this silence, until Lu Jinli spoke again. So, the Dragon Clan's competition to recruit brides is just for Miss Song? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then replied, Yes. Master told me that the dragons are all very powerful, even if they suppress their cultivation. They are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Are you confident that you can make it through the ring? Lu Jinli raised his head and asked. No matter whether you can get through it or not, you have to give it a try. Dad told me that it is good to have a clear conscience in everything. Madam, are you willing to let me compete in the competition? Qin Feng said in surprise. Yeah. Lu Jinli nodded slightly. Excited, Qin Feng hugged Lu Jinli tightly in his arms, thinking only of getting a wife like this. What more could a husband ask for? On the other side, everyone hiding in the corner of the corridor breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. As long as Lu Jinli lets go, the problems he was worried about before will be solved. But there is another problem next. Haiden Tu said. Even if the young lady agrees to my uncle marrying Miss Song, the prerequisite for the marriage is that my uncle can break through the arena set by the Dragon Clan. My uncle practices Wusheng Taoism and is not good at fighting. Can he do it? When Erin Yang heard this, she also showed a worried look. How could a scholar know how to fight and kill like that? Father Qin thought about what Master Tianjin said and was thoughtful. The failure of 36 stars in the challenge was a huge blow to everyone in Fengtian City. After all, the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals are undefeated in the hearts of the people of the imperial capital. But who would have thought that the dignified Lord 36 stars could not even take a single move against that dragon woman? The next day, the Dragon Clan members arrived on time, and Song Min was still the one guarding the first level. And the people watching the competition went from being very excited on the first day to feeling disheartened now. They no longer care about who can marry the dragon woman. They only hope that someone can defeat the defending dragon and protect the dignity of the human race. On a high platform in the demon-slaying department, Master Deng looked gloomy. Following the order of Emperor Ming, he sent 36 stars to take action. But the result was that he could only pass the first level. Naturally, he was inevitably scolded by Emperor Ming. And this anger was finally vented on Mr. Qian of 36 stars. After Master Qian was scolded, he was not angry. After all, it was indeed his skill that was inferior to others. The dragon woman is not weak in strength. Even if she is not as good as the divine general, she is still almost the same. And she was just the second person defending the ring. And the strength of the third person defending the ring would only be even more terrifying. Mr. Ding, I suspect that the Dragon Clan's attempt to recruit a bride is fake, and that it is true that they want to wipe out the face of the human clan. Deng Mo frowned deeply when he heard this. He who watched the battle yesterday clearly understood that this was true. After a pause, Master Qian spoke again. Now in the demon-slaying department, I am afraid that you are the only one who has the strength to break through the ring. Master Ding, after competing for 2 consecutive days and failing, Emperor Ming was furious. If it really doesn't work, why don't you? Lord Ding? Fart. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Mr. Ding. For someone as old as me, you ask me to participate in a competition to find a bride. Even if I can pass 3 tests, where will my old face be? Deng Mo blew his beard and glared angrily. But it's Emperor Ming's side. It's because you failed to live up to expectations and failed to make it through the ring. What does it have to do with me? Song Min stood on the high-hanging stone pillar ring for half an hour. But no one dared to get on the ring. This situation has been the case since 36 stars was defeated yesterday. Think about it. Even the 36 stars of Megatron can't break through the ring. How can the rest of them do it? Even if he goes up to challenge, he is just humiliating himself. In the palace, Emperor Ming's face was extremely gloomy. Is there no one in my department? It's just a Dragon Clan. And there are only a few people who dare to go on stage and compete in the competition. Just like this, how can we talk about wiping out all the demons and ghosts in all directions and restoring peace to the human race? Eunicles stood aside, trembling and afraid to answer. At this moment, he suddenly noticed that the crowd in the treasure mirror was commotion, and the people surrounding the stone pillar arena moved out of the way. Look, Your Majesty, someone has broken into the ring again. Well, Eunuch Li's eyes widened. Emperor Ming then looked at him with a strange look on his face. Why is this kid here to join in the fun? In the mirror, the person slowly approaching the stone pillar was Qin Feng, dressed in black. Chapter 453 Master Qin. Awesome. It's Mr. Qin, Master Qin. He's coming to compete. The people who got out of the way cried out in surprise. But some people were worried and said, Master Qin is very knowledgeable. But the competition is about force. Can Master Qin do it? Yes. I have also heard people say that the Wensheng Taoists are all weak scholars who have no power to tie a chicken, unless they practice to the level of Tianjin Guisher. They are just talking. But what you fight in the ring is your fists. Master Qin. In the face of doubts, some people retorted, What do you know? Mr. Qin set up a formation in Shuliang City and killed millions of corpses in an instant. It's just a dragon clan. Nothing to worry about. What? Millions of ghouls? Such a thing can happen? The crowd who didn't know the truth exclaimed in shock. It's still a lie. It has been spread in Fotian City for a long time. You just have to watch how Master Qin destroys the majesty of the dragon clan. Millions of ghouls? When Qin Feng heard this, he staggered. Only 1 day has passed, and 100,000 has turned into 1 million. Everyone in the dragon clan showed strange expressions when they heard this. Naturally, they had heard of the evil reputation of the corpse ghost, killing millions at once. Even if the old man takes action, he may not be able to do it. How can a mere human race have such strength? As Qin Feng approached, Song Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked over, because he felt the breath of his granddaughter Long Gu. Song Zong! Song Mu! Is this the boy who betrayed my granddaughter? The old man shouted with eyes wide open. Song Zong is Song Filan's father, the giant dragon who picked up the ladder in Shuliang City. He looked at the figure in black, recalled that night, and nodded. Song Mu responded, thinking, This kid is here after all. With a previous threat to Song Min, and the fact that she was the one guarding the second level, it would be easy for Qin Feng to pass the first 2 levels. The key lies in this 3rd level. Thinking of this, Song Mu turned his head and looked at the unsmiling Song Zong, listening to the commotion around him. Qin Feng took a deep breath and was about to enter the competition. It was impossible not to be nervous. After all, he was facing the Dragon Clan, although the other party will suppress the cultivation level to the same level as him. How many beings at the same level are the Dragon Clan's opponents? What's more, the Wensheng Taoist lacks offensive means. The only move he can take the initiative to attack at present is by lei. But since he dared to come, Qin Feng naturally had some confidence. After getting his wife's consent last night, he secretly came here and set up some formations in advance, just to catch the Dragon Clan by surprise during the competition. Thinking of this, Qin Feng clenched his fists and suppressed the tension in his heart. He looked up at the towering stone pillar and suddenly froze on the spot, because he thought about something. How should he go up such a tall stone pillar? The people who entered the ring before were either practicing the 100 Ghost Dao tradition, or they were divine warriors. And the 100 Ghost tradition can use the puppet method to put itself on a high platform. After a divine warrior enters the 5th level of the divine line, he can be as light as a swallow and climb stone pillars with ease. But he's not good at it. He's just a scholar. How could he know these tricks? The people around him were still cheering for Qin Feng. But at this moment, Qin Feng's hands were all sweaty because of nervousness. In front of so many people, wouldn't it be a huge embarrassment if you couldn't even get on the stage? One person saw the clues and asked curiously, Why is Master Qin so frozen? Could it be that he is timid? What do you know? Master Qin is well versed in the art of war. He deliberately didn't go to the ring. He clearly wanted to give the Dragon Clan guard the ring a showdown. This is called establishing authority before the battle. You guys, wait and see. The way Master Qin ascends the ring is absolutely extraordinary. In the art of war, that is called taking the lead. So it turns out that Master Qin does this and has these skills. Brother, it's amazing. He actually has attainments in the art of war? No, I was just outside Howling Courtyard, watching Master Qin and the people from the Imperial Academy practicing the art of war. And I just had some enlightenment. Brother, you are too modest. Song Xian frowned and said, Why is that boy standing there blankly? Could it be that he is too timid to fight? This is the human boy that Fei Lan likes. He is so unworthy and worthy of marrying my granddaughter? Song Mu didn't argue because she guessed a possibility. That kid probably didn't know how to get on the ring, just when she wanted to secretly use her strength to help Qin Feng ascend to the high platform. The people watching suddenly burst into commotion, just because a beautiful figure in white slowly walked to Qin Feng's side. Lu Jianli, one person exclaimed. Why is she here? One person remembered something, swallowed his saliva and said, I suddenly remembered that Master Qin's wife was Lu Jinli. He came here to compete in a competition and wanted to marry the daughter of the Dragon Clan. Does Lu Jinli know? If I secretly try to take a concubine behind my back, I'm afraid my legs will be broken. The others also reacted. Everyone looked back and forth between Qin Feng and Lu Jinli. It would be too much if Master Qin was grabbed back by the lady before the challenge started. But what happened next was something that no one expected. I saw Lu Jinli grabbing Qin Feng's arm with one hand, tiptoeing, and in just a moment, he climbed onto the high-hanging ring. Everyone was stunned, and one person was even more shocked and said, Brother, you are right. Master Qin's appearance is really unique. The person who asked his wife to help him get on the ring and participate in the competition to find a bride was definitely unprecedented. If not unprecedented, what's more? This lady is not an ordinary person, but the famous Lu Jinli, the youngest third-grade sword god in the world. Everyone has this thought in their mind. Master Qin, you are awesome. On the stage, Song Min couldn't help but froze on the spot. One of the surprises was that a man and a woman were in the ring at the same time. The most important thing was that he actually felt a sense of oppression from the woman. Even Sister Song Mu might not be able to bring this kind of unmatched heart palpitations to him. And from the conversation among the people in the audience, he finally recognized the identity of the other party, the sweet girl of heaven. Lu Jinli. Looking at the man in black again, Song Min's eyes widened. Wait a minute. Isn't this guy the man in the portrait? And his wife is actually Lu Jinli. After Lu Jinli sent Qin Feng to the ring, his red lips parted lightly. Be careful. Then she glanced at Song Min and floated down from the ring like a fairy. But Song Min saw something unusual in that parting glance. That's a threat. A naked threat. Song Min even had the illusion that if he dared to hit Qin Feng hard, he might not be able to leave Fengtian City alive. And even the old man wouldn't be able to protect him. What is this? It's just being threatened by one's own family, but also being threatened by the wife of the intruder? Besides, this is a job seeking a bride. Is it fair for you to bring your wife here? Song Min felt a little aggrieved for no reason. This was the first time in his life that he felt this way. Qin Feng took a deep breath and shouted loudly. Qin Feng, come and compete. Chapter 454. I understand this guy's character. Song Min came back to his senses, glanced at Sister Song Mu among the Dragon Clan crowd, and then glanced at Lu Jinli below the ring. In this battle, he could only lose, not win. He was under great pressure. The opponent is a literati who has not yet reached a high level. It is not easy to lose in a reasonable way. Qin Feng did not choose to take the lead, as his idea was simple. Those formations arranged in advance can be said to be a trump card, and naturally they should be used as a means to suppress the bottom of the box. The Wensheng Taoist lacks attack methods, but is good at defense. If he can consume the opponent for a few waves first, and then use the White Thunder method when he is weak, he may be able to surprise him and win with one blow. In this way, you can save the formation and save it for the next two levels. The two of them had their own thoughts, and the scene was at a stalemate for a while. When everyone in the audience saw the scene, Monk Genre was all confused. Since the establishment of the arena, there has never been a fight where the winner has been decided in an instant, and there has never been a situation where neither side took action. Why didn't they do anything? Someone thought for a long time and suddenly realized. I understand. What do you understand? Master Qin is responding to all changes by remaining unchanged. And the Dragon Clan must have realized that Master Qin is difficult to deal with, so they dare not take action rashly. I see. Most people didn't understand, but that didn't stop them from cheering for Master Qin. The noises came and went, making Qin Feng a little embarrassed on the stage. Why did the atmosphere become so lively all of a sudden before I even made a move? Seeing that the Dragon Clan man not far away was still not moving, Qin Feng had this doubt in his heart. Could it be that he knows that the Wensheng Tao is good at defense but not good at attack? So he saw through my plan? This is not the way to go. Qin Feng thought for a moment, and then he stepped forward with his right foot and stretched out his right hand. Look! Master Qin is about to take action! Some people exclaimed. Song Min raised his eyebrows slightly and made a defensive posture. He also wanted to test Qin Feng's quality first, and then decide how much effort he would put in. But what happened next was beyond the expectations of everyone present. I saw Qin Feng hooking his right index finger and saying word by word. How can you be allowed to run wild here in the imperial capital of the human race? I'll give you 3 moves before you take action. This is a provocation. A naked provocation. In the past 3 days, Qin Feng was the first person who dared to challenge the majesty of the Dragon Clan in this way. Who would do such a lifeless thing if they didn't have absolute self-confidence? The decline of the previous 2 days was swept away. The people's confidence increased greatly, and the shouts were deafening. On the Dragon Clan side, Songmu had a strange look on his face. Where did this kid get the courage? No! Songmin is angry! On the ring, Songmin clenched his fists and sneered. Not bad. Very classy and to my taste. Ever since we were little, you have been the second person who dared to tell me to give me 3 moves first. Oops. Did I go too far in provocation? Qin Feng swallowed and asked. What happened to the last person who said this to you? You'll find out later. As soon as the words fell, Songmin's figure disappeared on the spot, and the sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Qin Feng did not dare to neglect, and immediately mobilized the righteousness in his body, and formed the Haotian mirror in front of him. Below the ring, Songmu hurriedly sent a message. Don't forget what you promised me. I'm measured. Songmin replied through a voice transmission, and then the muscles on his right arm stirred, and thunder and lightning swirled. Although he had to let the opponent win this battle, it was okay to make Qin Feng suffer before that. This is also the price the other party needs to pay for their arrogance. A fierce punch hit the Haotian mirror, and after an ear-splitting bang, a wave of air followed. A strong wind blew up, making the people in the city unable to open their eyes. The Dragon Clan is a Dragon Clan after all, and their momentum is astonishing when they take action. When the strong wind dissipated, everyone hurriedly looked towards the ring. They were deeply afraid that Master Qin would be knocked out of the ring by a blow like the previous challenger. However, they were surprised to find that Master Qin was motionless on the stage, and even the white light mirror was not damaged in any way. Cheers sounded again. How could it be possible? Songmin's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he suppressed his strength with this punch, it was far from what ordinary people could stop, let alone not retreating at all after receiving the blow. The kid in front of me is not as simple as he seems. Your Majesty, young Master Qin easily blocked that attack, Uniqli said excitedly in the Imperial Study Room. Emperor Ming was a little surprised. He naturally knew more than Uniqli. This is a literary skill created by Master Tianjin Haotian Mirror. I didn't expect this kid to be able to use it to such an extent. Could it be that this kid can bring me a surprise? Looking at the undamaged Haotian mirror in front of him, a stone in Qin Feng's heart finally fell. He was really afraid that the opponent would break through his defense with one blow. After all, after entering the 5th grade Howren realm, he has not fought against anyone. So naturally he does not know what his current strength is. But the blow just now boosted his confidence. There are 2 moves left. Qin Feng waved to the opponent again, while maintaining the Haotian mirror. This appearance made the people watching the competition extremely excited. Master Qin is Master Qin. It's really amazing. Only Master Qin can still remain unmoved under an attack from the Dragon Clan. The cheers grew louder and louder. Hearing this, Songmin did not get angry again, but looked at his right fist, because the pain caused by the collision with the Haotian mirror had not completely dissipated. I admit, I underestimated you before. Songmin turned his wrist and made a clicking sound. His muscles and blood vessels seemed to be passing through with lightning, revealing a lavender light. High above the arena, dark clouds gathered and thunder surged. Everyone understands that the other party is about to use his natal magical power, just like he did against Lord 36 Star Qian yesterday. Qin Feng looked up and saw a dense darkness, as if the sky was about to collapse, making people breathless. The authorities are obsessed with the onlookers, and only when they face it personally do they realize how terrifying the power of the Dragon Clan is. If he is allowed to prepare and complete his natal magical power, Haotian Mirror may not be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng thought about it, put his right hand into his arms, and put on the gloves with the white thunder array pattern on them. Everyone was so focused that they didn't dare to breathe. The competition has reached this point, and has become a battle of attack and defense between the 2 sides. Whoever retreats first will be weaker. At the demon slaying department, Dengemo said in a deep voice. Do you think that boy can withstand the Dragon Clan's natal magical power? Lord Qian pondered for a moment and then replied. I'm afraid it's very difficult. If I hadn't cultivated the Vidra indestructibility to the realm of indestructibility, I would have been defeated by yesterday's attack. It's a pity that this kid practices Wensheng Taoism and has no offensive means. Otherwise, if we attack at this moment and catch the dragon by surprise, we may be able to knock him out of the ring. Dengemo shook his head. A gentleman's words are hard to catch, and I understand this guy's character. Since he said he would let the other side take 3 moves, he would definitely let the other side take 3 moves. It is absolutely impossible. Before he finished speaking, a white thunder pierced the sky at the arena. The unprepared Song Min stared at the white thunder with wide eyes, and he hurriedly raised his hands in front of him to protect him. But Bai Lei's power was far beyond his imagination, and it actually knocked him out of the ring. The winner was decided, but the whole place was completely silent. Chapter 455. Is this a sneak attack? Everyone clearly heard that Mr. Qin wanted the Dragon Man to make 3 moves first, but the opponent had just prepared to make his second move, and it was still in the brewing stage. Why did Mr. Qin suddenly take action? Is this a sneak attack? Someone asked in a low voice. The others didn't know how to answer when they heard this. After all, this must be considered a sneak attack. It's obvious that I won, but I can't cheer loudly. This feeling is not to mention how uncomfortable it is. Shameless! Someone from the Dragon Clan shouted angrily. The human race is so insidious and cunning. It was you who proposed the 3-move agreement first. Song Mu also had a strange look in his eyes. She had thought of many ways for Song Min to lose on purpose, but this one was obviously not what she expected. But she also saw something more. Even if she was unprepared and was attacked by the opponent, with Song Min's strength, she would not be knocked out of the ring with 1 move. The power of that white thunder is definitely extraordinary. This guy really likes to surprise people, Song Mu thought. Master, did Fenger win? Nyang, who came to watch the battle, asked curiously. Father Qin covered his face with one hand and did not answer. He just nodded slightly, wondering how he could have such a shameless son despite his reputation as the leader of Northern Ghosts. Why can't Fenger win, but no one cheers? Nyang looked puzzled. It was obviously not like this when they fought just now. He Tant too looked strange and said, Madam, my uncle has won. It's just, winning is not very honorable. Lan Ningxuang added in a low voice. The great image of her uncle in her heart had some flaws, although there were some, but not many. On the other side, in the Queen's palace, the prince, Anya, and others were also watching the battle at the ring. When the prince saw the result, he didn't know what to say. He could only say with emotion, Young Master Qin, you are truly a god. Anya had mixed emotions. She was originally very nervous when she saw Qin Feng take the stage, but after seeing the opponent win, he was not as happy as expected, but felt a little disappointed. If Qin Feng could really pass the 3 levels, wouldn't he want to marry that dragon woman? In the Imperial Study Room, Eunuch Li's face froze. Isn't it a bit difficult for Mr. Qin to win like this? He didn't say the word shameful. Emperor Ming smiled and said, You only saw that kid sneak attack and repel the Dragon Clan, but you didn't find anything deeper. How many people of his age do you think can perform such powerful moves in an instant like him? What's more, a soldier never tires of deceit. And this guy is my favorite. Your Majesty is right. Feeling the strange atmosphere and listening to the Dragon Clan's condemnation, Qin Feng coughed dryly, feeling a little embarrassed. As the saying goes, soldiers are crafty. This can be regarded as a reasonable use of the art of war. Qin Feng comforted himself. No matter what, victory is victory. After a period of silence, there were still people cheering for Qin Feng. But once someone started, the cheers started again, deafening. Someone even defended Qin Feng and said, A soldier never tires of deceit. The Dragon Clan doesn't even understand this. Yes. How long have the dragons lived? This competition is unfair even if the cultivation level is suppressed. It is reasonable for Master Qin to use some strategies. No. Please stop. Qin Feng turned his head away, not daring to look at the glaring dragons. Song Min, who fell into the ring, glanced meaningfully at Qin Feng on the high platform and returned to the Dragon Clan team. The tribesmen were still there to comfort him, saying that the human race was cunning and that if there was a next time, Song Min would definitely win. But Song Min's heart was far more shocked than disdainful. He put his right arm behind his back, and no one noticed that there was a burnt black wound on his right arm as thick as a little finger, with light blood flowing out. Being able to break through the dragon's physical defense shows the power of Bai Lei. Well done. Song Mu patted Song Min on the shoulder. The other dragons thought that Song Mu was saying words of comfort, but Song Min knew clearly in his heart that this result was exactly what Sister Song Mu wanted to see. Aunt Mu, teach that shameless human race a lesson. How can such a person be worthy of marrying our Phylon? Let him get off the ring. The Dragon Clan was filled with indignation. Song Mu turned around and said with a smile, Just leave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, She tiptoed and climbed onto the high-hanging stage. Is your hand okay? Song Zong walked to Song Min and asked calmly. Clan leader. Song Min was shocked and hurriedly hid his right arm. That boy is quite capable. But it's still a bit awkward to marry Phylon just based on that. Let me try him again later. Song Min's expression changed slightly, and he said dryly. That boy only knows some opportunistic methods. How can he be Sister Mu's opponent? There is no need for the clan leader to take action. Do you really think so? Song Zong looked sideways, his eyes indifferent. Song Min, who had a ghost in his heart, did not dare to look directly, and raised his head to look at the ring. That should be it. The moment Song Mu stepped onto the ring, the crowd that was still cheering fell silent instantly. Yesterday, they still vividly remember the image of the opponent knocking Lord 36 Star Qian out of the ring with one blow. Can Master Qin still win against such an opponent by cheating and tricking? Probably not possible. Someone swallowed and said, I wonder if Master Qin has any plans to catch the opponent by surprise. In the face of absolute strength, what strategy is useful? I just hope Master Qin loses with dignity. What do you mean by this? Do you think Master Qin can't win this round? Even 36 stars is no match for this daughter of the Dragon Clan. Even though Master Qin is powerful, he is still not as powerful as Lord 36 stars. Forehead. On the stage, Sister Song Mu smiled and said, It's pretty cool to win the first round. Stop making fun of me. Qin Feng's expression froze. Song Mu looked down at Lu Jinli below the ring, and said thoughtfully, It seems that you have told the whole story to your wife at home. Has she agreed to your marriage to my Phylon? When Qin Feng heard this, he originally wanted to act cool and show off the status of the Qin family man in the family. However, the lady who has already stepped into the realm of the third level has already very powerful ears. With this height, the lady will definitely be able to hear clearly. So, he could only reply, My wife is well educated, considerate, gentle and considerate, and generous. It was just a small request. So she naturally agreed to it. Song Mu had a smile in her eyes. That's not bad. But are you confident that you can beat me? No matter whether you have confidence or not. You must give it a try. Qin Feng let out a breath. Even though Bai Lei's power exceeded Qin Feng's expectations, he also understood that after the move was performed, the opponent would be on guard, and it would be unrealistic to repeat the same trick. At the moment, we can only activate the formations that have been arranged in advance. However, just as Qin Feng was thinking about it, he heard Song Mu say, You were sneaking around here for a long time last night. You must have set up the formation in advance. Right. You? Qin Feng's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Save your energy and save the formation for the last level. After the words fell, Song Mu pointed his finger towards the void. The lavender lightning arc extended like a thin line, and then expanded to both sides. Within a moment, the entire arena was wrapped in a thunder barrier. Chapter 456 Song Mu's Acting Skills. The audience was shocked by the scene in front of them. What method is this? Someone asked curiously. Is it a domain? Qin Feng looked at the thunder barriers around him and screamed. We agreed to suppress my cultivation to the same level as my opponent. I am only in the 5th grade Howren realm. What do you mean by using the realm? Am I unable to afford it? Wait, what does it mean to save the formation for the last level? Song Mu approached and said, I took care of the boy who was guarding the ring just now. Otherwise you wouldn't have won so easily. As for me, don't worry. If Non-Easy knows that I deliberately obstruct her, I'm afraid she won't talk to me again for the rest of her life. So, the real hurdle you have to face is the last level. No wonder I felt a little strange when we were fighting just now. It turned out that the opponent deliberately let the water go. Qin Feng looked at Song Mu not far away and said moodily, Sister Mu, don't say anything. On the day of the wedding, remember to come over and drink more. Cup. As for the last level, given your status in the Dragon Clan, you should be able to help me deal with it. Right? I would like to help you, but I can't help you. The person guarding the last gate is Non-Easy's biological father and the current leader of the Dragon Clan. Song Zong. Phylon was his heartthrob. How could he just watch that girl marry a human? When the time comes, that guy would definitely take her seriously. It turned out to be the future father-in-law. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, If this clan leader doesn't suppress his cultivation, what kind of strength will he have? I can deal with the commanders of the 4 realms with ease. Song Mu answered truthfully. Do I still need to pass the 3rd level? Qin Feng's expression froze. Who is Si Ming? The existence that suppresses an area is still stronger than the 12 divine generals. In the future, if my father-in-law is able to compete with the commander of the 4 realms, even if he suppresses his cultivation and defends the battle, he will not be his opponent at all. And can the formation he arranged in advance really work in the face of this absolute strength gap? It's naturally impossible to knock him out of the ring. But don't worry. He never likes to bully the weak. He will definitely use other methods to compete with you. You still have a chance of winning. After a pause, Song Mu added, although it's not much. And at this point, no matter how much you want to back down, it's impossible. Just do your best. Of course, I understand this. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said, the thunder barrier covered the arena, and the onlookers could only see the faint scene in the center of the arena from the flickering arc of lightning. The dragon woman looked at Master Qin. The latter looked very ugly and was obviously in a worrying situation. With such an astonishing method, did the other party really suppress his cultivation? Someone asked in surprise. In addition to ordinary people, there were naturally some people in the crowd who also practiced Taoism. One person said solemnly, if I guess correctly, the other party should have used realm methods. Realm? What is that? I once read in an ancient book that it was a powerful move that could only be performed by beings of level 3 or 7 levels of calamity. The realm forms a world of its own, and whoever expands the realm is equivalent to being the master there, and can be invincible. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. How could this happen? Isn't the other party cheating? He didn't suppress his cultivation at all. Otherwise, how could he use the realm? Oops. Wouldn't Master Qin be in danger if this happens? The Dragon Clan is despicable and goes back on its word. But it can't afford to lose? That's right. Open the barrier quickly and let our Master Qin out. The people's denunciations continued. Hearing this, Ernyang asked worriedly, Master, what danger is Feng'er in there? Haiden Tu and Lan Ningxuan were also worried. Father Qin's face was much calmer, and he consoled him. Don't worry. Madam, Jianli is under the ring. If Feng'er was really in danger, how could she sit idly by and ignore it? You know, Jianli is the youngest third-grade sword god in the history of Dakian. That's good. That's good. Even though Ernyang said this, she held onto her father's sleeves tightly with both hands, and the worry in her brows did not go away. In the demon-slaying department, Master Qin asked doubtfully, is this a realm? It doesn't feel like it. Deng Mo was well informed and shook his head and said, this is not a realm, but a rare natal magical power of the Songlong lineage Lei Yuan. It is not unfair that you will lose to that dragon woman. The dragon who can understand Lei Yuan must be the best in the clan. I see. But if this happens, won't that kid be in danger? Deng Mo said thoughtfully. I feel something is strange. That dragon woman didn't use such methods when dealing with you. Why do you need to make such a big show of dealing with the Qin family boy? Or maybe she felt that after suppressing his cultivation, the Qin family boy would be difficult to deal with, and had to use his natal magical power. Or to deceive others. Beside the ring, Song Qian, the old man of the Dragon Clan, said in a deep voice, the Dragon Clan, are not shameless people like you. This is the thunder abyss of the divine power, not the realm. If he really used his realm, how could that kid survive? The sound was like thunder, exploding in everyone's ears, and one person could drown out the din. And this sound naturally reached the ears of Qin Feng and Qin Feng on the stage. I've told you everything that needs to be said. It's time to decide the winner. Song Mu spoke softly, with a smile in his eyes. Then, thunder surged around Lei Yuan and rushed around Qin Feng. This shocked Qin Feng. What are you going to do? Didn't you agree to let me pass? If I let you pass, I will naturally have to show off. Otherwise, how will I face the old man when I go back? Seeing Qin Feng's nervous look, Song Mu added, just relax and leave the rest to me. These words sounded strange, like Lao Siji's trick to induce Qin Feng to look strange. And just when he was thinking wildly, the arc of lightning had already wrapped around his whole body, and then his body started to move uncontrollably. In just an instant, he disappeared and appeared in front of Song Mu. This was the first time in Qin Feng's life that he felt such a flying feeling. Not only that, under the control of Lei Hu, Qin Feng even took the initiative to attack the opponent. All the spectators saw was the interlacing of light and shadow in the thunder barrier. The dragon woman and Master Qin were fighting back and forth at a speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye. The thunderous sound of the collision was endless, and the lightning flashed continuously. Such a fierce battle was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Master Qin, Is there anyone so powerful? Boom! With a loud noise. The thunder barrier shattered inch by inch. A figure flew out from the crack. When everyone took a closer look, it turned out to be the dragon woman. On the other side, Master Qin stood on the ring, his mouth slightly open, and there was still a trace of lightning arc that was about to disperse on his sleeves. After the dragon woman barely stabilized her figure, she covered her chest and her black hair fell down. It was obvious that she had fallen behind in the previous confrontation. Song Mu said intermittently, "My skills are inferior to others, so I lost this battle." Qin Feng's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. If Sister Mu's acting skills were available in the previous life, all the movie queens would have to be merciful. Right? At the same time, after the people reacted, cheers resounded and resounded through the sky. Chapter 457 Challenge the Future Father-in-Law. Master Qin. Master Qin actually won? An opponent that even Master 36 Stars cannot defeat. Master Qin actually has such strength? I understand. The Dragon Clan has suppressed cultivation, and is at the same level as Master Qin. Master Qin's talent is astonishing, and he is almost invincible at the same level. So the Dragon Clan woman is no match for him. Doesn't that mean that if Master Qin reaches a higher level of cultivation, he will not even be a match for Master 36 Stars? And can even be as good as the 12 Divine Generals? Of course. Admirations and cheers came and went, and the waves became louder and louder. When Master Qin saw this, he looked strange and said, the Dragon Clan woman was not injured at all. Ding Mo nodded. With their strength, they could naturally tell the clues. She admitted defeat on purpose. Mr. Qin asked in confusion. The Dragon Clan left Tianqi for no reason and came to Fengtian City to compete for a bride. It was already incredible. And now they deliberately admit defeat? Why do they do this? Perhaps the Dragon Clan woman and the Qin family boy already knew each other, and the person the Dragon Clan is posing for has been confirmed from the beginning. Ding Mo said leisurely. In the royal study, Eunuch looked in disbelief. Your Majesty, Mr. Qin has won again. Yes. Emperor Ming responded lightly, with a different kind of light flashing in his eyes. On the stage, Song Mu, who was holding his chest, said through the voice, if I remember correctly, do you humans think this is the right thing to do? I've done everything I need to do, and the rest is up to you. Oh, and I'm not helping you in vain. Non-Easy didn't want to show me the poem I wrote before. After the challenge is over, write down another copy and give it to me. Qin Feng didn't reply, but his moved eyes said everything. Not to mention 1 copy, even 10 copies. This Sister Mu is capable of handling things and is really good at it. Song Mu returned to the Dragon Clan team, and the atmosphere was unusually quiet. The old man Song Xian's face was extremely ugly. Why did you lose to that kid on purpose? Song Mu yawned and replied calmly, I'm injured. Fart. How are you hurt? Song Xian blew his beard angrily and glared. Perhaps it's because of my age. The slightest movement will make my heart beat so hard. If I continue to hit him, I'll be really hurt. Song Mu replied casually. Song Xian still wanted to speak, but someone from the Dragon Clan crowd came out. It was Song Zong, who was guarding the last level of the ring. Seeing this, Song Mu warned aloud, if you don't want Nizi to deny you in the future, you'd better be careful when you take action on stage. Hearing this, Song Zong turned his head and glanced lightly, but without replying anything, he appeared on the stage in a flash. This was also the first time that Qin Feng saw the true form of Miss Song's biological father. He had a resolute face and an unsmiling look. There was a strong sense of oppression all over his body, which made people feel frightened. And the moment Song Zong appeared, everyone unconsciously fell silent at the same time. The invisible majesty was so thick that it was difficult to breathe. Lu Jianli frowned slightly. Father Qin looked at Song Zong with a solemn look in his eyes. In the demon slaying department, Master Qin frowned. This person is very strong. Ding Mo said in a deep voice. How can a person who can be the leader of the Dragon Clan be weak? I didn't expect that he would be the one to defend the final level. On the ring, Qin Feng was extremely nervous when facing his future father-in-law. Song Zong said nothing and silently stretched out 3 fingers. What does this mean? Everyone was puzzled when they saw this. 3 moves. What? Qin Feng was confused. I give you 3 moves, no matter what method you use. If you can move my position by half a minute within 3 moves, you will win this battle. Song Zong said calmly. When everyone heard this, they were shocked that the other party was so arrogant. Forget about just 3 moves. Why don't you ask Master Qin to knock him out of the ring? As long as he can be beaten back, he will be considered a winner? In Fotian City, the people were excited. This is naked contempt for the human race and Master Qin. Of course, someone reminded Master Qin, don't be fooled. The other party may also want to make a sneak attack. Well, I'll catch you by surprise. As soon as these words came out, the tense atmosphere became a little weird. Everyone looked at each other. The Dragon Clan should not be so shameless. No, not so mean-spirited. Right. When Song Zong heard these words, his expression did not change. But he raised his right hand and pointed to the sky. As a green light rushed into the sky from his fingertips, the sky fissured. In the silence, terrifying power swept around. And it was as if a hole had been torn open in the sky that was difficult for mortals to reach. With a casual blow, even space can be distorted. When everyone saw this, their expressions were dull. These methods were really like the power of gods and demons. Qin Feng understood that this was a message from the other party to him: if I take action seriously, you will have no luck. If you want to win, you can only agree to the 3 moves. After thinking about this, Qin Feng took a deep breath and said, no matter what, as long as I can make Senior leave his position within 3 moves, will I be considered the winner? Not bad. Song Zong nodded slightly, and then his body sank. Everyone heard a roar, and the stone pillar arena that was unknown in height sank 10 feet. And Song Zong's feet didn't even enter the stone pillar arena an inch. When you came here last night, you must have set up the formation in advance. It doesn't matter if you use it. I'll wait. Song Zong waved. No. It's such a cold day. You're up most of the night. Why do you all know that I set up the formation secretly? Qin Feng's face stiffened. And then he said, in this case, this junior is going to take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng gathered his righteous energy into the palm of his right hand, and then smacked it towards the stone pillar arena. For a moment, the onlookers were surprised to find that there was a white light under their feet, extending in all directions, and all merged into the stone pillar. Almost at the same moment, the wind ruffled, and the sky suddenly darkened. Above the arena, for tornadoes suddenly took shape in just an instant, causing Fotian City to teeter on the rocks. Seeing this, Deng Emo raised his eyebrows, then waved his right hand, and a continuous stream of Yin Qi disappeared into the shadow of Fotian City, stabilizing the entire imperial capital. And those 4 tornadoes were already encircling the Song sect. And then they attacked fiercely. The tornadoes collided together, and the power they erupted was far beyond imagination. If Qin Feng hadn't been in the center of the formation, he would have suffered greatly from it. Song Zong's figure has been submerged by the strong wind. With this formation, the dragon wall rolls in all directions. No matter what, it's impossible for him to not retreat even 1 step. Right. Qin Feng thought as he looked at the place where the strong wind roared. Not only him, but the people watching were astonished by Master Qin's methods. And at the same time, they also felt that the outcome was already decided, and that this battle was a sure win. However, in the violent wind, a voice suddenly sounded. It's not bad, but it's still a little bit worse. As the words fell, a ray of green light broke through the wind wall, and the 4 tornadoes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked, and looked at Song Zong's location. That's all. He was unscathed. But the other party didn't even take a step back. How can this be? Chapter 458 Feng Gang Absolute Breath Formation. Everyone on the human side was shocked. But the dragon side had long been accustomed to it. Naturally, they knew the strength of Chief Song. It was just an offensive like this. If Chief Song wanted to stop it, it would be effortless. At the climbing tower of Howin Academy, Yang Qian said with emotion, it turns out to be a 4-sided dragon wall. Junior brother Qin's attainments and formations are really extraordinary. No matter how high your attainments are, it's useless. Didn't senior brother Yang see that the other party was unmoved? Fei Sun looked ugly. How many beings in the world can defeat the current leader of the Dragon Clan in a head-to-head confrontation? And you don't have to worry. If I remember correctly, the 4-way rolling dragon wall is the front-end formation of another great formation. Junior brother Qin came prepared this time. Fei Sun was stunned when he heard this. Preliminary formation? Senior brother Yang, what do you mean by this? Yang Qian did not answer. You will know later. After the violent wind subsided, Song Zong looked at Qin Feng with a flash of approval in his eyes. 1 move has passed. Qin Feng took a deep breath. He didn't take a step back from such a huge battle. Is this still a human being? Oh, It's a dragon. That's okay. As Yang Qian said, the four-sided rolling dragon wall is the front-end formation of another killing formation. Originally, Qin Feng didn't want to use it. After all, the formation was too powerful, and he might not be able to control it well. But the matter has come to this. And if you don't show it, it won't be okay. What's more, the future father-in-law's strength is so abnormal. Even if he uses that formation, it should not be a serious problem. Thinking of this, Qin Feng solemnly said, Senior, please be careful with your next move. Song Zong said calmly. The last time I heard this was when a junior in the clan told me more than 10 years ago. At that time, I also asked him to make 3 moves. But I was not completely happy in that battle. I hope you will not disappoint me in this battle. Why does this sound familiar? Senior said. Could it be the person who guarded the first level? Good. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth when he got the affirmative answer. After doing it for a long time. That guy also lost last time. Song Min, who was below the ring, looked stiff and turned his head away silently, not paying attention to the eyes of other members of his race. Qin Feng said nothing more and took out something from his arms. It was a blue scale the size of a fingernail. And when the scale was taken out, the tornado that originally dissipated was regenerated, even stronger than before. In the climbing tower, Fei Sun was surprised when he saw this thing. The Lingjia of Zongyun Turtle? The Zongyun Turtle is a powerful monster that can ride on the wind and travel thousands of miles in a day. The strength of these monsters is basically above the level of 7-turn calamity. And the things on their bodies are all rare treasures. Where did junior brother Qin get such a rare thing? Qin Feng held the scales in his hand and felt a little lucky in his heart. Although Tom Yuqian of the Coffin Tomb family is a bad guy, he really has a lot of good things. When he left some time ago, Qin Feng defrauded him in exchange for this thing. Otherwise, if the next formation does not have this scale as the center of the formation, it may not be possible to perform it. Throwing the scales in his hand into the air, the scales actually flew up in the wind. What's even more surprising is that in the midair of the arena, the overflowing strong wind actually emits a faint light, connecting with each other until it reaches the scales glowing with blue light. Someone saw the clues and exclaimed, It's a formation. Master Qin is going to use a certain formation again. After the tornado was regenerated, it quickly submerged into the scales of the Zongyun Turtle. The wind gradually calmed down, but the light array in midair was still there. Although the momentum of this formation is far less powerful than the four-sided rolling dragon wall, the invisible sense of oppression is like a giant hand, holding the hearts of everyone watching the battle. The wind has stopped completely, someone murmured. Not only did the wind stop, but the air seemed to stop flowing, and the people only felt short of breath. You can display such tricks at such a young age. Jianan really gave birth to a good son. Beside the Juka River, the white-haired and black-bearded Jinshan Siyu sighed with emotion as he looked at the motionless fishing rod. Master Ding, do you feel anything? Master 36 Star Qian looked solemn. Ding Imo closed his eyes. As a 100-ghost Taoist, his perception of the outside world was naturally more acute. There is always peace before the storm. In the Queen's palace, the prince asked curiously, What is Mr. Qin doing? Is it some kind of formation again? Seeing this, Princess Anya stood up suddenly, her beautiful eyes widening. Anya, what's wrong with you? The Queen was puzzled. I remembered that the four-sided rolling dragon wall is to gather the airflow between heaven and earth into one place. This is to perform some kind of more powerful formation. What formation? The prince looked sideways. Feng Gang's breathless formation. The formation he wants to use is the Feng Gang's breathless formation. Anya was horrified. In Howin Academy, on the top of the climbing tower, Su Lixian stroked his mustache and said in surprise, Master, this little junior brother is really amazing. How old is he? He can even set up the Wind Gang breathing formation? Even Yang Qian could only reluctantly arrange that formation. The white-robed and white-haired Tianjin Imperial Master said calmly. When he was in Wanjian sect, he once deployed the Shuizhu Tianlong formation. Su Lixian was stunned and extremely frightened. Master, don't be joking. Looking towards the arena again, the scales of the floating cloud turtle were shining brighter and brighter. Suddenly, there was a click. What sound? Someone asked tremblingly. As soon as he finished speaking, a corner of the high-hanging stone pillar arena was cut off, and huge rocks fell with a crash. The sudden scene frightened everyone below. Seeing this, Song Mu was about to break the boulder, but someone struck faster than her. The bone sword in Lu Jinli's hand transformed into shape, and then he swung upwards, and the falling boulder was chopped into powder by the sword energy in the blink of an eye. While everyone looked grateful, they were also puzzled. Why did a corner of the arena break for no reason? They all looked at the break and saw that the cut was so smooth that it made people palpitate. How could this happen? Fei Sun frowned. It's the Feng Gang. Yang Qian explained. It's the Feng Gang that compresses the strong wind to the extreme, making it difficult to see clearly with the naked eye. This is the Feng Gang endless formation. At the same time, Qin Feng took a deep breath in the ring and shouted, "Behead!" The blue light was dazzling on Zongyun Turtle's unicorn armor, and countless invisible powerful wind ongs suddenly slashed at Song Zong. For a time, the ring was covered with cracks and dust was everywhere. Broken stones kept falling. Fortunately, Lu Jianli took action and chopped the stone into pieces before it fell. Everyone watching the ring couldn't believe it. In the past 3 days, it was the first time that the ring had been damaged like this. This clearly shows how powerful Master Qin's move was. In such a dangerous battle situation, no one retreated. They all looked towards the ring excitedly, waiting for the final result. It's impossible for even the powerful Dragon Clan to take on all this kind of offensive without retreating even a step. Right. And Qin Feng naturally has more on his mind. Even if his father-in-law is so powerful in the future that he can take over all the Feng Gang? After all, the other party also said that no matter what method he uses, as long as he moves the slightest bit, he loses. In this case, as long as Feng Gang is slashed into the ring and the future father-in-law's foothold is shattered, won't this battle be guaranteed to be won? I'm a hacking genius. Qin Feng felt smug in his heart, and that Feng Gang followed his will and struck hard on the ring. Chapter 459 Recognition. Feng Gang continued to chop down, and the sound of the arena being chopped into pieces was endless. As the formation subsided and the sand and dust obscured his vision, Qin Feng's eyes became brighter and brighter. He still didn't believe that under such an offensive, the future father-in-law would almost lose his foothold and still not retreat even one step. When the billowing sand and dust slowly dissipated, everyone gradually regained their vision and looked at the high-hanging arena. At this moment, the arena was already dilapidated, with few intact places. Someone saw this and said excitedly, "If I remember correctly, the people from the Dragon Clan said that as long as Master Qin can knock him back half a step within 3 moves in this battle, Master Qin will be considered a winner. Nowadays, there are very few places where he can stand. I don't believe he can still not move at all. Yes, Master Qin won this battle in the end. I can't wait to see Master Qin marry a dragon girl." Just as everyone was excited, one person's pupil suddenly shrank. No. Look at it. The onlookers looked around and saw that after the sand and dust completely dissipated, the dragon man was still standing there, calm and calm, looking at where he was standing. Within a radius of 3 feet, everything was completely intact. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Not only did he stop all the wind gangs, but he also protected the ring. How could this be fun? In the shocked eyes of everyone, Song Zong stretched out a finger and said calmly, "There is one last move left." When Qin Feng heard this, his expression froze. Feng Gang's breathless formation is already his biggest killing move. If even this move can't repel the opponent, what else can he do? Is this the end of it? At this time, Qin Feng suddenly had an idea. He reached out and touched his arms, where he found a smooth and delicate jade pendant. It was the mysterious treasure that I obtained when I was in Qiyuan City, the Qimen Budwa Jade. I almost forgot about this thing. With the ability of this jade pendant to change shape, wouldn't it be easy to make the opponent move? But I haven't tried this jade pendant since I entered the 5th level. I don't know to what extent I can perform the transformation with my current strength. Seeing Qin Feng silence for a long time, Song Zong frowned. Are you giving up? I thought that the person who could make my Song Zong's daughter obsessed would be some great young man. But I didn't expect that he was just a heartless people. It's a pity that she promised me so much and said what a great person you were when she mentioned you to me. It turns out that she doesn't understand you at all. Just like you don't understand her. How can I leave my daughter to you with confidence? Everyone who was nervously watching the ring looked at each other in disbelief when they heard this. The amount of information in this sentence is a bit large. Someone whispered, "What do you mean? Could it be that the Dragon Clan's competition to recruit a son-in-law is just for show? Their goal of recruiting a son-in-law has already been determined. And it is Master Qin? Master Qin's charm is so great. He just married Lu Jianli, the darling girl of heaven. But he can actually make a woman from the dragon tribe give up. I am so envious." Me too. But the father-in-law of the Dragon Clan does not agree. Even if Master Qin and the woman are in love, It will not help. It seems to make sense. Qin Feng raised his head when he heard Song Zong's words. Who said I'm going to give up? Your daughter is pretty good at seeing people. But it's a pity that you have poor taste. What did you say? Song Zong shouted coldly, pressing down on Qin Feng like a mountain with powerful pressure. The latter groaned, but was neither humble nor arrogant, and slowly approached Song Zong, speaking as he walked. She likes poetry and the literary style in books. Be generous and never be stingy. Although he usually looks like he won't let strangers in, his heart is softer than anyone else. Whenever someone is in trouble, he will always help. Even friends we have just met are willing to take risks. Most of the time, she is cold and cold. When she feels wronged, she will have red eyes and cry like a little girl. What Qin Feng said was his impression of Song Filan, as well as various memories of the past. Senior, have you really understood what Fei Lan wants? Qin Feng walked up to Song Zong and said word by word. Perhaps what she wants is just companionship. When Song Mu heard this, he put his right hand on his forehead and shook his head. This kid really dares to say anything. Have you said enough? If you think you can let you go with these sweet words, you are too wishful thinking. Song Zong said coldly. That's enough. But the distance is enough. What do you mean? Song Zong frowned. But Qin Feng smiled slightly. At this moment, the distance between the two is less than 10 feet. And within this distance, Qin Feng is 100% confident that he can use the Chiman Bagua Jade's ability to change shape. The white light array under his feet instantly lit up, covering Qin Feng and Song Zong. Song Zong, who realized something was wrong, was about to react. But in an instant, he had already switched places with Qin Feng. Qin Feng asked, I don't know if I win if I act like this? Below the arena, after a brief silence, the people watching broke out into amazing cheers. I didn't even see what the method was. So the two of them switched places. The position of the Dragon Clan has changed. Master Qin has won. Feeling proud? Really proud? Master Qin's action is really reassuring. Song Zong took a deep look at Qin Feng and walked towards the direction of the Dragon Clan. When the two passed each other, he paused and said lightly, Remember what you just said? If one day you let me know that you betrayed Filan. Song Zong didn't say the rest, but lightly patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Although it seemed that he didn't use much force, the ground under Qin Feng's feet instantly cracked into powder. This is a threat. A naked threat. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded solemnly. What he said just now was not only a warning to him from his future father-in-law, but also another form of recognition. The other party finally recognized him as his son-in-law. Father-in-law, when can I see Filan? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. Song Zong frowned slightly when he heard the word, Yu Zhang. This boy really knew how to climb up the pole. Just wait! When Song Zong returned to the Dragon Clan team, the old man's face didn't look good. After the old man glared at Song Zong, he led the Dragon Clan members away. Only Song Mu stayed and said meaningfully, I thought you would try your best to make things difficult for that kid, but I didn't expect that you actually let him pass. I don't understand what you're talking about. That guy's methods are extraordinary. Even I didn't expect the last move. Song Zong replied calmly. That kid's trick of changing his body is really weird. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to prevent it. But our patriarch is different. How could you, who has awakened the divine power of space, fall for such a trivial trick? The only possibility I can think of is that you also recognize the kid. So you deliberately fell into the trap. Song Zong did not answer, but followed the Dragon Clan team. There is no need to make unwarranted guesses. Next, you will be busy. Getting married in that Songlin lineage is a big event for the Dragon Clan, so they are naturally very busy. When Song Mu heard this, a smile flashed in his eyes. The men of the Dragon Clan are really all virtuous, and they are determined to save face and suffer hardship. The old man is like this, and the patriarch is like this too. Obviously, those two people who want Filan to be happy the most are these two. Chapter 460. To save face and suffer the consequences. This is unreasonable. In one of the palaces, the third prince became furious and threw things on the ground. Yesterday, he was humiliated by the Dragon Clan and was knocked out of the ring. If you haven't broken through the ring and married a dragon woman, that's it. What made him unbearable the most was why Qin Feng could get everything he wanted. Jealousy distorted his face. The confidant guard said, Your Highness, after marrying the Dragon Clan, Qin Feng's influence has become even greater. Instead of continuing to be at odds with him, it's better to get closer to him. This will also be a great help for you to compete for the position of Crown Prince in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp slap sounded. When I am doing things, when will it be the turn of a slave to give me instructions? The guard lowered his head. My subordinate made a mistake. The third prince looked at the image of Qin Feng descending from the ring and standing side by side with Lu Jinli in the treasure mirror. He also saw the people cheering and cheering. He slapped the sandalwood table with his right hand, breaking it into pieces. In the imperial study, Eunuch Li was more surprised than shocked. Song Zong's words on the ring made him understand the reason why the Dragon Clan had come to Fengtian City to compete for a bride. All this is because of Qin Feng. Emperor Ming stood up and said with a smile, "This boy is really amazing. He just married Lu Jinli, but he actually became the son-in-law of the Dragon Clan. I have seen dragon women before, and they are all extremely arrogant. It is not an easy task to make a dragon woman fall in love with her." Eunuch Li then said, "The boy from the Qin family has given your majesty a great gift. This is the first time in history that the human race and the dragon race are getting married. Your majesty can just take this opportunity to establish an alliance with the Dragon Clan. The Garuda King of the Southern Territory has awakened, and we don't know when he will come back and invade the Southern Territory. With the support of the Dragon Clan, Dakian will be able to deal with it more easily when facing the Garuda clan." Emperor Ming naturally thought of this. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so happy. That boy gave me such a big gift, so I naturally have to give him a reward. Now that the marriage with the Dragon Clan has basically been finalized, then, according to my instructions, the Department of Etiquette will be solely responsible for Qin Feng's marriage with the Dragon Clan. Returning to Yun Palace, Song Mu came to the resting place where Song Filan was. The latter didn't pay attention to the competition in the ring at all, but just kept looking at the poem Qin Feng asked her aunt to bring her. There is nostalgia and regret in the eyes. Even when she heard the sound of someone coming, she never moved her eyes. Seeing this, Song Mu wanted to tease this girl, and deliberately sighed and said, "Someone broke through the ring today." Hearing this, Song Filan's pupils suddenly shrank, but there was no response on her lips. "I originally wanted to help you stop him, but that man is indeed extremely talented. At a young age, my cultivation level is not low. After I suppressed my cultivation level, I was no match for him. After fighting him for hundreds of rounds, he was still defeated by one move. As for your father, it was frustrating for the other party. However, you also know your father's character and don't like to bully the weak. So you made a 3-move agreement. That human boy was no slouch. He used 2 formations in succession, which was eye-opening. In the end, he used a space-changing technique to change places with your father and win the agreement. Well, the Dragon Clan never marries outside, even if that person succeeds in the competition. I don't want you to marry a human clan, but the old man has always been true to his word. When he promised to marry him, he couldn't go back on his promise in front of so many people. If it doesn't work, just go with it. Besides, you won't suffer either. The human race man has a good appearance and excellent talent. He may not be able to become a giant in the future, a figure comparable to the divine generals. Marrying him doesn't mean you have been wronged." At this point, Song Filan finally reacted, raised her head, and looked at Song Mu coldly, and replied, "I want to marry you. What does this matter have to do with me? How can I marry you?" Song Mu looked troubled. "The age difference between me and him is too big, and I like brave warriors. How can I fall in love with a scholar?" Hearing this, Song Filan was suddenly startled and turned her head. "What's more, with my status, no matter what, I should be big. How can I be inferior to others? You don't know. That guy obviously has a lovely wife at home, but he still wants to enter the ring. This kind of man who eats from the bowl and looks at the pot is the most terrible thing." Now that things have come to this, how can Song Filan not hear that the man who crossed the ring is the one she has longed for? He broke through the ring? But how is this possible? Song Filan's voice was trembling. "Who are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" "Forget it. Anyway, you said at the beginning that no matter who broke into the ring, you would not marry him. Otherwise, when I told the world that I wanted to marry someone, I didn't say who the girl from the Dragon Clan was to be. Since you are so unwilling, I will tell the old man that I can just change it to a dragon woman. It really didn't work, and my aunt couldn't bear to see you being wronged, so she sacrificed herself. Anyway, with my appearance, I'm more than enough to match that boy from the Qin family." Song Mu specially emphasized the emphasis on the 4 characters of Qin family boy. There was mist in Song Filan's light blue eyes. She was in disbelief, but also had excitement and joy that was difficult to hide. Seeing this, Song Mu hugged her gently and said, "Cry if you want. This is a woman's right. After your mother passed away, I have never seen you like this again. But only tonight. The moths are like golden threads in the snow and willows, and the laughter is full of hidden fragrance. These are the poems that the boy gave you. When I meet him again, I will naturally smile." "Yeah," she responded with a nasal voice, and Song Filan buried her head in Song Mu's arms, her body trembling slightly. Song Mu gently stroked her back and glanced outside the room, where two black shadows flashed past. "Seriously? You have to suffer the consequences to save face." Song Mu shook his head and murmured in his mouth, "You have lost all the face of the Dragon Clan, and you actually let a human boy break through the ring." Song Xian stood with his hands behind his hands and snorted coldly from the clouds. "You asked me to defend the final level. Didn't you just want me to decide whether to betroth Filan to him?" Song Zong said lightly. "It seems that you approve of that kid." Song Xian turned his head and took a look. Song Zong recalled what Qin Feng said on the stage, nodded, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. "But you're not angry when that kid talks about you like that? As a father, you know very well what Filan likes and wants. It doesn't matter, as long as Fei Lan lives happily." Hearing this, the old man shook his head helplessly. The two of them stood in the clouds, and after being silent for a long time, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, "That boy already has a wife. According to the concept of the human race, Filan can only be regarded as a concubine after marrying her. If it were an ordinary woman, that would be fine. Fei Lan would be able to overwhelm her. But that woman is Lu Jianli, the beloved daughter of heaven who is familiar even to us. What if Fei Lan is wronged?" Hearing this, Song Zong also had a trace of worry in his eyes. "Tomorrow, I will go to the Qin mansion to visit." "That's fine." Chapter 461. The in-laws gather together. The news that Qin Feng broke into the Dragon Race arena naturally quickly spread throughout the streets and alleys, making everyone aware of it. Many people are speculating which dragon woman Master Qin will marry. In the lobby of the Lu mansion, when Qin You's mother-in-law heard the maid talking about this matter, she suddenly stood up. "The person who broke through the Dragon Clan's arena is Qin Feng of the Qin family?" "Yes, madam. Almost everyone in Fengtian City knows about this matter. Uncle Qin managed to pass through 3 levels of the Dragon Clan on his own, and everyone was talking about it. Master, do you still want to drink tea here? Didn't you hear me?" Concubine Qin called sideways, looking anxious. Lu Tianlu put down the teacup in his hand and replied calmly, "I really didn't expect that he could break through the Dragon Clan's arena. My father and I have also dealt with the Dragon Clan and know that their strength is not weak. This result is also unexpected." The mother-in-law's beautiful eyes widened. "Is this the point of what you just said? Qin's son-in-law doesn't have enough swords, but he actually wants to participate in the Dragon Clan's competition to attract a bride? Wait, listen to what the master said. You already knew that your son-in-law was going to enter the ring?" Lu Tianlu nodded slightly. "Knowing that you wouldn't stop me, how did you become a father? Have you ever thought about Jianli's feelings?" the mother-in-law said in surprise. "Jianli also knows about this. When Qin Feng went to the arena today, it was Jianli who sent him to the arena." When the concubine heard this, her beautiful eyes widened with disbelief on her face. When a man of his family wants to marry another woman, it's okay if his daughter doesn't stop him, and she even gives him a ride. What's the point? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she opened her mouth and said, "Come with me." "Where to go?" Lu Tianlu asked. "Where else can we go?" "To the Qin family. Of course. Jianli is my heart and soul. After suffering such a great injustice, I, a mother, naturally have to go and visit. By the way, let me ask my in-laws how they taught their son to look at the food in the pot while eating the food in the bowl. You are not satisfied with marrying my Jianli, but you want to marry a dragon girl?" The mother-in-law's eyebrows stood up in anger. "It's getting late. It's rude to visit at this time. What's more, things are not as simple as you think." Lu Tianlu shook his head, and then told the truth about what he knew. After hearing all the story, concubine Qin sat down again with a complicated look on her face. "I didn't expect that the dragon woman would be so affectionate and loyal to her son-in-law." Lu Tianlu spoke again. "Let them worry about their children, let alone marrying another one. Some time ago, His Majesty rewarded his son-in-law with the status of a bachelor in the cabinet. There was an endless stream of people coming to ask for his hand in marriage. But the in-laws did not agree. The Qin family regards Sword Glass as their own. Even if I enter the competition this time, my father-in-law has informed me in advance. As long as Jianli has no objection, I won't say anything else. I don't know this truth. Concubine Qin sighed, and the hall fell into silence. After a long time, she seemed to have thought of something and got up again. No, I still have to go to the Qin mansion tomorrow. What happened again? This marriage is finalized, so naturally I won't say anything more. However, Jianli has practiced swordplay since he was a child and has a simple mind, so he may not be able to defeat the dragon woman. I have to go there. First, I want to give my mother-in-law a hard time and tell her not to treat her favorably and neglect my Jianli. Secondly, he also taught Jianli a few tricks to avoid suffering a loss at the hands of that dragon woman in the future. Lu Tianlu frowned. Is it necessary? Of course it's necessary. And you have to go with me. Give Jianli a strong reputation. In the wing, Qin Feng suddenly shivered. It was almost spring. So why did he still feel a chill? I always have a bad feeling. The next day, in the lobby, Yang said curiously, it stands to reason that Fenger has broken through the Dragon Race arena, and the marriage has been finalized. But up to now, not to mention that the Dragon Clan has come to our door, we haven't even seen Miss Song. What's going on? Qin Feng shook his head, not quite understanding. Yesterday, he wanted to go to Song Mu to ask clearly, but the people from the Dragon Clan always came and went without a trace. After the challenge was over, the people from the Dragon Clan could no longer be found. He thought he could wait until the Dragon Clan came to visit him. But it turned out that many people came to visit and congratulate him. But the Dragon Clan didn't even see a shadow. What is this thing called? Just when Qin Feng was puzzled, the concierge came to the lobby and reported, his voice trembling. Master, someone came to visit me. It's from the Dragon Clan. After hearing this, everyone raised their heads. Father Qin replied, please invite them in quickly. It's all my fault that I wasted so much time on my work. Xi Niu's mother-in-law blamed her. When Lu Tianlu heard this, he frowned. Don't talk nonsense. You are obviously dressing up yourself and wasting time. After saying these words, Lu Tianlu knocked on the door of Qin Mansion. The concierge opened the door and was shocked when he saw everyone in the Lu family. Why are the in-laws here at this time? Lu Tianlu felt the aura of the Dragon Clan and said lightly, it seems that we came at the wrong time. What do you mean by this? Concubine Qing asked in confusion. Someone from the Qin Mansion has already come to visit. If the prediction is correct, it should be the Dragon Clan who is here to discuss marriage. After a pause, Lu Tianlu thought about it and said, it's inconvenient today, so I'll go home first and come back to bother you another day. If you go in for a visit at this time, you will inevitably encounter people from the Dragon Clan. Given the identities of both parties, there will inevitably be an awkward moment. Lu Tianlu, who knows etiquette, will naturally take the initiative to avoid them. However, when Concubine Qing heard this, her eyes lit up. The people from the Dragon Clan are also here. Wouldn't it be better? We can just take a look at the methods of their mistress. The words fell before Lu Tianlu could stop him. The concubine held up her skirt and walked towards the lobby of the Qin Mansion. Lu Tianlu shook his head helplessly. Qin Feng once imagined what it would be like if the lady and Miss Song met again. Will the tragic Shura field unfold? However, he never expected that the Shura field between the wives had not yet appeared. But the Shura field between the parents of both sides had arrived early. The atmosphere in the lobby is extremely quiet, as if you can hear a pin drop. Yang didn't dare to speak, so she could only quietly nudge Qin Jianan with her elbow. But even Qin Jianan, who had experienced many battles, did not know how to deal with such a scene. So he looked directly at Qin Feng and winked. That look was like saying, boy, you are responsible for settling the peach blossom debt you caused yourself. When Qin Feng saw this, even though he was reluctant, he still took the initiative to break the awkward atmosphere. Dad? Mom? Why are you free to come here today? Xi Niu's mother-in-law didn't reply. Obviously, she was still angry with her son-in-law Qin Feng. She looked directly towards the Dragon Clan and said with a smile, we are here, so we won't disturb your discussion. Right? Mainly because he missed Jianli, and was afraid that she would be wronged here. Hearing this, Lu Jianli raised his head in confusion. Mom, I didn't. Jianli, mother is a little thirsty. Can you pour me a cup of tea? Chapter 462. What a powerful mother-in-law. Madam, how about I go? Lan Ningxuan said hurriedly. After learning so much from the Lu family's grandma, she always had a hunch that if the young lady left at this time, something might happen to the middle finger in the lobby. After all, she had smelled something unusual. It doesn't matter. Just go with Jianli. There are so many guests here today. Naturally, Jianli, as the principal wife, must not lose her etiquette. Otherwise, others would think that I, the mother-in-law, had not taught her well. Concubine Qing said with a smile. Her face was kind, but there was obviously something in her words. She was giving the people of the Dragon Clan a warning, and she was also reminding Jianli of her status in the Qin mansion, the head wife. What a powerful mother-in-law! Ernyang was surprised. She had only met the concubine Qing very few times. In the past, my impressions mostly focused on appearance. I felt that Jianli was so beautiful because she inherited it from her biological mother. But she never expected that such a quiet and gentle girl like Jianli would have such a sharp-tongued mother. What a huge difference. At the same time, she was also glad that Jianli's personality was not like that of her biological mother. Otherwise, her family status may be threatened. When Qin Feng heard this, his heart was in his throat. Was Xin You's mother-in-law full of fire when she came up? He turned his head to look at his wife and cast a look of help, hoping that she would stay and make the atmosphere less tense. But Lu Jianli obviously didn't understand his look, and asked instead, Miss Sir, do you want to drink tea too? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. Ah? Well? Feeling the attention of everyone, Qin Feng smiled and nodded in response, and specially emphasized, come back early. Yeah. Lu Jianli didn't think much and left the lobby with Lan Ningxuang. When the mother-in-law saw this, she added, my son-in-law and Jianli are so in love that they don't want to separate for a minute, which makes everyone laugh. Unlike some men who like to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Speaking of which, good son-in-law, when are you planning to hold your wedding to the Dragon Clan? Do you need help from the Lu family? No. Don't order me again. Qin Feng looked at his father, who lowered his head to drink tea and looked away. He looked at the second mother who loved him again, and the second mother opened her mouth to speak but stopped. It's not that the latter doesn't want to help. It's just that there is always a lack of opponents in the family. And the second mother, who lacks practical experience, is really helpless. In desperation, Qin Feng could only turn to his father-in-law, the god of war. When Lu Tianlu saw this, he deliberately coughed a few times, and then glanced at the concubine without leaving any trace. This was to remind the latter that the Lu family were guests, and it was rude to be so aggressive. Concubine Qing pretended not to see it, but said with concern, Master, but your throat feels uncomfortable? Don't worry. Jianli has gone to bring tea, and he will be back in a while. After she finished speaking, she looked at the Dragon Clan people and said, the Dragon Clan woman is indeed as talented as the rumors say. And I don't know which girl is going to marry into the Qin mansion? Dragon women are not allowed to see outsiders before they leave the palace. We are here today just to discuss marriage matters with the Qin family. However, if we had known that the Lu family would come, we would definitely choose to visit on another day. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful and make people laugh. A soft voice sounded, and concubine Qing narrowed her eyes slightly, searching for the sound. What caught his eye was a woman in a black dress, leaning on the tea table with her chin in one hand, looking lazy. She was Song Mu. This person is not simple. The concubine and concubine are as if they are facing a formidable enemy. These words may seem casual, but they have two meanings. One is to show the magnanimity and propriety of the Dragon Clan, and the other is to point her down without knowing the etiquette. When the Dragon Clan comes here to discuss important matters, they don't know how to take the initiative to retreat. It doesn't matter. I didn't know you were coming before I came. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to bother you, Concubine Qing said with a smile. The concierge outside the lobby showed a strange look when he heard this. The next development made Qin Feng know what war without gunpowder is, and also what it means to fight with words. Xin You's mother-in-law and Song Mu's words to each other seemed to be polite, but in fact, murderous intentions are hidden everywhere. This reminded Qin Feng of the palace fighting drama he had watched in his previous life, and the scene now was exactly the same. At the same time, he was also glad that fortunately his wife's personality did not follow that of his mother-in-law. Otherwise, he would have lived a life filled with fear. In the lobby, only two women's voices could be heard. The other men sat silently, not daring to say a word. The battle didn't come to an end until Lu Jianli returned with a teacup and Ningxuang. Madam, you are finally back. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This Dragon Clan woman is not simple. If she were to marry a Dragon Clan girl from the Qin Mansion, she would be half as good as this one. No, even if she only has 10% of her skill, Jianli would be in trouble. No, today, I have to teach Jianli well to avoid being overtaken by someone who comes late. Concubine Qing, who was thinking like this, looked at her daughter and saw that she was making tea for the woman in black dress. She immediately became angry. Isn't this clearly easy to bully? Just at this moment, there was a sound of horse hoofbeats outside the Qin Mansion, and the sound of the imperial edict falling into the ears of everyone in the Qin Mansion. Qin Feng and others came to the door to receive the edict. The person who issued the edict was still Eunuch Li. Generally speaking, ordinary imperial edicts were mostly promulgated by people from the Howin Academy. Only the edicts that Emperor Ming paid more attention to would be read out by his confidant Eunuch Li. Just like the last time, everyone is curious about what the imperial edict will be this time. After Eunuch Li finished reading, not only the Qin family and others, but even the Dragon and Lu families were quite surprised. This time, Emperor Ming actually asked the Ministry of Rites to handle the engagement between Qin Feng and the Dragon Clan. Even the betrothal gift for the Dragon Clan. Emperor Ming said he would pay for it. Why don't you accept the order quickly? Eunuch Li said with a smile. Qin Feng came to his senses and hurried forward to receive the order. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. After the imperial edict was handed over, Eunuch Li asked again, can the date of marriage be confirmed? Qin Feng shook his head. Originally, the Dragon Clan came here to discuss marriage, but it was disturbed by Xin You's mother-in-law. At this time, Song Zong, who was not far away, said lightly, before getting married, a woman from the Dragon Clan must purify herself for 3 days. After 3 days, she can get married at any time. However, you humans have always been particular about good times and auspicious days, and it is up to you to decide when they are. When Eunuch Li heard this, he said, if our memory is correct, it will be a good time to get married in 5 days, which happens to be an auspicious day. How about setting it on that day? What do you think? Okay, Song Zong responded. Qin Feng looked back at his parents, and after seeing them nodding, he replied, it's all up to Eunuch Li's arrangement. Okay, then this matter will be finalized, and we will go back and report to His Majesty. After speaking, Eunuch Li took the people away. Chapter 463, The Concubine's Husband-Keeping Skills. The concubine, who was already worried about her daughter, felt even more uneasy after hearing that Emperor Ming asked the Ministry of Rites to handle the wedding. After the Dragon Clan and the Qin family discussed all matters, they said goodbye and left. Concubine Qing did not leave immediately, but pulled Lu Jianli into the side room. What's wrong, mother? Lu Jianli asked softly. How could your mother have such a great reputation all her life and give birth to a stupid daughter like you? She didn't even know there was a fire in the backyard and asked what happened. It's your father's fault for asking you to practice Shinwu Taoism and learn swordsmanship. But in the end, you don't understand worldly affairs at all. So what if he becomes the youngest third-grade sword god in history? Even his own men can't stand it. Lan Ningxuan on the side brought the brewed tea and looked worried. No, madam. My uncle is probably not that kind of person. Whether it is true or not. In this crisis, we should work together. It is certain that a woman from the Dragon Clan will marry into the Qin Mansion. Since there is no way to change it, the only thing you can do is to ask your mother to teach you a few tricks so that the boy from the Qin family will be devoted to you. The concubine vowed that she had the strength. Hearing this, Lu Jianli pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Lan Ningxuan also said, Madam, please teach me quickly. Of course. Concubine Qin continued. First of all, I have told you before that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. In this regard, we must have an advantage. After all, dragons and humans have different tastes, and they will definitely not be able to grasp the essence of cooking. It's strange that you two are eager for success. The last time you went to Lu Mansion, you only learned 60% of my recipes and then stopped learning. I happen to have time today, so I can borrow the Qin Mansion kitchen to learn the remaining 40%. Lan Ningxuan's expression changed when she heard this. When she recalled what she had learned, a sickly sweet taste filled her mouth. Madam, she has already mastered the essence of cooking. That is, no matter what dish is cooked, add a few spoons of sugar first. Madam, it's better to talk about the cooking later. Time is limited now, so I can teach you the next few tricks first. Lan Ningxuan said euphemistically, which was to save face for the concubine. But Lu Jianli didn't understand this and said bluntly, Mom, The food you cook is too unpalatable. My father and husband don't like it. Ningxuang and I have already asked Grandma Lu's cooking skills, so we don't need to teach her anymore. Mississippi. Lan Ningxuang called out awkwardly. Concubine Qing opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. After a long time, the awkward atmosphere improved slightly. Ningxuang is right. Cooking is quite time-consuming, so I won't mention it today. You don't have to be embarrassed about what I'm going to tell you next. It's sexual intercourse. Concubine Qing transformed into an old Ciji and slowly explained the importance of men and women, saying that this was not only for the sake of a harmonious life between husband and wife, but also for the purpose of nurturing the next generation. However, if sexual intercourse is the same, it will naturally make people boring. If there is nothing novel, men will only lose interest. Mom, there are a few tricks here, which can be said to be secrets that have not been passed down. If there is a chance tonight, I will use them to make sure that the kid knows the taste. Having said this, Concubine Qing came to the window, and after confirming that no one was there, she described the secrets of the undisclosed moves. She originally thought that Jianli and Ningxuang would turn red and embarrassed after hearing this, but she saw that their expressions were as usual. That's it? This is completely incomparable with the ones taught by the Lu family's grandma. And even the postures in the storybook are not as good as those in the storybook. Lan Ningxuang thought like this and responded with a few words in a respectful manner. Seeing that Madame's teacup was empty, Lan Ningxuang bent down to make tea. However, accidentally, the storybook in her arms fell out, and the indescribable scene appeared in front of the three of them. Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuang were already used to it. Concubine Qing looked shocked and looked at the illustration and asked, "What is this?" "Mom, this is..." Lu Jianli replied lightly. Lan Ningxuang calmly picked up the book and stuffed it into her arms. According to her opinion, Madame's knowledge should be comparable to that of the Lu family's grandma. Even if she saw these things, she would not be as panicked as she and the young lady were at the beginning. But who could have thought that Lan Ningxuang looked at Concubine Qing again, only to see her eyes dodge, and her face turn crimson under the candlelight. Doesn't Madame know these things? It shouldn't be. Madame? Lan Ningxuang called. Ah? Concubine Qing came back to her senses, and then hesitantly said, "Do you usually read these?" Lan Ningxuang answered truthfully. "When we were in Jinan City, the relationship between the young lady and my uncle was not as harmonious as it is now. Seeing that the young lady was worried about how to get along with her uncle, I followed the maid's suggestion and bought some story books. The young lady imitated the woman inside, and her relationship with her uncle became deeper and deeper. Ningxuang, please take out the script again and let me see it," Concubine Qing said with a blushing face. After taking the storybook, Concubine Qing flipped through the pages, sometimes widening her beautiful eyes, sometimes turning her head away as she couldn't bear to look directly at it. "How can a woman do the postures here? I don't know about that. I have to ask Mississippi." Lan Ningxuang covered her mouth and snickered. There was a touch of pink on the tip of Lu Jianli's ears, and her red lips parted slightly. "Originally, I thought that people who are not martial arts practitioners would not be able to perform those movements. But in fact, it's not that difficult." After hearing this, the concubine looked in disbelief. If she hadn't actually done it, how could she have such an experience? "That's it. That's good. It seems that mother has nothing to teach you about sexual intercourse. Then, you have to find ways to conceive the child before the dragon woman. I asked your father. Although your cultivation level is too high, and it is extremely difficult to conceive an heir, it is not easy for the dragon clan to give birth to an heir due to its strong bloodline talent. You have to hurry up before the dragon girl gets married," the empress concubine solemnly instructed. Hearing this, Lu Jianli nodded slightly. Next, Concubine Qing told some hearsay methods on how to increase the chance of conceiving a child. Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuang both concentrated on it and kept it in mind. They were so engrossed in chatting that they didn't even eat dinner. When night fell, Concubine Qing looked out the window and said, "It's time for you to leave. Mother, you must remember what I just said, and don't forget it." "I know, Mother," Lu Jianli replied. When she opened the door, Concubine Qing seemed to have thought of something, turned around and said, "Ningxuang, do you have more words in your book?" Lying on the bed, Qing Feng recalled what Uniqli said during the day, and sighed in his heart. "I will marry Miss Song in 5 days. How could I have expected such a day when we first met? I don't know if Miss Song can get along well with her after marrying into the Qin mansion. Well, what does this smell like, and why is it so familiar?" Qin Feng sat up from the bed and looked for the scent of the medicine. Lu Jianli, dressed in white, stepped into the room holding the medicine. Madam, this is the medicine. Grandma of the Lu family gave it to me. Sir, let's go to bed early after drinking it. Lu Jianli lifted her hair from her ears, with a light pink color on her face. Qin Feng's expression froze. It seemed like he was going to have to work hard again tonight. Chapter 464. It's easier to get pregnant this way. Madam, don't you have to practice recently? Qin Feng rubbed his waist and asked. Ever since the Dragon Clan and Lao Zhang's family came, Lu Jianli had not practiced at night for several nights in a row, realizing the opportunity to step into the second level. As the saying goes, there is no plowed land, only exhausted cows. What's more, he is not a martial artist, but a weak scholar. How can you afford to keep working like this? But there are not enough spirit beads. Do you need me to ask Xingshan to go to Jinyan City to get some more? Qin Feng asked earnestly when his wife didn't respond. Hearing this, Lu Jianli said softly, Second-grade opportunities are not easy to find. Master has been practicing hard for more than 10 years and has been stuck at the peak of 3rd grade. Although with the help of Xiangdong's spirit beads, I could still make some progress at first. But later, I could no longer feel the slightest change in my body. However, I don't know if it's my misunderstanding. Starting from some time ago, every time I have sex with my husband, I always have some new experiences, as if I am closer to the 2nd level realm. At the end of the words, Lu Jianli's voice became much softer, and Xia Fei's cheeks furrowed. Qin Feng immediately showed a strange look, but he was secretly happy in his heart. He wanted to be gentle and straightforward with me, but he still found such an excuse. Wait, that's not right. With my wife's character, how can she say such a scene? Could it be that having sex with me will really be good for her practice? Qin Feng suddenly thought of the Hongmeng immortal qi in his body, because there was no response from Senior Xian no matter how he called. The Hongmeng immortal qi was still floating on the Divine Sea questioning platform. If there was anything that could promote the lady's practice, the only thing he could think of was the Hongmeng immortal qi. After all, the lady also said that she only started feeling this way some time ago. During this period of time, 2 changes occurred in him. One was that he obtained the Hongmeng immortal qi from the palace treasure house, and the other was that he entered the 5th grade Howren realm. As for the latter, if a Wensheng Taoist has sex with a woman after entering the 5th level Howren realm, it can help the woman enter the high-level realm. That scholar of the Holy Way has long been a favorite in the eyes of everyone, so it is impossible for him to be so unpopular. It's a pity that Senior Xian doesn't respond no matter how he calls. Otherwise, you can ask him. Looking at Madam again, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Madam, actually I have wanted to ask you why you have been standing on your head in the morning these past few days. Is it a new way of practice? At this moment, Lu Jianli was standing upside down in the room with her black hair hanging down. According to Qin Feng's guess, this may be a spiritual martial arts practice that uses strength. But I heard the lady's face turn red, and she softly replied, My mother told me that this would make it easier to get pregnant. Qin Feng's expression froze. Madam, you'd better come down. Why? Lu Jianli asked, puzzled. This method is ineffective. I am a doctor. You have to believe me. Qin Feng looked helpless. After a pause, he spoke again. Your father told me that if we want to have an heir, my cultivation level needs to be at least the 4th level. Now I am already the 5th level Howren realm, leaving the 4th level. Not too far off. However, why does the lady suddenly want a child? If she becomes pregnant, it will affect your practice. Did your parents mention it to you? You don't need to pay attention. We will take our time. Lu Jianli fell lightly to the ground and shook her head. It has nothing to do with my parents. It's what I want. When Qin Feng saw this, he immediately reacted. Is it because I am going to marry Miss Song tomorrow, so my wife feels uneasy and wants a child to maintain our relationship? Thinking of this, Qin Feng, who felt deeply guilty, stood up, came to Lu Jianli, and gently held his wife in his arms. Do you still remember what I said to you in Jinyan City? We will never leave you. We will depend on each other for life and death. All the mistakes are my fault. But don't worry. Madam, I can swear to God that I will never marry anyone else except you and Miss Song in this life. If there is any violation, the sky will thunder. Before the words were written, a thunder suddenly sounded in the clear sky. Qin Feng's expression froze, and he stood there blankly. God was really disrespecting him. Madam, please listen to my explanation. On the other side, Song Xian in Yun Palace felt something in his heart. He raised his eyebrows, and the thunder suddenly dissipated. The Dragon Clan also has a hobby of collecting treasures. So there are naturally a lot of good things in the clan. Apart from anything else. Song Xian has decided that the dowry they give must be more expensive and rarer than the betrothal gift given by the man. This is not only the old man's way of expressing his love for his granddaughter, but also to show the majesty of the Dragon Clan. After taking a look at the piles of betrothal gifts, Song Zong asked, "Do you still need to prepare?" Song Xian replied, "The amount of the bride price will be doubled. By the way, we are getting married tomorrow. Is Phylin ready?" Song Mu has prepared a set of clothes for Phylin from the human race Yuxiafeng. I don't understand these things, so just leave them to her. Nizi, there are a lot of rules for human marriage. Keep in mind what I just told you. Also, take this paper fan, Song Mu warned. Auntie, what is this paper fan for? This paper fan is also called a fan. Before a human girl marries her husband, she must first bow to heaven and earth, and secondly to the high hall, and the husband and wife will bow to each other. During that period, all women had to use this fan to cover their faces. Only during the bridal chamber could they uncover it after listening to the husband's poem about not fanning the fan. Song Mu said with a smile, I see. Tomorrow I will marry the person I have longed for. How are you feeling now? Song Mu joked. It's not much different from usual times. Song Phylin replied lightly, but there was tenderness and joy in her eyes that couldn't be hidden. This was something she had dreamed of doing. How could she not be happy? At this time, you still have to speak harshly. And you are really carved from the same mold as your mother. However, Nizi is really beautiful. And she is not far different from me. Song Mu looked at Song Phylin, who was dressed in red makeup, and recalled the day when her sister got married, and couldn't help but sigh. Sister, if you saw that Phylin could marry the person you love, you would be happy for her from the bottom of your heart. Right? Chapter 465. The 8th day of February is the time to get married. In the Imperial Palace and Imperial Study Room, Emperor Ming was reviewing the memorial and asked, the marriage between the Qin family boy and the Dragon Clan will be tomorrow. Right? Yes, Your Majesty. Eunuchly replied respectfully. Has everything been arranged with the Ministry of Rites? Your Majesty. Please don't worry. We are keeping an eye on you. Yes. Emperor Ming nodded and put down the memorial in his hand. How are you preparing the gift for the Qin family to the Dragon Clan? This is the gift list. Please take a look at it. Your Majesty. Eunuchly handed over the booklet in his hand. After Emperor Ming browsed it, he lowered his head and pondered. And then said, since this marriage is arranged by me, I can't let anyone down. The Dragon Clan is rich. And as we all know, the betrothal gifts given will certainly not be bad. I can't be compared with them. If you double the number on this gift list, you will definitely show the majesty of the royal family. As you command, Your Majesty. Eunuchly bowed and retreated. In the 11th year of Mingda, the 8th day of the 2nd lunar month is a good time to get married. The Qin mansion was decorated with lanterns and colors, and the whole house was filled with red and festive colors. Master Qin, please raise your hand. The maid sent by the Ministry of Rites said softly. By one wears a single lining, a bright red dress, and a gold-threaded black belt. This groom's robe is also custom-made by Yuxiafeng, making it luxurious and delicate. Qin Feng suddenly thought of the scene that seemed to be like this when he got married to his wife. Unexpectedly, the Qin family did not have to contribute to the two weddings. Both were organized by outsiders. There were already crowds of people outside the Qin mansion, in addition to ordinary people watching from a distance and joining in the fun. There were also dignitaries who were preparing to give gifts to build relationships. Qin Feng is now gaining momentum in Fengtian City, and with today's marriage to the Dragon Clan, his future will be limitless, so they will naturally have to be more diligent. At the same time, some officials also regretted it. If they had known this, when Qin Feng became the cabinet bachelor, they should have been more active and find a way to send their daughter to the Qin mansion so that they could also benefit from it. Nowadays, Qin Feng has married two wives. One is Lu Jianli, the darling girl of heaven, and the other is a woman from the Dragon Clan. Then it is naturally impossible for ordinary rouge powder to fall into his eyes again. And facing these two women, even if the other women have any thoughts about Qin Feng, they have to first weigh whether they have the strength. Otherwise they will just feel ashamed. The people watching whispered to each other. Look! Who are the people who come to Master Qin's house to congratulate him? They are basically all officials from the imperial court. I recognize that man. He seems to be the Minister of War. A third-rank official. Hey, that seems to be the apprentice of the Imperial Master of Howlin Academy. The people from Shingonfam are also here. Don't they never appear on such occasions? How can Master Qin be compared with ordinary people? But why don't these people enter the mansion? What do you know? The Dragon Clan hasn't arrived yet. It's rude for them to enter the house at this moment. By the way, when will the Dragon Clan people come? I've been waiting here before dawn. I just want to see what the rumored Dragon Clan looks like when they get married. As soon as the man finished speaking, a loud dragon roar suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked for the sound, and then their eyes widened. I saw a huge black dragon of unknown length on the distant horizon, with teeth and claws, rushing towards here. And at the head of the dragon, there stood a big red sedan chair, and the bride was obviously in it. On top of the dragon body, in addition to the Dragon Clan members, there are countless dowries of various sizes. The dowry is jewel-like and colorful. From a distance, it looks like shining stars. It is extraordinary at first sight. The key is the amount, which is jaw-dropping. When everyone was shocked, in just a moment, the black dragon flew over the Qin mansion, covering the sky and the sun. Another high-pitched dragon roar sounded. The black dragon fell. Its body continued to shrink, until it turned into a human form. It turned out to be Song Min. He carried the huge red sedan on one shoulder and landed it firmly on the ground. The people from the Dragon Clan behind also brought countless dowries to the ground lightly. The people of Fotian City had imagined the scene of the Dragon Clan marrying a girl. The rumored Dragon Clan would naturally be quite grand, but their experience still limits their imagination. A giant dragon lifts a sedan chair and descends from the sky. Even if a royal princess gets married, she may not be able to have such grandeur. Right? When Qin Feng and others heard the roar of the dragon, they knew the Dragon Clan was coming, stepping out of the Qin mansion to greet him. They happened to see the scene of the giant dragon falling. Everyone, including Qin Feng, was stunned. Qin You's mother-in-law, who was waiting outside the house, saw this. Although she had a smile on her face, she was extremely anxious in her heart. Wouldn't it mean that the Dragon Clan's wedding was so grand and pompous that she would be inferior to her own daughter? Looking at the betrothal gifts covering almost half of the street, concubine Qing's heart was in her throat. She secretly pinched Lu Tianlu and said angrily, "Why didn't you arrange more for the dowry you gave Jianli?" Lu Tianlu replied calmly, "Even if the Lu family is emptied, we still can't get such a large amount of gifts." The concubine was at a loss for words when she heard this. This is true. Although Mr. Lu is the auxiliary duke and Lu Tianlu is the commander-in-chief of the Shenhou army, the Lu family is not considered wealthy. After all, a large amount of the family's money is basically used to support the Shenhou army or to support the families of the soldiers. Where is there any spare money? Qin Feng, who was at the gate of the Qin mansion, looked at the red sedan chair with a lot of emotions in his heart. The person sitting there must be Miss Song. It has been more than half a year since we said goodbye to her in Shuliang City. When we meet again, we will get married soon. Who can predict that things in this world are unpredictable? He took a deep breath and stepped forward to help the bride out of the sedan. Suddenly, there was the sound of horse hoofbeats, and Uniquely led a group of people to deliver box after box of betrothal gifts. "Mr. Qin, our family has sent you the betrothal gifts on your Majesty's order. These gifts are all carefully crafted and can be regarded as His Majesty's best wishes." "You?" Uniquely deliberately raised his voice in order to attract everyone's attention and demonstrate His Majesty's generosity and royal majesty. But when he saw the dowry sent by the Dragon Clan, his eyes widened and he paused for words. This Dragon Clan's dowry is a bit too generous, far beyond Eunuch Li's expectations. Beside the sedan, Song Xian, an old man from the Dragon Clan, glanced at the gift brought by Eunuch Li and smiled contemptuously. Qin Feng clasped his fists and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I also thank Eunuch Li." "No need to thank you," Eunuch Li replied with a smile, obviously not as confident as before. Next to the gate of the Qin mansion, Father Qin looked at the dowries and betrothal gifts that almost filled the entire street, feeling secretly happy in his heart. Fortunately, Emperor Ming was responsible for the betrothal gift. Otherwise he, the head of the family, would be embarrassed. But now, it is Emperor Ming who has lost face, and it has nothing to do with him. After the betrothal gifts and dowries were cleared away, the streets were empty again. Song Mu changed from the past, no longer wearing a black dress, but wearing a bright cyan dress. She came to the side of the red sedan and opened the curtain. Everyone held their breath and concentrated, wanting to see what the dragon woman looked like. The white right hand poked out from the curtain, and the bride also fell into the eyes of everyone. Feng Wangxiapi. Splendid red clothes. A red scarf covered her face, and she held a fan in her other hand. Although the face cannot be seen clearly, the light blue eyes and the faint outline under the scarf also make people understand that the bride is absolutely stunning in the world. After all, how bad can a woman from the dragon tribe be? Qin Feng looked at Song Filan dressed in red and was stunned for a moment. Young man from the Qin family, what are you doing standing still? Do you want me to carry the bride to the house for you? Song Mu shouted softly. Oh! Qin Feng came to his senses, trotted forward, and held Song Filan's catkin, which was as delicate and smooth as if it were boneless. The two of them should have been speechless. But at this moment, they didn't know what to say. Joy and tenderness fermented in their hands. Come in with me. Chapter 466. Do you still remember that poem? Qin Feng led Song Filan into the Qin mansion, and the wedding ceremony officially began. This time, no one was disturbing the wedding, so she was naturally very happy. The servants and maids of the house entertained the guests, and the porter announced the names of the guests and recorded the gifts they brought. Master Bao, the Minister of War. A pair of Yuri. Master Jiang, the Minister of Rights. A jade guanine. Master Ming of Piaoxiang Garden. 10,000 taels of gold. The concierge thought of this, and his face froze. If he remembered correctly, Piaoxiang Garden seemed to be a brothel. How could the eldest young master have anything to do with such a place? Could it be? Looking up, he saw a handsome young man, accompanied by two beauties. If Qin Feng were here, he would definitely be extremely surprised, because he had met this person once. And this Ming Gongzi was the current prince. Seeing the weird look on the concierge's face, a beautiful woman asked in a low voice, why did the young master want to give the name of brothel? He could have used the name of Zexinglu. The prince smiled and replied, although the Jiaxing Tower is mine, it cannot be completely mine. What's more, Brother Qin is a wonderful man and will definitely not care about this. With that said, he took the two beauties into the Qin mansion. At this moment, I heard the concierge report. Master Jubazea, here is a treasure to nourish your mind. Master Ye? The prince was stunned when he heard this, and turned around to look. This Mr. Ye is naturally Anya disguised as a man. The two looked at each other, a little embarrassed for a moment. A beautiful lady asked out of curiosity, Sir, do you know this person? I don't know. The prince immediately shook his head, and then stepped into the Qin mansion with the two beauties in his arms. The two of them have special status. Outside the palace, they naturally have to pretend not to know each other to avoid being noticed by interested people. Anya naturally understood it tacitly. She did not follow closely, but glanced at the festive Qin mansion with a somewhat complicated expression. Amid the laughter of everyone, Qin Feng and Song Filan entered the lobby. One is to worship heaven and earth. The other is to worship in the high hall. And the husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is over, and the marriage is complete. Song Filan, who was covering her face with a fan, was brought into the room by the maid. Qin Feng, the groom's official, stayed in the lobby to deal with the guests. Everyone laughed and exchanged cups. Time also passed by minute in this festive atmosphere. Before I knew it, the sky was getting dark. After most people left, the Qin mansion was already in a mess. The servants were busy cleaning. Father Qin drank too much wedding wine today. With some free time, he left the lobby and came to the courtyard, blowing the night wind and looking up at the stars. He thought of Qin Feng's deceased mother and said to himself with a smile, you must have not expected that this kid Fenger is so capable. Not only is he married to Lu Jianli, but he also has a Dragon Clan woman as his wife. I don't know how many men he will envy and marry. It's a pity that you left early and couldn't see the scene with your own eyes. Thinking of this, Qin Jianan's smile slowly faded away. All of this was because of the gods and demons who invaded Fengtian City. On weekdays, he would always use the source of his business trips to pursue clues about the gods and demons. But so far, he only knows that the god and demon disappeared after escaping into the southern territory. He had also sought help from the Imperial Master of the Heavenly Supervisor. But the gods and demons seem to have used some means of shielding the secrets of heaven. And even the Imperial Master of the Heavenly Supervisor could not predict their whereabouts. The turmoil in his heart caused some fluctuations in the energy in Qin's body. The weeds at my feet were crawling on the ground, as if they were being pressed down by boulders. Slight noises rang in his ears. Qin Jianan hurriedly withdrew his energy and turned his head to look. The person coming was none other than Song Zong of the Dragon Clan. Father-in-law, Why don't you stay inside? But why don't you come out for some air? Qin asked with a smile. There is no need to add any further details. I recognized your identity the last time I saw you. When you and Nan Tianlong broke into the Tianqi of the Dragon Clan and proved your power. I still remember the smell of you. But who would have thought that Bei Guisho, who was rumored to be dead, would now be ordinary? Song Zong said lightly. Qin Jianan laughed at himself. In this world, it is not easy to be ordinary. Then again, your Dragon Clan has not married outsiders since ancient times. Why did you think of handing over your daughter to my boy this time? Fei Lanyang died young and has closed her heart since she was a child. It is not easy for her to find someone she likes. Qin Jianan thought of the fiery-tempered dragon woman standing next to Song Zong when he and Nan Tianlong broke into Tianqi. She must be Fei Lan's mother. Dragon Clan has a long lifespan, far longer than that of ordinary people. And I remember correctly, she should be of the Sanlong lineage. As long as the Dragon Ball in her body is not destroyed, she can use the Dragon Ball to restore her life. Song Zong replied, when we found Fei Lanyang, the Dragon Ball in her body had been taken away, and her life was completely gone. The 10-mile land was in dilapidated condition, and even the old man felt palpitated by the lingering aura. The Dragon Clan has been pursuing the existence that killed Fei Lanyang over the years, and finally discovered that existence may have gone to the Tianshan Mountains in the southern territory. Qin Jianan's face darkened. The Tianshan Mountains in the southern region were the habitat of the Garuda tribe. King Garuda's heart was taken away by the Tianjian Imperial Master, and then was destroyed by Shingonghua in Jinan City. This was originally a heavy blow to the Garuda clan. But Yin Zhou said that King Garuda had awakened again. Is all this related to that existence? Qin Jianan guessed. Song Zong shook his head. No one knew all this. At this time, Qin Jianan suddenly thought of something and asked, wait a minute. When did your wife die? 18 years ago in the autumn. Qin Jianan was shocked when he heard this. In the autumn of 18 years ago, he went to the northern territory to fight the demons of the god of cookery. It was also the time when the gods and demons broke into Fengtian City and killed Feng'er's mother. Could it be that the existence Song Zong mentioned was the god and demon who was seriously injured by his master Jinshin Siyu and fled to the southern region? It's in Tianshan. Father Qin looked complicated. Qin Feng, who was a little drunk, returned to the bedroom, pushing open the door and entering. A big word, happy, comes into view. Red candles are set on the table, and incense is curling up. Dressed in red, Song Filan held a fan in her hand and sat quietly by the bed. Beside him, there was a red square scarf, which was exactly what Song Filan used to cover her face. Looking at the graceful figure of the beauty and recalling the past encounters between the two, Qin Feng was filled with emotion. He strolled to the bedside and said softly, Filan. Qin Feng slowly stretched out his right hand and wanted to lift the fan, but was blocked by a white jade hand. Filan. Why is this? Under the fan, Song Filan's face was reddish and her voice was cold. Maya told me that if the groom wants to unveil the fan, he needs to write a fan poem. I see. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. He turned his head and looked out the window and said inexplicably, it's almost done. As soon as he finished speaking, with several roars, brilliant fireworks lit up in the night sky. That was the person from Shingonfang who came to congratulate him. He was specially prepared according to Qin Feng's request. Do you still remember the poem I wrote to you? The east wind blooms flowers on thousands of trees at night, and even blows them down. And the stars are like rain. Chapter 467 Song Filan survives the tribulation. How could Song Filan not remember that poem? That was the poem Qin Feng gave her. It was her poem, and she regarded it as a treasure. At this moment, she looked outside the house and saw the fireworks like falling meteors. Only then did she understand the meaning of the first two lines of the poem. If I said that poem was what I had thought would happen today, would you believe it? Qin Feng asked softly. People looked for him thousands of times, but suddenly looking back, he was in a dimly lit place. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Song Filan's heart seemed to melt. The house is full of guests today, and the candles are shining brightly in the house. Doesn't it compliment the poem? Filan, I miss you so much. As Qin Feng said this, he slowly grabbed Song Filan's white wrist and slowly removed the mask that covered his face. Her skin is like cream, and her eyes are like the bright moon. The light blue eyes are so enchanting that it makes people's heart palpitate. The clear-cut facial features are just right, with a little bit of crimson lips, glowing with vermilion on the jade face. I don't know if it was because of the flickering candles in the room, but Song Filan's cheeks were lightly blushed, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Sure enough, she was exactly the same as what Xu Liancheng had seen in her dream that day. She was a complete beauty. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. After the fireworks and firecrackers died down, the night returned to the silence it should have had. The night wind blew outside, making a rustling sound on the window paper. But for the two people in the room, there was no other sound in their ears. There was only the thumping of the other person's heartbeat, and even breathing. Madam. Qin Feng called softly. Song Filan was stunned when she heard this title, and then her tears fell out of the corners of her eyes, as if they were uncontrollable. These were tears of happiness. She had waited too long for this moment. This room is too hot. I'll undress my wife. Yeah. His voice was as light as a mosquito. The window suddenly closed, and there was only a rustling sound coming from the house. This night is warm and long. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shone into the house, and Qin Feng opened his eyes leisurely, turning his head and looking around. Song Filan was looking at him intently, her head covered with black hair. There is shyness, joy, and tenderness in the eyes. After the mingling of water and milk last night, the dragon beads in Qin Feng's body also returned to Song Filan's body. The Dragon Ball is as important as the heart to the Songlong lineage. After the property was returned to its original owner, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to get up, get dressed, wash up, and then take Filan to meet his parents. But the long legs like a white python were wrapped around his body, making him unable to move. What's wrong? Qin Feng asked curiously. Song Filan replied softly. I want to stay with you for a while. This shy look couldn't help but make Qin Feng's heart flutter. Then lie down a little longer. Half an hour later, the two stood up and dressed. Suddenly, Song Filan seemed to feel something and frowned slightly. Qin Feng, who noticed something strange, asked with concern. What's wrong? Song Filan touched her abdomen and said, Something is wrong. Qin Feng was shocked. What did she mean? She had only slept for one night. Could it be that she had fallen into a deep state of consciousness? No, it's impossible. Fei Lan is from the Songlong lineage of the Dragon Clan, and the difficulty of conceiving an heir is probably even higher than that of Jianli. Jianli and I have tried so many times but no response. How could Filan be so fast? Moreover, even if she was pregnant, she wouldn't be able to feel it overnight. Qin Feng was shocked and doubtful. So he used his double pupil power and looked at the opponent. Then she saw a round bead in Song Filan's body emitting a burst of golden light and sweeping across her body. It was obviously a dragon bead. The powerful qi machine was like a strong wind, blowing the decorations in the room to pieces. Song Fei's blue eyes glowed with light, and her green hair fluttered, gradually turning into silvery white. Not only that, the silver dragon scales appeared on her skin, making her look gleaming and unbelievably beautiful. But she seemed to be in great pain, biting her red lips, cold sweat dripping from her forehead, and said with difficulty, Quick! Stay away from me! Qin Feng was extremely anxious. Madam, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. I think I'm about to break through. What? Qin Feng was shocked. Is it so sudden? At the same time, dark clouds swept over the Qin mansion, and the darkness seemed to overturn the entire Fengtian city. There was lightning and thunder in the dark clouds, but it turned into a sea of thunder in just a few moments. This sudden scene not only shocked everyone in the Qin mansion, but also frightened the people in Fengtian city. What's going on? Is there another demon that wants to invade the imperial capital? In the lobby, Ernyan looked at the sky, feeling a suffocating sense of oppression, as if the sky was falling. Master, what is going on? Father Qin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the room where Qin Feng was. At the lake pavilion, Lan Ningxuan looked up at the sky with a surprised expression. Miss, someone is about to break through. Lu Jianli replied softly, then disappeared in a flash. Song Filan is from the Songlong lineage, with strong bloodline and amazing natural talent. When she was in Jinong City, in order to hide her identity from others and prevent others from coveting the Dragon Ball, she deliberately suppressed her cultivation. However, in fact, she has already entered the peak state of the 6th level calamity power, and is only one step away from the 7th level state. But for all things in the world, there is an eternal truth. That is the higher realm. Even if it is only a short distance away from the breakthrough, it cannot be achieved overnight. It requires years of accumulation or some kind of opportunity. Song Filan herself was actually quite puzzled by this sudden change, because there were no signs at all before. A bolt of thunder struck down from the sky above the Qing mansion, carrying frightening power. When you enter the 7th rank from the 6th rank, what you need to face is not an ordinary catastrophe, but the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth, which is naturally very powerful. Get away! Song Filan was anxious and pushed Qin Feng out of the window. With a bang, the thunder, as huge as a dragon, shattered the roof, and their new house was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. Seeing this, Qin Feng called anxiously, Filan! He wanted to rush into the ruins, but a beautiful figure in white stopped in front of him out of thin air. It was Lu Jianli. Madam, Fei Lan. Lu Jianli sensed it and said softly, It's okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a graceful figure rose into the sky among the piles of broken rubble. There were 2 dragon horns on his forehead, and his silver hair was blowing in the wind. The thin silver scales all over his body shone brightly in the dim sky. The first thunderbolt did not cause much damage to her, but Qin Feng understands that this is just the beginning. When Lu Jianli faced the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth in Wanjian sect, he still vividly remembers the unmatched power of heaven. Sure enough, the dark clouds rolled again, and a sea of thunder boiled. The 2nd thunderbolt gathered momentum and fell, perhaps because he didn't want the heavenly catastrophe to damage the Qin mansion and threaten the people he valued most. Song Filan resolutely flew into the sky. The tiny figure collided with the huge thunder, bursting out with bright light. Chapter 468 Heavenly Locked Netherworld. The changes in Fengtian City naturally attracted the attention of the people of the Dragon Clan, who had not left. In the Cloud Palace, Mr. Song Chuan said in surprise, Filan, are you about to break through? This girl is so reckless. The Sanlong lineage has stepped into the realm of 7-turn calamity, and the hegemony of heaven and earth they have to face proves to be quite powerful. Why didn't she suppress it and wait until the Dragon Clan Tianqi was fully prepared before making a breakthrough? Song Mu looked worried at the silver body that collided with the thunder in the sky. Song Zong said in a deep voice, Given Filan's situation, we are still far from being able to prove the hegemony of heaven and earth. When they got married yesterday, the aura in her body was still stable. Why did she change like this after not seeing her overnight? Could it be because the Dragon Ball returned to her body? Song Mu guessed. Song Zong shook his head. It has nothing to do with Dragon Ball. I can feel that there is a mysterious aura in Fei Lan's body at this moment. Perhaps it was that aura that made her realize the opportunity for a breakthrough. The 3rd thunder is coming. The old man Song Xian looked solemn. Naturally, each thunderbolt from the heavenly tribulation was more violent than the last. But Song Filan, as a member of the Sanlong lineage, had a strong body and could face the first few thunderbolts with ease. But as long as the thunder in the sky did not stop and the dark clouds dissipated, Qin Feng's heart would always be hanging on, and he could not let go. After all, Lu Jianli was also under the Wanjian sect's Wanjian sword formation, and easily dealt with the 9 thunder tribulations. But the last one was the real killing move. As the number of thunders continued to increase, faint traces of blood appeared on Song Filan's body. When Qin Feng saw this, he was extremely anxious. Madam, can you help her fight against the seal of the hegemony of heaven and earth? Lu Jianli shook his head and replied softly. The power of the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth is closely related to the strength of the person who should be robbed. If I help her, the power of the tribulation will also increase accordingly. This is also the reason why Master and the others did not take action at the beginning. She could only survive this confirmation of hegemony of heaven and earth on her own. Qin Feng was extremely anxious after hearing this. Song Filan's calamity came suddenly, and she was not prepared at all. As the power of the calamity increased, the latter was likely to face a life-or-death crisis at any time. On the roof of Haowen Academy's climbing tower, Su Lixian looked at the dark clouds in the sky and raised his brows. After all, it is the Sanlong lineage, and the proof of the hegemony of the world is really extraordinary. If I guess correctly, this should be the 9th heavenly thunder tribulation. However, why did she choose to break through here? Without the blessing of the Dragon Clan Tianqi, it would not be easy to survive this disaster safely. Master, is my junior brother's wife in danger? The white-robed and white-haired Imperial Master Tian Jian did not reply when he heard this, but he looked deep into the dark clouds, with a solemn look in his eyes. When the thunder came to the 7th path, Song Filan's fine silver scales were already covered with blood marks. Qin Feng looked into his eyes, and his whole heart was in his throat. At this moment, a dense aura overflowed from the Dragon Ball in Song Filan's body and circulated around her body. It not only repaired the wounds all over her body, but also restored her chi to its peak. Not only that, even the fine silvery scales on her surface began to flow with colorful light. What's going on? Song Mumei's eyes widened. It's the strange aura in Phylan's body that moved, Song Zong said, feeling slightly relieved. Su Lixian looked shocked. It turned out to be Hongmeng immortal chi. Why does she have this thing on her body? As a high-level scholar, he naturally knows far more than others that Hongmeng immortal chi has long disappeared in the long river of ancient history. There is very little Hongmeng immortal chi left in the world. How can it reappear? With the help of Hongmeng's immortal energy, Song Phylan, who had returned to her peak, was able to continue to fight against Tian Wei. When Qin Feng saw the seven-color aura, he was also shocked, because he was very familiar with that aura. It was the Hongmeng immortal chi in his divine sea. But why does Fei Lan have this thing on her body? Qin Feng was puzzled. At this time, a familiar voice sounded in my mind. You borrowed the Dragon Ball to keep the Hongmeng immortal chi in your body. Now that the Dragon Pearl has returned to its original owner, a little of the Hongmeng immortal chi is attached to the Dragon Ball. The reason why this woman was suddenly able to open the seal of hegemony of heaven and earth was precisely for this reason. Senior Xian? Qin Feng said in surprise. Where have you been before? Why didn't you respond when I called for the Pearl of Light? There are high-level beings among the Dragon Clan who are constantly searching for the dragon beads in your body. Before, they were far away and could not detect my existence. However, after he came to Fontian City, his perception was far higher than before. If I responded to you at that time, I would inevitably be discovered by him. So I blocked my breath. In the Divine Sea, Xian Yi appeared and replied calmly. If the Dragon Ball hadn't returned to Song Phylan's body, he wouldn't have manifested it at this moment. I see. Qin Feng understood, and then asked, Senior Xian, with the help of Hongmeng's immortal energy, she should be able to survive the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth safely. Right? On the contrary, Xian Yi said in a deep voice, blessings are where misfortune lies, and misfortunes are where blessings lie. While the Hongmeng immortal chi helps her, it will also increase the power of the heavenly tribulation to a new level. The 9 heavenly thunder tribulation is not the full picture of the heavenly tribulation. The real danger is just about to come. What? Qin Feng looked up quickly. While the two were talking, the 9th thunder struck down. Song Phylan exerted all her strength, her graceful body leaving a long shadow high in the sky. The short blade glowing with silver light in his hand flew around. And finally, after some entanglement, it destroyed the most powerful thunder. Seeing this, Song Mu breathed a sigh of relief. At this age, we have entered the realm of the 7th level of calamity. I am afraid that Nizi will surpass you as a father in the future. Hey, why are you looking like this? She should not be happy that she has survived the catastrophe. The calamity is not over yet. Song Zong looked solemn. How is that possible? Hearing this, Song Mu looked at the sky again, and then his eyes widened. Above Fontian City, the continuous dark clouds did not dissipate, but became deeper and thicker. Within a moment, a ray of purple light broke through the dark clouds, and then transformed into the shape of a chain in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Heavenly locked netherworld. In Qin Feng's mind, Senior Xian said this. In this heavenly tribulation, the power of space can imprison the body and soul of the person who has overcome the tribulation, unable to avoid it, unable to resist it. Those who are bound will be annihilated by the fire of the netherworld. Qin Feng looked astonished. According to what the senior said, isn't she bound to die? This catastrophe is an ancient catastrophe. It should not have happened now. It was all caused by sensing Hongmeng's immortal energy. Xian Yi sighed, as if he had seen the ending of Song Phylan. How could it be? Senior Xian, you must have something to do. Right. Qin Feng said anxiously. The two had just gotten married. How could he accept this reality? The chains in the dark clouds continued to extend, and the powerful pressure actually caused the space to begin to distort. In Fontian City, the sound of clicking is endless. It is the sound of the city protection barrier being overwhelmed and constantly breaking. Xian Yi, who pondered for a moment, replied like this. There is no way to do it. The heavenly locked netherworld uses the power of space to imprison those who overcome the tribulation. If the yin and yang can be reversed and the 8 trigrams can be transposed, the space can be disrupted and a glimmer of hope can be found for the woman. But this is not easy. Chapter 469, Yin and Yang Twist. Bogwai transposes. Above the cloud palace, Song Qian also recognized Tiansu netherworld tribulation. with a solemn expression, hearing the old man telling the solution. Song Mu turned his head and looked at Song Zong and said excitedly, "Didn't you awaken your natal magical power of the power of space? Hurry up and find a way to save that Nizi." Song Zong clenched his fists and shook his head. "It's not within my power to make the 8 diagrams transpose and reverse the yin and yang." The use of the power of space naturally has strong and weak points. Although Song Zong is powerful, it is obviously not able to reach this level. Of course, he couldn't just watch his beloved daughter die from a natural disaster. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind. "Old man, for the position of leader of the Dragon Clan, you should find another one." As soon as these words came out, Song Xian and Song Mu both understood what he meant. He wanted to sacrifice himself to save Phylon. The yin and yang are reversed, and the 8 trigrams are transposed. Why do these words seem so familiar? Qin Feng was stunned when he suddenly remembered the Chiman Bagua jade in his arms. When he got this treasure in Qiyuan City, there was this description on the golden text that appeared. Could it be that Chiman Bagua jade can save Phylon? While he was excited, his expression froze. Although the Chiman Bagua jade has such powerful power, it also requires a lot of strength from the user. With his 5th grade Howren realm strength, how could he use this jade to perform Bagua translocation? High in the sky, Song Phylon looked at the purple chain that continued to extend, and a deep feeling of powerlessness came to her heart. That is a kind of power that cannot be resisted. He had obviously achieved what he had dreamed of. So why did he suffer this fate? Song Phylon looked down at Qin Feng, tears welling up in her eyes. She seemed to want to see her beloved one more time before she died. At least she has no regrets in this life. Feeling Song Phylon's determination, Qin Feng became even more anxious, and he hurriedly explained the matter of Chiman Bagua jade to Xian He. "Senior Xian, can you help me? Chiman Bagua jade? There is such a treasure in the world." Xian He paused and then responded, "Although I have very little strength left, I should be able to use the Hongmeng immortal qi in your body to help you activate this treasure. Please take out the jade pendant." The purple light chains broke through the dark clouds and manifested, and everyone was able to see the whole scene, entwined like a group of snakes, making people scalp numb. All the people in the city felt it was difficult to breathe, and their bodies were lying on the ground as if they were out of control. At this moment, their life and death were no longer under control. Heaven and earth returned to silence. "What calamity is this? Why is it so powerful?" Su Lixian was shocked. Yang Qian and Fei Sun also hurried up to the top floor. "Master, my junior brother's wife." At such a critical moment, Master Tianjian's frown slowly relaxed. The heavenly locked netherworld tribulation is a blessing among misfortunes. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 people were stunned. Could it be that the Tianjian Imperial Master had a way to deal with it? The entangled chain spread out in all directions, like a big net that was thrown towards Song Phylon. The spread was not large, but it was inevitable, using the power of space to imprison your physical body and soul. What will happen even if you escape to the ends of the earth? Lu Jianli frowned slightly. With her strength, she could naturally feel the power of this catastrophe. At this time, a figure passed by her, turning his head and looking around. He saw Qin Feng taking a step forward and looking at the sky with a determined look. "What are you going to do? You cannot resist this calamity," Lu Jianli reminded. "I know, but I have to do something." As soon as he finished speaking, a white light array appeared at Qin Feng's feet, emitting a dazzling light. Above Yun Palace, seeing that things were not improving, Song Zong let out a breath and said to Song Mu and the old man beside him, "From now on, Phylon will be taken care of by you. If that kid dares to betray her in the future, take action for me." Lesson. Hearing this, Song Mu showed a complicated expression. At this moment, a white light shot into the sky. Several people looked around and saw that the white light turned into a huge formation in the high altitude, occupying almost a quarter of Fontian City. What surprised them even more was that in the middle of the white formation, a figure stood in the air. It turned out to be that kid from the Qin family. Qin Feng? What is he doing? He is seeking death. Song Mu was extremely anxious. Song Phylon's beautiful eyes were widened and her face turned pale with fear. Get out of the way. The net-like chains are so close. And at this distance, Qin Feng will also be caught in them. Although the other party's move moved her deeply, she hoped Qin Feng could live a good life. However, Qin Feng could not hear these words at this moment. With the help of Senior Xian, he had a mysterious feeling. He felt that he was so awesome that he could turn his hands into clouds and rain. He looked at the Chiman Bagua jade in his hand and held it firmly. The shape of the universe and 8 trigrams manifested on the white formation. With Qin Feng's soft drink, the formation burst out with intense white light, dispelling the dark sun covered by dark clouds. The yin and yang reversed, and the 8 trigrams transposed. Is this? Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. How could junior brother Qin have such a method? Senior brother Yang, do you know what kind of formation this is? Fei Sun said in surprise. Yang Qian shook his head. Formations involving the way of space were rare, and formations that could reverse yin and yang were unheard of. This kid? The space imprisoned by the heavenly locked netherworld has been reversed. Phylan has a chance to break through this disaster. Song Zong, who was already involved in the way of space, widened his eyes. At the Juku River, the lake water surges. The space in Fotian City was chaotic, and even the prisoners in the 9 levels prison began to become restless. The white-haired and black-bearded Jinshenzi raised his brows slightly and flicked the fishing rod in his hand, and the turbulent lake water instantly returned to calm. My disciple really gave birth to a good son. In the moment when the white light shone, Song Phylan found that she had regained control of her body and soul. And as long as you regain your mobility, you will have the capital to struggle. She turned her head and looked at Qin Feng in the center of the white formation. She knew that all these changes were caused by the latter. While there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, he was also extremely firm. Maintaining such a formation would definitely require a lot of consumption. She had to smash those purple light chains as quickly as possible to find the glimmer of hope. The silver-white dagger in his hand glowed with a fierce light. Song Phylan's long silver-white hair fluttered as she resolutely moved towards the chains that were entangled due to space chaos. The graceful figure drew a long shadow in the air, and the purple chain was constantly breaking in the silver light. Her speed was getting faster and faster, and the silver-white light was like the Milky Way blocked by a catastrophe. This has surpassed her original strength. Is this girl enlightened? Song Mu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Song Zong said happily, the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth is both a danger and an opportunity. It is the only path for the strong. My natal magical power of space was also born when I passed through this tribulation. I think Phylan also realized the new natal magical power. Qin Feng, who was struggling to maintain the formation, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that there were fewer and fewer chains in the sky. However, Xian Yi's voice sounded in his mind. With your strength, if you don't take back this formation, I'm afraid it will be in danger. Senior, wait a little longer. It will be soon. At the same time as he responded, a crack appeared on Qin Feng's Divine Seek Questioning Heart platform. Chapter 470 is the Heart Question platform damaged. There were fewer and fewer chains under the dark clouds, and Qin Feng's body began to falter. There were more and more cracks on the Shanghai Asking Heart platform, and his face turned extremely pale. Lu Jianli below saw something was wrong, but she also understood that nothing she could do could stop the other party at this moment. Just like when he was in Wanjin sect, facing the irresistible power of thunder, only Qin Feng rushed forward without hesitation. Only the last piece of Tiansua is left. Song Phylan turned into an afterimage and rushed towards the last chain. Such a magnificent sight naturally attracts the attention of most people. They seem to see a long silver-white dragon fighting with Tianwei with an arrogant expression. Boom! The last chain fell apart in the surprised eyes of the world. Deep in the dark clouds, a golden light flashed, and an inaudible snort disappeared into the roar. Song Phylan stood high in the sky, and the energy in her body became stronger and stronger. It was the realm of 7-turn calamity power. When the dark clouds covering Fotian City dissipated and the sky returned to clarity, she excitedly looked at Qin Feng's location. The latter withdrew the white light array, smiled palely at her. Then his eyes went dark, and he fell in the air. This sudden scene frightened everyone who was paying attention here. A white figure flashed over and held Qin Feng firmly in his arms. It was Lu Jianli. Song Phylan fell down instantly and looked at the unconscious Qin Feng with an anxious expression. At this moment, the joy of her breakthrough had long been replaced by worry. Qin Feng was in coma for a day and a night. Everyone in the Qin mansion was extremely anxious. They searched many doctors in the city to no avail. The Lu family even entered the palace to invite the imperial doctor, but they still had no clue. Yang Qian and Fei Sun from Haowen Academy came to visit. The former, as a high-level Baigui Taoist, saw some clues. Only Yang Qian said in a deep voice, the soul was seriously damaged, so it fell into a coma. Fortunately, its foundation was not damaged. But the word stopped abruptly in the middle of the sentence, and Yang Qian seemed to not know how to say it. But this appearance made the rest of the Qin family even more worried. Fei Sun also said anxiously, "But what? Senior brother can make it clear." After glancing at the people in the room, Yang Qian finally sighed and said, "If I'm not mistaken, junior brother Qin's platform for asking questions is damaged." "What?" Fei Sun's eyes widened when he heard this. The rest of the people also showed complicated expressions. Although they did not practice Wensheng Taoism, they also knew what the questioning heart platform meant to Wensheng Taoist Eru. As an ordinary woman, Erin Yang noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere. So she asked, "Why don't you talk anymore? What is the heart question platform? What impact will it have on Fomer if it is broken?" Lan Ningxuang said with red eyes, "If the platform for asking one's heart is damaged, I will no longer be able to practice the Wensheng Taoism." When Erin Yang heard this, her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Father Qin supported her in time. She looked at Qin Feng, who was unconscious on the bed, and choked with sobs. Fomer has finally stepped into the path of literary saint. With today's achievements, how can it become like this? It's all my fault. Song Filan blamed herself. Song Mu immediately said, "No one wants this to happen." Then she turned her head and looked at Yang Qian and asked, "Does Master Tianjin have a way to repair the questioning heart platform?" These words were like the last straw that everyone grasped, and they all looked away. Yang Qian pondered and then replied, "We can only ask the master for help. But don't have too high expectations. There has never been a precedent for repairing the heart questing platform." Lu Jianli, who had been standing quietly next to Qin Feng, lightly opened his lips. "No one has ever been able to cure damaged meridians before me. I trust him, and it will be fine." After Yang Qian and his wife left the Qin mansion, they went to Howing Court without stopping, arrived at the top of the Dingtian Tower, and then told the Tianjin Imperial Master all about Qin Feng's situation. Su Lixian looked complicated, but this result was also within his expectation. The junior brother used a formation that far exceeded his own ability, so the backlash he received was naturally huge. But he also admired the little junior brother very much. So he turned his head and looked at the Tianjin Imperial Master standing by the railing, hoping that the master could come up with some countermeasures. A gust of night wind blew by, blowing the white hair of the Imperial Master, and also blew away the dark clouds that blocked the bright moon. Imperial Master Tianjin looked up at the sky, his brows slowly unfurling. Blessing lies where misfortune lies, and misfortune lies where blessing lies. For him, this may or may not be an opportunity. "Master, what do you mean by this?" The Imperial Master Tianjin did not answer. Qin Feng regained consciousness and knew that everyone in the room was waiting anxiously. But he couldn't control his body and couldn't even reply. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard senior brother Yang say that his platform of inquiry was broken. Fortunately, he could still control his mind and go to the Divine Sea to check the situation. And the fact is just as senior brother Yang said. The surface of his heart-asking platform covered with golden light is already riddled with holes. Surprise, loss, confusion, and helplessness stirred in Qin Feng's heart. In this world, he knows very well what it means if he loses the capital to become stronger. But he has no regrets. Even if God gives him another chance, he will still choose to save Filan. After all, if a man has the ability to save the woman he loves but turns a blind eye, that would be the real tragedy. The phantom of Senior Xian Yi appeared and looked at the heart-questing platform, then raised his head to look at Thunder Jingqi and the projection of fate stars all over the sky, and then let out a light sigh. "Senior Xian, from now on, I'm afraid I will become an ordinary person." Qin Feng laughed at himself. "Not necessarily." "Huh?" Qin Feng heard this and asked excitedly, "Could it be that Senior has a way to repair my questioning platform?" The broken platform of the questioning heart means that the foundation of the Wensheng Dao is damaged. How can I repair it? Senior, are you entertaining me? Qin Feng had a strange look on his face. Xian Yi explained, "I can't repair it. But that doesn't mean you can't do it yourself. What do you mean by this? Senior?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. "Generally speaking, if the foundation of a Wensheng Taoist is damaged, the righteousness will not gather. The Wenqi will dissipate, and even the life star will lose its connection with you. But look at the sea of righteous clouds above your head, and the stars in the sky." Qin Feng looked up and found that the righteousness and destiny stars in his divine sea had not been eliminated because of the damage to his heart-asking platform. In fact, the connection between those destiny stars and him was even stronger than usual. "Senior Xian, what's going on?" Such strange phenomena were also beyond Xian Yi's cognition. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Entering the Tao through literature and pulling the stars of destiny have always been one for each person throughout the ages. If such a situation occurs, it may be because you have attracted countless destiny stars inexplicably. I do have an idea. You can give it a try. Senior, what can we do?" Qin Feng asked excitedly. For him at this moment, any possibility is a life-saving straw. Guide the destiny star. Implicate Hongming's immortal energy. And introduce the heart-questing platform. The ancient Hongyang immortal energy is used to recast the heart-asking platform. Chapter 471. Like more than anyone else. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment when he used Hongming's immortal energy to recast the heart-asking platform. And then asked, "Is such a thing really possible?" Xian Yi replied, "I have tried this method before." Qin Feng's face was filled with joy, and he said excitedly, "Could it be that the reason why Senior is so powerful is because he used Hongyang immortal qi to recast the questioning heart platform? It's a pity that it failed." Xian Yi's white shadow shook his head regretfully. "You failed and you're talking nonsense with me here." Qin Feng's expression immediately froze. Xian Yi, who saw Qin Feng's thoughts, explained, "My questioning heart platform is intact, and if I want to recast it, I must be determined to survive. At that time, gods and demons were in turmoil. If I destroyed my self-inquiry platform and failed to recast it, how could I still have the strength to fight against the gods and demons who came to this world? But if the seniors can't succeed, how can the juniors do it?" Qin Feng asked worriedly. The white shadow comforted him. "It doesn't matter. I believe you can succeed." Qin Feng's face was moved. The senior actually thought so highly of me. Could it be that he saw that I was a literary prodigy who could only be seen in 1,000 years? Unexpectedly, Xian Yi said again, "Anyway, your heart-asking platform is damaged. Even if it fails, there will be no loss. Forehead, it seems reasonable." Qin Feng took a deep breath. Now that the matter is over, what else is there to hesitate? He calmed down and carefully felt the projection of life stars all over the sky. And those white destiny stars, as if responding to him, emitted dazzling white light. "Activate the Qi machine and try to draw Hongming's immortal energy," Xian Yi said. Qin Feng nodded slightly. His mind moved. And then the white light of those live stars extended and flew towards the Hongming immortal qi on the platform. However, Hongming immortal qi is an ancient thing. How can it be so easy to control? As soon as those white lights came into contact with Hongming's immortal energy, they melted one after another. Qin Feng's soul felt like it was being burned, and he was in unbearable pain. The white life star has long been connected to his divine Qi, and if it gets backlash, it will naturally have an impact on him. Qin Feng continued to grit his teeth and persist. How could the road to becoming stronger be smooth sailing? When Bifang's fire poison was raging in his body, when he visualized the thunderous righteousness diagram, the pain he suffered was far beyond the current moment. Moreover, the 100 years of loneliness in the academy also made his mentality far beyond ordinary people. When Xian saw this, he couldn't help but nodded. The qi of the Fate Star was constantly being dissolved, but the Hongming immortal qi never showed any movement. If it weren't for the large number of life stars in Qin Feng's divine Qi, he would have long since lost the capital to continue to draw Hongming's immortal energy under such consumption. And as time continued to pass, under the continuous pull of the Fate Star Qi machine, a wisp of the motionless Hongming immortal qi was finally pulled out. Qin Feng was extremely excited, but he did not dare to take it lightly. He carefully induced the immortal energy to flow into the heart question platform. If the heart-asking platform is intact, it will undoubtedly be very difficult to guide the immortal energy into it. However, the damaged heart-questing platform gave Hongming's immortal energy an excellent entrance. That wisp of immortal energy penetrated through the crack, and then slowly repaired the crack under Qin Feng's surprised eyes. Not only that, the repaired cracks are still glowing with colorful light. "Senior!" Qin Feng called excitedly. "Yes! Once you guide the immortal energy to fill the cracks in the asking heart platform, the asking heart platform can be recast." Xian Yi's white shadow rubbed his chin and murmured, "Yeah." Qin Feng nodded heavily. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning, but once you have successful experience, it will naturally become easier. Qin Feng channeled Hongming's immortal energy faster and faster, and the damaged heart-questing platform was constantly being repaired. But in the face of the huge number of cracks, this is still a huge project and cannot be completed in a short time. Time passed day by day, but Qin Feng, who was lying on the bed, showed no sign of waking up. During this period, Lu Jianli and Song Filan always stayed by his side and never left. Miss, you haven't rested for 3 days and 3 nights. You might as well go and take a nap for a while. I will take care of you, Lan Ningxuang said with concern. Song Mu, who came to visit, also said, Easy. Go get something to eat. You have just stepped into the realm of 7-turn calamity power. Your cultivation needs to be stable. How can you be so hurtful? The two of them seemed not to have heard anything and remained motionless. Seeing this scene, Lan Ningxuang and Song Mu looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and silently exited the room. Outside the house, Fei Sun asked, How is junior brother Qin? Lan Ningxuang sighed. My uncle hasn't woken up yet. Did the Tianjin Imperial Master say anything? Everyone in the Qin mansion looked at Fei Sun, who replied truthfully, Master just said, Don't worry. Just wait quietly. We still have to wait. Ernyang was worried. 3 days and 3 nights have passed. When will it be the end? Master, will Fenger never wake up? Ernyang asked with red eyes. Father Qin comforted him and said, Fenger has his own destiny. He will be fine. What's more, the Imperial Master Tianjin also said there is no need to worry. In the quiet room, Lu Jianli and Song Filan said nothing. After a long time, Song Filan looked blaming herself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't opened the seal of hegemony of heaven and earth, he wouldn't have suffered this disaster. Hearing this, Lu Jianli turned sideways and replied softly, It has nothing to do with you. This is all his own choice. Just like when I was in the 10,000 Sword sect to overcome the tribulation. When the Red Thunder came to the world, it was him who rushed forward without hesitation. He himself is such a person. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that she fell in love with him deeply. Lu Jianli added silently in his heart, with both worry and tenderness in his eyes. Hearing this, Song Filan asked softly, Can you tell me what happened during the Wanjin sect? Lu Jianli glanced at the unconscious Qin Feng and began to dictate slowly, listening to everything that happened during the tribulation. Even the observer Song Filan felt his heart in his throat. Fortunately, that was only in the past after all, not happening in the present. From that thrilling experience, Song Filan also understood that there was a deep relationship between Qin Feng and Lu Jianli. It seems that you like him very much. Song Filan had a complicated mood. Well, I like him more than anyone else, Lu Jianli said truthfully. When I heard that he wanted to enter the ring to marry you, I actually didn't want to agree. But I am very grateful to you for saving his life with the Dragon Ball when he was in Shuliang City. I know you care about him too. And that's enough. After the words fell, Lu Jianli gently brushed Qin Feng's hair on his forehead, hoping that the other party would wake up soon. After Song Filan heard about it, she also started to talk about her encounter with Qin Feng, including the life and death crises she experienced again and again. Lu Jianli listened quietly and did not interrupt. Until the end, Song Filan hesitated for a moment and said, So for one thing, I think what you said is wrong. What's wrong? You said you like him more than anyone else. But I should like him more than you. Chapter 472, Use one's own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. The atmosphere in the room fell into silence once again. Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other. In the previous conversation, they both recognized each other, but they are not willing to admit defeat. On the other side, Qin Feng, who was lying on the couch, had actually woken up. After 3 days and 3 nights of guidance, he finally used Hongnang Immortal Qi to repair all the cracks in the questioning heart platform. At this moment, the surface of the heart questioning platform in the Divine Sea is emitting colorful light. And Qin Feng had a vague feeling that although his cultivation was still at the 5th grade Howren realm, his strength was stronger than before. Originally, he wanted to get up directly and share the joy of regaining it with the 2 ladies. But Song Filan's last words were like a basin of cold water, dousing his excited heart and making him tremble. What's going on? I seem to smell a faint smell of gunpowder. What happened between the 2 of them when I recast the questioning platform? Why does Fei Lan say that he likes this more than you for no reason? The Shura field is undoubtedly the Shura field. What Qin Feng was most worried about finally happened. At this moment, he only felt like a light on his back and a lump in his throat. He just hoped that the 2 of them would not find out that he had woken up. Otherwise, the flames of war would most likely burn him. When that time comes, which side will he choose? The palms and backs of my hands are full of flesh, so it doesn't work which way I choose. Why do women only give men single-choice questions and not multiple-choice questions? Don't let me have a choice. I want them all, Qin Feng said happily in his heart. and then chose the only way to escape pretending to be dead. He has decided that as long as these two people don't leave, he will keep pretending to be unconscious until someone leaves early. This will definitely be a protracted battle, but he is mentally prepared. However, at this moment, Lu Jianli and Song Filan both looked at him. Did you notice? Song Filan asked. Yeah. Lu Jianli nodded slightly. What do you mean? What did these two people find? Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Since you're awake, why don't you open your eyes? Song Filan asked in confusion. Lu Jianli also said, your heartbeat and breathing are messed up. Sir. Oops. It's too much. Qin Feng almost forgot that one of these two people was a third-grade sword god, and the other was at Sanlong, who was in the realm of 7th-level tribulation power. With such a high level of cultivation, it was easy for them to sense his popularity. It was ridiculous that he still wanted to muddle through. Yu opened her eyes. Qin Feng stood up and said with a dry smile, both ladies are here. Although he looked like this on the surface, he was panicking in his heart. Even if it was the power of the life-destroying thunder, Qin Feng could face it calmly. But facing the Shura field between wives, he really had no confidence. He quickly simulated possible situations in his mind and thought about how to deal with them. But the next development was far beyond his expectation. Lu Jianli and Song Filan both rushed over and clung to his arms. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the worry and anxiety were finally relieved at this moment. Qin Feng was stunned. With a look of relief on his face, he patted the two of them on the back and said softly, I'm sorry for making you two ladies worried. The news that Qin Feng had woken up quickly spread throughout the Qin mansion, and everyone came to visit one after another. Yang rubbed her red eyes and smiled. Just wake up. Just wake up. Feng, you haven't eaten for such a long time. Do you need me to ask the kitchen to make some porridge for you? Father Qin asked with concern from the side. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuang stepped into the house, with porridge in their hands. They had obviously considered this. Song Filan also followed closely behind the two of them, looking at the steaming porridge and side dishes with some reluctance. How could she have imagined that Lu Jianli, who was well known in Dakian, was not only gifted with great swordsmanship, but also knew the cooking skills of her daughter's family? She originally thought that the porridge was just superficial and tasted bad. But after taking a secret taste, she was surprised to find that it tasted really good. Seeing this scene, Song Mu secretly pulled Nizi away and asked in a low voice, What's going on? Auntie, can you cook? I want to learn. Song Filan's tone was a little aggrieved. Naturally, she didn't want to fall behind others. Song Mu was stunned when he heard this. Your aunt and I have lived for so many years. In addition to having unparalleled beauty, I also know everything about astronomy and geography. Is there anything I can't do? Song Filan's eyes lit up. That cooking skill. It wasn't until you reminded me today that I suddenly realized that I don't know how to cook those ordinary things that come from my daughter's house. Song Mu winked playfully. And the meaning was obvious, want to learn cooking? You got the wrong guy. Seeing Nizi's lonely look, she turned her head and glanced inside the house again. Lu Jianli was feeding Qin Feng porridge. The scene was warm and comfortable. This was beyond Song Mu's expectation. She had secretly observed Lu Jianli when the Dragon Clan came to the Qin mansion to discuss marriage. Although she is extremely talented and has great swordsmanship, she is obviously unsophisticated. Nizi will definitely not suffer too much loss in his hands when she marries into the Qin mansion. But she never expected that such a young third-grade sword god would have the time to learn the craftsmanship of these daughters. He was truly a formidable enemy that should not be underestimated. Could it be that he learned this from the beautiful woman from the Lu family? After thinking for a moment, Song Mu comforted him. When fighting with others, you should use your own strengths to attack the others' weaknesses. Since you are not as good as others in cooking, you can definitely surpass them in other strengths. Nizi, think about it carefully. What are you good at? Song Filan fell into thinking. There was a lot of fun in the room, and everyone deliberately didn't mention anything about the questioning Heart Terrace, fearing that Qin Feng would be irritated after he woke up. No matter what it is, Yang Qian and Fei Sun rushed to the Qin mansion as soon as they learned that Qin Feng had woken up. The latter even asked directly, Junior brother Qin, how is your heart in the Sea of Gods? Can you still continue to practice when Sheng Taoism? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room cast a look of disgust. If you don't have any sharp eyesight, you really can't open the pot and pick up the pot. You guys, what's this expression? Fei Sun was confused. Uncle, even if you can't practice, It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it, Lan Ningxuang said hurriedly. Huh? You are worrying too much. My questioning platform is not a serious problem. It is even a blessing in disguise, and my cultivation level has improved, Qin Feng said with a smile. Really? When everyone heard this, they all showed excitement and affection. Let me take a look. Yang Qian walked quickly to Qin Feng, activated his energy to explore, and then breathed a sigh of relief. The platform for asking the mind is indeed fine, and will not affect the subsequent practice. However, junior brother Qin's soul is not yet stable, and needs to be cultivated quietly for a period of time before he can return to his original state. If you can find the elixir that nourishes your soul, you can recover faster. However, pills involving the divine soul are relatively rare and may not be easy to find. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Filan's voice suddenly came from outside the house, and his tone was a little excited. Is this what you are talking about? Everyone looked for the voice and saw a green pill in his hand, exuding a refreshing aroma. Chapter 473 and taught me right. Is this the lotus seed of Tianhu Qinglian? Yeah. Song Filan nodded slightly. Yang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. Tianhu Qinglian is a natural treasure, and has the magical effect of nourishing the mind. It takes 100 years to bloom, and 1,000 years to bear fruit, which is hard to find in the world. When the Empress was tired of eating and drinking because she was tired of eating and drinking, Emperor Ming also sent someone to look for this item at a high price. But to no avail. According to legend, if you eat one, it will not only nourish your soul, but also make your soul several times stronger. For practitioners of the Wensheng Dao and the 100 Ghost Dao, this item is a priceless treasure. Although Yang Qian had just said before that Qin Feng's soul was damaged, and he could recover faster if he could take the pill to repair the soul. But to be honest, Qin Feng's soul was so damaged that there was no need to use this method. Treasure. Where did you find this thing? Yang Qian asked curiously. Song Filan thought for a moment and replied calmly. I don't know where to find it specifically. When I left Tianqi, my father and I asked me to go to the Dragon Clan's treasure house to pick out some treasures to take with me. Just in case. This is what I just pick it up. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room became strangely quiet for a while. Everyone knows that the Dragon Clan is rich, but no one has an accurate idea of how rich they are, because poverty limits their imagination. Qin Feng suddenly thought of the priceless Yumi ring in Jinong City, and the other party gave it away without blinking an eye. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't expect that his wish to marry a rich and beautiful woman and make a living was not realized in his previous life. But his dream came true in this life. Things are really unpredictable. Seeing the people around her fall into silence, Song Filan frowned slightly. Can't this thing help my husband restore his soul? This was the first time she had spoken the word. Mr. Gong. With her strong character, it felt really weird. But when she thought about Lu Jinli calling him husband as husband on weekdays, she naturally couldn't back down. Of course it's possible. It's easy to repair the damage to junior brother Qin's soul with treasures like this, Yang Qian said truthfully. That's good. Song Filan raised her red lips slightly, and then glanced at Lu Jinli without leaving any trace. What my aunt said was indeed right. Use your own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. Thinking of this, she took out 2 more lotus seeds from her arms. I happen to have 2 more here. My husband, take one every day. Your soul should be repaired quickly. Everyone's expressions froze. Yang Qian said hurriedly. It doesn't have to be like this. Hearing this, Song Filan raised her eyebrows slightly. But 3 are not enough? I remember that this green lotus was raised in the land of Tianqi. If I still need lotus seeds, I can ask my aunt to go back and get some more. That's not what I meant. Although Tianhu Qinglian is a treasure that nourishes the soul, taking too much of it will cause confusion and danger to the soul. In junior brother Qin's situation, 1 pill is more than enough, Yang Qian explained. That's it. Hearing this, Song Filan took the lotus seeds back with some regret. In any case, this battle should be a draw with Lu Jinli. Right? Qin Feng had just woken up and naturally needed more rest. After everyone visited, they left one after another. Song Filan said happily. The method taught by my aunt is indeed correct. When Song Mu heard this, she stroked her forehead and sighed. She naturally saw everything that happened in the room just now. This girl obviously misunderstood her meaning. Is this the way to use one's own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses? She obviously hopes that Nizi can defeat Lu Jinli in terms of her daughter's family. For example, Lu Jinli doesn't understand the world, so Nizi can use the gentle gesture of a daughter to firmly capture the boy's heart. Thinking of this, Song Mu came to his senses. It seemed that his Nizi was no better than Lu Jianli in terms of human sophistication. In this way, showing wealth is also a feasible method? Looking at the smile in Nizi's eyes, it was the first time for Song Mu to see her so happy. Forget it. Let her go. Song Mu sighed inwardly. As an aunt, she has done her best to be benevolent and righteous. I'm relieved to see that you and that boy are fine. The Dragon Clan cannot leave the Tianqi land for too long. The old man and the others will have to go back tomorrow at most. I also have to go back to Baiwa Valley and get some good sleep. Yes. Song Filan nodded slightly, with a bit of reluctance in his eyes. By the way, I heard your father say that you are still far away from being able to prove your hegemony in the world. So how could you face a thunderstorm for no reason? Especially the last catastrophe. The old man said it was an ancient catastrophe, and it was basically impossible to happen now. What changes have happened to you during this time? Song Mu asked this out of concern for Nizi. Secondly, it was also because she had stayed in the realm of seven-turn calamity power for many years, and wanted to find an opportunity to step into that higher realm. Behind Nizi's inexplicable breakthrough, there may be no inspiration for her. Hearing this, Song Filan lowered her head and pondered for a moment, and then said slowly, During this period, there is nothing strange about my body. The only change was that on the night of the wedding, I met my husband. Well, after that, the dragon beads returned to my body, and when I woke up, I felt that there was more mysterious aura in my body. The bottlenecks that had been broken through in the past seemed to have come naturally and were opened. Song Mu thoughtfully said, It seems that all the reasons are on the night of the wedding, and it is also related to you taking back the Dragon Ball. But what exactly did you mean after that? And why were you so hesitant? Song Fei Lan Xiaofei's cheeks and the tips of her fair ears had a touch of pink. And then she said, It's sexual intercourse. Song Mu reacted instantly, and a trace of embarrassment flashed in her eyes. She suddenly thought of one thing. She was still an inexperienced woman, but her niece had already taken the first step. At this moment, her mood was very complicated. But from what Nizi said, all the changes occurred after she had sex with that boy. Could it be that that kind of thing could help the Dragon Clan woman break through? No, it's impossible. This is unheard of. Song Mu frowned slightly. But what happened to Nizi made her think more. Unless the root of all problems lies with that kid. Think about it carefully. With that kid's ability, how can he set up a formation that can reverse the yin and yang and change the position of the 8 trigrams? Moreover, the boy himself was extremely weird. But in just 1 year, he went from an ordinary person to the 5th grade Howren realm of the literary saint. This speed of cultivation is simply astonishing. In a sense, the Qin boy's cultivation talent is more terrifying than that of Lu Jianli. That kid is definitely weird. The more Song Mu thought about it, the more it made sense. She wanted to find out the truth, but she didn't know how to do it. It's impossible. She's also with that kid. Song Mu shook his head and threw this absurd idea behind him. Auntie, what's wrong with you? Song Filan asked curiously. Nothing. Song Mu replied calmly. Chapter 474 There are 3 realms in the world. After the personnel incident, Nizi has truly grown up. Thinking of this, Song Mu is a little happy, but also a little reluctant to let go. Looking at the joy and shyness in Nizi's eyes, Song Mu raised the corner of his mouth slightly and thought of teasing her. Nizi, how does it feel to have a wedding night? Why are you asking this? Song Filan's eyes dodged. Alas, Aunt, I must not have the chance to experience it when I live to such an old age. I just want to listen to your words and imagine it. You won't be able to satisfy your aunt even with this wish. Right, Song Mu teased. Auntie has always boasted of her unparalleled appearance. If that's the case, why can't you find her when you're looking for her? She's clearly making fun of me. Song Filan realized what she was doing and replied coldly. Nizi has become smarter. Song Mu paused, then brushed the other person's hair at the temples to tidy up his appearance. After getting married, Song Filan no longer needed to cover her face with a scarf, and her beautiful face was fully revealed. In her body, Song Mu seemed to see the figure of his deceased sister. You girl, you are too stubborn. Sometimes you accept death. If you meet a powerful woman, you may be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, Lu Jianli doesn't have that ability. In a sense, you and she have similar personalities and should be able to get along well. It just depends on who can lose face first. If you are wronged in the Qin family, or bullied by that kid, you must remember to tell your aunt. At that time, no matter where your aunt is, she will come to help you vent your anger. Also, The tempers of the old man and your father are like that, even though they haven't come to see you in the past few days. In fact, they have been paying attention to you. Why don't they want you to get the life you want? If not for this, it would be impossible for the old man to do something as ridiculous as the Dragon Clan's competition to attract a bride. Not to mention that someone with your father's personality would agree to defend the final level. Songmu sighed and said, "They are just that kind of people. They want to save face and suffer. Everything you do is just to let the world know that the Dragon Clan is not easy to mess with. It is also to beat that kid from the Qin family and make him cherish you more. Maybe it's because I'm older. I've experienced too much. And when parting is approaching, I have so much to say." Seeing Fei Lan's eyes turn red, Songmu smiled and said, "Why this expression? It's also my fault. I told you too much. Don't cry. It won't be beautiful. I still remember the poem written by that boy. He wanted you to smile forever. Speaking of it, I did that boy such a big favor. But he promised to copy the poems for me. But there was still no movement. Forget it. Next time he bullies you, I will teach him a lesson for you. And when the time comes, I will get my capital back with interest." Hearing this, Song Filan suddenly stepped forward and hugged Songmu. She saw everything he did for her during this period and remembered it in her heart. When she was young, her mother died unexpectedly. To her, her aunt was like a mother, constantly taking care of her. Above the sea of clouds, Song Xian and Song Zong saw this, looked at each other, and left silently. The Dragon Clan cannot leave the land of Tianqi for too long. This is a rule that the world does not know. Now that they see Filan so happy, it is time for them to go back. Qin Feng looked at the lotus seed in his hand. It exuded a fragrant fragrance. Just smelling it made him feel extremely comfortable. I wonder if such treasures of heaven and earth really have the miraculous effects as rumored. Put the lotus seeds in your mouth and feel a cool and comfortable feeling sweeping through your body. The damage to the soul caused by the use of the Chiman Bagua Jade was all repaired in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng was very excited. It is indeed a treasure. But according to what senior brother Yang said, this lotus seed can also help the Wind Sage to strengthen his soul. Why can't I feel anything after repairing the damage to my soul? At this time, Xian Yi's white shadow slowly appeared. And he sighed. Tianhu lotus seeds are indeed a rare treasure in the world. Looking at senior Xian's white shadow, which was far more solid than before, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and an idea took shape in his mind. He said in surprise, "Senior, will you give those lotus seeds to me? I saw that all the damage to your soul has been repaired. So I had a little taste." "That was just a taste. You absorbed everything." Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. But he didn't mean to blame Senior Xian. After all, the latter also helped him a lot. This time Filan was going through a catastrophe. If Senior Xian had not come to help, the lady would have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked, "I still have 2 lotus seeds here. Do you need them, Senior?" Xian Yi shook his head. "Although this thing can help me stabilize my soul, it is just a drop in the bucket and of little use. You can just keep it for yourself. This time I came out just to see that you have entered the 5th grade Howren realm, and I want to teach you the method of absorbing Hongling's immortal energy." After hearing this, Qin Feng became interested. He sat upright and listened attentively. "Senior, please speak. It is not easy to absorb Hongling's immortal energy, because this thing does not belong to this world. According to legend in ancient times, there are 3 realms in the world. The fairy world where gods and demons live, the underworld where lonely souls and wild ghosts live, and our world is the human world. This Hongling immortal chi is something left from the immortal world to the human world, and cannot be absorbed by ordinary people. Generally speaking, if you want to absorb the Hongling immortal chi, you need to cleanse your marrow and cut your veins, and shed your mortal body. But now that the world has changed dramatically, my original method is no longer easy to use. But fortunately, your situation is quite special. After all, right? Qin Feng, are you listening?" Qin Feng's attention was attracted by the rhetoric of the 3 realms. And the scene he saw in the academy is still vivid in his mind. Gods and demons come to the world, and all living things are devastated. The so-called fairy world is naturally true. But where's the underworld? What if there are beings there who cause harm to the world? How should the human race deal with it? Qin Feng looked worried and was in a daze. It wasn't until Xian Yi called out a few times that he realized. "Oh? Senior, what did you just say?" Xian Yi, who saw his thoughts, said with relief, "You don't have to worry so much. There are barriers between the 3 realms. So you can't come and go freely. There are seals between heaven and earth in the human world, which can be used to ward off immortals and demons, and to get rid of lonely souls in the netherworld. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions, this world would already be a purgatory. But Senior, wasn't the seal of the human world broken? If you hadn't sacrificed yourself and recast the seal of heaven and earth, this world would have been devastated. What if something like that happens again? After a pause, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. Then again, Senior Xian, why did the original seal of heaven and earth fail? When Xian Yi heard the words, the white shadow flickered slightly, and after a long time, he sighed. I don't remember. My body has been destroyed. Only the remnant soul is left. And the memory of the past is also modeled. But I remember one thing. In a short period of time, it is not that easy for them to break the seal of heaven and earth. There is still enough time for everything in this world. Qin Feng was slightly startled. Why is it the universe and not the human race? Before he could ask, Xian Yi said again, okay, I still want to tell you about the method of absorbing Hong Ming's immortal energy. As I said before, absorbing immortal energy is not easy, because today is different from the past, and many methods of practice have been silent in the long river of history. Fortunately, you successfully rebuilt the heart questing platform with immortal energy, and you have countless life stars. Chapter 475, Other Uses of the Destiny Star. Then I just listened to Xian Yi talk about it. Although humans can practice Taoism and become saints, they still cannot avoid the reality of mortal bodies. Hong Ming immortal qi is a thing from the fairy world and is naturally incompatible with the existence of this world. If you want to absorb the Hong Ming immortal qi, you need to wash away the essence and marrow and shed your mortal body. This is also to provide a melting pot for the immortal qi. If you hadn't had the dragon beads of the Songlong lineage in your body, you wouldn't have been able to retain the Hong Ming immortal qi in the Divine Sea. However, the last time you helped the woman overcome the calamity, your heart-asking platform was broken, and you used the immortal energy to rebuild the platform. It was a blessing in disguise, providing you with an opportunity to absorb Hong Ming's immortal energy. After hearing this, Qin Feng finally understood. According to what Senior Xian said, his body at this moment has the conditions to smelt Hong Ming immortal qi. But what does Senior Xian's absorption of Hong Ming's immortal energy have to do with the destiny star in my divine sea? Xian Yi asked back. Do you know why scholars want to pull the fate star? Qin Feng thought for a moment and immediately replied. Master told me at the beginning that if you want to step into the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm, you need to draw the destiny star qi machine into the divine sea. This is to improve one's cultivation and obtain fortune-telling methods. Xian Yi's white shadow nodded. I have read the books in Tinjiaquan in your divine sea. The Wensheng Dao tradition you practice now is indeed limited to this use of the fate star. But in my era, when practicing immortality, the biggest role of the life star was to sense and absorb the Hong Ming immortal qi from another world when the 5th level entered the 4th level. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Listening to the books in Yuxuan tongue, he naturally never fell behind, and he basically understood the cultivation methods of Wensheng Taoism. The destiny star is divided into qualities. The higher the character, the stronger the hexagram skills that can be performed. This is also the only function of the destiny star, and it is also a well-known thing among the literary saints. But Qin Feng never expected that the life star could actually attract and absorb the Hong Ming immortal qi in the legendary immortal world. No. Why is there no record of such an important thing in the book? Suddenly, Qin Feng figured out something. Because the current Wensheng Taoist who stepped into the 4th level from the 5th level absorbed the spirit that has the same origin as the righteous energy, not the immortal energy. What's more, according to what Senior Xian said, it is almost impossible to feel the immortal energy in this world now. In this case, the role of the life star is completely useless. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After experiencing a series of things, he had a rough understanding of the magical effects of immortal energy. It is no exaggeration to say that the final results produced by practicing with the help of immortal energy and practicing without the help of immortal energy can definitely be described as worlds apart. But even though Qin Feng felt regretful, he had to admit the reality that even spiritual energy was extremely scarce in this world. Not to mention the Hong Ming fairy energy that only existed in ancient times. The vicissitudes of life are nothing more than this. The ancient great master can use spiritual energy to practice and absorb the Hong Ming immortal energy. He can still fight against the gods and demons, and his body and soul will disappear. How many top beings can this world produce now? It's just an idiot's dream. Qin Feng sighed. Senior Xian, even if the life star has such an effect. In this world, we can no longer feel the Hongnang immortal chi. So what's the use? Who says it's useless? Huh? Xin Feng asked curiously. Senior, what do you mean? It is true that Hongnang immortal chi cannot be felt in this world today, but that does not mean that it no longer exists. Generally speaking, those who practice the immortal way or the literary saint way only have one life star. If they want to use the life star to sense and draw the immortal energy under the current situation, they will undoubtedly be looking for a needle in a haystack. But you are different. As I said, you have countless life stars, which is unheard of. This is exactly your advantage. At this point, Xin Feng understood that this kind of thing is the same as a single person casting a wide net. If you only send a message to one girl, there is a high probability that she will not like you. But what if you message 2, 3, or even a group of girls? There is always a blind person who will fall in love with you. Right? Although this metaphor is inappropriate, it almost means the same. He has so many destiny stars. If he uses them all to sense the humming fairy energy that leads to the other world, he will definitely have results over many years. Seeing Qin Feng's excited look, Xian said again, rebuilding the heart questing platform has already used up most of your immortal energy, and the remaining immortal energy cannot help you enter the 4th level realm. Although you can still absorb the spirit of thunder by practicing the Wensheng Dao tradition. For your future consideration, I suggest that you still use Hongnang immortal chi as the basis to enter the 4th level of Xiaoyao realm. Yes, the 4th level of literary sage is the realm of freedom. It is recorded in the book that those who enter this realm can control the spirit that has the same origin as their own righteousness. And their transformations are endless. If the Wensheng Taoist before the 5th rank is recognized as fighting against the 5th scum, then after reaching the 4th rank, he can be regarded as a singing serf. And no one can underestimate him. As a time traveler, Qin Feng naturally does not want to secretly arrange formations in advance every time he fights with others as a strategy against the enemy. He also wanted to raise his arms and shout, "Thunder falls," to appear holy in front of others. And he believes that if he really reaches the 4th level by absorbing Hongming's immortal energy, by that time, his strength will definitely become the best in the same realm. Senior, please don't worry. This junior knows this. The white shadow nodded slightly. In that case, I will teach you the method of absorbing the flow of immortal energy. Hongming immortal chi is an ancient thing, and the method of absorbing it is naturally infinitely mysterious. After practicing this skill for several days, Qin Feng could barely get over the threshold. Guiding the immortal energy to flow around the body is quite labor-intensive, and the process is like ants eating fire. But in order to become stronger, all the pain is worth it. 5 days later, Qin Feng finally successfully absorbed the first ray of Hongmeng immortal chi. This speed was much slower than guiding the immortal chi to rebuild the questioning heart platform. Thinking about it again, he still has to use his life star to sense and attract the vague immortal energy. And he only feels that the realm of 4th grade is far away. While following Senior Xian's method of absorbing immortal energy, Qin Feng also discovered something that shocked him. That is the method of circulation, which requires forward and reverse at the same time. As we all know, whether it is Jin Qi, Yin Qi, or Wen Qi, when it circulates around the sky, it can only move in one direction. Otherwise it will be very dangerous if the positive and negative forces collide. When he was at the Qin Mansion in Jinnong City, he pointed out the shortcomings of Haiten II's military strategy. If this positive and negative method could be used for reference, other places could learn from it. That is not only good news for Dacian soldiers, but also has an unimaginable effect on other cultivation methods. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about this problem, the door of the house was pushed open, and the 2 ladies walked in side by side, holding hot meals in their hands at the same time. He was too focused on his practice and missed his lunchtime. So the 2 ladies came to visit him. It's just that this atmosphere is so oppressive that it makes you breathless. Chapter 476 Shura Field. Qin Feng laughed dryly and asked knowingly, "Why are the 2 ladies here?" Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly. "It's past lunchtime. Seeing that you haven't left the house yet, I thought of cooking some food to bring to you." While saying this, she brought the food to Qin Feng's side. "Thank you for your hard work, madam," Qin Feng replied, and then looked in the direction of Fei Lan. The latter also said calmly, "You haven't eaten properly on time these past few days, and you obviously just woke up from a serious injury not long ago. I also brought some food. You might as well try it while it's hot." "You too?" Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. He had witnessed the progress of Lu Jinli's cooking skills step by step. But he never expected that Fei Lan, as a dragon clan, could actually know human cooking skills. After taking a closer look, he was even more frightened. Good guy. These ingredients are not cheap, and they are extremely difficult to cook. How can Fei Lan be of this level and make them delicious? Delicious? And beautiful? After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng had the answer. He twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, Fei Lan, didn't you make these things yourself? Hearing this, Song Fei Lan glanced away and replied calmly, I bought this from the Star-Reaching Tower through my trustee. I have tasted it myself, and it tastes good. It should be in line with your taste. As expected, Qin Feng's face froze. He had been to Zexingla once and knew the prices inside. These meals didn't seem to be much. But these ingredients alone cost nearly 100 taels of silver. Almost worth Qin's price. The house's food expenses for a month. Looking carefully at the two ladies, Qin Feng naturally understood that they did not happen to meet each other. Song Fei Lan couldn't go to Zexinglu to buy food for no reason. After all, there was a cook at home. The reason is nothing more than one. These two people are secretly competing with each other. What is this called? Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully considered his words. Thank you for your hard work. Ladies, you don't have to do this next time. There is a kitchen in the house with a cook in charge of food. If I was hungry, I would let Qin tell them to do it. You'd better put more energy into practice. When the two heard the words, it was as if they had not heard anything. They both picked up the bowls and chopsticks and handed them to Qin Feng, making it clear that they wanted him to make a choice. Another proposition. If you ride on two boats, you will definitely get your eggs tied up. Only now does Qin Feng understand the meaning of this sentence. Single choice must be wrong. There is only one answer left. Qin Feng showed a slightly bitter smile, then stretched out his left and right hands at the same time, took a chopstick on both sides, put it into his mouth, and started chewing. How does it taste? Lu Jianli and Song Fei Lan said in unison. They all taste good. Qin Feng replied after swallowing the food. Since it's delicious, let's eat more. There's still not enough. Lu Jianli handed the full bowl of food in front of him. Song Fei Lan on the side was naturally unwilling to be outdone, and made the same move. Qin Feng looked at the dishes with vegetable soup neatly placed next to the two of them, feeling like crying but without tears. He is just a literary saint. How can he have such an amazing appetite? But both ladies were here, and he couldn't favor one over the other. Otherwise God knows what would happen. In desperation, even though his stomach was full, Qin Feng still bit the bullet and ate up all the food. Oops. Disgusting. Wanting to vomit, Qin Feng took a deep breath and forced back the vomiting sensation. When Lu Jianli and Song Fei Lan saw that their dinner plates were empty, they finally gave up. Since you've finished eating, you should pay more attention to rest, and I won't disturb you. Lu Jianli said. Yes. Song Fei Lan on the side also nodded in agreement. But just as the two were about to leave, they seemed to have thought of something, stopped at the same time, turned around and asked with blushing faces, Is your body okay? As soon as these words came out, the two looked at each other, and the shyness on their faces slowly receded. Qin Feng replied, Thank you two ladies for worrying. It's nothing serious. That's good. Lu Jianli nodded slightly and left the room first, followed closely by Song Fei Lan. Seeing this, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief, then picked up the teacup on the side and took a sip of tea. This is not only to calm the shock, but also to prevent vomiting out what was eaten earlier. Fortunately, they didn't stay here for too long. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with it. The palms and backs of the hands were all flesh, and it was impossible to treat them differently. He was also very distressed. Fortunately, both ladies have relatively cold personalities, which means they seem to be in peace. If you encounter someone with a hot temper, there is a possibility of a fight if there is no conflict. When I think about the two ladies, one is a third-grade sword god, and the other is a dragon in a 7th-level realm. If they really fight, Qin Feng shuddered. He didn't dare to think about that scene. At night, the family was having dinner in the lobby, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Ever since Qin Feng married Song Fei Lan, this was the first time they had dinner together. Having learned the painful lesson of delivering meals before, Qin Feng had already sworn in his heart that he would never miss meals in the future. Otherwise his stomach would be overwhelmed again. But he was still too young after all, and he watched the two ladies beside him keep picking up food for him. The rice bowl as high as a hill made him feel nauseous again. Madam, that's enough. I can't eat any more, Qin Feng said with a smile. When Lu Jianli and Song Fei Lan heard the words, they seemed not to hear them. they still went their own way and kept picking up the food. Master! Ern Yang nudged Father Qin beside him with her elbow, and then signaled with her eyes. Qin Feng also cast a look of help. Father Qin narrowed his eyes, and then said, I haven't eaten much yet, and the dishes are almost finished. Qinger, ask the kitchen to cook some more and bring them to you. Ah? Qinger was stunned, seeing the pain in the eldest young master's face. She still obeyed his words and walked towards the kitchen. Qin Feng looked at his father with an expression of disbelief, but saw the latter showing a meaningful smile. That look seemed to say, Brat, if you come out to fool around, you will have to pay back sooner or later. Have you forgotten how you tricked me before? The two ladies were competing beside each other, and there was an old man in front of them who was not a human being. Qin Feng thought to himself, if you can't afford to offend me, why can't you hide from me? He put down the bowl and chopsticks and suddenly stood up. I seem to have had some enlightenment in my practice. You continue to eat. I will go back to my room first. After leaving these words, he ran away as if running away. Upon seeing this, Lu Jianli stood up and left the lobby, followed by Song Feilin. What are your plans tonight? After hesitating for a moment, Song Feilin asked. I have encountered a bottleneck in my practice, and I plan to take a break for a while. Lu Jianli said calmly. What about you? I have just entered the realm of 7th transformation. I want to adjust for a while. My aunt also told me that haste makes waste. After the words fell, both of them were silent. Lan Ningxuang, who was following the lady closely, seemed to smell something unusual and felt that something big was about to happen. Then, as expected, Song Feilin pursed her lips and said, Tonight, I will be with him. I don't agree. Lu Jianli said firmly. Chapter 477, Not as good as you two. Chapter 477, Not as good as you two. This was the first time for Lan Ningxuang to see the young lady like this. Her tone was strong and could not be argued with. Of course, she also understood that this was all due to the young lady's love for her uncle. There is only one son-in-law, so naturally he has no ability to take care of himself. After marrying 2 wives, favoritism between one and the other will inevitably happen. It's impossible. Miss Song and the young lady will sleep with my uncle together. Right? That's too shameful. Lan Ningxuang was used to seeing such plots in story books. But in reality, just thinking about it would make her blush. The atmosphere suddenly became weird because of Lu Jianli's words. This situation was expected by Song Feilin, but she didn't expect that the other party would refuse so decisively. Lan Ningxuang looked back and forth between the two of them. She was afraid that the situation would escalate, so she immediately stepped forward to persuade her. Miss Song, although you and my uncle have just gotten married, the young lady is the real wife. In terms of both love and reason, you should be ranked second to the young lady. Back. These words are naturally biased towards Lu Jianli. After all, she is the lady's sword attendant. Moreover, the Lu family's grandma also said that the head wife is equivalent to the mistress, and she should have the right to command the wives and concubines she marries later, just like the queen, the master of the harem. These are all unwritten rules. When Lan Ningxuang said this, she originally wanted Song Feilin to retreat, but she forgot that the other party was from the Dragon Clan and did not need to pay attention to the rules of the human clan. I'm sorry. I never knew this, and I don't intend to follow it. Song Feilin said lightly. The air began to smell of gunpowder. In our Dragon Clan, there is always only one rule. What are the rules? Lu Jianli looked at the other party, his eyes as calm as autumn water. The strong are respected. After the words fell, a faint aura of energy appeared from Song Feilin's body. There was no wind tonight, but her black hair slowly rose, and there was a touch of silver at the end of her hair. Everyone in the world says that you have unparalleled talent. You are the youngest third-grade sword god in history. In the future, you will even be comparable to the god suppressing Siyu in Fengtian City. In this case, if I propose a discussion with you, you should not refuse. In the past, Song Feilin naturally knew that there was a certain gap in strength between Lu Jianli and Lu Jianli. After all, the 6th level calamity power was equivalent to the 4th level of the human race, which was a big difference from the opponent. However, having successfully passed the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth, she has entered the realm of the 7th level of calamity, which is comparable to the level of the 3rd level. Although Lu Jianli has been in the 3rd level for some time, and is definitely more advanced than her in terms of cultivation, the Dragon Clan's own powerful bloodline talent and physical body, as well as the awakened natal magical power of the Songlong lineage, can make up for this small gap. Let her have the strength to fight with the opponent. This battle can be fought with certainty, and the winning rate is very high. Song Filan let out a breath and thought like this. She hopes to spend more time with Qin Feng, so she will never give in. And she understands that situations like this will inevitably happen from time to time in the future. In this case, it is better to confirm who has the final say earlier. Among the Dragon Clan, she has long been accustomed to this kind of decision-making. When Lan Ningxuang heard this, she was frightened and at a loss. How could she not realize that Miss Song was going to fight the young lady to fight for the chance to stay with her uncle tonight? She just hoped that the young lady would not act out of anger. After all, there were obviously other gentler ways to solve this problem. However, Lu Jianli could only be heard saying softly, "That's fine, Miss." Lan Ningxuang almost cried. Qin Feng, who fled from the lobby, was secretly thankful that he was very resourceful. Otherwise his stomach would have been damaged again. 36 strategies are the best. And the ancient art of war will not deceive me. It's okay now. I can just follow Senior Xian's method and try to induce the Fate Star to sense the Hongming immortal qi. Qin Feng took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and mobilized the energy in his body. Suddenly, there was a shaking in the Qin mansion. There was an earthquake? At this moment, Lan Ningxuang opened the door and said anxiously, "Uncle, it's not good. The young lady and Miss Song are going to take action." "What?" Qin Feng was shocked and hurriedly ran out of the room. Looking up, he only saw Lu Jianli and Song Filan standing opposite each other in midair. Their energy collided in midair, setting off a strong wind that blew sand and dust around the house and caused the trees to sway. The shock just now obviously came from this. "Why do you have to take action for no reason?" Qin Feng asked hurriedly. Lan Ningxuang hesitated for a moment, but still told the whole story truthfully. Qin Feng had a strange look on his face when he heard this. "Just because you want to fight for the chance to spend the night together? Are you going to start a fight?" Confused. What's there to argue about such a trivial matter? Can't the two of them do it together? Qin Feng considered his own combat power, and it was indeed too much for the two of them to fight together. It's not that he's not strong enough. If it were an ordinary woman, he should be able to fight 10 with his current physical fitness. But these two ladies are not ordinary people. Have you ever seen a woman who got up the next day and practiced as if nothing was wrong after her first time? What's more, Song Filan directly overcame the tribulation after the first time and passed the confirmation of hegemony of heaven and earth, even though she was a dragon. "Uncle, please stop them quickly. Otherwise, not to mention the Qin mansion, Fengtian City may suffer." Lan Ningxuang looked anxious. Qin Feng came back to his senses and shouted in the air, "You two ladies, don't be impulsive. Come down quickly." Hearing this, Lu Jianli and Song Filan turned their heads and asked in unison, "Who are you with tonight? Don't make this kind of gift proposition again, please." Qin Feng's expression changed. He hesitated again, and finally made up his mind. Even if it hurts his muscles and bones and gives up half his life, for the sake of family harmony, he can no longer back down. He gritted his teeth and said with some excitement, "It's not as good as you two." Before he finished speaking, 2 qi machines came at the same time, cutting off the hair on his ears and temples. Qin Feng was startled and fell silent on the spot, a drop of cold sweat falling from his forehead. Lan Ningxuang's face turned red with embarrassment, and she sighed in her heart. At this time, my uncle still had the mind to talk nonsense. With the temperament of the young lady and Song girl, how could they agree? Lu Jianli and Song Filan also had a hint of embarrassment in their eyes. They looked at each other, and their expressions returned to normal. "Since my husband doesn't know how to choose, then let us help you choose." This is a declaration of war. A naked declaration of war. Lu Jianli made a move with his right hand, and the sword box behind Lan Ningxuang shook. Within a moment, the sound of water gurgled, and the Hanzui sword flew into his hand. The remaining purple lightning gun in the sword box made an unwilling sword cry. When Qin Feng saw this, he looked shocked. He had not seen a lady sacrifice a sword for a long time. Is this serious? At the same moment, water vapor began to surge in Fengtian City, and countless sword blades trembled uncontrollably, as if they were trembling. Many people don't understand what happened. Why does the sword blade change like this for no reason? "Master Ding, look!" Deng Mo looked at the panicked people in the demon slaying department and said with emotion, "Third grade sword god, Wan Jian surrenders." Chapter 478. I won't fight with you tonight. But only tonight. Lord Qian heard this and said in surprise, "Third grade sword god? Now in Fengtian City? The only third-grade sword god is Lu Jianli of the Qin family. Who else could it be besides her? Master Ding looked in the direction of the Qin mansion, and then raised his eyebrows. Above that sky, dark clouds gathered, thunder flashed, and faintly transformed into the shape of a dragon. Not only that, the light blue barrier continued to spread until it enveloped the Qin mansion. That's the realm. In the realm, Ding and Mo clearly saw the two women standing opposite each other, with energy surging around their bodies. What's the situation? Realm? Song Filan frowned slightly. You are not the only one who can do it. As she finished speaking, the silver at the ends of her black hair was dyed into her black hair. On her jade-white skin, silver fine scales were revealed, shining brightly under the laser light. Even Lan Ningxuang had to admit that the Song girl at this moment really had a breathtaking beauty. Song Filan's light green eyes lit up slightly, and among the dark clouds, thunder sounded like a dragon's roar. But in the blink of an eye, a purple barrier appeared around him, pushing away the light blue barrier. This is a realm confrontation. Qin Feng has read in books that those who use the realm are like masters in the realm. If you fight in other people's realms, you will be at a disadvantage from the start. Because of this, if both parties are high-level beings who can use realms, they will definitely use each other's realms to squeeze out or suppress the other's realms. Looking at the current situation, Lu Jianli and Song Filan are clearly on the same level. This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. He had thought that Song Filan had just entered the 7th level of tribulation power, so she would not be able to control the realm as easily as Jianli. But the talent of the Dragon Clan is really powerful and purely enviable. It's hard to say who will win in this battle. As Song Filan flashed, a silver light flashed across the night sky, and this inexplicable battle officially began. Fortunately, their battle was protected by the realm. Otherwise, with the strength of the two ladies, the aftermath of the battle would definitely bring a lot of trouble to Fengtian City. Uncle, what should we do? Lan Ningxuan looked worried. Qin Feng didn't know how to face the current situation. He wanted to stop the two ladies, but he didn't have the strength. The only thing I can do now is to pray in my heart, hoping that the two in the air will decide the winner soon and not make too much noise. But he also understood that judging from the previous confrontation in the realm, the two ladies should be equally matched in strength, and it would be impossible to decide the winner in a short period of time. Don't worry. They have a sense of proportion. Even if they take action, they should stop there. Qin Feng comforted himself in this way. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver figure fell to the ground in front of him, kicking up billowing dust. Ding Qin took a look and saw that it was not Song Filan. In a blink of an eye, the winner was determined. Qin Feng was shocked and looked up. The realm had dissipated, and the dark clouds in the sky no longer existed. Only Lu Jianli, who was dressed in white, held the Hanzui sword in his hand and looked down calmly, like a fairy standing in the sky, looking down at the world. Being the youngest third-grade sword god in history certainly makes sense. Fei Lan wanted to fight Jianli, but it turned out that he was still a little behind. Qin Feng thought like this, and then hurriedly helped Song Filan, who had fallen to the ground, and asked with concern, Madam, are you okay? Song Filan glanced at Qin Feng, then looked at Lu Jianli in the sky. The silver scales have faded away, and the black hair has returned to its original state. She pursed her lips. Her eyes were slightly red, and she looked unwilling and aggrieved. She had lost this battle. Without actual fighting, it is impossible to understand how powerful Lu Jianli is. I lost. I won't fight with you tonight. But only tonight. Song Filan left these words, and silently stood up and left. These words were her last bit of stubbornness. But her back looked lonely and helpless. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but stopped talking. It wasn't until Lu Jianli landed next to him that he said with some reproach, Madam, you have gone too far. How could you attack so hard? Lan Ningxuan also felt a little sorry for Miss Song. Miss, what you did was indeed inappropriate. Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly. I don't want to do this either. But if I don't take it seriously, I don't have the confidence to defeat her. With the strength of the two of them, the commotion was naturally quite big. However, with the cover of the realm, those who can see the situation clearly are very rare. Most people only saw the surging water vapor and the thunder falling, and they were trembling with fear. In Howing Courtyard, Yang Qian asked curiously, Why did the two of them take action? Fei Sun gave his own guess. Could it be that Lu Jianli felt that junior brother Qin was injured because he was trying to help the dragon woman overcome the disaster? So he vented his anger on the latter? No, it shouldn't be. Junior brother Qin's injury has recovered, so it is completely unreasonable to cause conflicts at this time. At this time, the wretched-looking Su Lixian walked down the stairs, stroking his mustache, and said with a smile, "The two junior brothers look like chicks at first sight. Isn't it normal for a woman to be jealous of a man? Senior brother Su, is he very experienced?" Fei Sun asked. Well, Su Lixian's expression froze when he heard this. With his appearance, it would be difficult for a woman to be jealous of him. He glared at Fei Sun, then threw up his sleeves angrily and left. "Did I say something wrong?" Fei Sun looked confused. Yang Qian took a sip of tea and didn't answer. Qin Feng originally thought that such a farce would be enough, but he never expected that after dinner the next day, Song Filan stood up directly and said, "I have just stepped into the 7th level realm, and I don't have complete control over my own strength. But today is different. Do you dare to compete with me again?" Ahem. Hearing this, Qin Feng coughed out the rice he had not swallowed. There was so much noise last night, so Father Qin and Aaron Yang naturally saw it clearly. Aaron Yang hurriedly pushed her elbow to her side. Father Qin also put down his bowls and chopsticks, coughed dryly, and winked at Qin Feng. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng immediately took the two ladies out of the lobby and said in a pleasant manner, "Jianli, you and I were together last night. Why don't you take a rest today?" "Why?" Lu Jianli asked, tilting his head. Song Filan frowned slightly. "What do you mean by this? Do you think I can't win her?" Forehead. Qin Feng's expression froze. "Don't you know whether you can win or not?" Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other and ignored Qin Feng. Then with a little tip of the toes, the two of them flew high into the sky at the same time. The war is about to break out. The war came and went as quickly as it came. Song Filan got up from the ground and patted the dust on her body. Tears seemed to be rolling in her eyes. "I lost. I won't fight with you tonight. But only tonight." The tone seemed to be crying. Qin Feng could clearly see that Song Filan's leaving back was trembling slightly. It seems that the successive failures have really hit her hard. Moreover, she must have said this last night. "Jianli," Qin Feng said righteously, "you don't know how to give in to her." Chapter 479 The Benefits of Sleeping. When Lu Jianli heard this, he turned his head and looked up, his eyes reflecting Qin Feng's figure. "You want to be with her tonight?" The calm words contained no emotion, but they made Qin Feng extremely nervous. "What did the lady say? You misunderstood? It's just that Filan just married into the Qin family not long ago, and her mother's family has also left. If you keep treating her like this, wouldn't it make her look too pitiful?" When Qin Feng saw that Lu Jianli was unmoved, he continued to use reason to move her emotionally. "What I mean is that as a legitimate wife, you are also well-educated and understanding. It was enough to knock it out last night. There is no need to take it seriously every time. Otherwise, with the strength of the lady, who can even fight against a god general, wouldn't Filan have no chance of winning? What do you think, lady?" Lu Jianli pondered for a moment, then replied, "Actually, I didn't mean that. It's just that my mother told me, if you want to maintain your status as a legal wife, you must give her the necessary beatings. Otherwise it will be difficult to discipline her in the future." Well, it turns out that the source of everything is because of that mother-in-law. That person would indeed say such a thing. Qin Feng thought for a moment. "So, as long as Fei Lan and you surrender?" Lu Jianli nodded slightly. "In this way, the solution is simple but not easy. Be submissive. It's just a matter of saying something and bowing your head. But the crux of the problem lies in Song Filan herself. Will Filan, who has such a strong temper, really give in? I'm afraid I'll fight to the end." The next day, Qin Feng secretly told Fei Lan about the incident, and the result was as he expected. Song Filan frowned slightly and said in a cold tone, "What do you mean? Do you think I can't win her?" Looking at the other person's reddish eyes and the tears at the corners of his eyes. It must be Miss Song, who has always been strong in her life. She was sobbing alone last night in grievance. The Dragon Clan has always been proud, as everyone knows. Song Filan has entered the realm of the 7th level of calamity at such a young age, so she is naturally proud of herself. Unfortunately, she picked the wrong opponent. Who is Lu Jianli, the youngest third-grade sword god in the history of Dakian? He might be able to fight with ease even against a god general. There are even rumors in the world that Lu Jianli can rival the god-suppressing Siyu in the future. Wouldn't it make himself uncomfortable to fight with Lu Jianli? Qin Feng sighed in his heart and hurriedly explained. "Of course I didn't mean that. It's just that Jianli has been in the 3rd level realm for some time, and you have been through the World Hegemony Seal not long ago, so it is reasonable to be a little inferior. What's more, If you endure for a while, the sea will be calm. And if you take a step back, the sea and the sky will be brighter. You are all my wives. So I naturally don't want you to get into fights all day long. Why don't we all sit down and have a chat? Hearing this, Song Filan lowered her head and pondered. After 2 consecutive days of fighting, how could she not know that she was not Lu Jianli's opponent? Although the confrontation only ended, and she did not use her full strength at all, Lu Jianli was not the same at this point. Thinking of this, she felt unwilling and aggrieved. If he can't defeat Lu Jianli, won't he never be able to fight Qin Feng? The tips of Song Filan's delicate ears turned slightly red, and she shook her head. Could it be that the only way to go is to be soft? No. How could the pride of the Dragon Clan be shamed by her? Song Filan's eyes were firm. She would challenge Lu Jianli tonight. Not just tonight, but every night in the future until the day she wins. Only 7 days later, when no one was paying attention, Song Filan pursed her lips, lowered her head, and entered Lu Jianli's wing with a trembling body. That night, the night returned to its usual tranquility. It was also that night that Song Filan entered Qin Feng's room with a red face after a long absence. No one knew what the 2 women were talking about in Lu Jianli's room. But since then, Song Filan's title for Lu Jianli has changed to Sister Jianli. The Dragon Clan believes in respecting the strong, and Lu Jianli used his strength to explain what it means to be strong. The tragic Shura field also came to an end to a certain extent. Qin Feng thought he could finally live a peaceful life. But he still thought too much. Another early morning, Song Filan opened the door, stretched, looked back tenderly, and then left. Today's Song Filan is getting brighter and brighter. Obviously it has been nourished by love. Of course, she will not be immersed in the love between her children and cannot extricate herself. After all, she still has to find ways to improve her cultivation. Although she is not Lu Jianli's opponent at the moment. After practicing seriously, she may not be able to catch up to those who come late. Her patience is only temporary. And it is still unclear who will have the last laugh. And what surprised her was that every time she had sex with Qin Feng, the dragon beads in her body would change slightly. The mysterious aura circulated around her body, making her feel comfortable, and at the same time, her cultivation became more stable. She didn't want to miss this experience. So when she woke up early in the morning, she gave up being gentle and took the time to practice. Qin Feng was left lying on the bed, looking hopeless. Although the situation of one dragon playing with 2 phoenixes did not appear, it was replaced by a wheel battle. The 2 ladies seemed to have reached some kind of tacit agreement. I will come tonight, and I will take your place tomorrow night. I just pity Qin Feng, an old scalper who works hard but can't even rest for a day. If this continues, how can my weak body survive? He sighed helplessly and was about to get up and get dressed. But without noticing, the wooden board on the side of the bed was scratched to pieces by him. What is going on? Qin Feng's eyes widened. Previously, there were dragon balls in his body that nourished his body and nourished his flesh and blood, making his body far stronger than that of ordinary people, and even comparable to that of Black Tan Head at that time. But the dragon ball had already returned to Filan's body. So why was his physical body stronger? Could it be because he did something embarrassing with Filan? Could it be that at that time, the dragon beads in Filan's body could also temper my body? Sleeping can also improve your strength. There is such a good thing in the world. Qin Feng's expression was quite complicated. If he continues like this, maybe his physical body can be comparable to that of a warrior in the indestructible realm? Invincible. This is what all men dream of. Of course, this is just Qin Feng's random thinking. Only at the 4th level of Shenwu can he reach the level of indestructibility. Copper skin and iron bones. You can imagine how difficult it is. Is it so easy to achieve? And the most important point is, Qin Feng stood up and rubbed his waist. If he continued like this, he might stop eating before sleeping until he became immortal. At the lake pavilion, Lu Jianli opened his palm and looked into it. In addition to the swirling energy, there is also a pure golden gas, which is the ancient divine breath. After she passed the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth and the life-destroying thunder disappeared, she was baptized by the ancient divine breath. At that time, she had a vague feeling that if she wanted to step into the 2nd level realm, she might still have to pass this object. Chapter 480 Heightened 2's Determination. When Wanjian sect entered the 3rd level realm, Lu Jianli once asked his master Yu Heshuan how to pursue the 2nd level realm. Yu Heshuan, who has stayed at the peak of the 3rd level for a long time, responded that if he wants to step into the 2nd level, ordinary cultivation methods are useless. There seems to be a shackles in this world that prevent most existences from entering a higher level. Yu Huishuan once thought that he might be able to break the shackles with the help of the thin spiritual energy between heaven and earth. But with her husband's help, even though she kept using the spirit beads, she didn't feel the slightest flutter in her cultivation. Until that day, after having a romantic relationship with her husband, she suddenly discovered that her cultivation seemed to have increased. She didn't know what the necessary connection was between the two, but in the past few days, she finally discovered something. Every time after having sex, the pure golden aura stored in her body would loosen, allowing her to absorb it. Her cultivation level can be improved precisely because she absorbed this ancient divine breath. Looking at the pure golden aura in his hand, there are faintly dense colored gases flowing on its surface. And not long after, the pure golden gas seemed to be melted, turning into golden sand and slowly sinking into her body. Powerful chi swept out of Lu Jianli's body. She closed her eyes, carefully felt the changes in her body, and entered into practice. Qin Feng rubbed his waist and came to the courtyard of Qin Mansion. Only Haiten Tu could be seen, holding a halberd there, holding his breath and concentrating, apparently practicing. This couldn't help but remind Qin Feng of the time in Jinnong City, when Haiten Tu was still the mentor of his second brother. But before long, the second brother's strength surpassed that of the other brother, and the relationship between the two changed from coaching to mutual learning. Later, Haiten Tu was no longer a match for his second brother, and at that time, his second brother also had Zhen Tianyi as his master. Looking at the somewhat empty courtyard, Qin Feng couldn't help but miss his second brother. He didn't know how the latter was practicing in the southern territory, but whether he could continue to grow under the divine general. Xing Sheng, who heard the noise, opened his eyes and looked up. "Uncle!" Qin Feng nodded in greeting. Under the power of his eyes, it was obvious that Haiten Tu was still at the 6th level of Shenwu and had not improved. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be right. If you can become a forward leader, your talent will not be too bad. Moreover, before Haiten Tu became the guard of the Qin family, he had been fighting in the Shenhou army. He had enough practical experience and a regular supply of spirit beads. How could he stagnate at the 6th level? Could it be that he slacked off after his second brother left? Thinking of this, Qin Feng said, "Ning Shuang has entered the 5th level divine realm not long ago, under the guidance of Jianli. But I see you. Your cultivation doesn't seem to have changed much. But what's the problem?" Hearing this, Xing Sheng sighed. "Do you still remember the shortcomings of Yubing Ju?" Qin Feng nodded. "When the Imperial Soldier art is in operation, the energy will stagnate for a moment. If you don't pay attention on the battlefield, you will easily lose your life. And because of this problem, it is extremely difficult for military officers and soldiers who practice military art to reach a high level. After all, if the energy cannot flow smoothly, how can we control it freely?" Qin Feng frowned. What he said was true. The main purpose of the Shenwu martial artist from the 9th level to the 7th level is to condense the blood and energy in the body into strength. After reaching the 6th level of concentration, you need to start learning how to control your energy. Especially the 5th grade divine realm is a watershed. Qin Feng vaguely remembered that when the lady took Ning Shuang to practice, she asked the latter to control her strength and stand on the water. However, how could Haiten Tu, who practiced the art of military warfare, be able to control his energy to such a delicate level? After all, it was difficult for him to even smoothly transfer his energy for a whole week. It's no wonder that after Haiten Tu entered the 6th level, his cultivation has been stagnant. Suddenly, Qin Feng thought of the method that Senior Xian gave him to absorb the immortal energy, and his eyes lit up. At that time, he felt that he might be able to draw inferences from one instance and solve the problem of strength. Wen Qi and Yin Qi, which could not be reversed simultaneously within a week. However, his train of thought was interrupted by the two ladies, and he never had a chance to think about it. Now, you can reconsider this matter. After all, when he was in Jinnong City, he discovered that if the force flow was reversed at the moment when the Imperial Soldier art was not running smoothly, the shortcomings could be perfectly solved. However, Qin Feng also understands that moving energy forward and backward is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, your meridians will be damaged and cause serious injury. What's more serious, it will cause the blood energy to go retrograde, burst the heart, and kill you. In the face of no absolute certainty, Qin Feng did not dare to try. But if no one practices it, how can we know whether this method is feasible? Qin Feng glanced at the black charcoal head in front of him, his expression struggling, and he hesitated to speak. He didn't like giving people unwarranted hopes. and he didn't want Haida to take risks. After all, it is better to stagnate in cultivation than to die. Xing Sheng seemed to see something and asked, "Uncle, do you have something to tell me?" Qin Feng opened his mouth. "My uncle. It's okay. In front of me. There is nothing to worry about." Haiden too held up his halberd and said with a smile, looking at the other party's trusting look. Qin Feng finally said what he was thinking. After Xing Sheng heard this, his eyes widened and he looked excited. My uncle has thought of the method of moving energy forward and reverse? Although I have thought of it, I am not absolutely sure. If I am not careful, the consequences will be disastrous. That's why I don't want you to try it. Qin Feng said seriously. Hearing this, Xing Sheng fell into deep thought. He could naturally tell that his uncle was worried about his safety. But after a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind and said sincerely, "Solving the shortcomings of Yu Bingju is the dream of all Dacian soldiers. However, since the birth of Imperial soldier art, no one has been able to do it. The head of the Liu family also once hoped to improve the military skills for the sake of the soldiers of the Shenhou army. But to no avail." Qin Feng raised his head and didn't understand what the other party meant by his words. Then Xing Sheng exhaled and said, "It is well known that the improvement of the Imperial soldier art is difficult. But if it succeeds, it will benefit all the soldiers of Dagon. They can be more at ease on the battlefield, and can also have the opportunity to break through to a higher realm. In this case, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Uncle, please teach me the method. I am willing to be the first one to try it." Qin Feng showed a complicated expression. "Do you know what the consequences will be if you fail? It's just a matter of death. There are no cowards among the soldiers of the Shenhou army," Xing Sheng said firmly, looking at the other party's unhesitating look. Qin Feng took a deep breath. "Okay, I will tell you the method. But make sure you agree in advance that if I find something wrong, I will stop you as soon as possible." The corners of Haiten's lips raised. "I will always believe in you." Chapter 481 successfully improved the military control Ju. Just in case, Qin Feng also deliberately entered the Divine Sea, summoned the shadow of Senior Xian Yi, and expressed his thoughts. Xian Yi replied, "Different Taoist traditions have different methods of practice, but they remain the same. You should give this idea a try. Senior Xian, please watch from the sidelines while his energy begins to flow. If there is anything wrong, you might as well speak up to remind this junior." Although Qin Feng has the power of double pupils, and can see the movement of energy in Xing Sheng's body through his physical body, multiple guarantees are always good. After all, Senior Xian taught him the method of absorbing immortal energy in both forward and reverse directions, so he naturally knew it better than he did. "Can!" After receiving a positive answer, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up a branch from the ground and carved it on the ground. The first is the circulation route of the Imperial soldier Ju, and then the areas for improvement are circled with just one stick of incense. The courtyard was filled with lifelike diagrams of human destiny. Now that everything is ready, Qin Feng raised his head and said to Xing Sheng, "Wait a minute, and then run the soldier control art according to this diagram and see if it can succeed." He Tantu understood clearly. He lowered his head and carefully looked at the luck chart. The energy was running forward and backward. He was very clear about the dangers involved. But if my uncle's method can be successful, it will be great news for the Shenhou army and the Dacian soldiers. After watching it many times, Xing Sheng had memorized the new luck chart by heart. He nodded to Qin Feng, then exhaled, lifted up his halberd, and waved it in the courtyard, making endless sounds of breaking wind. Qin Feng concentrated and stared carefully, fearing that he would miss any detail. There are no problems ahead of the Imperial soldier Ju. The energy in He Tanta's body flows smoothly. What we really need to pay attention to is, it's now. Qin Feng's eyes widened. Whether the improvement could succeed, this first obstacle was particularly important. Xing Sheng also knew the shortcomings of Yu Bingju. The palms of his hands holding the halberd were sweating slightly. He recalled the movement diagram drawn by his uncle. His eyes darted sharply, and he let out a soft drink. The moment when the energy stagnated, it started to move backwards, and the worrying situation did not appear. He waved the halberd easily in his hand, and the air wave was like a hurricane, rolling through the courtyard, and dust was everywhere. Success? Xing Sheng's face was filled with joy. When Qin Feng saw this, he slowly loosened his clenched fists. Although this was only the first stagnation, the good start made the two more confident. The halberd in Haiten Tu's hand danced faster and faster, and after images appeared in the air. While Qin Feng stared, he was surprised to find that the energy in the other party's body was getting fuller and fuller. and his cultivation seemed to be gradually improving. The second place stagnates. The third place stagnates. The fourth place. The disadvantages were eliminated one by one, and the joy on Xing Sheng's face became more and more obvious. Until finally, the Imperial Soldier art was completed, and waves of air broke through the sky. With Xing Sheng's cheerful roar, he finally broke through the barrier of the 6th level of Shenwu at this moment, and stepped into the realm of the 5th level of Shenwu. This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. The shortcomings of the Imperial Weapon Ju were solved. It was inevitable for the opponent's cultivation level to improve. But a direct breakthrough would be a bit too shocking. After thinking about it, maybe the accumulation of black carbon heads has been enough. So it happened naturally. Uncle! Xing Sheng turned his head and looked up, his expression extremely excited. It'll be good if you succeed. Qin Feng smiled. I want to tell Master Lu about this method as soon as possible and let him spread it among the Dacian soldiers. He can't wait. Okay, I'll go with you. On the other side, in the Lu Guogong mansion, in the courtyard of Mr. Lu, Lu Tianlu frowned as he looked at the soldiers who had been killed and wounded in this battle. Even with the help of gunpowder, casualties were greatly reduced when fighting against monsters and bandits. But as long as there is a war, how can anyone not die? Sacrifice is inevitable. Moreover, for some unknown reason, with the frequent outbreaks of ghost troubles in the southern region, the demons and ghosts in the other 3 regions also began to become turbulent. The powerful Ghost King and Beast King left his own domain and began to invade other places. People everywhere in Dacian were panicked. Mr. Lu looked at Lu Tianlu's solemn expression and asked, What are the losses in this battle? 2%. Lu Tianlu replied, It's much better than before. Why do you still look like this? With the recent ghost troubles, the demons and ghosts are getting stronger and stronger. The Ghost Kings who have gone out to conquer these few times have all reached the peak of the 6th level calamity power. And one has even reached the 7th level calamity power. When Mr. Lu heard this, his expression darkened. It's not that the Shenhou army has never fought against strong enemies, but it's always unsettling to do so frequently. You must know that in the past, existences at the peak of the 6th turn tribulation power, or above the 7th turn tribulation power, were basically solved by the commander of a domain or the 12 divine generals. Now that the Shenhou army is needed to conquer, it can only mean that the high-level combat power of the Demon Slayer division has been exhausted. Not only that, because ghost troubles are everywhere, the demand for gunpowder from the Demon Slayer division and various armies is increasing day by day. Even though Shen Gongfang is working day and night, the supply is still somewhat in short supply. If the supply of gunpowder cannot keep up, a large number of casualties will be inevitable. This is also what Lu Tianlu is most worried about. He is regarded as the god of military affairs. He must think twice before doing anything. And naturally he must consider all aspects. Although gunpowder is good, it is still a foreign object and cannot be relied upon blindly. Finding ways to improve the strength of military officers is fundamental. But is this easier said than done? Lu Tianlu took out the Imperial Soldier art from his arms and flipped through the pages. He specially marked the places where the movement of energy would stagnate. It's just that he has been studying it for more than 10 years and has not thought of a solution. As for letting soldiers relearn other martial arts, Lu Tianlu shook his head. He could naturally spread the Lu family's martial arts. The so-called treasure of a bad broom did not exist for him. He didn't do it simply because it was unrealistic. The resources consumed by the Lu family's martial arts are simply beyond the reach of ordinary soldiers. The most important point is that the Lu family's martial arts cannot be practiced together by soldiers using different weapons, like the Imperial Soldier art. This is also the biggest problem. Mr. Lu glanced at it and advised. Since the creation of Imperial Soldier art, countless people have tried to improve it. But without exception, they have all failed. You don't need to waste your time on this. Lu Tianlu sighed. Why didn't he know this? At this moment, a concierge came to report that Wu Mingho Liang came to visit. What is he here for? Lu Tianlu looked confused. Ever since he gave up instructing the opponent's art of war, that guy has not been to Lu Mansion for a long time. The last time they met, it was at the Qin family's residence. The other party wanted to learn the mysterious tactics of war from his son-in-law. After thinking for only a moment, a rough voice rang in my ears. Liang's burly figure appeared in the courtyard. As soon as he came up, he talked to himself and found a stone chair to sit down. Generally speaking, when a guest comes to visit the house, he must first notify the owner of the house and then be led by the concierge. This is considered basic etiquette. However, for Liang, he obviously didn't care about this. Lu Tianlu waved his hand. motioning for the concierge to go down, and then asked, "Why do you want to come to my place?" Chapter 482 The Excited Soldiers. After Liang said hello to Mr. Liu, he replied, "I just came back from the war, and staying at home is boring. So I thought of coming to your place to have a look." "Why? You don't welcome me." "It's true that you're not welcome," Lu Tianlu replied truthfully. "Even if you don't welcome me, I won't leave." When Lu Tianlu heard this, he shook his head helplessly. "What is the result of this expedition?" Mentioning this, Liang raised his eyebrows. "When our Wuhou army goes out, we will naturally be invincible. Killing those demons and ghosts is like chopping melons and vegetables." "No. What do you mean by this?" "I'm just curious. How's the battle damage?" Lu Tianlu asked again. 30%. More. Liang sighed. The demons and ghosts he defeated this time were not weak. Without the help of gunpowder, the damage in this battle would probably have reached 50%. However, after this battle, their Wuhou army had very little gunpowder left. Although Liang came here from home, in fact, he had gone to a divine workshop just to buy more gunpowder. But now everyone in the army is in need of this thing. And Emperor Ming has already ordered the Ministry of Industry to arrange the ratio of gunpowder. Where can there be excess to supply Wuhou's army? So, he wondered if he could get some from the Lu family. After all, the guy in front of him was a capable military god. The need for gunpowder shouldn't be as urgent as his. Right? Thinking of this, Liang coughed dryly and said, "Ghost troubles have been frequent in the 4 regions of Dakian recently, and Wuhou's army has been fighting one after another, causing serious losses, especially the gunpowder. There is not much left in the arsenal. I wonder if your Shenhou army has any extra. Can you give me some?" "Don't worry. I will buy it at a 20% increase in price." Lu Tianlu shook his head. "Today's gunpowder is in short supply, and the Shenhou army can only use it." "Can't it even out at all?" Liang asked with raised eyebrows. "Not at all," Lu Tianlu said firmly. The two looked at each other, and Liang lowered his head helplessly. This result was also what he expected. Who doesn't need this stuff? It's interesting to say that when all the major armies were grabbing gunpowder, he still sneered. As a result, after tasting the sweetness of gunpowder, he became very anxious when he thought that the army was running out gunpowder. After all, this thing is equivalent to the life of a soldier. How could he have imagined that such a weird thing would indirectly change the fighting style of the entire Dakian army? In the past, when fighting against the ghost, we had to risk the lives of soldiers. Now, if we only have enough gunpowder, we can blow it up and turn it upside down. Liang also admired the person who made gunpowder very much. But it was a pity that until now, he did not know who that person was. "If you really lack this thing, I know someone who might have it." Lu Tianlu suddenly thought of something. "Are you talking about the old man? I just came back from there. The old man is very stubborn, and there is no way he can sell it." Liang spat. Lu Tianlu shook his head. "I'm not talking about the elders, but Qin Feng. That boy from the Qin family?" Liang looked strange. "Although I know that he is a jade demon slayer, but with his status, he shouldn't be qualified to get gunpowder." "Right." Under the original proposal of the elders, Emperor Ming had very strict control over Dakian gunpowder, not to mention the Sapphire Demon Slayer. Even the Red Lotus Demon Slayer was not qualified to buy gunpowder. "He has gunpowder. Naturally not because of this, but because he invented gunpowder." As soon as these words came out, Liang's eyes widened. How could he have imagined that the boy from the Qin family was not only proficient in the art of war, but also had extraordinary skills? The gunpowder that has benefited thousands of soldiers was actually invented by that kid. If I had known this, when I first visited the Qin mansion, I would have kidnapped that kid to serve as a staff officer in the Wuhou army. I regretted it. "Then I'll go find that boy now." After hearing the news, Liang stood up hurriedly. Just at this time, the concierge of the Lu mansion came to communicate again. "Report to the head of the family. My uncle came to visit the manor with Xing Shenling, saying that he wanted to discuss the matter. The boy from the Qin family is here? It just saves me a trip." Liang laughed. Lu Tianlu said, "Bring them here." Under the leadership of the concierge, Qin Feng and the others quickly arrived at the courtyard. When Xing Sheng saw Lu Tianlu, he immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, "General, the officers and men of Dakian are blessed. My uncle has successfully solved the shortcomings of Yubingju." As soon as these words came out, Mr. Liu and others were slightly stunned. "Is this true?" All the soldiers of the Shenhou army gathered at the training ground, and the soldiers were divided into 2 rows in order. No one whispered. But they were all guessing. What would General Lu have to announce this time? Everyone looked at the military parade. In addition to General Lu, Mr. Lu and Marquis Wu Ming were also present. But what attracted all the soldiers the most was the handsome young man in black. They knew that man was Lu's uncle Qin Feng. The last time he came, he brought gunpowder to the Shenhou army and also brought hope of survival. I wonder what kind of surprise they will get this time. Lu Tianlu stood on the high platform, looked down at the soldiers, then gathered his strength and explained the reason for coming here. After hearing this, all the officers and soldiers of the Shenhou army were shocked. The shortcomings of the Imperial soldier Zhu have been solved, and the running energy will no longer stagnate. Xing Shenling has even learned and improved his cultivation. Everyone looked excited and eager to try. Xing Shenling can practice new military skills and break through the bottleneck of cultivation. So naturally they can too. The soldiers who have been fighting abroad all year round understand clearly that the higher the strength, the greater the chance of survival when fighting outside. No wonder they are so excited. Upon seeing this, Lu Tianlu said again, although Xing Shenling has mastered the new military skills and has no problems with his practice, it does not mean that you are the same. Everyone's understanding is different. If you are slightly careless and your blood energy goes retrograde, the consequences will be disastrous. Therefore, I will first select some soldiers with higher cultivation level. After these people have learned all the skills, they will then lead all the soldiers to relearn the art of military training. Then Lu Tianlu named several candidates with good abilities and came out one after another. They looked at each other with excitement. And then, they saw the young man in black walking down the high platform with Xing Shenling. Qin Feng came to the widest wall of the training ground, gathered his fingertips together, and carved out the new method of energy circulation for the Imperial soldiers, and said to the selected soldiers, know the energy circulation route by heart. Once you are confident in your heart, you can start practicing. More than a dozen soldiers nodded and looked at the pictures on the wall seriously. These people were of equal strength and had good talents. After about half an hour, they memorized the improved soldier control technique. All the soldiers who were watching held their breaths and watched those people performing new military skills, not daring to breathe. By the time these people reached the point where their energy would stagnate, everyone's heart was in their throats, fearing that something unexpected would happen. But the next scene surprised everyone. They succeeded. At the first stagnation point, the energy moved smoothly, without any obstruction or distortion at all. Is there such a thing? Lying on the high platform widened his eyes, full of excitement. Chapter 483 dotted with destiny stars. The improved Imperial soldier technique exceeded everyone's expectations. As the shortcomings in the past were resolved one by one, the chi of the selected soldiers became more powerful and smoother. After they had finished performing all the military skills, the soldiers who encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation level directly entered a higher level like Xing Sheng. As for the rest of them, their cultivation levels have also been greatly improved, and it won't take long for them to break through. After a brief silence, deafening cheers suddenly broke out. On the high platform, Mr. Lu Tianlu and Liang looked at each other. The shock and excitement in their eyes could not be concealed at all. Everything that happened today is no exaggeration, even if it is recorded in the annals of history. And it was all because of Qin Feng. Who would have thought that something that a great general with great skill would never be able to do in his lifetime would be accomplished by a literate and holy man? This is good news for the soldiers and the whole Dacian. General Lu, now that we have mastered the new military skills, can we teach them to other soldiers? The selected person asked excitedly. Hearing this, the other soldiers also cast expectant glances at Lu Tianlu. Lu Tianlu let out a breath and looked at his son-in-law Qin Feng. After receiving the latter's affirmative response, he said loudly, all the officers and soldiers of the Shenhou army obey the order, and all exercises are cancelled. The soldiers were divided into 10 groups and learned the improved military skills in batches. As soon as the words fell, cheers resounded through the sky. Wu Mingho Liang looked at the impatient soldiers of the Shenhou army below and scratched his head anxiously. He wanted to bring back the new military skills for the Wuhou army to practice. However, with his brainpower, how could he remember so much content? Lu Tianlu, perhaps seeing his impatience, said calmly, the training ground here is large enough. General Lai can bring Wuhou's army here to learn the art of military control together. That's exactly what I meant. Liang laughed. He didn't want to waste a second, so he planned to leave immediately. At this time, he happened to see Qin Feng returning. So he hurriedly said, boy, you are not allowed to leave before I bring back Wuhou's army. Liang also had his own considerations. After all, Qin Feng had successfully improved this weapon controlling technique, so he must know it better than anyone else. If Qin Feng was present and in charge, it would be much safer for Wu Hou's army to practice the improved military art. After all, as a general of an army, he naturally does not want his soldiers to be in danger. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Don't worry, General Lai. If nothing happens, I will stay here in the next few days." "Good boy. I feel relieved if you say this." With these words, Liang kicked his legs to the ground, and his body was like a cannonball, rushing out of the training ground and rushing towards Wu Hou's army's territory. Lu Tianlu turned his head and looked up. "If I remember correctly, you and the Dragon Clan woman have just been married not long ago. Is there really no problem if you don't return to the Qin mansion?" Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this, and his waist was still extremely sore at this moment. He narrowed his eyes and said righteously, "At this moment, the generals and soldiers need me. So naturally the love between children must be put aside. Father-in-law, don't worry. I'm sensible." Lu Yuan and Lu Tianlu glanced at Qin Feng. They always felt that this boy seemed to be hiding something. In the next few days, the news that the shortcomings of the royal army judgment had been solved was like a hurricane that swept through all the Dacian armies. When every military attaché or general heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. "It's ridiculous. If the shortcomings of Yubingju were so easy to solve, why would we wait until now? Who is spreading this rumor and disrupting the morale of our army? If I catch him, I will kill him with a stick." However, as the news intensified, their eyes widened in shock. "What did you say? The officers and soldiers of the Shenhou army and the Wuhou army have already learned the new art of guarding soldiers, and their strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Is this true? Master Lu, the god of war, and Liang, even reported to Emperor Ming to ask all the soldiers of Dagon to relearn the art of imperial warfare? Your Majesty, Long Yin, is so pleased that he directly agrees?" The matter had reached the ears of Emperor Ming, and even an imperial edict was issued, so it was natural that this matter could not be deceived. While they were surprised, they were also extremely excited. If the imperial soldier art was really successfully improved, it would be a great good thing for their officers and soldiers. "Tell me, who is so capable? Wait, let me guess. Is it Lord Lu, the god of war? Yes, it must be Lord Lu Tianlu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to report it to Emperor Ming." Although Liang also reported this matter, no one thought that the reckless man had such a brain and could improve the military tactics. However, the reality of the matter was far beyond everyone's expectations. The person who improved the military skills is the son-in-law of the Lu family. Qin Feng of the Qin family? That cabinet grand master? Qin Feng looked up at the night sky, which was cloudless and dotted with stars. The improved art of guarding soldiers has spread among Dacian, and basically all the soldiers in Fotian City have begun to study it. Soldiers with high understanding and strength can basically master it in a short period of time. For those with poor understanding, it is only a matter of time before they can master it. Qin Feng believed that after this incident, the overall strength of the Dacian soldiers would definitely rise to a new level. In this way, when they go out to fight against demons and ghosts and face bandits, their chances of survival can be greatly improved. Of course, Qin Feng also benefited greatly from it. He aroused his consciousness to look at the sky. The number of white life stars that were densely packed with him and pulled by his divine sea had reached an exaggerated level. The improved military strategy has benefited all the officers and soldiers in Dacian. But how many soldiers are there in Dacian? It is reasonable for the number of life stars to increase to this level. And Qin Feng believes that this is just the beginning. After all, Emperor Ming has issued an imperial edict to send soldiers to bring the new military skills to the princes of the 4 regions. All soldiers must learn it. As time goes by, Qin Feng will only be able to pull more and more destiny stars. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and then sensed each other with the destiny stars in the sky. In the days before returning to the Qin mansion, Qin Feng would try to use the life star to sense the Hongyang immortal qi every night. The result was nothing. This was also what he expected. After all, Senior Xian had already said that now that the world has changed suddenly, the Hongyang immortal qi has almost disappeared, and it is difficult to absorb it by induction and absorption. But Qin Feng will not give up, because he clearly understands that high-level existences, even if they are in the same realm, may have vastly different strengths. If he can successfully use the Hongyang immortal qi to enter the 4th level of freedom, It will lay a solid foundation for him, and he will have more confidence to face strong enemies in the future. What's more, he also has an obvious advantage. That is, the number of life stars, which can greatly increase his success rate in sensing Hongmen's immortal energy. His mind gradually calmed down, and the life stars in the deep sky also emitted qi under Qin Feng's guidance. They formed a big net and spread across the sky and the stars to capture the ethereal humming fairy energy. Chapter 484: The Strange Stargazer. Time passed in a hurry, and Qin Feng didn't realize it. He has memorized the methods taught by Senior Xian Yi. His consciousness seemed to be following the energy of the Destiny Star, wandering outside the sky. It seemed that if he wanted to, he could reach out and grab the galaxy. This kind of practice can not only sense and absorb the Hongmeng immortal qi, but also be of great benefit to Qin Feng's soul practice. After all, guiding so many fate stars at the same time is not something that ordinary people can do. It requires a powerful soul as the foundation. And Qin Feng's soul has long been powerful to a shocking level through accumulated practice. It seems that I got nothing tonight. After sensing it for a long time, Qin Feng sighed. Even though the number of destiny stars is far greater than before, it doesn't seem like much has changed. It is still too difficult to search for Hongmeng immortal qi in today's world. Qin Feng even had such doubts. Could he really step into the fourth level of freedom with the help of Hongmeng immortal qi? Just as he was thinking this, in the depths of the starry sky that his spiritual consciousness glimpsed, where the Milky Way-like stars gathered, a colorful mist of breath loomed faintly. Qin Feng was stunned at first when he saw it, and then became ecstatic. He hurriedly guided the Mingxing Qi machine to collect that ray of immortal energy. Not long after, a strand of Hongmeng immortal qi as thick as a hair swept into the divine sea and merged with the remaining immortal qi from before. At this moment, Qin Feng was extremely excited. Although this ray of immortal energy is not much, compared with the amount he needs to step into the fourth level, it is a drop in the bucket, but it conveys a signal that is, the world today can still sense the Hongmeng immortal energy. The biggest fear in life is not the hard pursuit and waiting, but the fear that there is no hope at all in everything you do. And this ray of immortal energy gave Qin Feng hope and made him more motivated. Continue to guide the Destiny Star energy machine and search the vast starry sky. After this good start, Qin Feng's confidence doubled, imagining that he might be able to find a few more rays of immortal energy tonight. Huh? What is that? Under the observation of his spiritual consciousness, Qin Feng suddenly saw a flash of red light. This red light is similar to dark red, with an oval shape, and a faint yellow light exudes in the middle of the red light. And I don't know if it was Qin Feng's illusion, but the red light would flash from time to time, as if he was blinking. In order to see it more clearly, Qin Feng activated his consciousness and moved closer to the red light. As the distance gets closer, the red light gets bigger and bigger. Suddenly, Qin Feng's eyes widened and his body trembled with fear. It turned out to be really an eye. An extremely huge eye. The red part is the white of the eye, and the yellow part is the pupil. This giant eye seemed to have discovered Qin Feng, and glanced over. It seemed to be laughing, with a playful, cruel, and malicious look. At this moment, Qin Feng found that his consciousness was no longer under control, and he even lost consciousness in his body. It was as if an invisible giant hand was holding him tightly, unable to move. At this moment, his wife's call came to his ears, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. His consciousness returned to the divine sea, and Qin Feng panted heavily, as if he had escaped from death. What's wrong with you? Lu Jianli looked worried. It's okay. Qin Feng's body was still trembling slightly. After taking a few deep breaths, he slowly recovered and looked up at the night sky. The stars were shining like before, without any abnormalities. But what exactly was it that I just saw? Senior Xian said before that there are 3 realms in the world. Could it be that those huge eyes are things from other realms? Or maybe it's because the seal between heaven and earth has become loose, so that terrifying existence is spying on the world? Qin Feng couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. Shaking his head and looking to one side, Lu Jianli looked at him quietly, with a little worry in his bright eyes. In order not to worry the lady, Qin Feng adjusted his mood and asked with a smile. Why is the lady here? You haven't returned to Qin Mansion for many days. My parents were worried about you, so they asked me to come and take a look. These days, I have been busy instructing the soldiers on new military techniques in the army. But I've done all I can do, and it's time to go back. Let's go. Lady. The two left the training ground. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at the sky again before looking away. But no one heard it, and a roar sounded from the depths of the starry sky, shattering countless stars. On the top of the climbing tower of Howin Academy, the white-robed and white-haired Tianjian Imperial Master looked at the night sky and frowned. At the same time, the stargazer behind him also moved. Master Tianjian waved his right hand, and a stream of pure energy rushed into the starry sky. The stars in the sky seemed to dim a bit. Su Lixian came to the top of the building and looked at the moving stargazer with a surprised expression. Every time such a change occurs in the stargazer, it indicates that something big is about to happen. And I don't know what will happen this time. Teacher, what's going on? A white light flashed in Tianjian Imperial Master's eyes. And then he said, I want you to go to a place. Boy, as long as you are willing to join my Wuhou army as a staff officer, your status in the army will be higher than mine. What do you think? Liang patted his chest and vowed. This was the 4th time he came to the Qin mansion to lobby. Ever since I saw Qin Feng's attainments in the art of war, learned that he invented gunpowder, and even saw with his own eyes that he improved the military skills and benefited many soldiers. Liang has decided in his heart that Qin Feng is exactly the talent he needs. In fact, Liang has always had a dream, which is to build the Wuhou army into the first army of Daqian. However, he also knew in his heart that as long as Lu Tianlu was there in the Shenhou army, the Wuhou army would never be number 1. Although his army was unparalleled in valor, they fought in a disorganized manner. If the Qin mansion could be brought under its command and strategized, wouldn't Wuhou's army become even more powerful and invincible? It is precisely because of thinking of this that Liang comes here again and again to persuade. I'm sorry, General Lai. That's not my ambition. You'd better hire someone else. Qin Feng replied respectfully. Hey, interest can be cultivated. Maybe you will change your mind after leading troops to fight in battle. Wu Hojun happened to be on a trip to Qilmu City in the western region recently. The guard there said that there seemed to be strange movements of demons and ghosts nearby. You might as well go with me this time. Firstly, you can show off your military skills. And secondly, you can also have a run-in with Wuhou's army. I will be able to command more easily in the future. What do you think? Liang's abacus jingled, although Qin Feng repeatedly refused. He already regarded Qin Feng as a member of Wuhou army. General Lai, I only know the art of war on paper. If you really hand over Wuhou's army to me, you will definitely regret it. Qin Feng said helplessly. How could anyone be so thick-skinned in the world? No regrets. No regrets. I will never regret your joining Wuhujin. Qin Feng was about to reply when the concierge suddenly came to report. Young master, someone is looking for you. It is Miss Xiaobai from Jinan City. Noob? Why did she come? Qin Feng was surprised. Chapter 485 Xiaobai comes alone. Goodbye Xiaobai. She is still the same pretty girl. But now her eyes are red, and she is crying. When Qin Feng saw this, he didn't know what happened. So he immediately stepped forward and asked, Xiaobai, why did you come here instead of staying in Jinan City? Where's Sister Mo? She didn't come with you? Looking back, the concierge shook his head. The only person who came to visit the Qin mansion was Miss Xiaobai. The plump and beautiful woman in a black dress did not follow. Xiaobai rubbed his eyes and choked. Aunt Emo is gone. Agaw. In Xiaobai's intermittent narration, Qin Feng also roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter. About 5 days ago, Sister Emo seemed to sense something and learned that her eldest sister in the western region was in danger. She wanted to go to the western regions alone to provide support. But she was worried about what might happen if Xiaobai was left alone in Jinan City. Ever since, Sister Mo planned to take Xiaobai to the western regions. With Sister Mo's powerful strength, she can still come and go freely even in the southern region where ghosts are frequent. However, just 2 days ago, the two of them were walking on the road to the western region. Sister Mo seemed to have discovered something. After leaving something for Xiaobai, she gave some instructions and then left. After that, there was no more information. Qin Feng's face darkened. Xiaobai was very important to Sister Mo and could not be lost. What accident happened that made Sister Mo leave Xiaobai alone? How did you find this place? Qin Feng asked curiously. According to Xiaobai, the place where she and Sister Mo were separated was at least 600 miles away from Fengtian City. Although Xiaobai is a monster, his intelligence is comparable to that of a human child. How can he cross the mountains and reach Fengtian City? What's more, there are dangers everywhere in the mountains and forests. And Xiaobai's bloodline talent is not weak, which is a great tonic for those monsters and ghost kings. Xiaobai cried and replied, Aunt Imo asked me to stay where I was and wait for her to go back. But I waited all day and night. And Aunt Imo didn't come back either. I was hungry and wanted to find something to eat. Then I met an uncle who looked like a mouse. He said he would take me here to find my brother. So I followed him. Xiaobai answered and gestured, placing his two little fingers on both sides of his lips. Qin Feng finally understood that the so-called uncle, who looked like a mouse, was probably a middle-aged man with a mustache. However, how ugly the other party must be to make Xiaobai give such a description. And Xiaobai's heart is too big. She will follow the stranger just by saying anything. What if she encounters the strange worm in Japanese animation? Where's that mouse-like uncle? Didn't he come with you? Qin Feng asked. Xiaobai shook his head. He brought me here. After knocking on the door, he disappeared. Qin Feng looked at the concierge, who immediately replied, There is indeed only Miss Xiaobai outside the Qin mansion. No matter who that person is, at least he has no ill intentions. And judging from the situation, he probably knows me. Qin Feng frowned and thought. At this time, Qin Feng thought of another key point. Where is the thing Sister Imo left for you? Show me. That thing might be a clue left behind by Sister Mo's sudden departure. Xiaobai nodded and took out something from his arms. It was a scale. But it was not the true meaning of life that Sister Imo had given to Qin Feng before. This scale has a faint golden light. And even if it leaves the main body, it still exudes a mysterious aura. Qin Feng didn't know what the use of this thing was. So he thought of his wife Phylin. The latter, as a dragon, should know something about this thing. And immediately asked Qing'er to find Phylin. Song Phylin, led by Qing'er, came outside the house and saw a little girl carved in pink and jade, sitting in her husband's arms, crying. Her figure trembled, her eyes filled with disbelief. In order to integrate into the human race as soon as possible, Song Phylin also consulted Sister Jinli during this time. However, the latter was not familiar with the world, and what he could teach was limited, so he could only hand over the scripts collected by Ningxuang. When Song Phylin read the contents of the script, she couldn't help but blush. Those strange and weird gestures opened a door to a new world for her. The content in the storybook really fascinated her for a while. She clearly remembered that the male protagonist in one of the books was secretly in love with another woman outside, and gave birth to a child due to the difficulty of his love. Then the child came to recognize his father many years later. When he saw his father, he couldn't stop crying. Isn't it exactly the same as the current situation? Song Phylin looked at Xiaobai and Qin Feng with complicated expressions. She didn't know how to face this fact. She only thought about whether to call Sister Jinli to come over and discuss it together. Qin Feng saw Fei Lan standing blankly outside the house, making no move, and asked curiously, Madam, why don't you come in? I have something I need you to help me see. Xiaobai in her arms turned her head and looked up. Song Phylin was shocked and hesitated, but finally walked forward slowly. These are the scales that Sister Imo left for Xiaobai. Can you see anything? Sister Imo? Is this the girl she gave birth to with you? Song Phylin blurted out. What the hell are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense like this. It will damage my image as a gentleman. Qin Feng's face stiffened, and he hurriedly explained the identities of Xiaobai and Sister Mo. That's it. Song Phylin breathed out. When she learned the cause of the matter, a stone slowly fell in her heart. As long as it's not the situation she thinks, that's fine. When Sister Mo led Xiaobai to the Qin mansion in Jinong City, she was not in Jinong City, so it was understandable that she didn't know. But she never expected that the so-called Sister Mo turned out to be the snake demon in the Black Mist Forest, and that Xiaobai turned into a beast in the forest? Looking at the scales in Xianggong's hand again, Song Phylin frowned slightly. This should be the reverse scale. It seems that she is not far from transforming into a dragon. And I, Lin? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Song Phylin nodded slightly. Dragons have reverse scales, and will die if they touch them. This is something Qin Feng knows all too well. From Fei Lan's dictation, Qin Feng roughly understood its function. The reverse scale can exude powerful coercion, and can also sense its owner. Sister Mo left this thing for Xiaobai, presumably to use it to frighten the monsters, and also to sense Xiaobai's location, so that he can find it at any time. The faint energy emitted from these scales is the connection with its owner. The closer the distance between the two, the stronger the energy will be. Song Phylin said lightly. Hearing this, Qin Feng rubbed Xiaobai's head and comforted him. Sister Mo probably has something important to deal with, and it's not convenient for me to take you with me. So just stay here and wait for her to pick you up after she's done. By the way, madam, the golden light on this scale does not fade. which means Sister Mo is safe. Right? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng found that the scales in his hand were dimming a little, and he was immediately shocked. Chapter 486 Changes in the Western Regions. Fei Lan. What's going on? Qin Feng raised his head and asked. Song Filan took a look and responded in a deep voice. I think the Sister Mo you mentioned may be in danger. If the owner of the reverse scale is seriously injured, the connection with the reverse scale will also weaken. Just like the golden light on the scales. If all the golden light on the scales fades away, that means Sister Mo is probably dead? Qin Feng frowned. Yes. Song Filan replied in the affirmative. Hearing this, Xiaobai pulled Qin Feng's sleeve and asked anxiously. Brother, where is Aunt Mo? I want to see her. Qin Feng took out a breath and replied softly. Don't worry. Your Aunt Mo will be fine. With her strength, even in the entire Dakian, there are not many people who can pose a threat to her. Moreover, if I guess correctly, Sister Mo should have gone to find your mother. In the western region. With your mother's protection. Who can hurt you? Aunt Mo? Xiaobai thought for a moment. Sobbed and said, well, my mother is amazing. Yes, your mother is very powerful. So you don't have to worry about Sister Mo's safety. By the way, you haven't eaten for 2 days. Are you hungry? Qin, take Xiaobai to the guest room and ask the kitchen to cook something delicious for her. Qin Feng ordered. When it came to food, Xiaobai became interested, and his nervousness eased slightly, and the thunderous sound of hungry stomach suddenly sounded. I want to eat meat. Then I'll make some succulent meat for you. Qin Feng said with a smile. Uh-huh. Qin, take her there. Qin Feng said again. Okay, young master. Qin immediately left with Xiaobai. It wasn't until the two of them left that Qin Feng showed a worried look on his face, calculating based on the time and location of Sister Mo and Xiaobai's separation. Given Sister Mo's strength, without Xiaobai as a burden, she would have arrived in the western region long ago. And at this exact moment, the golden light on the reverse scale dimmed. Didn't it mean that Sister Mo was in danger in the western region? Qin Feng knew that the White Tiger Demon King of the western regions was Xiaobai's biological mother, which was the existence that gave Siming, the Demon Slayer division of the western regions, quite a headache. Who dares to risk life and death to fight against the Tiger King? Don't you know that the tigers but can't be touched? In every sense of the word. He always felt that something big was going to happen in the western region. What are you thinking about? Fei Lan asked aloud, seeming to notice something in her light blue eyes. I'm just a little worried about Sister Mo. But with her strength, even if she encounters danger, she should be able to avert the danger. Having said that, Qin Feng's uneasiness became more and more intense. Would you like to go to the western region and have a look? Sister Mo has helped me so much. I can't just watch something happen to her. But the western region is so big. Where would she be? And with my strength, going to the western region will not be of much use. If there is any disaster in the western region, I will just buy one and get one free. Qin Feng's mood was complicated. Just at this time, another servant came to report. Young master, General Lai is impatient to wait. So he left first. He said that if you change your mind, you can go to the house to find him at any time. He will stay in the general's mansion until early tomorrow morning. When Qin Feng heard this, he raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, General Lai had said before that the place where Wuho's army would go to fight next was Qiongyu City in the western region. With the protection of Wuho's army and the strength of General Lai, even if something happens in the western region, he should be able to escape unscathed. In this case, do you want to accompany him and take the opportunity to inquire about news in the western region? Thinking of this, he looked at Filan beside him, wondering whether he should take the two ladies with him. After all, if we have two ladies to protect us on this trip, even though we can't walk sideways in the huge western region, we can still go shopping everywhere. Right? At night, Qin Feng raised his head and looked up at the sky, holding Sister Mo's reverse scale in his hand. After the golden light dimmed during the day, an island remained unchanged. Qin Feng's nervous mood was slightly relieved, because this showed that after Sister Mo encountered danger, she either saved the day or retreated safely. However, the golden light has not returned to its previous state, which also shows that Sister Mo's condition is still not good at the moment. Raising his right hand and reaching towards the sky, Qin Feng seemed to want to hold the shining stars in his palm. When he was in Jinan City, Master Bianni said that there are two common types of divination techniques. One is 3,000 fortune-seeing techniques, and the other is stargazing techniques. Qin Feng has already mastered the 3000 Qi technique, as long as the other party's cultivation level is not much higher than his. And he does not have a treasure to hide the secret of heaven. He can see the other party's information. However, he has never used this stargazing technique since he tried it once in Jinan City. After all, the master once solemnly warned him that mortals who pry into the secrets of heaven will suffer backlash. If they are not cultivated enough, they will most likely die. However, now that I have entered the 5th grade Howren realm, I should be able to use the stargazing technique a little bit. Right? Qin Feng murmured to himself, and then took a deep breath. He wanted to know Sister Mo's approximate location and see if the other party was okay. And the quickest method he could think of was this. Inspire the righteous energy in your body to rush into the sky, intersecting with the destiny stars all over the sky. A flash of blue light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, and within a moment, it reflected the stars in the sky. Various images flashed before his eyes, like a slideshow. He saw the mountains and rivers, and the roars of various powerful monsters on the top of the cliffs shook the sky. He saw the nervous-looking soldiers, as well as the powerful demon slayers from the demon-slaying division, waiting in full formation. Rivers dried up and mountains collapsed. The black aura shrouded the western region like a dead land. The stargazing technique was successfully performed, but the backlash also followed one after another. His body began to twitch, and blood bleeded from his nostrils and mouth. Qin Feng knew that it would be dangerous if he continued like this, but he did not stop using the stargazing technique, because he hasn't seen the important information yet. The picture continued to flash by, and a city came into view. A figure disappeared into the city in the dark night. Qin Feng had an impression of that figure. It had a broad body, a straw hat on its head, 3 heads and 6 arms, and its entire body was pitch black. This guy who invaded Jinan City was a ghost Buddha. While Qin Feng was shocked, what he never expected was that the ghost Buddha in the picture turned around and looked at it, and the 3 Buddha heads showed a joking look. The 6 arms of the ghost Buddha were spread out, as if they were going to travel through space and kill Qin Feng suddenly. The beating of the heart became weaker and weaker, and breathing became a luxury. At this critical moment, a burst of Qi entered Qin Feng's body, and the scene stopped abruptly. Qin Feng gasped for air and murmured, Kaianjiaking. That is the name of the city seen in the picture. What's wrong? Ghost Buddha. Gong Du, who had the number 4 tattooed on his chest, asked calmly. There are mice spying on us. Ghost Buddha chuckled. Mouse. Dead? If you dare to use divination to predict me, there is no reason to live. Let's go. Don't delay the Lord's business. Chapter 487. I want to take 2 people with me. Even if Qin Feng's reputation is not a household name in Fengtian City, it is not far off, and he had an academic dispute with the Imperial College, showing his superb military skills. In addition, he invented gunpowder and improved the military art, and the officers and soldiers in the army admired him even more. It's a pity that even though many soldiers admire Qin Feng very much, they only hear his name but never see him. So when the soldiers of Wuho's army learned from General Lai that Qin Feng would also go together during this expedition to the western regions, all of these rough and tumble men were very excited. Master Qin actually wants to go on an expedition with us. Could it be that the general convinced him to become our military advisor? Young Master Qin. People in Fengtian City often call him Master Qin. Please show some respect to me. I'm not talking about you. Lao Wang. Why are you speaking so harshly? You don't know yet. Right. Lao Wang's child is currently studying at Taiping Academy. That is the scholar who will become a blockbuster in this fall's imperial examination. I asked you to show some respect to Master Qin. What's wrong? Another soldier laughed. I see. Taiping Academy is a gateway for students from poor families to rise to prominence. In addition, the imperial examination system will be implemented this autumn. Many students from poor families are eager to try. They want to prove to the world that scholars from poor families are no worse than rich and powerful. The source of their confidence is naturally Qin Feng and Taiping Academy. The first lesson Qin Feng taught at the beginning was that great responsibilities will be assigned by heaven to people. This is still a word that many children from poor families firmly believe in. Once the chat box was opened, the topic of Qin Feng became more and more interesting. Master Qin is really amazing. If the general hadn't told us, I wouldn't have known that gunpowder was invented by Master Qin. Alas, if it weren't for the help of gunpowder, ghost troubles have become more and more frequent recently, and I don't know how many brothers would have died. Being able to invent such a magical thing. Many people are rumoring that Master Qin is not an ordinary person, but an immortal master who came down to Earth to save the world. Gunpowder is naturally powerful, but don't forget Master Qin's attainments in the art of war, which is highly recognized by the army god Da Don Lu. Our Wuhou army is so brave. If Qin Shi is commanded, it will be even more powerful. It may not be impossible to surpass the Shenhou army in the future. Of course, in addition to the voices of praise and admiration, some people also expressed concerns about Qin Feng's safety. Master Qin is just a literary saint after all, and I don't know what his current level of cultivation is. What if we go on an expedition to conquer demons and ghosts and the situation is too critical and we have no time to take care of him? After all, the Wensheng Taoists are not as popular as Shenwu and Baigui, and are widely popular in Daqian. Many people don't even know the names of each realm of Wensheng Dao. A soldier who knew more clearly said with a smile, "You are all unfounded. I heard that when Master Qin was in Shuliang City, he could kill tens of thousands of corpses with one man." Huh? Why do I remember it was 100,000? I've heard about this too. It seems like 1 million? Forehead. While several people were still discussing this specific number, one person suddenly pointed in a direction and said excitedly, "Master Qin is here." Everyone looked for fame, and Lying rode a war horse and took the lead. "Qin military advisor, are you here?" Military advisor Qin Feng's face froze, and then he said respectfully, "I'm sorry, General Lai. I have something to explain at home, so I was delayed for a while." Lying laughed and waved his hand. "I understand that it is inevitable to be nervous when going out for the first time, and it is normal to talk to your family. I remember that when I went on my first expedition, I chatted with my father all night. Ha. What General Lai said is that in fact, I want to take 2 people with me on this expedition." Qin Feng scratched his head and said, "This." Lying showed a look of embarrassment, and then said truthfully, "When we are on an expedition, it is not surprising that any danger will occur. Qin's military advisor will lead 2 more people. If we encounter any powerful demons, I'm worried that Wu's army may not be able to protect their safety." Qin Feng smiled and said, "General Lai, don't worry about this. They can take care of themselves. I brought them with me just in case, to be prepared." As soon as these words came out, Lying frowned. According to the meaning of Qin's military advisor, he brought 2 guards with him. Do you think that I, the heroic hero, and the entire Wuhou army cannot protect your safety? Lying's voice was not small to begin with. He was resentful at the moment, but he didn't think about restraining himself. The soldiers who were close could basically hear it clearly. Even though they admired Qin Feng very much, their dissatisfaction still showed on their faces. This is their self-esteem and pride as members of the Wuhou army. "General Lai, you misunderstood. I didn't mean it that way." Qin Feng was quite embarrassed. "Then what do you mean? You should call those 2 people out. Let me see how capable they are. Even my Wuhou army can't compare." Lying snorted coldly. The other soldiers also cast their gazes. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked back. Why haven't the 2 ladies arrived yet? Just at this moment, 2 beautiful figures floated down in the sky. Everyone looked around, and then their eyes widened. They were actually 2 women, and one of them seemed familiar. Lu Jianli. One person recognized his identity and exclaimed, "Daqian's youngest 3rd-grade sword god. Who doesn't know him?" How could they have imagined that one of the 2 people Master Qin mentioned was Lu Jianli? Then who is the other one? Someone whispered, "Master Qin. Didn't he just marry a dragon girl not long ago? Could it be that she is?" Gudong. The sound of swallowing saliva kept coming and going. Qin Feng's second wife opened the seal of hegemony of heaven and earth in Fengtian City, which caused a stir in the city. In other words, this is an existence comparable to a 3rd-grade master. The previous dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts disappeared, replaced by envy and admiration. Who among them has ever tried to go out to fight and take 2 beauties with them? And these 2 are among the few masters, almost standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in the world's perception. Lying rolled his big eyes and coughed dryly. "Master Qin, are these 2 the people you mentioned earlier?" "Yes, they are all my ladies." Qin Feng laughed dryly, then looked sideways, with a hint of complaint in his tone. "Why are you here?" Hearing this, Song Filan raised her right hand, and a little girl carved in pink and jade came into everyone's sight. "Xiao Bai, why did you bring her too?" Qin Feng asked in surprise. The journey was dangerous, so he deliberately hid it from Xiao Bai and thought of going secretly. Song Filan replied, "This little guy is not weak. She overheard everything you said to us at home. She made a big fuss at the house and wanted to come with her. So Sister Jianli and I delayed our efforts for a while. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. If he didn't learn well at a young age, he would be eavesdropping. Right? He didn't know who he learned the bad habits from. He looked at Xiaobai and said in a serious tone, "Listen to my brother and go home." Xiaobai waved his limbs and cried, "I want to see Mom and Aunt Mo too. I won't go back." Qin Feng's expression froze. Chapter 488 Departure. It is not easy to deal with children. Qin Feng and Xiaobai are in a stalemate. Finally, Lu Jinli came forward and said, "Husband, Xiaobai's strength is still better than yours. If not, just take her with you." As soon as these words were spoken, a gust of breeze blew by, and the surrounding area became quiet, as if you could hear a needle drop. Qin Feng looked dull and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Xiaobai pouted and said, "I am much better than my brother. My brother can go. Why can't I go?" First it was a stab in the back from the lady, and then there was the real injury from the innocent novice. Qin Feng felt bad all over. Just when the atmosphere was extremely awkward, Liang spoke up and said, "Commander Qin, it doesn't hurt to take her with you. Anyway, your two wives are accompanying you, so there won't be any big trouble on this trip." "That's not what you said before." Qin Feng sighed and solemnly warned, "Xiaobai, you can follow me if you want, but remember not to run around. If you dare to leave the two sisters within 3 feet of me on the way, I will send someone to send you back immediately. Do you understand?" "Yeah." Xiaobai nodded. Everything was finalized, and it was time to set off. Liang ordered 2 war horses to be brought in. Lu Jinli and Song Filan jumped onto the horses without saying a word, and then both looked at Qin Feng. The look seemed to let him choose who to sit with. Another proposition. But this time, "It's not hard for me." Qin Feng looked at Xiaobai beside him and asked softly, "Which sister do you want to sit with?" Qin Feng had already thought of it and handed this gift proposition directly to Xiaobai. After Xiaobai made his choice, he naturally had to sit on the other horse. In this way, neither party will be offended. After all, this is the choice made by Xiaobai. And what bad intentions can a child have? Xiaobai looked back and forth between Lu Jinli and Song Filan, and after thinking for a moment, he said abruptly, "I will sit on whichever one my brother sits on." "You damn!" Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a dry smile, "Good boy. Little Bai, the space on the horse's back is limited, and you can't see 3 people at the same time. I can ride on my brother's back," Xiaobai said with a smile. Things developed far beyond Qin Feng's expectations. Feeling the gazes of the 2 ladies, he understood that the pressure was once again on him. At this critical moment, Qin Feng looked in the direction of Liang and thought, "Wait a minute. General Lai, is this horse of yours the legendary one? Oh, did military advisor Qin recognize my Yunfei? This is a divine horse that is only 1 in 10,000. If I had not made great achievements in battle back then, Emperor Ming would not have rewarded me with this divine horse. You know, that guy Lu Tianlu also had his eye on this divine horse back then, but he didn't even try to steal it from me." Liang laughed proudly. Qin Feng suddenly realized, sure enough, it is a divine horse flying on the clouds. Seeing it is worse than hearing it 100 times. This hair, these strong hooves. It is truly a good horse that is unique in a million. I have always wanted to take a ride on Yunfei and experience it myself. I wonder if General Lai can make it happen. What's so difficult about this little thing? Without saying a word, Liang stretched out his right hand and lifted Qin Feng onto the horse. Xiaobai followed closely behind, clinging to Qin Feng's back. "How do you feel?" Liang asked with a smile. "I feel much more relaxed." Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Easy? What kind of description is this?" Liang shook his head and didn't think much. He just shouted, "The whole army obeys the order. Wuhou army, go to war. Marquis Wu's army, go out." Hundreds of people responded to the call, and the sound was deafening. Lu Jinli and Song Filan looked at each other and followed Qin Feng closely on their horses. Qin Feng never expected that Liang was not only a reckless man, but also a talkative person who kept talking all the way, while the latter introduced the past achievements of Wuhou army and explained how brave Wuhou army was. He also tried his best to persuade him to become a real military advisor of Wuhou army. Even Xiaobai, who was lying on his back, felt drowsy and snored. Qin Feng tied Xiaobai with a cloth belt and took the initiative to change the subject and asked, "General Lai, why don't you tell me about the situation in the western regions?" Liang touched his beard and spoke reluctantly. "Among the 4 regions of Dakian, if you want to say which region is the most stable, apart from the eastern region, the western region is the most stable. This was somewhat beyond Qin Feng's expectation, because as far as he knew, Xiao Bai's mother often fought with other monsters and ghosts in order to compete for the Dragon Vein land. How could the western region be considered stable? But after listening to General Lai's story, he finally understood the reason. The White Tiger Demon King of the western regions is powerful and capable. Her ferocity is achieved one by one with her fists. And those demons and ghosts who admired her powerful strength naturally joined her army one after another, forming a force that cannot be underestimated in the western region. Logically speaking, with such a huge creature in the western region, the Demon Slayer division should be restless. But the White Tiger Demon King is very disciplined. She never takes action against the human race's Tianqi land, and she will not let her demons cause harm to the human race. With her restriction and the presence of the Demon Slayer division, the people of the western regions lived a peaceful life that most people would envy. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully, and then asked curiously, if that's the case, what's going on in Qiongyu City? This is strange. The Red Lotus Demon Slayer guarding Qiongyu City sent a letter asking for help, saying that an astonishing number of demons and ghosts were surrounding the city but not attacking. The specific situation can only be known by taking a look in person. Besieged but not attacked? Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered. He thought of the scenes he had seen with his stargazing technique before, and always felt that this matter was strange. The group of people who invaded Jinyang City were obviously planning something in the western region. When Liang saw this, he thought that the other party was worried about the danger of this trip. So he laughed and said, Qin's military advisor does not have to be like this. The name of our Wuhou army is not blown out. The monsters surrounding Qiongyu City are nothing to worry about. It's a pity that when Wuhou's army went out to fight, no demons and ghosts dared to show up to block the way. Otherwise, I could have asked the military advisor to take a good look at the bravery of our soldiers. That's natural. With the reputation of Wuhou's army, demons and ghosts will naturally avoid their sharp edges. Qin Feng complimented, and Liang laughed while stroking his beard. But at this moment, the surrounding wind suddenly rose. The trees fell, sand and dust flew, and the horses' hooves trampled. What's the situation? There is an enemy attack! Following a burst of exclamation, the soldiers of Wuhou army quickly adjusted their cues, faced all around, and stood ready. The murderous spirit instantly spread throughout the entire army. Seeing this, Qin Feng sighed in his heart. It was not unreasonable to become an army second only to the Shenhou army. Just this calm momentum in the face of danger is far beyond that of an ordinary army. Liang looked behind Shachan, suppressed his blush, and said angrily, Which blind thing dares to block my way? I just boasted for a while, but was slapped in the face at the speed of light. How could such a nice person like General Lai not be angry? Everyone saw pairs of red eyes emerging from the sand, which was obviously a sign of bad intentions. Chapter 489 The Attacking Demon King? Encountering this sudden change, Lu Jianli and Song Filan stayed by Qin Feng's side, without saying a word. When the sand and dust slowly receded, Qin Feng and others were able to see clearly what kind of existence was coming. Those are monster beasts with different shapes and varying strengths. They bared their teeth and surrounded the trees on the surrounding mountainside. The leader of them was a tiger-shaped beast with a white mane. It is about 4 feet long and 2 feet high, with a fierce light in its eyes. The tiger-shaped beast glanced at the mighty army, and the fierce light in its eyes faded a little, as if it did not expect that there would be so many people. Its hooves took a step back, but when it saw the grain and grass on the carriage behind Wuhou's army, its stomach growled unsatisfactorily. My lord, it's for food, a monster beast said excitedly. Finally something to eat. Another monster roared. For a while, roars came and went. He can actually speak human words. Everyone was shocked. The monster that could speak human words showed that the bloodline talent and strength were not bad. And how terrifying must be the power of the Demon King who can control these monsters. Judging from the menacing appearance of these monsters, it is obvious that they want to swallow everyone as food. This battle must be a tough one. Even Liang frowned when he saw this. With a solemn expression, with lightning speed, he lifted the long knife on the side of the horse into his hand, and the energy flowed in his body. He led Wuhou's army to conquer monsters and ghosts in countless battles. And this was the first time he encountered so many monsters that could speak human words. As we all know, being able to speak human words not only represents the monster's strength, but also shows that the monster is wise. As for the intelligent monsters, you can imagine how difficult it is to deal with them. Master Qin, just stay on the horse and don't move around, Liang warned. Qin Feng hummed, but showed a slightly strange expression, because he glanced at the monsters with his double pupils. I always feel that the strength of these monsters is not very strong. I might be able to fight 10 of them. But how can ordinary monsters dare to stop Wuho's army? And how can they speak human words? Could it be that my double pupil technique is only useful for humans? Qin Feng was puzzled. What puzzled him the most was that truly powerful monsters could all take the form of humans. Just like Xiao Bai, Sister Imo, and the Dragon Clan. The Demon King, who can control so many powerful monsters, is still in the form of a beast. Is it because he is unhappy and turned into a human? While all the soldiers were waiting in formation, the leader of the tiger-shaped Demon King finally spoke. Leave your food and grass, and I can spare you a way to live. Otherwise, meow. Meow? With such a big mouth, he spit out such a roar, which made people stunned, and the tense atmosphere even changed a bit. The other monsters hurriedly reminded. Your Majesty, you shouted wrong. The Demon King reacted and hurriedly called out again. Roar! This time, the momentum was right. But because of the scene that happened before, this roar no longer has any deterrent effect at all. And what the soldiers never expected was that these monster beasts didn't want to eat people, but wanted their food and grass. A real knife slashed their buttocks, which opened their eyes. Liang frowned and shouted loudly. If you dare to seize the food and grass from my army, Marquis Wu, you really don't know whether to live or die. Marquis Wu's army? The tiger-shaped monster was stunned, and the other monsters also trembled. Your Majesty, isn't Wu Hojun the one that Sister Tu once said he was? The two armies of Dakian are invincible in every battle. One is the Shenhou army led by Lu Tianlu, and the other is the brave and fearless Wuhou army. The two armies have killed countless demons and ghosts, and they have a great reputation. The demonic beasts instantly understood that this time the robbery had hit the iron plate. The Demon King showed a fearful expression, leaning forward, his hair standing on end. Everyone thought that this was a precursor to the opponent's attack. Unexpectedly, I heard this tiger-shaped Demon King shout, Run! A group of monsters were running away in all directions. Come when you want. Leave when you want. How can such a good thing happen? Liang jumped up and swung the big knife in his hand. The Gangqi slashed directly at the leader of the Demon King. The latter looked back and was shocked. He exerted force with both hooves, and his body suddenly changed direction and ran away to another place. The speed is quite fast. Liang snorted coldly and swung the knife again. The tiger-shaped monster changed directions continuously, and after barely dodging several attacks, it finally couldn't bear it any longer and stopped, glaring fiercely at Liang with a pair of tiger eyes. The clay figurine still has some anger, let alone the Demon King who controls the demonic beasts. Are you going to take action? Qin Feng thought like this and whispered, Madam, if the situation goes wrong, please help General Lai. To Qin Feng, the rules of the world, such as a duel, were like farting. If you can take advantage of the numbers, you will naturally have to fight in groups. And this tiger-shaped Demon King always has a feeling that he can't see through. So it's better to be careful. Lu Jianli responded lightly. Song Filan looked at the Demon King, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. But the next development surprised Qin Feng. What do you mean if you don't chase after so many monsters and just stare at me and chop them? The Demon King said in a somewhat aggrieved tone. Soldiers versus soldiers. Generals versus generals. I am the commander-in-chief of Wuhou's army, and I will be the one to kill you. You evil beast. You must die. Liang shouted loudly and swung his knife again. Obviously he had no intention of talking nonsense. Seeing this, the tiger-shaped monster avoided the attack again, and with a fierce look in its eyes, it flew towards the soldiers. No, it knows it's no match for General Lai, and it wants to attack all the soldiers. Madam, stop it quickly. Huh? Qin Feng's eyes widened. After the Demon King dodged a few times, he actually attacked them directly. The tiger-shaped monster's eyes reflected the figures of Lu Jianli and Song Filan, and it felt confident in its heart. There are actually women in the marching team. When I catch them both, I can make that reckless man fearful, and then let me go. But when it was only 10 feet away from Song Filan, the latter was looking at it indifferently. As a monster's intuition, a voice kept ringing in my mind repeatedly. It was a signal of danger. Danger? Danger? That is a kind of suppression from the bloodline. A kind of fear deep in the soul. It's not too late to step back from the brink. The Demon King decided to trust his instincts, and quickly shifted his target to another woman in white. Then, a white light flashed in front of its eyes. When this white light appeared, it had no idea at all. All it knew was that this blow was inevitable, and its glorious life might end here. At that critical moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded. "Madam, spare his life!" As soon as the sound dissipated, the white light swept upward from its eyes. A section of the white hair that it was most proud of was shaved off. So cool. This was the last thing it felt before it fainted from fright. Chapter 490 Cat Demon by Xiao Mao. Before dying, people always recall many things that happened during their lifetime. In this regard, the same goes for demons. Bai Xiaomao is a glorious swift cat, born with the power of 3 times a calamity, and is famous for its speed as fast as thunder. And this speed will become faster and faster as the realm improves. Bai Xiaomao originally thought that he would have a vigorous demon birth, and he was even more convinced after he awakened his magical power of transformation. However, what it never expected was that even though it had reached the realm of 5th turn calamity power, its speed had reached an astonishing level. However, its strength and size have barely increased at all. The predecessors of the Swift clan once told it that since it is a cat, it must have the awareness to be a cat, and it will be good if it can eat enough. Goo goo. Hey, are you hungry again? Bai Xiaomao muttered to himself in a coma. Brother, can this food be eaten? An innocent voice sounded. Got something to eat? Bai Xiaomao's eyelashes twitched slightly. Hey, little Bai, cat meat is sour, so you can't eat it. Cat meat? What cat meat? Where did the cat meat come from? But brother, its belly is soft, and it always feels delicious. Bai Xiaomao felt that his stomach was being ravaged, and then thought about the words he just heard. Meow. After a startled scream, it stood up instantly, guarding its surroundings as if its fur were exploding. There are bonfires everywhere, and the smell of rice. Not far away, a little girl with pink and jade sculptures was looking at it with tears in her eyes. She was obviously the source of the evil sound just now. Glancing at the soldiers around him, Bai Xiaomao felt nervous and stretched out his sharp cat claws. It wants to kidnap this little girl and escape from here safely. But as soon as the idea came into being, it suddenly felt the hair on its back stand on end, which was a kind of fear coming from the depths of its soul. Turning his head and looking to the other side, the 2 women who were as beautiful as the eldest sister, but incredibly powerful, were also there, and they were looking at it indifferently. The plan will definitely not work, and it seems that we can only find another plan. Bai Xiaomao adjusted his momentum and shouted loudly. Those who know the truth, let me go! Otherwise my men will definitely cut you into pieces. Hearing this, Qin Feng took a sip of hot air from the broth and replied. Most of them have escaped, and the rest are in the pot. Do you want to give you a bowl to try? The beast Bai Xiaomao looked at the pots and bowls of fragrant broth, and tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. These are his brothers. It gritted its teeth and roared again. Do you know who I am? Oh, who are you? Qin Feng became interested. I am the White Tiger Demon King of the Western region, the Lord of all beasts. Get out of here before I get angry. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy surroundings instantly became quiet. Bai Xiaomao stood stunned for a while. Why didn't these people speak? Could it be that they were frightened by me? Within a moment, shocking laughter burst out one after another. Ha! This little thing is really good at joking. Damn it! It made me choke. If you are the White Tiger Demon King, I will be the commander of the Western regions. Why don't you brag about how awesome it is? If it can become the White Tiger Demon King, then I will be Lord Jinshinsiyu. Seeing everyone's strange reactions, Bai Xiaomao was ashamed and angry. Roar! Don't laugh! Just as Bai Xiaomao finished his roar, another roar rang out, which was deafening and scared Bai Xiaomao to the point where he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Bai rubbed his belly, turned around and walked to the barbecue, took out a piece and started to bite into it. Was that the sound of a hungry stomach just now? Bai Xiaomao was a little suspicious that the cat had given birth, just when it was at a loss. It saw the young man in black throwing a bronze mirror. See for yourself. Bai Xiaomao didn't understand what he meant. Looked down, and then his eyes widened. The original image of the tall and mighty tiger beast was gone, replaced by an exquisite little beast. It turns out that when it was in a coma, its magical power had already faded away. At this moment, it has returned to its original appearance, with a bald patch on its head, which is obviously a gift from the white light before it fell into coma. Bai Xiaomao swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stood up carefully. Qin Feng said, Now, tell the truth about your identity. Oh, don't try to escape. You have seen my wife's strength before. If you don't want to move your head, it's best to be honest. Bai Xiaomao glanced at the 2 beautiful women again. trembled all over, and all four hooves went limp. It knew that the only way to escape was to die, so it told everything about its origins, not daring to hide anything. My name is Bai Xiaomao, and I am a swift cat. I was born in Suisha Mountain in the western region 16 years ago. Not long after I was born, my mother ran away with another swift cat. My father went out in anger and died in the mouth of a wolf king. It was my grandfather who raised me. Qin Feng's face froze, and the others also showed strange expressions. There is a record of the swift cat in the Qianbai Yaji. Its strength is not obvious, but its speed is amazing. Among them, the female individual is wild in nature. When I heard about it today, it turned out that the name was not what it was advertised to be. My grandfather and I lived together in Suishan Mountain and had nothing to eat all day long. When I was 5 years old, there was heavy snow and there was no food in the mountains. My grandfather went out to look for food, but he never came back. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and Qin Feng showed some sympathy in his eyes. Later I found Grandpa. He had no breath. Next to him, there was the body of a wolf demon. The soldiers couldn't help but sigh, and Qin Feng comforted him. It must be that your grandfather accidentally encountered the wolf demon in order to help you find food, and both of us lost in the fight. You are proud to have such a grandpa. Bai Xiaomao shook his head. The wolf demon froze to death. My grandfather was hungry for too long, and because he was too old, he ate too much at one time and died of exhaustion. A gust of night wind blew by, and everyone became quiet. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. You continue. Bai Xiaomao's life as a cat can be said to be a history of blood and tears. How can it be described as tragic? It is normal to not have enough to eat, and you have to be bullied by other monsters all day long, hiding here and there. But this situation changed when it turned 12. That year, a dragon vein was born in Suisha Mountain. The eldest sister led the demons to the mountain, killed the unruly wolf king, and then took in all the little demons in the mountain, including me. With the control of the eldest sister, our weak monsters are also living a good life in the western region. We don't have to worry about it all day long, and even our cultivation levels have improved by leaps and bounds. The land of dragon veins? Qin Feng interrupted. Is this the eldest sister you are talking about? Of course, it's the famous white tiger demon king in the western region, Bai Wudi. My real name is Xiaomao, but I changed my name to Bai Xiaomao because I admire my eldest sister. Bai Wudi? Is there really such a middle-class name in this world? Qin Feng expressed doubts, until Xiao Bai chewed the meat in his mouth. He turned his head and said crisply, "Huh? Do you know my mother?" Okay, that's true. Qin Feng's expression froze. Chapter 491 Fake Young Master. As soon as Xiao Bai finished speaking, everyone looked over. Liang took a sip of strong wine and asked, "What did this little kid just say about the Tiger King of the Western regions?" I almost forgot to introduce to General Lai. Xiao Bai's mother is the famous White Tiger Demon King in the Western regions. By chance, he temporarily stayed in my house. Qin Feng explained. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The White Tiger Demon King of the Western regions is a troublesome existence even for the commander of the Western regions. His strength is as high as the sky. With his own strength, he controlled nearly half of the Western region. And the captured Dragon Vein land was almost as good as the Tianqing owned by Dakian in the Western region. To say it is frightening is an understatement. However, who would have thought that such a beautiful girl could be the daughter of that ferocious beast? Wait a minute. Is the White Tiger Demon King a female? A soldier said in surprise. I always thought that such a terrifying existence must be male. I have heard people talk about the gender of the White Tiger Demon King before, but it has many demon beasts at the Demon King level, and rarely takes action on its own. So there are fewer and fewer discussions about it. I never expected that Master Qin could even tame the White Tiger Demon King's daughter, which is a bit more powerful. Thinking of this, all the soldiers cast admiring glances. Pay attention to your wording, and don't let my wife misunderstand. Qin Feng coughed dryly, and carefully glanced at the two ladies' reactions. Fortunately, their expressions were as usual. At this moment, Bai Xiaomao's hair stood up all over his body, and he bared his teeth again, facing Xiao Bai with a fierce look in his eyes. This reaction was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. Why is this good-looking kitten so crazy? Qin Feng frowned. What are you going to do? Xiao Bai is your eldest sister's daughter. It turns out that you guys are in the same group as that guy from before. Now, are you still trying to deceive me with a fake young master? Just give up. I won't tell you where my eldest sister's head is. What do you mean? Are you still pretending? Even if I die here today, I will bite off a piece of your flesh to repay the kindness of my eldest sister. Bai Xiaomao said harsh words, jumped up, and attacked Xiao Bai with lightning speed. Its idea is quite simple. It probably can't defeat anyone else. So why not teach this hateful guy who pretended to be the young master a lesson? It would be worth his death. Xiao Bai, who was still chewing on the bones, slowly raised his head, and the sharp cat claws of Bai Xiaomao, who was full of murderous intent, were already close at hand. Just when Bai Xiaomao thought he had succeeded, this harmless-looking little girl opened her mouth, and then a deafening sound suddenly sounded. The air seemed to be compressed, and the strong wind pressure blew Bai Xiaomao away and hit him hard on a boulder. A cat mark was clearly visible. Then, there was just a clicking sound, and in the blink of an eye, the boulder fell apart. The soldiers were dumbfounded and felt a buzzing in their ears. They looked at the little girl again, but the latter seemed to be fine and continued to chew on the big meaty bone stick. Just the sound of her voice has such power. She is worthy of being the daughter of the White Tiger Demon King. She is so terrifying. After Qin Feng stayed for a moment, he hurried to the gravel. It was not that he was worried about the life and death of the kitten, but he still had many things to ask the other party. There is obviously some kind of change happening in the western region. And what about the fake young master the other party just mentioned? After anxiously turning over a pile of rubble, Bai Xiaomao's figure appeared. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after scanning his eyes with his superpowers. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. At this time, Bai Xiaomao also opened his eyes, looking confused at first, then shocked, and then extremely happy. It jumped up from the pile of rubble, then ran toward Xiao Bai, calling excitedly, "Young master! You must be the real young master!" Another roar sounded, and there was another cat mark on the rubble. "So, you confirmed its identity from Xiao Bai's tricks?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Bai Xiaomao said with admiration, "The roar alone can have such power. It is exactly the same as the elder sister's head. It must be our young master. Since there is no doubt anymore, tell us what happened in the western region. You are obviously a subordinate of the White Tiger Demon King. Why are you blocking the road and robbing me? Also, what about the fake young master you mentioned before? Where is Xiao Bai's mother now?" Facing Qin Feng's series of questions, Bai Xiaomao was silent for a moment and then began to talk. In addition to the Demon Slayer division in the western region, Bai Wuti, the White Tiger Demon King, is the only one in the family in the entire western region, except for the Tushan Fox clan who dared to challenge Bai Wuti. All other monsters and ghosts had to retreat when they encountered them. But nothing is absolute. Just a month ago, Bai Wuti's territory welcomed a group of uninvited guests. Those guys were wearing black and red robes and ghost faces on their heads. Their strength was astonishing, and they actually defeated all the demon kings. The leader of the enemy can even be equal to Bai Wuti. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression changed. Aren't these people dressed exactly the same as the mysterious people who invaded Qiyuan City and Jinong City? It seems that the picture seen by stargazing is not wrong. What happened to Xiao Bai's mother? Qin Feng asked worriedly. The eldest sister has unparalleled strength. After expanding her realm and using her natal magical power, she defeated all the guys who didn't overestimate their own abilities. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. He had seen the strength of that group of people with his own eyes. Lord God General and 36 stars joined forces, and the Northern Ghost leader came forward to repel that group of people from Jinong City. I didn't expect that Xiao Bai's mother would have such terrifying strength, and she was worthy of the name of Invincible. And after? The eldest sister felt that this group of people was not simple, so she sent us to search for information about this group of people. Later, a man wrapped in black mist came to the top of the mountain at the head of the eldest sister and threatened him by saying that he had brought the young master. As a result, the black mist took advantage of the eldest sister's unpreparedness and seriously injured her head. Then many demon kings were killed, and we all fled in all directions. Without the restraint of the eldest sister, many demons and ghosts began to attack human cities. There are only a few people who still stick to the rules of being a big sister, and I am one of them. Because they are weak. They rob human merchants in groups. And then they met you. Qin Feng's expression was solemn. Perhaps when Sister Mo suddenly rushed to the western regions, she learned about the changes in the western regions. But what is the purpose of those guys doing this? Thinking about what the Ghost-Faced Man had done before, Qin Feng suddenly came up with a guess. Could he have taken a fancy to the dragon veins occupied by Bai Wuti? I believe that with the strength of the eldest sister, she must still be alive. And now the real young master is back. As long as we use the young master to gather the scattered brothers, we will definitely find the eldest sister, and then eliminate those guys. Bai Xiaomao is full of confidence. Chapter 492 changed to a bigger bowl. Qin Feng was not optimistic about this. The demons and ghosts were originally a mob. They were able to gather together before, but they were just attracted by the temptation of the dragon vein and were afraid of the strength of the white tiger demon king. The most obvious point is that once the little white lady is unaware of her life or death, those monsters will reveal their true colors. Of course, he didn't care what happened to these monsters. He came to the western region just to worry about Sister Mo's safety. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked, "Have you seen a woman in black robe before? She calls herself Third Aunt Imo." Bai Xiaomao heard this, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "A weak monster like me is not qualified to be by the side of the eldest sister. Maybe they will know when they find other monsters later. That's all it can do." Qin Feng sighed. "Then you stay with us from now on. And when you meet other monsters, you can save the effort of explaining. By the way, you said you haven't eaten for many days. Would you like some broth?" Qin Feng asked as he brought a small bowl and pointed to the boiling soup pot. Bai Xiaomao looked at the fragrant broth and struggled. After all, there were all his partners fighting side by side with it. Not long ago, the pieces of meat tumbling in the iron pot, which were full of color and flavor, were called kings one by one. Qin Feng saw its hesitation, and was a little surprised that there was still such an emotional beast among monsters. He had read in the book that truly hungry monsters, not to mention the same kind, would even devour their offspring. "Since you can't bear it, forget it. I happen to have something else here." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Bai Xiaomao. "Can you change me to a larger bowl?" Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. It didn't take long for Bai Xiaomao to start feasting. I'm afraid he never dreamed that his good brother would taste so delicious. After eating, Wu Ho's army set up camp and rested in place. Considering the changes in the western region and thinking of the mysterious and powerful enemies, Qin Feng felt that it was necessary to say hello to General Lai and the soldiers in advance. After all, in his stargazing scene, the powerful ghost Buddha entered Qiongyu City with no idea of his intentions. Although Wu Hojun and General Lai are powerful, in the face of the absolute strength gap, if they are not prepared, they may still suffer big losses. Thinking of this, Qin Feng told Liang about his worries. "Such a thing can happen." Rao was a tall and powerful man. After hearing what those mysterious people had done before, his expression became solemn. Being able to invade the celestial city and retrieve safely under the hands of the god general, this strength is astonishing. What worried him most was that there was more than one such powerful enemy. Facing an enemy like that, having a numerical advantage is useless. And even the effect that gunpowder can bring is extremely limited. In this situation, it is best to contact the Western Region Demon Slayer Division. This way, the Demon Slayer Division can also send strong support to fight against powerful enemies. Qin Feng suggested. According to what the little demon said, Dacian Western Region must be in chaos at the moment. The Red Lotus Demon Slayers from Qiongyu City asked for help from Fontian City, probably because the Western Region Demon Slayer Division lacks skills. What's more, the powerful enemy you mentioned may not be in Qiongyu City. Otherwise, why would those demons and ghosts besiege and not attack? If it is an ordinary monster, our Wuho army can deal with it. Although Liang has always given people the image of a reckless man, he is also rough and subtle. This analysis is clear and logical. Qin Feng sighed and then said, "Actually, General Lai, before I set out for Fontian City, I tried to use stargazing to divine a divination. Although I don't know what those guys are planning, I can confirm that one of the powerful enemies is now in Qiongyu City." Liang frowned, and then glanced sideways at Qin Feng with some surprise. The art of divination is the specialty of Tianjian Imperial Master. The four realms of Dacian are in turmoil, and demons are rampant. But they have never touched the root. The reason is that there is a Tianjian Imperial Master sitting in charge. Liang believed that the other party had no reason to lie to him. So he was even more shocked. How old is Qin Feng that he actually has such means? The future is limitless. Just imagine, if there is a strategist who can predict the secrets of heaven to lead Wuho army, wouldn't it be just around the corner that Wuho army becomes the first army of Dacian? Of course, Liang also knew in his heart that this matter could not be rushed. What needed to be dealt with most now was the changes in Qiongyu City. According to what you said, we really need to talk to the Western Region Demon Slayer Department. I will send someone to spread this news to the nearest celestial city. There are usually treasures that convey messages in Celestial City. The existence of powerful enemies can be notified to the 36 stars and 12 divine generals as soon as possible, Lying said, rubbing his chin. Qin Feng nodded when he heard this. And that was all he could do for now. After talking with Lying, Qin Feng returned to the resting place. Lu Jinli held Xiao Bai, who had fallen asleep, in his arms. From a distance, they really looked like a mother and daughter. Qin Feng sighed in his heart. Maybe if he has a child in the future, it will be like this. Where's Phylon? At Vigil. There are Wuho troops guarding here, so she doesn't have to do this. It's always good to be careful. I'll change her later. Lu Jinli said softly, as if she was afraid of waking up Xiao Bai. Let me hold her, and you can rest for a while. Qin Feng took Xiao Bai, who was still smacking his mouth, as if he was savoring tonight's delicious food. But not long after, Qin Feng heard Xiao Bai say, Mother! Aunt Mo. He took out the reverse scale from his arms, and it was still emitting a faint golden light and a vague energy, which was leading to nowhere. In Xiongyu City, it was already late at night, and all the lights were extinguished. Only the lanterns hanging on the streets were still emitting a weak firelight, illuminating the dark road flickeringly. It was already so late, and logically speaking, most people should have fallen asleep long ago. However, there were scattered people on the street, like zombies, gathering in one place until a flow of people formed. Their destination was an ancestral temple. The dark courtyard was covered with vines, and the red walls glowed bright red under the firelight. Everyone entered the ancestral hall in an orderly manner and knelt down to worship the beings enshrined inside. It was a strange statue, shaped like a cow, with 4 horns on its head, and covered with white hair, like a core raincoat. It was clearly a statue, but it looked like a living creature. Its scarlet eyes seemed to be examining the people kneeling in amusement. And all of these people's eyes were dull, and they just repeated the action of kneeling and worshipping, over and over again, like puppets being manipulated. Black gas flew out from the heads of the people, densely packed, hovering over the ancestral hall. Finally, it turned into a torrent and submerged into the body of the strange statue. Snap! A gust of night wind blew by, and a person's head fell off. But he seemed to be fine, put his head back, and continued to kneel down, tirelessly. Chapter 493, Criticize Yin and Yang and cut off the 5 elements. Look at the sun and moon in the palm of your hand. At 6 o'clock the next day, Qin Feng and others arrived outside Xiongyu City. The mighty soldiers of Marquis Wu's army did not follow together, but dispersed and lurked in the nearby mountains and forests. According to Qin Feng's meaning, this is called breaking into parts, which can avoid attracting the enemy's attention. After all, if his stargazing predictions were correct, the strange Black Buddha would have entered Xiongyu City long ago. Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. If you enter the city with great fanfare, you are likely to be ambushed and killed by the enemy. In this case, the safest way is to hide the army first, understand the enemy's movements, and then use a move to surprise them. At this moment, both Song Phylon and Lu Jinli had changed their appearance, wearing ordinary burlap clothes, with scarves wrapped around their faces, covering their beautiful faces. Lying also took off his armor and dressed like an ordinary woodcutter, but his physique was obviously too majestic. They did this under Qin Feng's instructions. The 2 ladies were too outstanding in appearance, and Lying was also very conspicuous in his general's attire. Only by disguising yourself can you avoid attracting attention. After the group stepped into the city gate, Qin Feng looked around and frowned slightly. Xiongyu City is not a celestial city, but a medium-sized city with a population that is second to none within a radius of 200 miles. People were coming and going on the streets, and the city was full of fireworks, making it look peaceful. But how does this scene look like what a city surrounded by demons should look like? General Lai, have the Wuho army soldiers found any traces of demons and ghosts in the mountains outside the city? Qin Feng asked in a low voice. Lying shook his head. If something happens, my department will light a beacon that only Wuhujin can understand. Madam, do you feel any strange aura? Qin Feng asked, tilting his head. After Lu Jinli and Song Phylon felt it, they both shook their heads. This is strange. There is nothing strange about the people in the city, and there are no traces of demons outside the city. Could it be that the Red Lotus demon slayers in this city are entertaining me? Lying cursed. If anything goes wrong, there must be a monster. General Lai, go to the magistrate's office and the monster slaying department and have a look. Maybe you can ask some questions. I took my wife for a walk around the city again, and listened to what the people in the city had to say. In the evening, we gathered in the restaurant in front of us. Qin Feng suggested, "Okay, then you should be careful." After leaving these words, Liang left with a few soldiers in disguise. Qin Feng and his party also started to set off. Qin Feng and others visited restaurants, tea houses, markets, wherever there were many people. The people in the city live and work in peace and contentment, without any fear at all. Even the things they talked about were mostly trivial things. For example, the master of a certain family took a concubine, or the widow of a certain family couldn't help but feel lonely in the middle of the night and went out to steal a man. That's all. But the more this happened, the weirder Qin Feng felt. As a senior eavesdropper, Qin Feng clearly understands that in this world, even in the small Jinyang city, everyone's after-dinner conversations are basically inseparable from the demon ghosts and the demon slayer division. But in Qiongyu City, no one talked about those contents. How can this be? And he always had the illusion of the pedestrians coming and going, the people talking freely in the tea houses and restaurants. Although they are no different from the ones I have seen in daily life, I always feel like there is something missing from them. But what exactly it was, Qin Feng couldn't tell. Using the power of double pupils and the technique of looking at 3,000 qi, one by one, these people were no different from ordinary people. Qin Feng shook his head to get rid of this strange thought in his mind. He took out Sister Mo's reverse scale and took a look at it again. There was no change. It seemed that Sister Mo was not in Qiongyu City. Looking over, the two ladies were sitting quietly aside, while Xiao Bai and the little cat demon were still feasting. Qin Feng pinched the back of Bai Xiaomao's neck with one hand, raised it in front of him and asked, "Have you sensed any familiar atmosphere in the city?" Bai Xiaomao hurriedly shook his head and said, "After being separated from Sister Tu, it is impossible for a law-abiding monster to invade the human city. And monsters that don't obey the rules will definitely make a big fuss. There shouldn't be anyone I know in this city." Qin Feng frowned. He always felt that this kitten seemed to be useless except for being edible. "You don't have any specific means of contact? For example, marking, leaving scent, etc.? How did you communicate with each other when you were under the hands of the White Lady?" Bai Xiaomao thought for a moment and then replied, "For powerful monsters, there will be crystal stones given by Sister Tu. As long as you inject qi into them or activate your spiritual consciousness, you can notify nearby companions. But I'm just a little demon, and I'm not qualified to own that thing." Crystal Shueisher. Why does this thing sound so familiar? Suddenly, Qin Feng slapped his forehead. How could I forget this matter? After groping in his arms for a while, Qin Feng took out a crystal object that looked like a drop of water. Bai Xiaomao's eyes widened. Crystal Shueisher. Yes, this object is the crystal water stone, which was given by Sister Mo when Qin Feng left Jinyang City. At what range is this thing effective? Qin Feng asked again. Bai Xiaomao said truthfully, I heard other guys say that within 30 miles. As long as the qi machine is injected, we can sense each other. Qin Feng understood, and then activated his consciousness to sink into it. Then he saw only a dark sky and earth, as deep and empty as a pool under his feet. With him as the center, a ripple appeared, spreading out in all directions without any other changes. Suddenly, the sound of water drops resounded in the silent world. Qin Feng discovered that another ripple came from the northwest direction of him, collided with his ripple, and then slowly dissipated. The whole world also returned to silence at this moment. Qin Feng opened his eyes and told Bai Xiaomao what he had just seen. The latter replied, That's because other guys with crystals have sensed your breath and are responding to you. If I guess correctly, it should come here to look for you. We just need to wait quietly in the city. But what? Qin Feng asked curiously. Since Sister Tu disappeared, many powerful guys have rebelled and have been hunting down those loyal monsters. Therefore, the existence you attract may not be trustworthy. So you better be careful. Bai Xiaomao reminded. Qin Feng nodded when he heard this. He naturally understood this point. It's just that there are two ladies around. If the one who comes is not a good one, the only one who should be careful is the other party. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's ears. Criticize the yin and yang to break the 5 elements. Look at the sun and moon in the palm of your hand. Measure the feng shui and the heaven and earth. And hold the universe in your sleeve. This young master. Do you need pinned out to calculate a fortune for you? Chapter 494 if I am correct. You have 2 sons and 2 daughters. So loud. After chewing Idama, Qin Feng looked for fame and saw a thin middle-aged man with a long beard, wearing a gray coat and carrying a white flag. There were 3 big characters written on the white flag Sai Ban Xian. A smell of obscenity came to my face. For some reason, Qin Feng always felt that this person seemed familiar to him. Have we met before? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Pindao often travels all over the country and gives guidance to others. It's not surprising that the young master has seen Pindao, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Qin Feng recalled that no one he had ever seen before could match the person in front of him. I used my double pupil power to take a closer look, but I didn't see anything special about him. He must be just a liar. Oh, showing off fortune-telling in front of the literary sage is no different from playing with an axe or wielding a machete in front of Guan Gong. Since he confirmed that there was nothing special about this person, Qin Feng didn't bother to respond. He waved his hand and said, "No need. You can go elsewhere." Faced with the rejection, the middle-aged man did not leave. Instead, he continued, "I have tried my best to make sure my hexagrams are not empty. Meeting the young master today is fate. Why don't I take a look at his face for free?" After the words fell, the middle-aged man looked at Qin Feng, and then said with emotion, "The jade tree is in the wind, and the dragon and the phoenix are among the people. Although the young master is still young, fame and fortune are just around the corner. In the future, he will be famous all over the world, and everyone will know it." The fake words turned out to be a liar. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "Thank you, master, for your kind words. Easy to say, easy to say." The middle-aged man smiled and stroked his beard, then looked at Lu Jinli and Song Filan in disguise and said in surprise, "These 2 are incredible." Incredible? Just their temperament makes them look like fairies. When I go down to earth and look at my body and bones, I look like a prosperous husband and a good son. The middle-aged man pinched his fingers and shook his head, and said to Lu Jinli and Song Filan respectively, "If the divination is correct, you will have a son in the future, and you can have a daughter in the future." Lu Jinli and Song Filan, who had been quiet all this time, looked sideways after hearing this. Qin Feng sneered in his heart. "I'm ignoring you. You're not done yet. Are you? You dare to lie to my wife." The master is amazing. He can even tell whether the boy or girl will be born in the future. To be honest with you, this time I brought my cousin and cousin to the western regions to visit relatives. So you might as well help me find out how many children I will have in the future. The words of the cousins are naturally intended to put smoke bombs in the so-called Sai Banqian's face. If the other party says something wrong, they can also slap him in the face. But the middle-aged man was indeed fooled, and once again pinched his fingers and pretended to say, "Congratulations, young master. If my calculation is correct, you will have 2 sons and 2 daughters in the future." The liar was self-defeating, and Qin Feng asked again, "Master, are you sure you saw it right? Why don't you take a second look?" The middle-aged man waved his hand. "You can make a decision at one glance, but you won't be sure if you look again. I'm afraid that master may have made a mistake today. Now, I won't hide it from master. In fact, these 2 are not my cousins. I know that these 2 are your wives," the middle-aged man said with a smile. Qin Feng was a little surprised. "So master knows. Then I want to ask master, these 2 ladies of mine are only 1 son and 1 daughter. How come I have 2 sons and 2 daughters? Could it be that as a grown man, I can still give birth to a son and a daughter? Please also ask the master to clarify my doubts. What's so strange about this? The young master is destined to fall in love with you, and your marriage is not over yet. Of course, the extra son and daughter will be born to you by other women." The middle-aged man stroked his beard and spoke plausibly. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's expression froze, and Lu Jinli and Song Filan both looked over. Their eyes were quite intriguing. "Danger! Danger! Danger!" Qin Feng, who was alert in his heart, shouted, "This is ridiculous. Apart from these 2 ladies, I can no longer tolerate other women in my heart. Why do you want to slander me? I don't want to see you again. Go away." The middle-aged man shook his head, turned around and left with the white flag in hand, but left this sentence before leaving. "I know that the young master came to the western regions to find someone. If you can't find a clue, you might as well go to the Peony House for a drink. Maybe it can be rewarding." What is the Peony Building? It's inexplicable. It doesn't sound like a serious place to go. Ladies, that man looks like a charlatan at first glance. What he says is all random nonsense. You must not take him seriously. What's more, don't you still know what kind of person I am? Qin Feng quickly defended himself. Lu Jianli said softly. That person left something for you. Look at the table. Song Filan added. Qin Feng looked down and saw 8 characters formed by the wine stains on the table. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. Why is this scene so familiar? Qin Feng remembered that not long after he entered Fengtian City, a storyteller in the restaurant had left him a similar message. With his thin figure and wretched temperament, could this fortune teller be the same storyteller? Thinking of this, Qin Feng hurried to the window and looked outside the restaurant. The figure holding the white flag disappeared in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Madam, that person just now. He's a master. He can't see through it. Lu Jianli affirmed. Song Filan also added, a high-grade literary saint can cover up the secrets of heaven and cover up his own aura. What do you mean, madam? That he is a high-level scholar of the literati? Song Filan nodded, and then looked at Qin Feng quietly. Although his eyes were calm, there seemed to be an undercurrent surging. Lu Jianli also looked over at the same moment. Why do you look at me like this? Qin Feng felt the hair on his back stand upright. A high-grade literary saint is not weak in divination skills. Song Filan said lightly. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression froze. As the sun sets, night falls. Among the pedestrians coming and going, some people paused and changed their direction. Some vendors on the street who were shouting suddenly started to clear up their stalls in the middle of shouting. In some stalls, there were even customers bargaining, but they ignored them completely, as if they didn't hear them, picked up their bags and turned around to leave. Disgruntled customers cursed and cursed, but these stall owners showed no reaction. They all had expressionless faces, dull eyes, and something strange about them. The ancestral hall, which had been deserted during the day, also opened a crack in the door at this time, and black threads extended out, submerged into the shadow of the earth, and spread towards the entire Qiongyu city. The sound of rustling sounds came and went, as if something was trying to break out of the ground. If someone listens closely to the ground of the ancestral hall, they may be able to hear the sound of thumping and thumping like a big drum. Phew! A gust of night wind blew by, rustling the door of the ancestral hall. The eyes on the weird bull-headed statue lit up with traces of red light. Chapter 495 Wife. Cut it! In the agreed restaurant, General Lai had not returned yet. Qin Feng weighed the crystal in his hand, subconsciously rubbed by Xiao Mao's head, and asked, It has been so long, and there has been no movement. Are you sure you want to respond? Is my guy really going to come? Bai Xiaomao squinted his eyes, and showed an expression of enjoyment. He didn't understand why he felt so elated even though the young man in black didn't do anything. Hey! I want to ask you something. Qin Feng's hand tightened, and he pinched the back of Bai Xiaomao's neck. The kitten screamed in surprise, turned its head away, and said with a resentful expression, Generally speaking, as long as it responds to the crystal waterstone, it will definitely come. However, these are the rules set when the eldest sister was here. Now that the whereabouts of the eldest sister are unknown, they may not abide by them. After saying this, Bai Xiaomao turned his head again, then raised his head and shook it slightly. That look seemed to say, Keep tickling me. But Xiao Bai on the side was not happy anymore. She put down the big bone in her hand, then squeezed Bai Xiaomao away, sat in Qin Feng's arms, and muttered, Brother, touch your head. Okay. Qin Feng repeated his old trick, and Xiao Bai narrowed his eyes with a contented expression, envious of the little kitten demon beside him. 18 cat-stroking movements are amazingly powerful. Brother, when can we see Mom and Aunt Mo? Xiao Bai asked curiously. Qin Feng made a movement with his hand. It's almost time. Just wait patiently. After Liang came back, the group gathered together. Qin Feng looked at the angry opponent and asked curiously, Why does General Lai have such an expression? Is there anything gained today? Forget it. I almost brought down the Demon Slayer division during our trip today. Liang drank all the wine on the table and then cursed and told what happened. That Xijing surnamed Zhao dared to tease me, saying that he had never sent a letter asking for help to Fengtian City. I took out the letter and compared it with his past handwriting again and again to confirm that it was correct. But the guy smiled and told me that I was wrong. The most hateful thing is that no matter what Yonasi Xijing said, he always smiled and looked like he didn't want to be beaten. He simply didn't take me seriously. Later, I stopped paying attention to him and asked everyone in the demon slaying department. But their words were exactly the same. There are no demons in Qiongyu City, and the people are living and working in peace and contentment, which makes me confused. I wonder if someone imitated the handwriting of Zhao and sent a fake letter for help. If I catch that guy, I will definitely make him look good. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. Among Dacian, lying about military information is a serious crime. But if there was nothing strange about Xiongnu City, who sent the letter asking for help? Moreover, he clearly saw Xiongnuqing during stargazing, and also saw the strange Black Buddha. In addition, after he entered the city, he met many people, and there was always a strange feeling lingering in his heart. There is definitely something wrong with this Xiongnu City, and the Demon Slayer division may also have a problem. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng asked, "What did the magistrate and the county government say?" Liang replied, "I met with the magistrate of Xiongnu City, and he was very respectful when he saw me. However, their rhetoric is no different from that of the group from the Demon Slayer division. And so far, my group of brothers have not lit beacon smoke, indicating that there are no demons intruding around." As soon as he finished speaking, a blaze of fire and white smoke rose into the sky from the northwest of Xiongnu City. At the same time, Qin Feng felt something in his heart, reached into his arms, and took out the crystal water stone. The crystal showed that there were ripples like water ripples. Bai Xiaomao saw this scene and said hurriedly, "The guy who responded to you is here." Boom! In the mountain forest, a soldier flew out and hit a rock. His sternum had collapsed. Donated blood was flowing out from his 7 orifices, and he had too much air in and out, and it seemed like he wouldn't live much longer. All the soldiers were filled with jealousy, and then looked at the initiator of all this. It was a huge mountain eagle, covered with feathers as hard as steel, and strong wind pressure was flowing on the feathers. Every time it flaps its wings, it will set off a hurricane, blowing all the soldiers to pieces. The rocks were broken into pieces, the trees turned into sawdust, and there were crisscrossing ravines. The gunpowder that the soldiers had buried in advance had no effect on this huge monster, even if someone uses his life as bait to lure it above the explosives. The violent explosion will only slightly burn its hard feathers. This also made it clear to all the soldiers that the strength of this monster was at least above the 5th level of calamity power. Gunpowder is of no use to it. Don't waste any more. Spread your formation. Don't get together. Has the signal been transmitted? Have reinforcements arrived? The beacon has been lit. Let's hold on a little longer. Ah! Gongzi! Shouts and roars came and went. The wind howled and blood splattered everywhere. The mountain eagle's green eyes swept across the crowd and made a dull sound. Originally, I wanted to find the guy who sent the message, take his head, and take it back to improve his status. But I didn't expect that something unexpected happened. Happiness. With its wings flapping, the giant eagle slowly fell down and looked down at the seriously injured soldiers. You are not directly killed by my attack. Which human army is this? In fact, facing the powerful mountain eagle, the soldiers were no match for one move. The reason why they were able to barely withstand the powerful wind pressure was because Qin Feng's improved weapon control technique had improved their strength to a certain extent. But even so, this could only allow them to hold on for a while. I am your grandpa Wu Ho Jun! One person yelled angrily. Uh-huh. The sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded. A human head rolled down, and the hot blood was spread all over the earth. What a bastard! Brothers, if you fight it, you will skin it even to death. The mountain eagle looked at the charging soldiers with bloodthirsty eyes and said coldly, It's been a long time since I've eaten human flesh. As soon as the words fell, its figure disappeared from the spot, and its sharp eagle claws flashed a white light in the night sky, heading towards the heads of the soldiers. If this attack is carried out, none of the soldiers will be spared. At this critical moment, a sword light pierced the night sky and struck a mountain eagle with lightning speed. The mountain eagle that didn't react quickly had one of its claws cut off immediately. It screamed and hurriedly waved its wings, narrowly avoiding the critical point. Who is it? It roared angrily and turned its head to look in the direction where the sword energy was coming. A man in black with a gloomy face walked step by step along the dilapidated mountain road. Qin Feng glanced at the injured soldiers, then looked at the huge mountain eagle, and said word by word, Madam, cut it! Chapter 496 Peony Tower. The moment the voice fell, Song Filan's figure had already appeared in front of the mountain eagle, with green light lingering on his right hand. With just one blow, he easily penetrated the opponent's proud and hard defense. Only when the heartbreaking pain came, the mountain eagle realized what had happened. It looked down and saw an astonishing chill in the visitor's light blue eyes. This woman is invincible. If you don't escape, you will definitely die. Get moving. Get moving. Get moving. The mountain eagle screamed crazily in its heart. The strong sense of survival allowed it to regain its mobility. It screamed and activated its natal magical power. Feathers all over his body stood up, creating gusts of wind. The strong wind pressure was like a sharp blade, and it actually knocked Song Filan's body back a foot. The mountain eagle seized this opportunity, blocked the broken wound with wind pressure, and hurriedly waved its giant wings at its flying speed. It only takes a few moments to be far away from this dangerous place and this terrifying woman. However, when it flew high into the sky and was about to flutter its wings to escape, a voice from below sounded, "Madam, let it breathe!" As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain eagle felt like the world was spinning, and the surrounding scenery was quickly fading away. It turned its head and looked to one side. Its huge wings were chopped off at the shoulder level, and blood was flying all over the sky. Looking to the sky again, a beautiful figure in white stood out of thin air. There was no wave in her calm eyes. Zhou Shandiao never expected that there would be so many masters in the small Qiongyu city. Even with his strength at the peak level of level 6, he could not be defeated by two people in one move. After the huge eagle beast was subdued, Qin Feng took out the crystal water stone from his arms and asked, "Were you the one who responded to me earlier?" The mountain eagle looked at the drop-like spar, with a fierce look in his eyes. "It turns out that you laid an ambush to attract me here. Who gave the crystal water stone to the human race? It was a disgrace to my demon race. Seeing that you are coming in a menacing manner, you don't seem to be looking for a companion. You are holding a crystal, which means that you are also a monster under Bai Wuti. Why do you want to kill the same kind of people? Where are the other demon kings? And where is Bai Wuti?" Qin Feng asked lightly. "You little human being. Are you worthy of questioning me? I will definitely eat you alive in the future. Crush your muscles and muscles. Extract your bones and suck out your marrow." And then, the mountain eagle originally planned to say some harsh words, but his voice suddenly stopped, because it saw that the two women who had seriously injured it before were standing beside the young man in black, with cold murderous intent in their eyes. That look seemed to say that if it dared to say another cruel word, it would be dead and dismembered. Qin Feng said with a smile, "After all, he is a powerful demon king. He is indeed a tough guy. I admire him very much. Ladies, this guy's mouth shouldn't be pried open, so go ahead and do it. Ah, by the way, don't let it die too happily." "Good." The mountain eagle looked at Lu Jinli and Song Filan, who had expressionless faces and surging energy around their bodies. He no longer had the toughness he had just before, but said hurriedly, "Don't kill me. I will say it, and I will say anything." Then, it told everything that happened during this period. The story of how Xiao Bai's mother was seriously injured was not much different from what Bai Xiaomao said. The key is that after Bai Wuti was seriously injured, he fought with the enemy in the sky, disappeared without a trace, and did not return for a long time. The mountain forest containing dragon veins was occupied by ghost-faced people. The demon kings, who already had their own agendas, immediately divided into two factions. One group is thinking of the White Tiger Demon King's kindness to them, and wants to gather everyone's strength to find Bai Wuti again and drive the enemy out of the mountains. The other faction, like a mountain eagle, took refuge in the ghost-faced man and killed his own family members in exchange for a higher status. Qin Feng also learned something from the mouth of the mountain eagle. So far, no one knows the whereabouts of Bai Wuti. There are even rumors that Bai Wuti has died. But Qin Feng didn't think so, because the mysterious ghost-faced man organization was still sending these young men to hunt down their former companions, which showed from the side that Bai Wuti was not dead at all. Otherwise, if Bai Wuti dies, the remaining demon kings will definitely not be the opponents of the ghost-faced man, and there is absolutely no need for them to bother. I originally wanted to get some information from this guy, but it's a pity. Forget it. Knowing that Xiao Bai's mother is not dead is not a gain. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. After the mountain eagle finished speaking, he said anxiously, "I have told you everything I know. I can also take you to find other rebellious demon kings. Can you let me live?" Qin Feng stood up, glanced at the mountain eagle indifferently, and then said, "Madam, I'm in trouble." After the words fell, the mountain eagle's eyes widened with disbelief. Its head fell to the ground. Its own body reflected in its pupils, and the incision was so smooth that it made people palpitate. It didn't even see who made the move or when. Song Filan asked in confusion, "Why not leave it alive? And then go and kill all the other demon kings, and then get more information?" Qin Feng raised the crystal water stone in his hand and replied, "If those demon kings are like it, They won't have much useful information. And, as long as I have this thing in my hand, those guys will always keep coming. Of course, the main reason is that an explanation must be given to those dead soldiers. Qin Feng walked to the other side and asked, General Lai, how are the casualties? Lying said in a deep voice, 12 brothers died. 123 brothers were seriously injured. And the rest are okay. Do you have any news? Qin Feng shook his head, and then healed the injured soldiers one by one. With his current medical skills, most injuries can be easily repaired as long as they do not damage the meridians or cause death. After being busy for nearly an hour, Qin Feng and others returned to the restaurant after arranging the injured soldiers. Qin Feng also learned from Bai Xiaomao that the mountain eagle was one of the 7 monsters guarding the mountain under Bai Wuti. The so-called 7 demons guarding the mountain are the powerful demon kings subdued by Bai Wuti, who are responsible for guarding the land of dragon veins. The strength of the mountain eagle is at the bottom among the 7 demon kings. According to Bai Xiaomao, the demon king at the forefront has even reached the peak of the 7-turn calamity power. This also gave Qin Feng a deeper understanding of Bai Wuti's strength. After all, if he wanted to control a demon king of this level, his own strength must at least reach the legendary 8th level tribulation power before he could be qualified. Is there any movement from the Demon Slayer department and the magistrate's office in Qiongyu City? Qin Feng asked aloud. Lying shook his head. Qin Feng frowned and then said, Let's not talk about the county magistrate for now. Let's just talk about the Demon Slayer division. The place where the mountain eagle made the noise was not far from Qiongyu City. They could definitely hear it. But there was no reaction at all. And the people in this city also gave me an indescribable weird feeling. Feeling weird? I can't tell you the specifics, but I always feel like there's something missing from them. Lying didn't dwell too much on this issue, but asked, Now that there are no clues, what should we do next? Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and then thought of the peony tower mentioned by the fortune teller. Chapter 497 Brothel? After some thinking, Qin Feng still told him about his encounter with the fortune teller during the day. When Lying heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, Can you trust that person who doesn't know his origin? It's hard to say whether we can trust him, but he should not be our enemy. Although the man's appearance has changed, his temperament and behavior are very similar to the one I met in Fontian City. I suspect that the two are probably the same person. It was he who reminded me at that time, asking me to beware of villains who secretly stumble. Moreover, my wife is convinced that he is a high-level scholar, whose realm is above mine, and his divination skills must be better than mine. Qin Feng said seriously. In fact, Qin Feng still has many doubts about middle-aged fortune-telling. For example, why does that guy keep helping me? And what is his true identity? However, regarding the changes in the western region, these doubts do not need to be resolved immediately. If military advisor Qin believes in that person, I will naturally have no problem. But what is the peony building? Where is it exactly? Lying asked curiously. Qin Feng glanced around and saw that the two ladies were not in the house, but patrolling near the restaurant and practicing. He got close to Lying and then whispered, I asked the waiter during the day that Peony House is the most famous brothel in Qiongyu City. Brothel? Lying had a strange look on his face. What information can there be in that kind of place? Qin Feng did not agree with this view and explained, The land of fireworks is a mixture of fish and dragons. No matter what your identity is, you may step into it. Compared with pubs, tea houses and other places, brothels are the places where the most information gathers. What's more, some kind of change is obviously happening in the western region and Qiongyu City. The enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. If we don't take the initiative, we will be too passive. I think that no matter whether there is something we want to know in the Peony building, we should go and take a look. Lying rubbed his chin and thought for a while, then agreed. What military advisor Qin said makes sense. Then I will wait for your good news. Huh? Qin Feng was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, General Lai, what do you mean? Aren't you going? Lying waved his hand. I, Lai, have been on the battlefield for nearly 30 years, and have never been to a place where fireworks are waiting. If the soldiers find out, where will I put my old face? Qin Feng earnestly advised. This is all to find out the truth about this place. The officers and soldiers of Marquis will understand you. It doesn't matter whether they understand or not. I'm mainly afraid that they will spread the news that I went to a brothel to my mother-in-law. It's really that time. Perhaps thinking of the scene, the tall Lying trembled all over. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, feeling disdainful in his heart. A dignified general of the Wuhou army, a third-level martial artist, and a man of indomitable spirit was still a henpecker. It was really an embarrassment to a man. So, Commander Qin, this arduous task can only be completed by you, Liang said sincerely. Qin Feng, who was strong-willed and always told the truth at home, immediately gave up and coughed dryly. The general's wife is far away in Fengtian City, and she doesn't dare to go to the brothel. How can I dare to go with my wife by my side? What's more, it's not just one lady, but two, and one is more difficult to mess with than the other. You can't go, and neither can I. How about letting the brothers from Lahujin go? No, they are not strong, and they do not have certain life-saving means. If there is an accident in the peony building, how will they escape unscathed? If it doesn't work, we can only give up this path temporarily. Qin Feng sighed. That's all it can do. In the dead of night, Qin Feng sat by the window, using the method taught by Senior Xian to absorb the Hongmeng immortal qi in his body, while activating his spiritual consciousness to pull the white destiny stars high in the sky. After a long time, Qin Feng opened his eyes and sighed, finding nothing tonight. Sure enough, even if there is a successful precedent, Hongmeng immortal qi is not so easy to obtain again. Qin Feng thought again of the huge pupils deep in the starry sky, and the terrifying pressure. Even just the memory of it would make his hair stand on end. Just one eye is as big as a star, and I don't know how terrifying its body must be. As his strength and experience increased, Qin Feng became more and more aware of his own insignificance. Past knowledge seems to be just the tip of the iceberg for this world. And if you want to protect the people you care about in the drastic changes that may happen next, you can only continue to improve your strength. Then again, the 5th-grade Howren realm can use cultural treasures. So far, I have only carved a couplet outside Taiping Academy. I don't know if this ability can be used in other places. Qin Feng rubbed his chin and murmured to himself. According to the records in the books I have read in the past, any poem or song can be turned into a cultural treasure, showing strange power. Just like the couplets outside Taiping Academy. Taiping Academy has changed, making students more focused and their memory skills superior. Then according to this method, can I write some ancient poems to give powerful abilities to the soldiers on the expedition? If you think about it carefully, if the brave and disciplined Shenhou army or Wuhou army can enhance the strength of each soldier through cultural treasures, the rewards they can get will definitely be far beyond imagination. Faced with the absolute disparity in strength, the number of troops does not make much difference. But if my idea succeeds, it may change this situation. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked excited and eager to try. It's just that the ghost trouble mentioned in Xiong Yuqing's letter did not appear, and those mysterious ghost-faced people did not show their whereabouts. Wuhou's army is all waiting outside the city. Even if I want to try, there is nothing I can do. After Qin Feng pondered, he decided to use the stargazing technique first to see if he could foresee any useful pictures, inspire the spiritual consciousness to fly into the sky, and pull the Life Star energy machine. After the experience last time, Qin Feng can now perform stargazing with ease. Scattered images appeared again, flashing through my mind one by one. But it's all useless information. People coming and going at the market. Everyone in the Demon Slayer division was busy. In the ordinary picture, a small and simple ancestral hall suddenly flashed past. At this moment, the ghost Buddha hiding in the dark corner of Xiongyu City felt something and stood up. Under my nose! How dare you openly perform stargazing? I want to see which guy is careless about life and death. The ghost Buddha opened the straw hat, and 3 Buddha heads were revealed, with 6 eyes full of joking looks. The 6 arms suddenly closed. The black swastika appeared from behind, and the black aura rushed into the sky. Chapter 498 Young Master is going to choose a concubine. Hey, what did you see just now? Qin Feng murmured, trying to trace back the scene he saw earlier. However, as the black energy disappeared into the picture, all the pictures disappeared instantly. Qin Feng's head felt like being pricked by needles, and he was in so much pain that even his stargazing was forced to stop. What's going on? My head hurts. Qin Feng held his head in his hands and curled up, as if this would make him feel better. But the fact was that it was useless, and the pain became more and more intense. The ghost Buddha on the other side vaguely caught Qin Feng's energy, and one of his arms seemed to be broken, reaching towards the black swastika behind him at an exaggerated angle. As long as he puts his arm into it, he can crush Qin Feng's head in the air with his terrifying magical power. At this critical moment, the middle-aged man setting up a fortune-telling stall on the streets of Xiongyu City felt something. He put away the white flag and disappeared into the dark alley. His hands turned into seals in the air. And his feet were not idle either, carving formation patterns on the ground. The seemingly cumbersome method can be executed in the middle-aged hands in just a moment. Immortal magic. Transplant flowers and trees. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man slapped his right palm towards the ground. With him as the center, a white light array lit up. And in the blink of an eye, a snow-white towering tree grew in the middle of the white circle. The middle-aged Chi disappeared into the big tree and gathered at the top of the big tree, where a white lotus bloomed. At the same time, Gue Buddha's arm also penetrated into the black swastika, appeared above the white lotus, and then gave it a firm grip. The petals of the white lotus shattered into pieces, but as they disappeared, a ray of white light fell on the arm of the ghost Buddha. The melting sound of shishi sounded instantly. The ghost Buddha in the shadow let out a cry of pain and hurriedly stopped his natal magical power, and the black swastika immediately collapsed. What's wrong? Gong Du looked at one of Guifu's arms. There was no flesh and blood on it, leaving only white bones. On top of the white bones, there is a white light that continues to sweep towards the head of the ghost Buddha. Ghost Buddha didn't hesitate. He turned his palm into a sword and cut off the bone arm with one blow. The white light disappeared instantly. The three heads of Ghost Buddha showed a fierce look in their eyes. There is a high-level literati in the city who can perform immortal magic. He just blocked my ghost handprint by substituting flowers and trees, and even hurt me. With your methods, it is not easy to regenerate a severed limb. It's useless. The foundation of the place that was injured by the immortal magic has been destroyed. Even if it grows another arm, it will instantly turn into bones. Ghost Buddha said coldly. Do you want to find that person out? No need. I can't detect that person's aura, and I can't calculate his destiny. He must have concealed the secret, or the mission is important. Whatever. In the alleyway, the middle-aged fortune teller took out a breath and complained. Didn't the master teach me not to perform stargazing under the eyes of a master of hexagrams? I almost lost my life. However, my junior brother is really amazing. He is only at the 5th grade Howren realm, and he can predict the opponent's aura. If he continues to improve his realm in the future, it may not be impossible to stand shoulder to shoulder with his senior brother and master in hexagram skills. At the mention of senior brother, the middle-aged man was slightly startled, then sighed, and his figure melted into the shadows. In the restaurant room, Qin Feng took a breath. The severe pain has faded, and the previous soul-rending pain has disappeared. He shook his head, with a frightened look on his face. What happened just now? Could it be the backlash caused by the continuous use of stargazing techniques in recent days? Recalling the scene he had just foreseen, he seemed to vaguely see an ancestral hall. But when he wanted to take a closer look at where it was, a trace of pain hit him again. The sequelae are so serious. It seems that stargazing should not be used too frequently in the future. Qin Feng sighed, and then thought again of the peony tower that the fortune teller had said. Now it seems that this is the only way to continue pursuing clues. Now that things have come to this, I can only sacrifice myself and go secretly behind my wife's back. At noon the next day, after lunch, Qin Feng sneaked out of the restaurant on the pretext of going to the hut. And then, after questioning all the way, he came to the famous peony building in Xiongyu City. The weather is getting warmer, and the singer who is the front of the brothel is wearing cooler clothes. They waved their hands to show fear and twisted their waists, which were not covered by much clothing, making the temperature of the entire street rise again. Pedestrians walking on the road, especially men, will always take a glance at it subconsciously when passing by this place. Of course, Qin Feng also discovered some serious men who turned a blind eye to those coquettish and charming young ladies. Regarding this, he couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that besides me, there are so many decent people in Xiongyu City. Perhaps Qin Feng had been looking at it for too long. The old bustard who was still charming at the door, swaying as thin as a water snake, slowly walked up to him. And then his eyes lit up. Even though the madam is used to seeing all kinds of prostitutes, she rarely sees a handsome young man like Qin Feng. The girls in the peony building are probably vying for clients today. This young master is here for the first time, and he looks very strange. The madam still wanted to say a few polite words, but the other party said directly, I have limited time, so these polite words are unnecessary. Take me in quickly. This can't help but make the old bustard freeze on the spot. Is such a handsome young man so impatient? Could it be that you have been holding it in for too long? She immediately covered her mouth and said with a smile, Master, don't be anxious. Come in with my sister. I promise to feast your eyes on you and never leave. While passing by, she stroked Qin Feng's chest with her right hand and teased it gently. It looked like she was experienced. Stepping into the peony building, all kinds of intoxicating aromas hit your nostrils. At a glance, there are warblers and swallows everywhere, and their graceful figures are looming under the gauze, which makes the mouth go dry. Qin Feng unfolded the 3000 chi looking technique and looked around. There were many beautiful ladies, but they were all just ordinary people. This made him wonder, could there really be clues to be found here? While the old bustard was introducing the business skillfully, he was also selling Qin Feng the well-known girls in the peony house. As for those girls who had not received the guests yet, the moment they saw Qin Feng, their eyes seemed to be fixed on him, and they could no longer move away. Sisters, look! What a handsome young man! I don't know which sister is lucky enough to be chosen by him. If he chooses me, I guarantee that he will know the taste by eating the marrow, and he will not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. You little bastard! You can say such things, but if he chooses me, I don't have to accept any money from him. Bah! 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 You are shameless, and you can even make a loss-making business. It's different for me. I can repost. Laughter like silver bells came and went. Qin Feng didn't care about this at all, because he had to find clues quickly before the two ladies found out. Otherwise his life might be in danger. So, he said bluntly to the madam, "It's a waste of time for you to introduce them one by one. Why don't you call the remaining girls into the wing and let me choose by myself?" Hearing this, the madam smiled sweetly and said, "Young master, are you planning to choose a concubine? You really know how to play." Chapter 499 Tushan Fox Clan. Then young master, please come with me. The old bustard twisted his waist and led the way, leading Qin Feng to the second floor. The second floor is mostly a wing, and even the girls' appearance and temperament are far better than those on the first floor. And he didn't know if it was Qin Feng's illusion, but he always felt that something was wrong with the eyes of these girls. There seemed to be a pink aura flowing in those beautiful eyes, which actually made him feel a little distraught, using the power of his eyes to skin these girls. Qin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes, because he clearly saw that these girls were not human beings, but foxes that turned into human forms. Those cute little ears, that fluffy swaying tail, that snow-like skin, those magnificent chests and voluptuous waists. Well, Qin Feng had to admit that the latter two had nothing to do with foxes. The main reason was that he couldn't help but glance at them. I originally thought this was just an ordinary brothel. Qin Feng waved his hand. Just call them over. There is no need to eat or drink. Young master, I also have to earn money in this restaurant. If you don't eat or drink, I have to call them over. I'm afraid there's something wrong. The old bustard looked embarrassed. Qin Feng didn't waste much time and took out 100 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them on the table one by one. I have plenty of money. Just do as I say. Oh, master, I'm really impatient. Okay. As you wish. I'll call the girls over. As the madam said, she put the silver into her arms, then bowed and exited the wing. Qin Feng is indeed in a hurry. He escaped under the pretense of going to the latrine, which took nearly 2 sticks of incense. If he couldn't find any useful clues and rushed back, the two ladies might find out that he left secretly. That time has really come. Qin Feng trembled all over and did not dare to think any more. At this moment, footsteps and laughter came from outside the wing. In a short while, under the leadership of the madam, all kinds of fat and thin girls entered one after another. They looked at Qin Feng, not caring about revealing the looming beauty under the skirt and on the chest, and tried their best to show their most sultry posture. After all, Aunt May said before coming here that this person is not short of money. And more importantly, he is quite handsome. Sir, I've called all the girls in the building who haven't received guests yet. Do you have any that you like? Qin Feng stood up and used his eyes to scan the posing girls in front of him one by one. Most of them are ordinary women, and some are from the fox tribe. Some of them are exactly the ones I saw in the corridor just now. Qin Feng thought in his mind. If the middle-aged fortune teller didn't trick me, maybe the news I want to know is on these Fox Clan women. If they hide their identities and come to the human city, they must have some ulterior secret. That's the case. Qin Feng, who was determined in his heart, pointed to the nearly 10 Fox Clan women and said, "Leave these to me. The rest can go out." The old madam was a little surprised. How could this young man handle so many girls at one time? But for the sake of money, she still smiled and pushed the frustrated girls, who were not selected, out of the wing. Before leaving, he did not forget to say, "You guys must serve this young master well. Don't worry, Aunt May. We promised to make him linger." The fox girl smiled coquettishly. Chapter 500. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. After the door was closed, all the fox girls winked at each other. Then it showed the trend of encirclement, and slowly moved closer to Qin Feng, breathing like orchid. Looking at how young the young master is, he is quite confident in his body. With so many girls put together, even the most powerful martial artist may not be able to bear it. But don't worry, young master. We have many tricks, which will definitely make you want to die. After the words fell, the dense pink aura circulated in the eyes of the fox girls, and then slowly drifted towards Qin Feng. They were testing to see if the young man in black was really unaffected by the charm. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this, and just when the pink aura was about to blend into his body, he immediately shouted, "You are a small skill, but you dare to do the same thing. The mighty heavenly dragon, the world-honored Ksitigarbha, the Prajna Buddhas, Prajna. Well, what? Damn it. I forgot the words. If I didn't say all the lines, the power would be reduced by half. Do not care." The thunderous righteousness in his body surged out, dissipating all the dense pink aura. Looking at the bewildered fox girls, Qin Feng's face was serious, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I'm careless. I left so many demon girls at once. If they attack in groups, I may not be able to withstand them. Fortunately, I'm smart, and with this move, I should be able to frighten them for the time being. After the awkward atmosphere lasted for a while, a graceful fox girl laughed and said, "Sir, what are you doing? I can't understand." Another fox girl smiled charmingly and said, "Yes, master, you suddenly came like this. It scared my little heart. If you don't believe me, come here and listen." Time was limited. Qin Feng showed his cards. "You are so bold and evil, and you still have to pretend. I can tell at a glance that you are not human." As soon as these words came out, the smiles on the faces of all the fox girls slowly faded away. They looked at each other, and then the energy in their bodies circulated and enveloped the entire room. They were obviously afraid that the next movement would be heard by people outside. Then, they took off their human disguise and revealed their original appearance. The furry ears and tail are exposed. The figure is more graceful, and the appearance is more charming than the original temperament. I thought you left us here, but it was just a coincidence. It turns out that you have seen through our true identity a long time ago. Qin Feng's face was solemn. His body was full of righteousness, and he was fully alert to deal with the dangers he might encounter next. If I guess correctly, you should be from the Tushan Fox clan in the western region. If you are a good Tushan, why do you have to turn into an ordinary woman when you come to the human city? Come on. What is the purpose of your coming here? Purpose? A fox girl covered her mouth and said with a smile, "What else is there to ask? We transformed into a brothel. Naturally it is for men. Yes, my whole body will feel uncomfortable without the nourishment of a man for a day. I think the young master looks good. Why don't we sisters have a good time?" While speaking, the tails on their buttocks danced, and the pink aura was much richer than before. But in the blink of an eye, it filled the entire room. With no scruples, they can naturally perform more powerful illusions and charms. Enthralled seeing phantom dreams, a fox girl shouted out. At the same time, the pink aura turned into a butterfly and surged out. When Qin Feng saw this, he did not dare to neglect and hurriedly deployed the Halcyon Mirror, intending to block the offensive of these pink butterflies. However, this trick is an illusion, targeting the soul. So how can the Halcyon Mirror stop it? As the butterfly sank into his body, Qin Feng's eyes gradually lost their sparkle, and a pig-like smile appeared on his face. Did you get hit? A fox girl came to Qin Feng and waved her hand. The latter just looked at her dreamily without any reaction. It seems that he has been tricked. So is he the person we are waiting for? Asked the beautiful fox girl. It's hard to say. After all, seeing dreams in a trance is our strongest magical power, and not everyone can resist it. At least just now, he has not been affected by our charm. How about calling Sister Celia over and letting her make a judgment? That's all it can do. The fox girl nodded and disappeared out of thin air. But Qin Feng, who was supposed to be stupid and foolish, had a flash of light in his eyes. Although the Wensheng Taoist who had stepped into the 5th grade Howren realm could not resist all attacks against the soul, he could not deal with the cultivation in front of him. A high level of fox illusion is more than enough. The reason why he pretended to be tricked was simply to lure out the person behind the scenes and find out the information he wanted. Fortunately, I was the one who came to the brothel. Otherwise, General Lia's reckless character would have only alerted the enemy. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. Judging from their tone, Sister Xiaoya should be their backbone. I hope to hear some useful news later. Damn it. What are these naughty foxes touching? He still rubbed his body against me. It feels so good. No. It feels so disgusting. There is only a lady in my heart. No matter what these charming girls do, they can never shake my mind. Qin Feng warned himself repeatedly in his heart, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Not long after, the pink aura in the wing swayed, and in addition to the fox girl who left earlier, there was another woman with good looks and a plump figure. When the fox girls saw her, they quickly took their hands back. A trace of disappointment flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. I think this person should be the Sister Xiaoya they call me. Su Xiaoya took a look at Qin Feng, then waved her right hand, and the pink aura quickly disappeared. All the fox girls were shocked and didn't understand why Sister Xiaoya suddenly released the illusion. They didn't react until they saw Qin Feng still looking crazy. It turned out that this guy was not under the illusion at all. He had been pretending all along, and a strange look appeared on his face. Su Xiaoya took out a black stone with a crescent moon printed on it from her arms, and then crushed it hard. The powder brushed against Qin Feng's body and emitted a faint white light. When all the fox girls saw this, their eyes sparkled. This crescent stone is a derivative of the broken Hunyuan treasure weapon in the hands of the clan leader, and is rare in quantity. After crushing it, if the powder glows when it meets someone, it means that the person is exactly the person they're looking for. Su Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, the person the Patriarch wants us to wait for is him. People who want to wait. What do you mean? Are you trying to deceive me? Qin Feng's heart sank, and he remained calm, still pretending to be like Brother Pig. You don't have to pretend. I know you're not under the illusion at all. Su Xiaoya frowned slightly. Qin Feng ignored it, and even acted more exaggeratedly in order to strive for realism. When Su Xiaoya saw this, she didn't talk nonsense. She raised her right hand, and a pair of scissors slipped into her hand. Since this young master is trapped in a fantasy and cannot extricate himself, the sister should help him. You hold him down, and I'll be responsible for keeping him awake. All the fox girls started to grab Qin Feng's body and limbs. Su Xiaoya, on the other hand, turned the scissors in her hand and slowly squatted down. If you can't expose my acting skills, why do you use physical means? Can't afford it? Seeing the sharp scissors getting closer and closer to him, Qin Feng even felt a chill. He couldn't pretend any longer, and immediately stopped him loudly. Stop! Save someone from the knife! Chapter 501. Your wife is looking for you everywhere. No more pretending? Su Xiaoya asked, flipping her hair. No more pretending. Qin Feng sat upright and tightly locked his legs to prevent the opponent from taking advantage of the opportunity to use the scissors. Then let's have a good talk. Su Xiaoya lifted up her skirt and sat down generously. Perhaps because the movement was too big, Qin Feng seemed to faintly see a little red. The other party's skirt is clearly purple. Where did the red come from? Could it be the color of the trousers? Qin Feng's zodiac year is his wildest imagination. Could it be that monsters also believe this? Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but glance down again, mainly to satisfy his curiosity, and he had absolutely no other dirty thoughts. Suddenly, he felt some subtle glances. Slowly raising his head, he found that all the fox girls were looking at him in surprise. It's so embarrassing. They don't think I'm an old pervert, right? It's all right, Su Xiaoya suddenly said. What's right? Qin Feng looked confused. The clan leader's dream showed that the person who can save the western region and the Tushan Fox clan is not affected by charm and is very lustful. If you want to see what's under my skirt, I'll let you see it to your heart's content later. Now, let's talk about business first. Su Xiaoya glanced lightly, with undisguised disdain in her eyes. Qin Feng hurriedly defended. You misunderstood. I am not the kind of person you think. Wait. Save the western region. Save the Tushan Fox clan. What do you mean? That's the literal meaning. The reason why we hide our identities and stay here is to wait for you to come. Then, Su Xiaoya told what the Patriarch had foreseen in his dream. Qin Feng was a little shocked. He didn't expect that monsters could also dream, even though they had the power of the treasure. However, black energy enveloped the western region. Everything was destroyed, and the souls melted. What happened? Is this related to those mysterious ghost-faced people? The Patriarch said that if we want to survive this disaster, someone needs to take the lead and combine the power of everyone in the western region to eliminate the evil. and according to the sporadic scenes foreseen by the clan leader. You are the leader. Su Xiaoya said every word. Qin Feng frowned, then sighed. Although I don't know what your clan leader saw, but you think too highly of me. I am just a 5th-level literary sage Taoist, and there is no way I can shoulder such an important responsibility. Moreover, my coming to the western region was entirely a coincidence. If I hadn't been looking for someone, I would never have appeared here. As expected? What do you mean by this? Qin Feng looked confused. Su Xiaoya raised her head and said with certainty. You came to the western regions to find a high-quality snake demon. If I guess correctly, her name is Imo Sanyi. She is the subordinate of the White Tiger woman, and she is a brother and sister. Qin Feng looked shocked and stood up. Do you know where Sister Imo is? Not only do I know where the Sister Imo you mentioned is, I also know the whereabouts of the White Tiger Demon King. Su Xiaoya stood up slowly, with a wave of waves in her chest. She slowly said, They encountered a powerful ghost-faced man and were attacked from both sides. If the clan leader hadn't come to help, they would have died long ago. Is it possible that the two of them are at your place? You guessed it right. They are in our Tushan now. Qin Feng looked in disbelief. The conflict between the White Tiger Demon King of the Western region and the Tushan Fox clan is well known. But who would have thought that the former would hide in the latter's base camp? Qin Feng was relieved after hearing the news. How are they now? Bai Wuti was attacked by a sneak attack and besieged by powerful enemies, and was seriously injured. Aunt Imo also suffered serious injuries in order to save her. Although the lives of the two of them are not in danger at this moment, they are not much better. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. When can I see them? If you want, we can take you back to Tushan today. Just at this moment, a familiar rough voice sounded outside the wing. I told you, I want to take a look at all the girls here. Are you looking down on me by being so secretive? Sir, this is a private room, and the girls inside are receiving guests. How about I introduce you to some other girls? I just take a look at them when they receive their customers, and I won't eat them. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that there is some shady trick going on here? After the words fell, there was just a click, and the door of the wing was pushed open with a strong force. And then a tall and thick dark man walked in. Fortunately, a group of Fox tribe women transformed their appearance in time. Otherwise their true identity would have been exposed. The old bastard apologized. This young master, it's not that I don't want to stop him. It's just that I'm powerless. To her surprise, everyone in the wing was neatly dressed, and the charming scene in her imagination did not appear. Doesn't a man accomplish nothing by staying with so many charming girls? Could it be that this young man is not good at that? The madam turned her head and looked at the young man in black, only to see the latter standing there, and then looked at the reckless man at the door with a dull expression. The reckless man, who was still aggressive at first, was like an eggplant beaten by frost, completely wilted. He opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to speak, but he didn't say a word for a long time. General Lai has been in the battlefield for 30 years, and has never been to the land of fireworks. Last night, he looked afraid of his wife, and refused to come. However, today his true colors were revealed. A trace of contempt flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Doesn't military advisor Qin only have his wife in his heart, and can't tolerate anything else in his eyes? What's going on with the girl in this room? However, military advisor Qin is really powerful. Two ladies accompanied him, and they dared to enter the brothel and play with such tricks. As expected, Liang admired the boldness of the talented artist, and felt that only a heroic man like Qin Feng could be the leader of Wuhou army. Military advisor. What a coincidence. Qin Feng smiled. What a coincidence. Liang's eyes were a little dodgy. The old bastard looked back and forth and asked curiously. Sir, do you know this person? Qin Feng came back to his senses and laughed dryly. We have dealt with him a few times, but we are not particularly familiar with him. But when we meet again after a long absence, let him stay here. Just enough to catch up with him. Stay here? The old bastard had a strange look on his face and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? It's inconvenient. Qin Feng asked curiously. It's not inconvenient. It's just that for girls to serve two guests at one time, according to the rules of our peony house, you have to pay extra. The madam took a heavy bag of silver and left the room with satisfaction, closing the door. Sure enough, this rich and handsome young man really knows how to play. Who is this? In the side room, Su Xiaoya looked wary, and the other women from the Fox tribe also looked wary. It doesn't matter. This is Liang, General Lai, the commander-in-chief of Wuhou army. I came to the western region with him this time. Qin Feng waved his hand. Wu Ho Jun. A heroic hero? The women of the Fox clan looked at each other with shock in their eyes. The famous Wuho army also came to the western regions. By the way, General Lai, you couldn't tell me to come last night. So why are you here again today? Liang coughed dryly. Of course, it was to look for clues. But if I had known that Qin's military advisor would come, I wouldn't have spent this effort. Oh, by the way, when I left the restaurant, I seemed to see your two ladies looking for you everywhere. Why? Didn't you inform them when you came here? Qin Feng glanced sideways and told his wife that he was going to visit a brothel. Is your brain caught in the door? Wait, my wife is looking for me everywhere. Qin Feng discovered the key point in his words, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He almost forgot that he sneaked out under the guise of going to the latrine. And time has passed for a long time. We have to go back quickly, Qin Feng said anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, the window of the wing suddenly shattered, and two beautiful figures floated down. Those eyes were bone-chillingly cold. Chapter 502 Madam. I was wrong. Who else could come besides Lu Jianli and Song Feilin? Why are you here? Lu Jianli frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice. Song Feilin glanced at the women in the wing and said coldly. No wonder I smelled an unpleasant smell as soon as I came in. It turned out to be the smell of foxes. What did you say? You're wrong, Nida. A Fox tribe woman was indignant. But as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force, like a mountain, pressed against the Fox girl. She didn't even have the ability to resist at all. Her body was pressed to the ground, and her chest was squeezed into an exaggerated shape. Seeing this, the other Fox clan women wanted to step forward to help. However, Song Feilin just glanced at it. A flash of green light flashed in her green eyes, and the invisible pressure seemed to turn into a big hand, strangling all the Fox girls by the throat, making them unable to move. Su Xiaoya is the strongest, and will naturally be least affected. Let's not talk about the powerful woman in white. Let's just talk about the woman with green eyes in front of me. The aura exuding from her body just now was clearly Dragon Clan. Songlong lineage? As soon as these words came out, all the Fox girls were shocked, and their delicate bodies trembled. The Dragon Clan is an existence that is almost at the top of all living beings, and that Songlong lineage is the best among them. Just like the royal family. How could someone from the Songlong lineage come to this Cheongyu city? Lu Jianli and Song Feilin no longer cared about the women from the Fox clan, but looked at Qin Feng together. Those cold eyes seemed to say, we need a reasonable explanation that won't kill you. Danger! 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 Alarms kept ringing in Qin Feng's brain. The murderous aura in the two ladies made him understand clearly. If a satisfactory answer cannot be given here, he will have to shed his skin today, even if he does not die. The brain was spinning rapidly, and the scholar's intelligence was developed to the extreme by Qin Feng at this moment. He glanced to the right, and saw the heroic figure, who looked like he had nothing to do with him. And he thought about it. As the saying goes, a dead Taoist friend will never die a poor Taoist. General Lai, for the sake of my life, I can only sacrifice you here to divert the conflict. Thinking of this, Qin Feng no longer looked at the expressions of the two ladies, but turned sideways and shouted, General Lai, you disappoint me so much. Liang's eyes widened, and he looked confused. What kind of incident was this? I have already said that although the mysterious middle-aged fortune teller has clues in the peony building, this is a brothel after all. You and I are both men with wives. How can we go in and out of a place like this with fireworks? I have repeatedly emphasized to you that even if I really want to come here to ask something, I have to bring my wife with me to prove my innocence. But luckily for you, you came here secretly. I want to ask, what are you thinking? Master Qin. Me. Liang was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Feng. I don't want to hear your excuses. Everything here has already explained the problem. If I hadn't accidentally learned the news of your arrival from the Wuho army soldiers after I went to the latrine and arrived in time, I'm afraid you would have made a big mistake. Sex is like a knife on the head, and beauty is like a bone scraper. If you do such a thing, how should I face your wife and explain to her when I return to Fengtian City? At the mention of the word madam, Liang's expression changed drastically. When Qin Feng saw this, he was secretly proud. He had long been able to deal with a man who was strict about his wife, and practice made him perfect. With a sigh that was filled with resentment, Qin Feng walked up to Liang, patted him on the back, and said earnestly, General Lai, you don't want your wife to know about your visit to a brothel. Right. Then admit your mistakes properly. I can turn a blind eye and hide it for you. But you must promise me not to make the same mistake again in the future. After all, your wife is still at home, waiting for your triumphant return." After some threats and Xiaoxi's reasoning and emotion, Liang completely realized his mistake and lowered his head. "So, you came here to find Gerald Lai?" Song Filan's eyebrows were straightened, and her tone was not completely trusting. "Of course that's the case. My wife still can't trust me as a person." Qin Feng looked confident. When Su Xiaoya saw it, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. The other women from the Fox tribe also showed strange expressions. In the patriarch's dream, is the person in front of him really the one who can save the Western region and the Fox clan? They always feel that their future is worrying and their fate is ill-fated. Song Filan was doubtful and looked at Lu Jianli, as if waiting for the latter's decision. Lu Jianli glanced at the Fox girls, then looked down at the Fox girl who was suppressed by her strength, and restrained her breath. The tall Fox girl stood up tremblingly, with a look of fear in her eyes. Lu Jianli opened her red lips lightly and asked, "Tell me about everything that happened here. If you let me know that you are hiding something." As soon as the words fell, the hair on the ears and temples of all the Fox girls was chopped off. They didn't even see when the woman in white made her move. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Su Xiaoya's heart trembled. She looked at Lu Jianli, who had a beautiful appearance and extraordinary swordsmanship. She seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she said in a trembling voice, "Are you Lu Jianli?" Lu Jianli looked for fame. Although he didn't reply, his look said everything. All the Fox girls were extremely frightened. In addition to the Songlong girl, even the famous Lu Jianli from Daqian also came? If the latter wanted to, he could kill all their foxes with just one breath. The beautiful Fox girl glanced at Qin Feng and hesitated to speak. It's going to happen. When Qin Feng saw this, he knew that these foxes would be unable to withstand the pressure. If they let go, the consequences would be disastrous. "Madam, there's no need. Whatever you want to know, I'll just go back and tell you." Qin Feng laughed dryly. When Lu Jianli heard this, he looked sideways, his eyes like a pool of autumn water. "Be quiet. Okay." Qin Feng immediately remained silent. Under the pressure of Lu Jianli and Song Filan, the Fox girls finally spoke up and betrayed Qin Feng. They truthfully told the purpose of staying here as human beings, and vividly described Qin Feng's words and deeds after arriving at Peony Tower. When Lu Jianli and Song Filan heard this, their expressions were as cold as ice, especially when they heard that Qin Feng's eyes had been staring at the hem of Sister Xiaoya's skirt. The chill almost turned into reality, causing the temperature in the wing to drop a lot in an instant. The two looked sideways at Qin Feng, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then there was a pop, and Qin Feng, who was strong-willed and uncompromising at home, knelt down. It is said that a man has gold at his knees, but it is not yet time to kneel down. "Ladies, I was wrong." When the Fox girls heard this, they looked at each other in shock. They were also speculating about the relationship between these two people and this lustful young man. But how could they have imagined that the famous Lu Jianli and the Songlong lineage of the Dragon Clan were actually the wives of this lustful young master? Him. Why? Chapter 503 The White Tiger Demon King is dead. After the loving greetings from the two ladies, Qin Feng felt that his bones were about to fall apart. For high-quality beings, they have 10,000 ways to make a person miserable without suffering any substantial harm. Qin Feng was lucky enough to experience two of them. One is when the energy is injected into the body and circulates throughout the body. Qin Feng only feels that there is a villain hitting the bones between his bones with a hammer. The sour feeling is unparalleled. The other one is the dragon's breath, which is bone-chilling cold, followed by the scorching power of the dragon beasts penetrating the body. The two heavens of ice and fire should be one of most men's favorite bathing services. It can make people feel ecstasy. But here in Qin Feng, all that is left is the feeling that life is worse than death. After experiencing the lash of love, Qin Feng was dying. When Liang saw the scene, he seemed to be thinking of the wife in his house, and his body trembled for no reason. Of course, Lu Jianli and Song Filan had already calculated that they were being cautious. After all, they were also present when the fortune teller said there were clues here. Moreover, the Fox girls also made it clear that Qin Feng came here mainly to inquire about information. Otherwise, if they knew that Qin Feng came to the brothel to find flowers and flowers, it might not be as simple as dying. After lying on the ground for half an hour, Qin Feng barely regained his mobility and stood up tremblingly. At this time, Su Xiaoya spoke up and said, "The situation in the western region is urgent. And no one knows when the people behind the scenes will take action. Mr. Qin, you need to come with us to Tushan as soon as possible to meet the clan leader. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng rubbed his chin, lost in thought, then nodded and said, I'll go back and make preparations. We'll gather at the gate of Qilmu City in half an hour. Liang, who learned the ins and outs of the matter, asked, Do you need me to lead some of the soldiers of the Marquis Wu army to go with you? Qin Feng shook his head. I used my stargazing technique to see that the black giant Buddha from the mysterious ghost-faced man entered Qilmu City. Although no trace of them has been found so far, I always feel that something will happen here. General Lai, just lead Wuo's army and be stationed here. I will rush back from Tushan as soon as possible. Moreover, with 2 ladies protecting me, there should not be too much danger on this trip. Then it's up to you. Half an hour later, at the gate of Qilmu City, Qin Feng and his party parted ways with Liang and headed towards Tushan. At the same time, in a dark corner of the city, Gong Du said, The Lord said before that in order to ensure the success of this Western region mission, the White Tiger Demon King Bai Wuti must be killed. Otherwise, there will be unimaginable resistance. However, our people and the group of demonic beasts who defected have been searching for so long, but they have never found any trace of Bai Wuti. Do you have any way to figure out Bai Wuti's whereabouts? When the ghost Buddha heard this, the 3 Buddha heads frowned, and Yu Yu opened his eyes. After Bai Wuti disappeared, I also tried divination, but found that someone seemed to have blocked the opponent's secret. Gong Du was silent for a moment, then said, Then why don't you contact the person named Shin? In the funeral world, his divination ability is second only to the Lord. During this period of time, we were able to find the demons and ghosts who participated in the Night of the Gods and Ghosts, and he played a major role in collecting the objects of the gods and ghosts. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge black palm suddenly struck Gong Du, who easily stopped the attack with a wave of his left hand. What are you doing? Gong Du asked coldly. The ghost Buddha replied angrily, Don't mention that guy in front of me. What? The Lord trusts him more than you, making you uncomfortable? Gong Du sneered. In fact, after the Lord brought Shinli back from Fontian City, most of the divination that should have been done by Gui Buddha in the past was handed over to Shinli, which also made Gui Buddha's hatred of Shinli grow day by day. In the burial heaven, it is a well-known fact that ghosts and Buddhas do not get along with Shinli. However, due to the majesty of the Lord, the ghosts and Buddhas kept their dissatisfaction suppressed in their hearts. Actually, I'm quite curious. Your Lord's divination skills are astounding. He can obviously figure out the whereabouts of those demons and ghosts on the night of divine food. Why did he bother to bring that man back from the Nine Hells prison? Moreover, before that man came, every time we went after the monsters on the night of the divine food, we always encountered various resistances. But after the man arrived, things became smoother and smoother. Gong Du said lightly, The Lord has his own considerations. These are not what you and I need to care about. Guifu responded coldly. Just at this moment, the dark space trembled suddenly, and a hoarse voice rang out. Shunhan, I want more souls. The bloody lines lit up, projecting a blurry black shadow that looked like a cow's head. It seems that it is about to wake up, and it's time to take action. Are the soul-inducing formations ready? Gong Du asked. You can take action at any time. In that case, Gong Du took out a black gold stone from his arms, then squeezed it hard and crushed it to pieces. And this is also the signal for the action to begin. In the mountains of the western region, the clones of Qian Puppet looked at the broken black stone in their hands, and their bodies sank into the earth. On a cliff, Jinyan swallowed the gravel in his belly, looked at the endless mountains in the distance, and said with saliva, Now, can you eat whatever you want? At the same moment, a piece of news also spread among the demons and ghosts in the western region. The White Tiger Demon King was dead, and all the demon kings under him fell apart. They fought for the Dragon Vein land, resulting in numerous casualties. At this moment, it is the best time to compete for the Dragon Vein. The news spread quickly, causing thousands of waves. The importance of the land of Dragon Veins is self-evident. The reason why the White Tiger Demon King has amazing strength, even if her monsters are of low level, they can still speak human words and develop spiritual wisdom. It is all because of the existence of Dragon Veins. In other words, occupying the land of Dragon Veins is equivalent to mastering the capital to become stronger. In the past, all the demons and ghosts in the western region were afraid of the White Tiger Demon King's strength. and only dared to harbor a hint of covetousness in their hearts. However, now that White Tiger is dead, it is time for someone to rule over most of the Dragon Vein land in the western region. Towering mountaintops, poisonous canyons, flaming pools burning the sky, and windy lakes and seas. Powerful demons and ghosts are born again, and they have only one purpose: to compete for the ownerless Dragon Vein land. And the fight will inevitably bring about killing. The peace of the past in the western region will never return. Tushan, in the palace where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, a woman with a stunning appearance and a body that made blood flow, swaying her 9 tails, slowly opened her eyes. She stood up, looked at a broken stone mirror, and frowned. Disaster is coming. Someone is coming. What are the instructions from the clan leader? A fox girl appeared and asked respectfully, "Is there any news from Seoya?" "They are on their way back." "Have you found it yet?" "Then maybe it's still too late." Chapter 504: The Crisis from Behind. The moment blood and carnage descended on the western region, almost everyone in the Demon Slayer division guarded by the Demon Slayers from Red Lotus noticed something strange. The powerful Chi machine swept through most of the western region like a wave, and the terrifying roars echoed high in the sky. The huge mountain giant raised his feet to the mountains of the Dragon Vein land, and the ground shook. The skeleton ghost king wrapped in green flames, with every move of his hands and feet, filled with poisonous gas, melting everything. The flame demon covered by the immortal black flames burned hundreds of miles wherever it passed, leaving no grass growing. The huge flying bird monster flaps its wings, blocking out the sky and the sun. The fierce wind is like a sharp blade, cutting the mountains and the earth with dense cracks. For everything in the western region, this day is like the end of the world. The patrolling envoys of the Western Region Demon Slayer Division, including the 12 Divine Generals and 36 stars, soon received a message. They all looked solemn and unbelievable. What happened? The Giant Mountain Demon King, the Netherworld Ghost King, the Fire Demon, and the Gale Wind Dopping. These are all demons and ghosts with 7 levels of tribulation power. Why were they born at the same time? Not only these, there are also many demon kings and ghost kings who are also making trouble everywhere, and are ready to make trouble. They all seem to be converging in several places. Is that the place where Baiwudi is sitting on the dragon veins? They want to snatch the dragon's veins from Baiwudi. Are they seeking death? Wait a minute. Baiwudi's demon king is also participating in the fight? Where's that guy Baiwudi? He didn't show up. What on earth is he doing? It wasn't until the commander of the Western Regions issued the highest level ghost disaster announcement from the Demon Slayer division that they learned that Baiwudi was dead. The Dragon Vein land owned by his men has become ownerless. In order to compete for the land of Dragon Veins, all the major ghost kings and demon kings appeared in the world at the same time, causing mourning everywhere along the way. The commander-in-chief of the Western Regions issued an order, and the Demon Slaying Division was ordered to dispatch the strongest combat force to intercept and kill the rebellious demons and ghosts along the way. At the same moment, the prince guarding the Western Region also received the news and was extremely shocked. He immediately ordered his subordinates to gather combat power to prevent this disaster. Luing Mountain is one of the Dragon Vein lands owned by Baiwudi, 130 miles to the north. As far as the eye can see, it is covered with snow and ice for 10 miles. It's obviously spring, but it's snowing heavily here. On the top of the snow-covered mountain, a woman with a snow-white body and a graceful figure walked out of thin air, as if she were walking on flat ground. And this heavy snow was brought by her. Da Qianbaiyaji records that there is a snow monster in the Tianbing Mountain in the western regions. It looks like a beauty, and has the strength to reach the sky. Wherever it passes, it is covered with ice and snow, and nothing can grow. She is also the Snow Demon, a being with peak power of 7 levels of calamity. This time I went to Luing Mountain, naturally to compete for the Dragon Vein land. Suddenly, she seemed to feel something, stopped, and turned her head to look south. There, a black shadow was coming quickly. The two were hundreds of feet apart, and the Snow Demon could clearly see the appearance of the visitor. The ordinary middle-aged man only had a sword on his waist and the eye-catching Divine General order, but it made the Snow Demon frown. The Divine General of the Western Regions, master of both swords and swords. Gong Song? Snow Demon said coldly. Well, Tianbing Shan is not here to stay. Why go out and wade in this muddy water? If you go back now, I can pretend that I didn't see anything. Gong Song put his hands on his waist and said calmly, It's a joke. When Baiwudi occupied so many Dragon Vein lands, why didn't you see your Demon Slayer division taking any action? Now that guy is dead. I just want to get a share of the pie. But you want to stop me? Gong Song had no expression on his face, but glanced around. There were countless corpses covered in heavy snow, as well as those frozen monsters. There were blood holes in their chests, and their hearts had long been missing. However, the bright red color at the corner of the snow demon's mouth seemed to indicate the whereabouts of his heart. Bai Wuti is guarding the land of dragon veins, and he won't cause so many killings. Hearing this, the snow demon seemed to have heard some joke. He laughed so hard that his branches trembled, and then said with a ferocious face, "That's because she is stupid. If I had so many dragon veins to increase my strength, where would you human race and the Demon Slayer division still be in the western region? The place?" A scream sounded instantly, and the goose feathers and heavy snow turned into sharp needles of black ice. Speeding towards Gong Song, the snow demon actually chose to take action directly. I want to see if the 12 divine generals are really as powerful as the rumors say. After 2 sticks of incense, the heavy snow stopped, and the snow demon's body turned into an ice sculpture, shattered inch by inch, and then scattered into ice crystals, melting into the heaven and earth. Gong Song turned his head and glanced at his left hand. His thumb and little finger had lost all feeling. The snow demon was originally a demon with 7 levels of calamity power. He was very powerful. Even if he defeated the opponent, he had to pay a certain price. Russell! Gong Song turned around and saw an old man with white hair walking over the snow. Mr. Jiang? The person coming is none other than one of the 36 stars in the western region. Jiang Yin! The only one who can make such a big fuss is the snow demon of Tianbing Mountain. I didn't expect that she also wants to compete for the Dragon Vein land. You and I are well aware of the temptation of the Dragon Vein land. Is your left hand okay? Jiang Yin asked with concern. The thumb and little finger were frozen to death by the cold air, and the meridians were damaged and can no longer be used. Gong Song replied calmly, "If it's just frostbite, I can use the Yin spirit to recover for you. But if the meridians are damaged, I can't do anything." Jiang Yin shook his head regretfully. It doesn't matter. The two of them met here, and their destination was naturally Luing Mountain. So they traveled together. During this period, Jiang Yin suddenly said, "Don't you think this disaster in the western region is too strange? You and I know the strength of Bai Wuti very well. Even if he is facing Shiyu Siming, he can be on equal footing. Who is there and can kill him? In addition, how did the demons and ghosts in the western region know about Bai Wuti's death, which the Demon Slayer division has not yet learned?" Gong Song looked solemn when he heard this. He was patrolling the western regions and was shocked when he received the news from Siming. Then, because he was closer to Luing Mountain and sensed the snow demon's energy, he rushed over to stop it. So he didn't have time to think about it carefully. At this moment, Mr. Jiang mentioned that this disaster in the western region was indeed full of doubts. And the most interesting thing is that demons and ghosts are always suspicious by nature, especially powerful beings. They didn't even see Bai Wuti's body with their own eyes, yet they dared to come out and compete for the Dragon Vein land. There must be someone behind this driving everything. When Gong Song heard this, he paused and lowered his head as if deep in thought. But he didn't notice that Mr. Jiang behind him had a cold look in his eyes. Yin energy circulated crazily in his body, and a trace of fire flickered in the shadow under his feet. The heroic spirit controlled by Jiang Yin is a firebird with phoenix blood in his body, which is why he can become a 36 star. Taking advantage of Gong Song's unpreparedness, the firebird flew up, and its sharp claws attached to the flame suddenly stabbed the opponent's back. If this blow is carried out, Gong Song will be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. However, just when Jiang Yin felt that he was bound to win, his eyes suddenly widened. Looking down, a long knife pierced the firebird Yin Ling and sank into his heart. "How do you know?" Jiang Yin looked in disbelief. Gong Song turned his head away and replied coldly, "First, as a hunting envoy, the place you are responsible for hunting is at least 6,000 miles away from here. Secondly, how do you know that those demons and ghosts did not see Bai Wuti's body?" Chapter 505 Black Chi. Hearing this, Jiang Yin opened his mouth wide and wanted to say something, but Gong Song ignored it, and the energy in his body merged into the long sword. And then, he exerted force fiercely. The Dao Gang stretches for 100 feet, dividing the snow field into two. Firebird Yin Ling and Jiang Yin also split into two halves under the sword. Gong Song frowned as he looked at the corpse on the ground. He and Jiang Yin were old acquaintances. Before he became a 12-star general, the other party was already a 36-star general. In his impression, it was impossible for Jiang Yan to judge the Demon Slayer division. But the reality is often so cruel. The invisible black hand not only reached out to the western region, but also entered the Demon Slayer division. Gong Song's face was very ugly. The enemy in the darkness could win over Jiang Yan. But what about the other people in the Demon Slayer division? Could it be that they have also rebelled? Thinking back to the disaster in the western region. Such a big thing as Bai Wudi's disappearance. Why didn't the Demon Slayer department hear any movement at all? There is only one possibility. Everyone who knows about this has been silenced. Looking up at Luing Mountain not far away, Gong Song clenched the long knife in his hand and swung it hard. And the unfrozen blood spilled a line on the snow. His sword has killed countless demons and ghosts. But next, he may be stained with the blood of his own people. How sad this is. On the other side, Xiongyu City. Jiang Yan is dead? It seems that the plan to attack Gong Song failed. Gong Du said casually, looking at the lost luster of the soul stone in his hand. If the 12 divine generals were so easy to kill, they wouldn't have given us such a headache. Ghost Buddha didn't take it seriously. That's true, Gong Du said, slowly stepping out of the shadow. And then his body was split into two. Why do you want to create a clone? The commander of the western regions gave the order. So naturally I have to pretend. Otherwise wouldn't I be suspected? The Buddha's head laughed playfully and said, Our Lord General is really busy. Uh-huh. Lu gently waved his right hand, and a sword energy rose into the sky. The head of the huge demon king with 3 lion heads was cut off instantly. And blood spattered everywhere. Qin Feng held Xiaobai and looked at this scene solemnly. Although the opponent's strength was as high as level 6, he was still a little unsatisfied with the 2 ladies. But the key problem is that these powerful demon kings appear too frequently. Since leaving Xiongyu City, this is the 3rd powerful demon king they have encountered along the way. The fox girls looked at the dead lion king and patted their chests in fear. Song Filan jumped down from a high altitude and shook her head, indicating that there was no danger around here. Qin Feng looked at Su Xiaoya and asked, Is your western region usually so dangerous? It is said that among the 4 regions of Dakian, the southern region has the strongest Yin energy, and powerful demons and ghosts emerge endlessly. But even in the southern region, Qin Feng was not constantly attacked by monsters like today. Su Xiaoya also showed a puzzled expression. I have walked this road many times. It should be the safest. I have never encountered a demon king with the strength just now. Maybe what? Perhaps the disaster in the western region that the patriarch mentioned before has already begun. Su Xiaoya looked worried. We have to rush back to Tushan. Disaster in the western region. Qin Feng murmured and glanced at the body of the Lion King again. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and asked aloud, Wait a minute. After the death of a demon with high calamity power, there is a high probability that his natal magical power will be revealed. But nothing happened after the death of the 2 we met before and the current one. Is this normal? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Bai Xiaomao, who was lying on Qin Feng's shoulder, said, Maybe these 3 demon kings just don't have the ability to manifest their own magical powers after death? Qin Feng shook his head. You are too weak. So it's normal that you don't know. Bai Xiaomao looked dull when he heard this. I have seen in books that more than 90% of monsters that can enter the realm of 6-turn calamity will undergo changes after death. Because once they step into the 6th rotation of tribulation, their souls will undergo earth-shaking changes, and their natal magical powers after death are often triggered by their souls. At this point, Qin Feng had a flash of inspiration. He opened his eyes and looked at the body of the Lion King. He saw a steady stream of black energy sinking into the earth, and the remnant soul of the Lion King has long since disappeared. How is this possible? Even if the Demon King of the 6th level of Calamity dies, his soul cannot dissipate so quickly. It looked like something was absorbing the remnants of its dead soul. Qin Feng murmured to himself. He suddenly thought of the scene he had seen with stargazing before, and the disaster that Su Xiaoya said the leader of the Tushan Fox clan dreamed about. The endless black air lingering in the western region. Qin Feng put his hand on the ground, sinking his righteous energy into the ground and feeling it carefully. Is there any fluctuation in the flow of the formation? He stood up, looked at Song Filan aside and said, Madam, take me to the sky to have a look. Okay. Song Filan didn't ask any further questions. She directly picked up Qin Feng, tiptoed, and jumped into the sky. Is it enough here? Higher! The sea of clouds was at hand, and the rolling mountains were in full view. Qin Feng just called Song Filan to stop. Golden light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at the earth. He clearly saw the direction of the black energy. Was it always following the path they came from? And the circular pattern of black air flowing should be some kind of formation. Looking far away, Qin Feng could still vaguely see that although the distance was too far, there were several places where the black energy was the strongest. Thinking about the condition of the Lion King's body, it can only show that there were a lot of deaths in the place where the black energy gathered. He wrote down those places, then let Song Filan take him back to the ground, and picked up a branch on the ground. Qin Feng sketched the scene he just saw on the ground. Everyone was puzzled by what he meant, but they still watched quietly without making a sound. Within a moment, a map of the continuous mountain range appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Qin Feng circled several mountain ranges and asked the fox girls, "Do you know where these places are?" A group of fox girls looked around, and Su Xiaoya pointed to a place and said, "This is a bit like the Finglian mountain that Bai Wuti was in charge of before." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaomao jumped onto Xiaoya's chest, and then used the rebound force to jump onto Qin Feng's shoulders. It glanced at the map and said in surprise, "Hey, have you been to the top of the mountain at Dajayatu? These places are all Dragon Vein lands under the jurisdiction of Dajayatu. There is Fengling Mountain, there is Qai's Mountain, and there." Qin Feng frowned and fell into deep thought. The places with the strongest black energy are all mountains with dragon veins? And they were all places that Bai Wuti was in charge of before. If what he expected was true, the rich black energy was probably the manifested remnant soul of the dead monster. In other words, the ownerless dragon vein land in the western region is being accompanied by a lot of killing. Chapter 506 Blocking. He originally thought that the reason why those mysterious ghost-faced people wanted to attack Bai Wuti was because they coveted the dragon vein land owned by the latter. But seeing these black energies, and the remnant souls of the monster beasts that were inexplicably drawn away after their death, Qin Feng also felt that the other party's goal was definitely not as simple as a few dragon vein places. If we could know the source of the black energy involvement, we might be able to find some clues. However, the most urgent task is to find Sister Imo and Xiao Bai's mother as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked, "How far are we from Tushan?" Su Xiaoya silently calculated the distance in her mind and replied, "It's about an hour away." "Then let's hurry up." After the words fell, Qin Feng felt something in his heart. He reached into his arms and took out the crystal water stone, with ripples flashing on its surface. When Bai Xiaomao saw this, he was surprised and said, "There is a demon king under Sister 2 nearby, and it is confirming your location." Qin Feng frowned. Sending a signal with crystal water at this time? The probability of being an enemy is very high, and judging from the information fed back by the crystal water stone, the demon king who sent the signal was on the only way for their group to move forward. "What's wrong?" Lu Jinli asked softly. "The road ahead may be dangerous, so everyone should be careful." Qin Feng let out a breath and silently put on the gloves engraved with the white thunder formation on his hands. When all the fox girls heard this, they all looked solemn and on guard. Bai Xiaomao jumped off Qin Feng's shoulder, came to Xiao Bai's side, patted his chest and said, "Young master, please rest assured, no matter what danger you encounter next, I will protect you. They want to do you harm unless they step over my body." Xiao Bai lowered his head and picked up Bai Xiaomao. Just when the latter thought that the young master was going to praise him, he heard the other party say, "I am the only one who can be touched by my brother. Next time you stand on his shoulders, I just want you to look good." Bai Xiaomao was stunned on the spot. This was completely different from what he expected. The group set out again, and the surrounding scenery quickly retreated. Because of Qin Feng's reminder, everyone tensed up their nerves to cope with the sudden danger. The surroundings were extremely quiet, with only the sound of galloping horses' hooves being heard. The chirping of insects and birds could not be heard, and the atmosphere was quite strange. Anyone who frequents the mountains and forests knows that the louder the chirping of birds and insects, the safer the place. But if you can't hear any movement, either this place is a dead place, and weak beings cannot survive. Either that or there is a big guy with terrifying strength who scares away those little things. Judging from the current situation, there is a high probability that it belongs to the latter. Just when everyone was on guard, the ground shook violently. Under the land in front, a huge stone thorn protruded and attacked everyone. The leader, Lu Jinli, had an expressionless face. He used sword casting my bones to form the bone sword in his hand. He swung out the sword with a rainbow of sword energy, instantly chopping the huge stone thorn into pieces. However, one wave followed another, and the stone thorn was just the first attack. One after another, The stone thorns appeared to be encircling and attacked again, and everyone could not avoid it. Lu Jianli saw this, and the bone sword in his hand flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, 1 turned into 10, and 10 turned into 100. As her right hand flipped over, thousands of swords fell together, and the astonishingly powerful stone thorns fell apart in just an instant. Dust was flying, broken stones were scattered, and the vision was gray. Qin Feng unfolded the Haotian mirror and protected it all over his body. He could only hear the sound of stones hitting him. Song Filan always stayed by Qin Feng's side. Even if the previous stone thorn was only 1 foot away from her, she did not move even half an inch. The only thing she had to do was to protect Qin Feng's safety, and she believed that with Sister Jinli's strength, it would be easy to resist such an attack. The truth was just as she expected. However, before the dust and smoke dispersed, 5 tiny spikes of unknown material struck from high altitude. Song Filan frowned, quickly took off the dagger from her waist, and swung it towards the spike. The unexpected scene of cutting off the spikes did not appear. The spikes collided with the dagger, making a golden sound. Although it was not cut off, it was successfully repelled. Song Filan felt the huge force coming from the dagger and understood clearly that the attacking enemy was very strong. Several more blasts of wind were heard, and 5 spikes struck again from the side. Song Filan blocked it with a dagger, and at the same time opened her mouth slightly and let out a dragon roar. The breath was like a strong wind, blowing away the smoke and dust in an instant, and everyone was finally able to see the face of the enemy clearly. Standing in front of him was a middle-aged man covered in black stone armor. He was burly and nearly a foot tall, standing like a hill in the middle of the mountain road. On the top of a giant tree beside the mountain road, there stands a naked and enchanting woman with a beautiful face. But if you stare at her for a while, you will find that her appearance keeps changing. She scanned the women in the crowd below one by one, and finally set her sights on Lu Jianli, Song Filan and Su Xiaoya. She licked her lips and said with a charming smile, "Kuei Yan, be careful when you take action. Don't if I want to ruin those people's faces. I will take them off and cover my own face. Such exquisite beauties are rare in the world. Kuei Pi, don't underestimate the enemy. Looking from the direction they are coming from, it is very likely that the mountain eagle will die in their hands." Kuei Yin said in a deep voice, "It's not surprising that the mountain eagle ranked last is dead. If you compare me with it, I will be angry." Kuei Pi sneered, and 5 sharp nails popped out of his slender jade hands, making him people shudder. Qin Feng frowned when he heard the conversation. The other party knew the mountain eagle, and his identity was self-evident. Bai Xiaomao on the side exclaimed in shock, "Qian and Kuei Pi, 2 of the 7 demons guarding the mountain. Their strength can be ranked at the forefront. They are in the realm of 7-turn calamity power. 7 demons guarding the mountain?" Kuei Pi Xuan said. "Who do I think it is? It turns out to be a little kitten demon. When I first advised Bai Wuti not to accept trash like you, she didn't listen. But the result was good. When something went wrong, there was no one who could be useful, and she suffered the consequences in the end. It's a pity that her body was not found. After all, I have coveted her skin for a long time." Bai Xiaomao said angrily. "Sister Tu was so kind to you before. Why did you betray her? The weak eat the strong. The fittest survive. That's all," Kuei Yin said calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. At this time, Xiao Bai, who was protected by Qin Feng behind him, asked, "Bai Wuti, do you know my mother? Then do you know where my mother is?" As soon as these words came out, Bai Xiaomao's hair exploded all over. Qin Feng's expression also changed with surprise. "Mom?" Kuei Yin and Kuei Pi said in unison. Looking at Xiao Bai, Kuei Yin took a deep breath and then widened his eyes. "Just like the aura on Bai Wuti's body, this little thing is real. Those stupid guys are still guarding a place with dragon veins and are waiting for Bai Wuti to return. If we catch their young master, they will use this as a threat. Isn't that the land of dragon veins ours?" Kuei Pi said excitedly. The two looked at each other, and then they saw Kuei Yin beating his chest violently, making a sound like thunder that shook the heaven and the earth. Within a moment, roars sounded from all directions, seemingly in response. Su Xiaoya looked up and said with an ugly face, "Look around. Densely packed monsters of different shapes are already surrounding this place. Chapter 507. Don't worry. I will take action." Song Filan glanced coldly at the surrounding monsters. The strength of the monsters varied greatly. The strongest one is close to the peak of the 5th level tribulation power, and the weakest one only has the 3rd level tribulation power. But it cannot withstand too many. If she and Sister Jinli could use their hands free to kill these monsters, it would only take a little effort. But the crux of the matter is that those two guys couldn't possibly give them such an opportunity. Thinking of this, Song Filan looked at Guipi and Qian, frowning. The strength of these two demon kings has reached the 7th level of calamity. Although she is confident that she can win against any one of them alone, she will definitely not be able to decide the winner in a short time. And once she and Sister Jinli are detained, Qin Feng and others may be in danger. Just as she was thinking this, Lu Jinli suddenly said, Fei Lan, leave the two strongest people to me, and the rest of the monsters will be left to you. Song Filan's beautiful eyes widened when she heard this, and Qin Feng and others also showed shocked expressions. Although Lu Jinli is very strong, it is too difficult to deal with two beings of the same realm at the same time. Madam. Qin Feng stopped talking. Are you sure? Song Filan asked solemnly. Lu Jinli did not answer, but nodded slightly. Seeing this, Song Filan took a deep breath, and then said to the fox girls around her, You guys are here to protect me, and don't move around at will. If my husband-in-law has any shortcomings, don't blame me. Su Xiuya frowned, and the other party's tone made her unhappy. You don't need to say anything. We will protect his safety. Qin Feng's face froze as he listened to the conversation. Why did these people seem to treat him as a burden when they spoke? He said in a serious tone to the fox girls, You don't have to protect me, no matter what. I am also a 5th grade literary sage, so I can protect myself well enough. Just wait for you to fight those monsters together. The fox girls glanced at each other, but did not respond. Instead, they formed a circle with a tacit understanding and protected Qin Feng in the middle. This look caused Qin Feng's self-esteem to suffer a serious blow. On the other side, Guipi on the treetop seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. You alone want to deal with both of us at the same time? Gui Yan, I changed my mind. I want to tear this woman to pieces. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened. A beautiful figure in white appeared in front of her in the blink of an eye. It was Lu Jinli. His right foot kicked hard, hitting Guipi in the abdomen. The latter looked pained, and then flew upside down into the sky like a kite with its string broken. This scene happened in a flash of lightning, and no one even reacted at all. And this is just the beginning. After Lu Jinli kicked Guipi away, his figure flashed and disappeared again. But instead of chasing Guipi high in the sky, she came to Qian below. Qian, who was on guard, covered his whole body with stone armor, glowing with a black gold luster. Lu Jinli opened his right hand, and thunder rang out from the sword box behind him. The sword energy accompanied by the thunder light easily chopped away the hill like Qian and flew high into the sky. She followed closely and waved the purple lightning divine gun in the air. The purple sword energy was like a line, dividing the heaven and the earth. The realm took shape instantly, covering the three of them. And Lu Jinli did all this in just a few moments. Qin Feng opened his mouth so wide that it seemed like he could fit an egg in. He hacked my wife hard. He is ruthless and doesn't talk much. He clearly understood that Jinli was stronger. Seeing this scene, Song Filan showed a complicated expression. She thought that after days of hard training, she could catch up with the gap with the opponent. But the gap did not seem to decrease, but instead widened. Could it be that I would never be able to surpass the other party in my life? And couldn't I let the other party call me Sister Filan? The Dragon Clan has its own pride, and now it is just a temporary measure to succumb to others. In fact, Song Filan has always wanted to become a serf and sing. Looking at the realm above the sky, she pursed her lips and said, As expected of Sister Jinli? But if I take action, I should be able to contain those two people. When Qin Feng heard this, he looked sideways, not knowing what to say. Song Girl has always wanted to be strong in her life. She said these words because of her stubbornness in her heart. The word, should, was specially added to show her clear understanding of her own strength. The monsters and beasts surrounding them reacted, roared and charged towards Qin Feng and others. Song Filan's eyes narrowed slightly. Her green hair turned into silver, and her whole body was decorated with silver scales. Then her body turned into a ray of silver light, forming an afterimage-like picture in the void. Blood splattered everywhere, and screams and cries of pain came one after another. She was also working hard to kill all the monsters around her before Lu Jinli could deal with the two monster kings. This is her last stubbornness. Su Xiuya raised her head and glanced at the sky. The boundary blocked her vision, and she couldn't see anything. She glanced at the flashing silver light again, and while sighing at the power of Song Filan, she said in a deep voice, Everyone, please pay attention. With such a large number of enemies, there will definitely be fish that slip through the net. As soon as he finished speaking, a monster known for its speed escaped Song Filan's strangulation and rushed within 10 feet of Qin Feng and others. However, Su Xiaoya's strength was not weak. A bit of cyan fox fire appeared on the fluffy fox tail, and then the tail flicked. The attacking monster was swallowed up by the green fox fire, and it didn't even scream. Looking at the approaching monsters all around, the fox girl stood ready. Qin Feng protected Xiaobai behind him and said righteously, "Don't worry. I'm here. When the crisis comes, I will take action." Xiaobai didn't seem to hear his conversation, but looked at the body of the monster scorched by the fox fire, licking his fingers, his eyes shining. Bai Xiaomao's little eyes were full of doubts. The combat power of the Wensheng Taoist was notoriously weak even among monsters and beasts. If the young master is really in danger, you have to look at me at the critical moment. Bai Xiaomao did not have a correct understanding of his own strength. Be careful! At this moment, a fox girl warned loudly. An extremely fast 5th-level calamity monster avoided Su Xiaoya's fox fire and charged towards Qin Feng and the others. The incident happened suddenly, and no one expected it. Qin Feng did not dare to neglect and hurriedly unfolded the Haoqian mirror. But one person's shooting speed is faster than him. Qin Feng and Bai Xiaomao saw that Xiaobai, who was originally hiding behind them, took the lead, and then took a sharp breath. The flat belly suddenly swelled up like a rubber ball, followed by a loud shout. The roar of the tiger shook the sky. The strong wind carries terrifying power. The attacking monster met the Feng gang head-on. In just a few breaths, its body turned into blood mist and disappeared from the sky and the earth. Qin Feng was stunned, with a look of disbelief on his face. In fact, he should have thought of it a long time ago. How could Bai Wudi's daughter be weak? It's just that Xiaobai always looks cute, which gives him the illusion of being weak. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Xiaobai turned around, puffed out his small chest, and imitated Qin Feng's previous tone and said proudly, "Brother, don't be afraid. I will protect you." Forehead. Chapter 508 Reaching Tushan. A false move is just like Qin Feng, who only talks about it. But when it comes to a real crisis, he may not even be able to react, to really take action. Just like a novice, practice it personally and prove everything with actions. Bai Xiaomao cast an admiring look. As expected of the young master, he can be so powerful when he strikes at will. Xiaobai looked up at Qin Feng, looking like he was going to praise me. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and reached out to rub the other person's petite head. Xiaobai immediately showed an expression of enjoyment, looking at the surrounding battlefield again. Although the number of enemies is far beyond imagination, in the face of the absolute gap in strength, quantitative changes may not necessarily lead to qualitative changes. Song Filan transformed into a half-dragon and half-human form. With every flash of silver light, a large number of monsters died. Qin Feng even saw that the demonic beasts, which were originally fearless of death, had already begun to retreat, with a look of fear in their eyes. The reason why these monsters haven't escaped yet is probably because the two monster kings didn't leave before. Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked up at the realm high in the sky, where Lu Jianli was still fighting Guipi and Qian. The outcome of the battle there will truly determine the outcome of this battle. If the lady loses to the other two, the consequences will be disastrous. However, Qin Feng firmly believes that Jianli can win. Time passed minute by minute, and in just one stick of incense, everyone present felt that a long time had passed. The surroundings were filled with corpses of monsters, and the ground was soaked in blood. The screams that were still coming one after another had become sporadic by this time. Xiaobai dragged over a corpse of a monster that had been scorched by fox fire, and ate it with Bai Xiaomao with relish. For them, eating other monsters not only fills their stomachs, but also increases the strength of their flesh and blood. Monsters with strong bloodline can even improve their own strength by absorbing the energy from the corpses of other monsters. Qin Feng has been observing the dead monsters, and without exception, their remaining souls have turned into black energy, submerged into the earth, and swept towards the way they came. What kind of formation is needed to cover such a range of light and attract the remaining souls of dead monsters? Qin Feng frowned. After all, setting up such a large formation cannot be accomplished overnight. Could it be that those mysterious ghost-faced people have been making preparations for a long time? While thinking, a white light suddenly flashed across the sky. Qin Feng sensed movement and hurriedly looked up. A hole was opened in the realm, and the white light was sword energy. A huge head fell from the sky, arcs of lightning lingering around it. Even though it was dead, there was still a look of disbelief in its eyes. And this head comes from Qian. My wife won. Qin Feng said excitedly. A group of fox girls then looked at it, extremely surprised. How long has it been since? Under the premise of 1 against 2. He could kill one of the demon kings in such a short period of time. What kind of terrifying strength is this? What happened to the other demon king? A fox girl asked curiously. Qin Feng looked at the gap made by the sword light. Guipi fled out covered in blood, with a frightened look on her face. She roared, "Who are you?" Being able to fight 1 against 2 and still have the upper hand. This strength has definitely reached the level of the 12 divine generals. But in the western region, where is such a young female general? The realm turned into dust and smoke and dissipated, revealing Lu Jianli's figure with an expressionless face. She did not answer, but raised the purple lightning godly gun in her hand and swung out a sword. Guipi's body was split into 2 right in front of everyone's eyes. It's over. Su Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. But Qin Feng looked at the body that was split into 2 and frowned. That's not right. As soon as he finished speaking, half of Guipi's body attacked Lu Jianli in the air to delay for a moment, and the other side suddenly fell down, extending its sharp claws in the direction of Xiao Bai. This is her natal magical power, the skin-splitting method, which can help the golden cicada escape from its SHL when it is on the verge of despair. She wants to capture Bai Wudi's daughter and hand it over to those mysterious ghost-faced men, so that they can help her reshape her body. The distance between the 2 parties disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Guipi's body and soul were already at the end of their strength, and Xiao Bai could kill him easily as long as he used the tiger roar from before. However, at this moment, Xiao Bai's mouth was full and his belly was round. It was impossible for him to use the previous tricks again. The fox fire of the fox girls was also blocked by Guipi's remaining power. Young master! Bai Xiaomao hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth. Then its cat's eyes widened, because a figure had already stepped out and stood in front of him. Qin Feng's body was surging with righteous energy, and the white thunder formation shone on his white gloves. And then a white thunder struck Guipi with the force of breaking an army. At such a close distance, the latter is inevitable. The scream sounded instantly, and they left just as quickly as they came. By the time everyone reacted, Guipi had been reduced to ashes. The power of the white thunder exerted by the righteous energy tempered by the immortal energy is incomparable. Qin Feng vaguely felt that if he were caught by surprise, he could even cause considerable damage to the 6-turn tribulation monster in its full power. You, Bai Xiaomao was shocked and incoherent. Qin Feng turned around and looked at the astonished expressions of the fox girls and kitten monsters. He was very impressed. I said that if there is a critical moment, I will take action. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jianli floated down and glanced at the ashes of Ghost Skin, with a look of relief in his eyes. Madam, thank you for your hard work. Lu Jianli shook his head. It has been a while since I entered the 3rd level realm, and I also want to test my strength. When he said this, Song Filan's figure appeared next to Qin Feng. His silver hair faded away, and the silver scales around his body also slowly dissipated. Since Guipi and Qian were dead, the remaining monsters naturally fled in all directions, and this crisis could be considered safely passed. Song Filan glanced at Gui Yan's head on the ground not far away, showing a somewhat complicated expression. The 2 demon kings were not weak, but Sister Jianli was able to kill them in such a short period of time. It seems that it will take a long time for Sister Jianli to call herself Sister Filan. We have been delayed here for too long. Let's hurry up as soon as possible to avoid being blocked by the monsters attracted by the smell of blood, Su Xiaoya suggested. Qin Feng nodded, and the group set off again. At 3 o'clock in the morning, after climbing over the mountains, the lush green mountains came into view. Su Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she reached her destination without any danger. Tushan is ahead. Follow me. The crowd followed Su Xiaoya, not heading towards the foot of the mountain, but towards the lake on the side. Then, under Qin Feng's surprised gaze, she stepped into the depths of the lake step by step until her figure completely disappeared. Qin Feng and others followed closely and discovered that there was another cave. The lake was clearly not a real lake, but a deception. After they stepped into the lake, they entered the mountains in the blink of an eye. Chapter 509 The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox has Su Tianyu. The Tushan Fox clan is good at illusions. Rumor has it that in order to deceive others, the Fox clan hid Tushan in an illusion. The entrance to Tushan could not be found by ordinary methods. When I saw him today, he certainly lived up to his reputation. Su Xiaoya was leading the way and said, The barrier on Tushan was personally laid by our clan leader. It is called the Sumeru Illusion Realm, and it is also a kind of realm The scenes you see now are just illusions. The real Tushan still has to go some way further. Qin Feng was surprised. The air was mixed with the fragrance of earth and grass. And there were insects and birds chirping all around. It couldn't be more real. But the other party said that these are all hallucinations? He opened his eyes to scan the surroundings. His invincible eye skills were unable to detect the illusion in front of him? Qin Feng thought for a moment, and roughly guessed the reason. The realm is a powerful technique that can only be used by beings above the 3rd level or the 7th level of calamity. The essence of this illusion is the realm. So his pupils are of little use. Pointing to the birds and beasts running in the forest, and the butterflies dancing among the flowers. Qin Feng asked, "Are you sure these are all illusions?" Su Xiaoya nodded. "Not only what you are referring to, but also the flowing wind and flowing lake water are all illusions. Remember? You must follow me closely. Otherwise you are very likely to get lost in the illusion. When the time comes, the Sumer realm of the clan leader may let you see the things you fear most in your heart. Or it may confuse you with beautiful illusions. To actually have this kind of ability, the Tushan Fox clan's illusion skills are truly amazing. If he is not as strong as the other party, he may not know how he died." Qin Feng sighed in his heart, because he was quite curious about the illusion here. Qin Feng slowed down a little, looked around, and unknowingly distanced himself from the people in front of him. However, he kept Su Xiaoya's words in mind and always walked in the opponent's back path without losing his vision. Suddenly, the void in front of him shook, and then a woman walked out. Qin Feng's eyes widened. This was actually a fox girl, and an extraordinary fox girl. Needless to say, there is no need to mention the furry ears. Under the red gauze skirt, there is an all-encompassing mind, and a pair of long legs as white as jade, which arouses people's imagination. The most important thing is that this fox girl actually has 9 tails swaying in the wind. It's actually a 9-tailed fox? Thinking of what Su Xiaoya said before, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Could this be an illusion? Did I accidentally go astray? So this illusion created a beautiful fantasy to confuse me? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Fox ears, 9 tails, a broad mind, and a beautiful face. Those long and narrow eyes. Those red lips. One moment, she gives people a pure and cute feeling like the girl next door. The next moment, she is as charming and enchanting as the nightclub queen. And the next moment, she is as imposing as a domineering female CEO. This fox girl is so nice. She almost fulfills all men's fantasies. Qin Feng looked back and forth, then commented, "This Shumi illusion realm is really amazing. It successfully captured my weakness. If I hadn't already had a wife, I might have been tricked. Alas, as expected, there are really not many good men like me left." When the 9-tailed fox heard this, he showed a strange expression. Qin Feng did not pay attention to the other party's expression, but walked around in a circle and said with some regret, "However, since this is a woman based on what I have in mind, why is she not wearing black silk? There is something wrong with it. As we all know, out of 10 men, 9 like black stockings and 1 is gay." "What is black stockings?" A voice like a royal sister sounded, with a little doubt. "Black stockings. They are stockings worn on the legs. Even if I tell you, you don't understand." Qin Feng's face stiffened, and he looked at the other party blankly. "Aren't you an illusion?" Su Xiaoya, who heard the movement, looked back and said in surprise, "Chief Tianyu, why are you here?" Qin Feng was shocked. This 9-tailed fox was not an illusion, but the leader of the Tushan Fox clan? This is embarrassing. Black silk on the legs? This is the first time I've heard of this kind of clothing. Su Tianyu looked at Qin Feng with a faint smile, and then snapped his fingers with his right hand. Qin Feng saw the space shaking on the opponent's long legs. Within a moment, the black stockings in his memory came into view. Su Tianyu lowered his head and glanced. "Is this black stockings? It's interesting. Nowadays, all men from the human race like this? Unfortunately, I thought you men liked to be naked. The bold evildoer actually tried to break my Taoist heart." Qin Feng looked at his nose, and he was unmoved. However, his instinct still made him couldn't help but secretly glance at the black silk on his legs. It feels very silky. At this moment, a figure stood between the two. Song Filan looked at the 9-tailed fox and frowned. Su Tianyu smiled and said, "No need to be so hostile to me. I was just joking with him." After a pause, she looked at Qin Feng. The smile on her face slowly faded, and she said seriously, "Now the western region is in dire straits. I have been waiting for you for a long time. But the most urgent task now is to take you to sea by Woody and Aunt Mo. Although I don't want to admit it, the strength of the Tigress is essential to deal with this disaster in the western region. As he finished speaking, Su Tianyu waved his long sleeves, and the surrounding scenery quickly passed by like a slide. By the time Qin Feng came to his senses, the group of them had arrived at a courtyard. Clear springs flowed around, and two women were lying on the white jade stone bed. One was Aunt Mo in a black dress, and the other was a beauty dressed in white, with eyebrows that were quite similar to Xiao Bai's. It must be Xiao Bai's mother by Woody. Qin Feng felt something in his heart, and took out An Lin from the Sumer ring. An Lin sensed the master's aura, and flew directly back into Aunt Mo's body. When Xiao Bai saw Bai Woody and Aunt Mo, he stepped forward excitedly. Mom! Aunt Mo! Huh? Why don't you open your eyes? Qin Feng frowned, turned his head and asked, What happened to them? Su Tianyu said solemnly, I was surrounded by strong enemies and almost died. If I hadn't used illusions to confuse the enemies and take them away, I'm afraid there would be no such person as Bai Woody in this world. Although I used the water from the spiritual spring to cure most of their injuries, I was unable to do anything about the severe damage to their souls and the damage to their meridians, which is why they have not woken up. Qin Feng's face was solemn. He didn't say much, but came to the side of the white jade bed and used his double pupils to sweep across their bodies. The damage to the meridians is mainly in the limbs. With his current ability, it won't take much effort to heal this wound. The key is that the soul suffered heavy damage. He has never set foot in this area. Chapter 510, Touching Mother-Daughter Reunion? Qin Feng took a deep breath. His consciousness entered the Divine Sea, and then awakened Senior Xian Yi. Senior Xian, do you know how to heal soul trauma? Xian Yi's white shadow swayed slightly, and then replied, I am not good at medical skills, but I have seen a few books related to it in the bookstore in your Divine Sea. There are many books in Tinjiachuan. Even though Qin Feng studies them every day, he has only reached the 6th level now. After all, in addition to studying, he also needs to improve his cultivation, and his daily time is very limited. Senior Xian, do you know the specific location of those books? Qin Feng asked anxiously. Tinjiachuan is a treasure, and now I recognize you as my master, except for the 9th level where the restrictions have not been released. As for the books on the other floors, whatever you want, as long as you think about it, it will get it for you. Xian Yi said this. When Qin Feng heard this, he was surprised. When Master Bian gave Ting Yuxuan to him, he didn't mention this function. Then he followed what Senior Xian said, and the soul entered Tinjiachuan. With a thought, more than 10 books about the trauma of the soul flew down from the top and flew into his hands within a moment. He didn't waste any time and hurriedly started reading. Everyone looked at Qin Feng, who had his eyes closed and remained motionless, looking at each other with confusion. Song Filan wanted to step forward to ask, but Su Tianyu reached out to stop him. At this moment, he should be thinking about ways to treat the two of them. We just have to wait patiently. After about a stick of incense, Qin Feng opened his eyes again, exhaled and said, I may be able to revive them, but I need some medicinal materials. Do you have any here? Then, he reported out the medicinal materials needed to heal the soul one by one. Su Tianyu replied, There are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures in Tushan. I have all the things you need here. Xiao Ye, go and get them for him. Okay, Chief. Xiao Bai turned around and asked crisply, Brother, can you wake up my mother and Aunt Mo? Bai Xiaomao also looked over, with both uneasiness and expectation in his eyes. Qin Feng rubbed Xiao Bai's head and said with a smile, Don't worry. I will make them wake up. The medicine to repair the soul has not been delivered yet. So now, naturally, the damage to the meridians of the two men should be cured first. Repairing damage to the meridians requires concentration, which is quite exhausting. You all get out of the way and don't disturb me next. Qin Feng ordered like this, and then took out the medicinal solution from the Sumeru ring. Su Tianyu nodded and pushed back the fox girls. The huge courtyard suddenly became empty. Qin Feng used his double pupil power, and the white inches of his fingertips gathered together, and then were stained with the medicinal liquid, and began to repair the damaged meridians of Bai Wuti and Mo Sanyi. With his current strength and experience, it is not difficult to repair the meridians. However, the meridians of both limbs were damaged. Even if his proficiency was very high, it was still impossible to complete it in a short time. Time passed by, and 2 hours later, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Jianli took out a beautiful handkerchief from the space treasure and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, Song Filan secretly took Xiaoai back into the Sumer ring, only regretting that she had taken action a step too late. Su Xiaoya has brought all the medicinal materials needed to repair the soul. After Qin Feng took a short rest, he began to refine the medicinal materials. Use the righteousness as a guide. Integrate it into the furnace. Put the medicinal materials in order. And proceed with refining. Half an hour later, as a green light shone, the rich medicinal fragrance filled the entire courtyard, making people feel relaxed and happy. The medicinal liquid has been refined. You guys lift them up and I'll give them the medicine, Qin Feng said excitedly. With the help of the nine-tailed fox and Xiaoyu, Qin Feng carefully fed the liquid into their mouths. The medicinal liquid was integrated into the body, and the effect was immediate. Bai Wuti and Mo Sanyi's brows slowly relaxed. Not long after, Bai Wuti Yu, who had been in a coma for more than 10 days, opened his eyes. You just come here. Bai Wuti, will twist off all your heads today. Bai Wuti sat up suddenly, his voice deafening. The sudden roar shocked everyone present. Qin Feng looked surprised. As a doctor, he naturally knew how serious the other party's injuries were. Even if he had been cured, Bai Wuti should be in a very weak state at this moment. How could he have the strength to roar like that? Huh? Bai Wuti was stunned for a moment, and then looked around. Those powerful ghost-faced men were gone. It turned out to be you, the vixen, who seduced my man. But you escaped and didn't beat you to death. Now you dare to appear in front of me. Are you seeking death? Bai Wuti roared angrily and punched out violently, causing the space to tremble. Clan leader, be careful, Su Xiaoya hurriedly reminded. Seeing this, Su Tianyu, the nine-tailed fox, smiled disdainfully, and his 9 tails instantly stretched out, blocking him in front of him like a wall. A punch came, but in front of the barrier formed by the 9 tails, it was impossible to move forward at all. Bai Wuti's body swayed slightly and collapsed. As expected, he was at the end of his strength. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped forward to check, fearing that the other party would be injured due to his actions just now. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuti just rubbed his stomach and muttered weakly, I'm hungry. When the words fell, a thunderous voice sounded. Qin Feng covered his ears and felt a buzzing in his head. Like mother. Like daughter. Mom! When Xiaobai saw Bai Wuti regaining consciousness, he immediately rushed forward, tears rolling in his eyes. Are you Xiaobai? Bai Wuti was doubtful. The two hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years since Animo took him away from the western region. What's more, when mother and daughter separated, Xiaobai had not yet transformed, so Bai Wuti naturally didn't know what the other party looked like now. It is precisely because of this that she was deceived by those ghost-faced men before, and was attacked by Xiaobai in disguise, and suffered heavy losses. The two stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and their affection seemed to be conveyed between their eyes. The scene of mother and daughter reuniting was truly touching. Qin Feng looked relieved, but the next scene shocked him. After Bai Wuti narrowed his eyes, he actually slapped Xiaobai away. What the hell? Qin Feng didn't know why. Young master? Bai Xiaomao screamed. Xiaobai hit the ground, but she was not hurt at all. It was just the blow of reality that destroyed her young heart and made her cry loudly. After burning the incense, Bai Wuti picked up Xiaobai, who was still sobbing, and said with a smile, It doesn't matter if you get slapped by me. It seems that you are indeed my daughter. It's not like the fake guy from before who broke a dozen ribs with just a few shots. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression froze. This method was used to identify whether the daughter was biological. No wonder the book records that the White Tiger clan is extremely rare. I am afraid that most of the White Tiger cubs will die in the hands of their biological mothers. Chapter 511, Above the Armor, is a natural disaster. After comforting Xiaobai, Bai Wuti looked at Qin Feng, looked him up and down, and then said, When my third aunt came to me to report that she was safe, she often mentioned a boy from the tribe to me. I guess that person is you. Right. Sure enough. As she said, you are a talented person, and my daughter is under your care. Senior Bai, you're welcome. Sister Mo and Xiao Bai also helped me a lot in Jinyang City. Those are what I should do. Qin Feng replied respectfully. While the two were talking, Bai Wuti's stomach growled again, and the sound was deafening. She coughed dryly. Senior, you call third Aunt Mo Sister Mo? Then just call me Sister Invincible. By the way, I heard that your cooking skills are very impressive. Ordinary monster meat can be made into human delicacies. Is this true? Xiao Bai on the side immediately added. What my brother makes is much more delicious than what Aunt Mo makes. Bai Wuti waved his hand. What third ant can do? At best, it's just scorching the skin with fire. I happen to have some monster meat here, so I'll leave it to you. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat this naughty fox if my stomach is not full. As a nine-tailed demon fox, Su Tianyu is the most powerful being in the Fox clan. And since she can lead the entire Tushan Fox clan, her own strength is naturally not weak. There are even rumors that Su Tianyu is on par with Bai Wuti. But one is good at Taoist magic and illusion, and the other is good at physical force. Although almost no one in the world had ever seen Su Tianyu take action, Bai Wuti, who was so proud, took the initiative to admit that he was not his opponent because he was not in good condition. It can be seen that the rumors about Su Tianyu's strength are not groundless. Su Xiuya frowned slightly. Be more respectful to our clan leader. If the clan leader hadn't come to save you, you would have died in the hands of the ghost-faced man. How could you have lived to say these words? Bai Wuti showed a strange expression when he heard this. I'm just wondering why I woke up and was lying in the fox's den. But I didn't expect you to save me. I don't like to owe favors. Since you saved my life, I will definitely pay you back in the future. Hey, kid, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and get rid of the animal meat. After eating, I still have to settle accounts with those ghost-faced people. They attacked me secretly for the Dragon Vein land in the western region. I have to take back my own territory. Qin Feng frowned and said, although I have healed your damaged meridians and damaged soul, it will still take some time to return to your peak state. I have a lotus seed from Tianhu Qinglian here, which can help you nourish your soul and speed up your recovery. Just eat it. Song Filan on the side saw this and glanced at Qin Feng thoughtfully. When I gave my husband 3 lotus seeds, he only ate 1. Now he wants to give the lotus seeds to another woman. Naturally, I felt a little uncomfortable. After seeing Bai Wuti eat the lotus seeds, Qin Feng also started cooking the animal meat, and also asked him about everything that happened. Tushan is still a peaceful scene, but the entire western region is in dire straits at the moment. The demon-slaying divisions and officials in all major cities have issued stay-at-home orders, asking the people to stay in the city and not leave the city. After all, there are already monsters running around outside, and hundreds of ghosts walking at night. All the demons and ghosts in the western region are robbing those ownerless Dragon Vein lands. Liang led the soldiers of Wuho's army to fight against the demons passing by outside Qingyu City. Fortunately, there were no demon kings or ghost kings among the enemies they encountered, and there were very few casualties in the army. Looking at the corpses of demons and ghosts all over the mountains and plains, the blood dyed the earth dark red, and the rich smell of blood was nauseating. Liang looked at the horizon and saw the sun setting over the western mountains. It's his grandma's fault. Why did such a big mess happen as soon as Commander Qin left? I don't know what happened to Commander Qin. Under the mobilization of the commander of the western regions, in addition to the Muling demon slayers guarding the human city, the demon slayers above the Sapphire are all out to fight against demons and ghosts. The prince in charge of the western region ordered his officers and soldiers to lead the army to the expedition. This time, the ghost disaster in the western region broke out in many places at the same time. The number was astonishing, and it seemed to exceed the level of a level. It can be called a natural disaster. Naturally, it is urgent to seek help from Fengtian City. As a result, 236 stars, together with a group of soldiers, galloped towards Fengtian City. Boom! The huge golden stick shadows suddenly fell. The ground shook for a moment, and the long ravine extended for nearly a mile before it stopped. All the soldiers looked at the man holding the golden stick with expressions of admiration and yearning. One of the 36 stars in the western region, Stick Saint Lurong, a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of divine martial arts, has superb stick skills. The sky-shaking blow just now killed countless demons and ghosts in just the blink of an eye, and his strength was unfathomable. Another old man in yellow robe leaned towards Lurong, frowning as he looked at the corpses of demons and ghosts all over the ground. And he is also one of the 36 stars, inheriting the lineage of hundreds of ghosts, and is called the Ancient Peak of the Ghosts by the people in the western region. This group of them was the team that was ordered to go to Fengtian City to seek help in the face of danger. Along the way, I have encountered countless batches of demons and ghosts blocking the way. Old ghost, what's wrong? Lurong asked, turning his head. This natural disaster in the western region happened suddenly. Some of these demons and ghosts are not weak in strength, and they are obviously wise. Generally speaking, when they see us, they will definitely run away. But they seem to be desperate, rushing forward one after another, which is really weird. And energy gathered in his eyes. Gu Feng glanced around and spoke again. The 100 Ghost tradition is quite sensitive to the soul. So many demons and ghosts died in just a moment. I can't even feel any residual souls. As if some existence has sucked them away. Is there such a thing? Lu Rong also showed a solemn expression. We can send someone to inform Si Ming about this matter. But the top priority right now is to get to Fengtian City as soon as possible. Of course, I understand this. Gu Feng nodded. The two fell back to the front of the team and were about to continue setting off. But they suddenly felt something. And they all widened their eyes and shouted loudly. Stay back! While speaking, Lu Rong poked the ground with his stick. And a huge rock wall stood up instantly. And Gu Feng also used the puppet method. The shadow was like a wave, rolling up a group of soldiers and retreating to the rear. Just when all the soldiers were confused, they heard an explosion. Looking around, I saw that the huge rock wall erected by Master 36 Stars had a big hole broken in an instant. Moreover, the shape of the big hole is quite strange. If you want to describe it, it is like being bitten by something. However, there is clearly no other existence on the rock wall. And who could have such a big mouth? Lu Rong and Gu Feng's hearts tightened. Their expressions were wary, and they looked around. Who is it? Get out! What responded to them was a dull voice. Stomach. So hungry. Chapter 512 Longbow Chasing Life. The two looked for a sound, and a black shadow appeared in everyone's field of vision in the mottled night light. The visitor was large and round, wearing a black and red robe, a ghost mask on his head, and a pattern of the number 5 tattooed on his chest. One of the burial heaven's Jin in Hungary. Who are you? Gu Feng asked in a deep voice. Both he and Lu Rong could feel a powerful aura from the other party. And the other party's strength was probably far superior to theirs. Jin Yan rubbed his belly hungry, and did not answer. He just muttered again. I'm so hungry! Snap. Snap sound followed. Everyone's eyes widened with horror on their faces. Just because they saw a bloody mouth appeared in the abdomen of the mysterious ghost-faced man. Drooling continuously, the saliva fell to the ground, and the earth was instantly melted, and the sound of hissing was endless. Gue Buddha told me that someone will go to Fengtian City from this road and let me guard it. If you encounter it, you can eat it all at once. Jin Yun murmured hungrily. As soon as the words fell, the big mouth on his abdomen suddenly closed, and strange fluctuations made the space tremble. Not good. Gu Feng was horrified. He clapped his palms, and 3 layers of shadow walls were instantly formed. But as the most powerful defensive move of the 100 demons, it was once again broken open by an invisible presence. At the same time, a scalp-numbing chewing sound came from the belly of the ghost-faced man. When Lu Rong and Gu Feng saw it, they instantly understood something. The big mouth in the opponent's abdomen could ignore space and swallow everything into its belly. What a terrifying method this was! The two were surprised for only a moment. And then, they immediately took action. As 36 stars, they have naturally experienced hundreds of battles. The world is so big! How many monsters and ghosts have weird and magical powers? Now! I just met another person. Since the opponent can ignore space and launch an offensive, as long as he gets close to the opponent and destroys his body, the attack of the void mouth can naturally be ignored. Lu Rong jumped up high in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he was on top of Jin Yunqian's head. A burst of golden light burst out from the long stick in his hand, which was a powerful move with energy integrated into it. With a loud shout, the stick fell suddenly, like the sky collapsing. On the other side, Gu Feng was naturally preparing a killing move. The black shadow on the earth seemed to come to life, standing up in an instant, then turning into spikes and attacking Jin Yan Hungary. This is the extremely lethal move of the 100 Ghost Taoist. Shadow Prison Kill. The 236 stars joined forces and used such powerful moves at the same time. No matter how strong the enemy was, they would never be their match. At least that's what everyone watching the battle thought. Stick Gang and Shadow Prison Killer arrived in an instant, swallowing up the mysterious ghost-faced man. However, Lu Rong and Gu Feng did not relax their vigilance, and their expressions became more solemn, because they could sense that the other party's aura had not dissipated, and there was not even a sign of weakening. But how is this possible? Even the 12 divine generals might not be able to take the combined attack that the two of them had just launched safely. Immediately afterwards, a scene that no one expected happened. The right half of Guilao Gu Feng's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the night red. Old ghost. Lu Rong shouted anxiously. Get out of the way. Gu Feng shouted. Even though he was seriously injured, he still used the puppet method and pushed him away with his shadow black hand. It was at this moment that Lu Rong avoided the fatal murderous intention. Gu Feng used Yin Qi to seal the wound to prevent blood from continuing to flow and loss of mobility. The crunching sound sounded again, making people's heads tingle. As strong as 36 stars. He almost died in the same encounter? How strong is the enemy? Lu Rong. Take the rest of the people and escape quickly. Leave this person to me to delay. After thinking for a moment, Gu Feng made up his mind. The opponent is definitely as powerful as the 12 divine generals. Or even more terrifying. Fighting head-on is nothing more than throwing an egg against a rock and losing your life in vain. Someone must sacrifice now to buy time for others to escape. Lu Rong hesitated to speak. He turned back and glanced at the soldiers whose faces were pale with fear. Faced with the absolute disparity in strength, they had given up resistance. After gritting his teeth and not talking too much, Lu Rong shouted, "Come with me." Everyone came to their senses and without hesitation followed Lu Rong to avoid Jin Yin Hungry and went deep into the forest. The ground trembled, and the sound of explosions was endless. Lu Rong, who was escaping, looked sideways and saw that the old ghost had sacrificed his own ghost spirit. It was a powerful ghost king who was as tall as a mountain. Click! In just an instant, the upper body of the Yinling ghost king disappeared. Lu Rong clenched his fists. He clearly understood that Gui Lao was certain to die, and he didn't pause at all, but instead sped up. There are definitely powerful driving forces behind the natural disasters in the western region, and the ghost-faced man is one of them. He must go to Fengtian City alive and bring in reinforcements, at least to find some more powerful combat forces. The fleeing soldiers had varying speeds, and the void mouth followed closely, like a life-threatening curse, harvesting their lives wantonly, listening to the continuous screams. Even though Lu Rong couldn't bear it, he still made up his mind, and did not look back to save those soldiers. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared at the end of the mountain forest ahead. Lu Rong's eyes widened with an expression of surprise. The person coming was actually one of the great generals from the western regions. Maybe they can be saved. Sister Wudi, are you sure that among the guys who besieged you, there are people from the Demon Slayer division? Qin Feng looked in disbelief. The others also frowned, showing solemn expressions. To the world, the Demon Slayer division is an existence that conquers demons and ghosts and protects the human race. How could it be possible to join forces with demons and ghosts? Bai Wuti gnawed on the roasted monster meat in his hand, nodded and said, I have dealt with those guys from the Demon Slayer division many times, and I have already memorized the auras of some of them. Among those wearing masks, there are definitely people from the Demon Slayer division, and their strength is not low. They should have reached the realm of 36 stars. However, except for Xiu Ximing, I didn't bother to remember anyone else, so I couldn't name them. Hey, if I hadn't been attacked by fake noobs and seriously injured, I wouldn't have lost even if I was besieged by them. Qin Feng frowned. The development of the matter had exceeded his expectation. Su Tianyu frowned slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, there was a cry from the white jade bed, and several people looked for it. It turned out that it was Aunt Emo who had been unconscious for a long time and woke up. Sister! Young master! She seemed to have thought of something and sat up suddenly. Aunt Emo! Xiaobai saw her waking up and threw herself into her arms. Young master? Third Aunt Emo was stunned and glanced around. Not only did she see that the eldest sister had woken up, but she even saw the eldest sister's rival, Saw Fox, as well as Qin Feng and his wife. Although she didn't know what happened during the coma, she still breathed a sigh of relief, hugged Xiaobai tightly and said, It's good that you're okay. Xiaobai rubbed the other party's heavy chest and said a little aggrievedly, Aunt Emo, why did you leave me alone in the forest in the first place? This question is also what Qin Feng wants to know. Aunt Emo sighed. I had no choice, because at that time, someone was chasing me, and I was afraid that he would be harmful to the young master. Who is it? Bai Wuti chewed the food in his mouth and said angrily, He doesn't know you are covered by me? That man was dressed like those ghost-faced men, but he had the number 4 tattooed on his chest. Although I didn't see his true face, I roughly guessed his identity. Aunt Emo paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, He is one of the 12 divine generals in the western regions. He pursues his fate with a long Bao Gong Du. Chapter 513, Ancient Hunyuan Treasure, Xiaotian Stone. Qin Feng couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this title. The names of people, the shadows of trees, and the 12 divine generals of the Great Stem. All have great reputations. One of the 12 divine generals in the western regions, Gong Du, is known as Long Gong Jue Ming. As a divine warrior, his strength has reached the 3rd level realm. And the weapon, he studies his bow and arrow. And he even understands the 5th level 10,000 gods realm of bow intent. His most talked about battle was 10 miles away, using a hurricane as a bow and a mountain as an arrow. He killed a ghost king with 7 levels of tribulation power in one blow, shocking the world. Although the 12 divine generals are never ranked in order, most people in the western regions know that Gong Du is the most powerful among the 3 divine generals in the western regions. Qin Feng said with a solemn expression. Sister Imo, since you can't see the other party's true appearance, how can you be sure that he is Long Gong Jue Ming? If even the 12 divine generals were behind this natural disaster in the western region, it would definitely not be good news for them. Aunt Emma replied. Actually, I'm also curious as to why I met him in the Southern Territory. But I have fought against that guy before and am familiar with his aura, so I will never admit his mistake. I left a reverse scale for the young master and set up a boundary barrier, just in case. If it weren't for my natal magical power, which could just avoid his bow and arrow, I might not have been able to see my eldest sister alive. Even the God General has switched sides, and the Western Region Demon Slayer Division's infiltration by the enemy may be far beyond imagination. We must find a way to tell Shi Yusiming about this matter. Qin Feng was thoughtful. Seeing that Sister Mo's face was still a little pale, Qin Feng immediately took out the last lotus seed in the Sumer ring and said, This is the lotus seed from Tianhu Qinglian, which has a miraculous effect on repairing the soul. If you eat it, you should be healed faster. Then I'm welcome. Aunt Imo took the lotus seeds and swallowed them. Her complexion obviously improved. Seeing this scene, Song Filan glanced at Qin Feng again. The latter only felt a chill down his spine. Looking sideways, Song Filan had already looked away, as if nothing had happened. It's my misunderstanding, Qin Feng thought. Now that their injuries have been repaired, it's time to get down to business with you. I'll take you to a place, Su Tianyu said as he waved his long sleeves. And the surrounding scenery began to change like a dream. Bai Wuti was about to reach out to grab the roasted animal meat, but in the blink of an eye, the animal meat disappeared. She said angrily, Slutty fox, quickly turn my animal meat back. Su Tianyu ignored it. I thought this technique was amazing before. It can actually take people to move space. Is this a magic that shrinks the ground into an inch? Qin Feng was curious and looked around. There were sparkling crystals everywhere, and his nose was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of women. Looking forward, there is a large bed among the gauze curtains. If Qin Feng's prediction is correct, this should be a women's boudoir. And it is very likely the nine-tailed fox girl's boudoir. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt something in his heart and looked at the mirror beside the bed. The mirror is as tall as a person and half as wide as a person. It is crystal clear, with strange patterns carved on the sides and glowing light. It is not ordinary at first glance. But the only drawback is that a corner of the mirror is missing. When Qin Feng thought about Cheongyu City, Su Xiaoya said that the reason why they waited for him in the brothel was because their clan leader owned a broken Hunyuan treasure that could predict the future in dreams. If his prediction was correct, that mirror was probably the Hunyuan treasure they mentioned. Qin Feng wanted to get closer and take a closer look. Senior Xian Yi in the Divine Sea appeared as a phantom. He looked at the mirror and said in surprise, I didn't expect to see this thing here. Senior Xian, do you recognize this mirror? To be precise, this is not a mirror, but a stone. This is the ancient Hunyuan treasure, the Jiaotian stone. It can lead heavenly secrets into dreams, peek into the future, and also nourish the soul. If you can borrow this object, you can not only improve your hexagram skills to draw the life star to search for the Hongming fairy energy, but you can also get twice the result with half the effort, greatly increasing the success rate. Xian Yi said firmly. Is such a good thing possible? Qin Feng felt happy, but after a moment, he looked troubled again. Treasures are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, and Hunyuan treasures were born in response to the needs of heaven and earth. The things left over from ancient times can be said to be the most precious treasures in heaven and earth. Any Hunyuan treasure weapon is enough to make countless powerful people flock to it. The nine-tailed fox girl placed this treasure next to the bedside in her boudoir, which showed how much she valued the stone. How could she lend it to others at will? When Qin Feng was thinking like this, Su Tianyu said, This disaster in the western region is far from as simple as what we saw. Those ghost-faced people want to kill Bai Wuti not just because they want those dragon veins. Place. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. I brought you here to show you the scene I saw in my dream through this object. After the words fell, Su Tianyu reached out and touched the Zhao Tian stone. A burst of white light flashed across the surface of the mirror, and a hazy picture appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Demons and ghosts are rampant, and corpses are everywhere. The black energy merged into the earth, and a huge black shadow overlooked the western region. His faint green pupils glanced at him, causing everything to lose life in an instant. The dragon veins and dragon spirits manifested. Roaring unwillingly, the earth cracked, and green will-o'-the-wisps burned for thousands of miles. In the endless will-o'-the-wisp, a door seemed to be slowly opened. While Qin Feng was shocked, he always felt that the huge black shadows seemed familiar, as if he had seen it in some book. Senior Xian Yi looked at the will-o'-the-wisp in the picture and the faintly revealed door, and said in a deep voice, "Netherworld?" At the end of the mountain forest, the night wind blows, and a slight ticking sound can be heard among the rustling leaves. That's water droplets falling to the ground. Through the dim starlight, I could see clearly that the water droplets reflected the permeating dark red color. Lu Rong looked down with shock on his face, and one hand had already penetrated his chest. And the person who took action was exactly what he thought was a savior. The most admired Long Gong Zhui Ming among the 3 divine generals in the western region's Gong Du. The screams of the soldiers behind them had stopped. They must have fallen into the ghost-faced man's jaws of nothingness, and their bodies were gone. How could this happen? Lu Rong didn't understand and looked up at the other person. The familiar face in the past looked strangely strange at this moment. Gong Du withdrew his right hand and flicked it casually, causing blood to fall out. A huge mouth of nothingness appeared next to him, and within a moment, a round body was spit out. It was Jin Yin Hungry. "Have the rest of them been dealt with?" Gong Du asked calmly. Jin Yin Hungry didn't answer, but rubbed his stomach. His abdominal cavity kept squirming, and there were endless crunching sounds. Who would have thought that the most powerful divine general in the western region would be on the same side as the ghost-faced man? "Why?" Lu Rong staggered back a few steps, with a look of disbelief on his face. Gong Du looked at each other with no expression on his face. "Why?" Lu Rong used his strength to block the wound, let out a hysterical roar, and asked again. After a while, Gong Du finally spoke. "Have you ever experienced the despair of dying?" Chapter 514, The Ghost World. Lu Rong originally thought that the other party was mocking him, but then Gong Du continued to talk about his past experiences. Just passing the gate of H.L. is only one step away from death. Countless crises made him understand the art of archery more and more deeply, and also made him stronger and stronger. But how many people know about the danger behind this? The world can only see the endless glory of the 12 divine generals. But if you want to have such proud strength, the hardships you have to endure in life and death are naturally far beyond what others imagine. You know, if you want to break through the shackles of cultivation and your own limits, you can only understand transformation from those life and death confrontations. And how many people can live to become legends? Gong Du was just one of the luckier ones. Lu Rong didn't understand what Gong Du said had anything to do with his betrayal of the Demon Slayer division. So he shouted, "Do you know how many people in the western region are proud of you? And how many of your colleagues in the Demon Slayer division are so proud of you? The goal you are chasing. Is this worthy of them?" Gong Du replied coldly, "Why should I be worthy of them? In the Long Tianhe River, the water dragons were making trouble, and I killed them with one arrow. In Bata Caves, there was a ghost king who captured the woodcutter for food. It was me who took action to deal with it. The night parade of hundreds of ghosts in Fuyuan Mountains. The Class A ghost disaster in Fengxian City. When was it not me who turned the tide?" Lu Rong covered his wound and hesitated to speak. Being able to become a divine general in a region is naturally a feat. Everything the other party said was the result of previous battles, and was also the source of Gong Du's admiration. "In that case, why have you reached this point?" Lu Rong asked with a complicated expression. "The despair of dying can stimulate people's potential, but it can also make people see many things clearly. What is my ultimate goal in pursuing strength? To conquer demons and ghosts for the human race and bring peace and prosperity to Dakian? What's wrong with that? The world respects the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals, but they also think that we should protect them. I once represented the western regions and went to Fengtian City to attend the New Year congratulations ceremony. The dignitaries there could sit back and relax, dreaming of life and death all day long. But we had to conquer demons and ghosts all year round, dancing with death, just to protect their safety. At that time, I was doubting whether my original choice was correct, until someone gave me the answer." Gong Du paused and spoke again. "The world in this world is extremely bad. The corruption in Fontian City has already penetrated deep into my bones. I no longer want to risk my life for those people. Only by restoring clarity to heaven and earth is the right path. Lu Rong, you should also feel the despair of dying at this moment. I can give you a chance to join us and rebel from the Demon Slayer division. This is also the reason why Gong Duhui talk so much to each other. Wishful thinking. Lu Rong spat blood on Gong Du's face, filled with righteous indignation. Why is it that someone like you can become the 12 divine generals? Gong Du wiped away the blood on his face, and instead of getting angry, he said calmly, wrong choice. What a pity. As the words fell, an arrow passed by and pierced Lu Rong's head. The latter's eyes slowly lost focus in anger. Jin Yun looked at the fallen body hungrily and asked, Can I eat him? Eat clean. The mouth of nothingness opened again, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Rong's body and the soil below were swallowed up. Gong Du looked down and took a closer look. It seems that the soul-inducing array is indeed completely arranged and can even work here. Its awakening is inevitable. According to the Lord's instructions, the next thing to do is to refine the dragon spirit in the place of dragon veins. Jin Yun is hungry. According to Guifu, you continue to stay here. If someone wants to go to Fontian City for help, you know what to do. I'm so hungry. I can't get enough of these. Affected by the aura of the netherworld, the low-level demons and ghosts in the western region have lost control. You can eat as many as you want. But remember, don't devour their souls. After leaving these words, Gong Du's figure disappeared into the night. Netherworld? Qin Feng blurted out because he was too surprised, attracting puzzled looks from the others. According to what Senior Xian said before, in addition to the human world, there are 2 worlds, and Netherworld belongs to one of them. The door exposed under the green ghost fire would be too scary if it were from the underworld. Could it be that everything those people did when they came to the western region was to open up the legendary Netherworld? Su Tianyu looked for fame and said in surprise, I didn't expect that you would know about the ghost world. Qin Feng nodded. He would naturally not reveal the existence of Senior Xian, but said, I have seen records in books before. Legend has it that there are 3 realms in the world. The ancient gods and demons come from the fairy world, and wandering ghosts will fall into the netherworld. The world we live in is the human world. You are right. The Tushan Fox clan has existed in the world since the beginning of the Hunyuan dynasty. There are also relevant descriptions of the fairy world and the netherworld in their family history. But one thing is certain. The underworld and the fairy world do exist and are not just legends. In ancient times, there were gods and demons who came to the world and slaughtered the world. They came from the immortal world. If there were not saints who practiced the immortal way, they could turn the tide and repel the gods and demons. Then, at the expense of his own flesh, blood, soul, and the seal of heaven and earth, this world has long become a purgatory. Isn't this Saint the Senior Xian Yi that I'm talking about? Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at the white shadow without showing too much expression. It is mentioned in the book that the heaven and earth on earth have their own seals, which isolate the immortal world and the netherworld. Logically speaking, this seal should not be so easy to break. Otherwise the ancient gods and demons could have returned to the world a long time ago. But the scene shown in the mirror just now, the door opened in the crack of the will-o'-the-wisp, is very much like the ghost recorded in the book. Su Tianyu said seriously, the saint sacrificed himself to strengthen the seal of heaven and earth in order to prevent gods and demons from invading the human world again. However, no matter how strong the seal is, it cannot withstand internal disintegration. What's more, although the netherworld is another world outside the human world, it is inseparable from the human world. So the seal between the two is not as strong as the human world and the fairy world. Wait a minute. What do you mean? Qin Feng asked in surprise. The history of the Fox clan has such records about the netherworld. Everything in the world has reincarnation. After the human existence passes away, the remaining soul cannot stay in the world for a long time and will be led into the netherworld. Qin Feng looked shocked. This description was very similar to the underworld in the ancient legend of the previous life. Could it be that there is also a theory of reincarnation in this world? Wait, that's not right. You said that the remnant souls of all things will be led into the ghost world. What happened to the natal magical power manifested by the remnant soul after the powerful demon ghost died? Moreover, the yin qi required by 100 ghost Taoists to practice was originally formed from the death qi evolved from the remnant souls of all things, which seems to make no sense in the history of your clan. Qin Feng asked aloud. Su Tianyu was silent for a moment, and then shocked everyone by saying, about this, There are also a few records in the family history the ghost world may no longer exist. Chapter 515. The Night of Divine Food. No longer exists? Qin Feng's eyes widened. This news was too shocking, and he couldn't digest it for a while. When the shadow of Senior Xian Yi heard these words, his body began to shake. He seemed to have thought of something, but whenever he wanted to recall something in his memory, he would be interrupted by an inexplicable force. Impossible! Song Filan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. In the history of the Dragon Clan, there are also records of the immortal world and the netherworld. And in those two worlds, the laws of heaven and earth are far more powerful than the human world we live in. In ancient times, gods and demons came to the world, but they could not wipe out the world. Is there any existence that can erase the ghost world? Su Tianyu did not refute, but asked, in the history of your Dragon Clan, there should be relevant descriptions of the ghost world. After all things in the world disappear, the remaining souls are led into the netherworld. Is there any problem? Song Filan thought for a moment and replied calmly. It is true. Then do you know when the ghost world stopped attracting the remaining souls in the world? Song Filan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There was no relevant record about it in the history of the Dragon Clan. It was before the ancient gods and demons came to this world. To be more precise, it was about 5,000 years ago. Hearing this, Qin Feng fell into deep thought. When he first entered the Imperial Academy, he had seen the scene of gods and demons coming to the world from the perspective of Senior Xian. From the records in the books in the Academy, it can be vaguely estimated that the time when the gods and demons came to the world was 3,000 years ago. First, something happened in the netherworld, and then the gods and demons invaded the human world. Is there some inevitable connection between the two? Su Tianyu paused and spoke again. The statement that the netherworld no longer exists may be biased, but one thing is certain. It seems that there is some powerful existence that has changed the laws of the netherworld so that it can no longer attract the remnant souls of the world. When everyone heard this, they all looked surprised. At this time, Xian Yi's body was shaking even more obviously. Qin Feng was shocked and hurriedly asked, Senior Xian, are you okay? Xian Yi waved his hand. It doesn't matter. After hearing her words, some of my lost memories seem to have recovered. But every critical moment, I am always interrupted by an inexplicable force, as if there is something that doesn't want me to remember. Song Filan frowned slightly. Do you know that the difficulty of changing the laws of heaven and earth is not much lower than the difficulty of erasing an area? I naturally know this, but that's the fact. In fact, I have always had a doubt in my mind. In the land of immortality, the laws of heaven and earth should be the most powerful among the three realms. After all, the most powerful being in the ancient world. If he wants to improve his cultivation and break through the shackles of heaven and earth, the only way is to attract aura from the fairy world and absorb it into his body. In this case, why do those gods and demons settle for the next best thing and invade the human world? They should look down upon our world. A word woke up the dreamer, and Qin Feng suddenly realized. 10,000 years of time have long since transformed the past in which gods and demons invaded the human world into something akin to a legend. The impression of a few insiders may only remain at the level of fear, but no one seems to have ever thought about why gods and demons covet this world. Throughout history, most invasions were due to insufficient local resources or the harsh living environment, forcing them to open their fangs to other areas. But this reason doesn't seem to make sense when it comes to the invasion of immortal gods and demons into the human world. Could it be that just like the ghost world, something strange happened in the fairy world? Qin Feng speculated in his heart. He turned his head and glanced at Senior Xian, who seemed to be recalling something and showed no reaction. Su Tianyu glanced at everyone's expressions and said slowly, the ancestor of the Fox clan recorded her guess in the clan history. The root of all this seems to have started with the change of netherworld. Maybe there is some terrible disaster happening in the underworld and the fairy world, but we don't know it. Bai Wuti didn't take it seriously. It doesn't matter who the gods and demons are. If they dare to appear in front of me, I will twist their heads off. Well, this Xiao Bai's mother-in-law is really a bit of a tiger. She can twist off the heads of gods and demons and dare to say such things. Qin Feng did not answer, but said, no matter what happens in the netherworld and the immortal realm, with us ability cannot be taken into account. What we should consider most is how to prevent the passage of the netherworld from opening in the human world. After all, no matter what the current situation of netherworld is, its appearance is not a good thing for us. In fact, Qin Feng still has a problem in his mind. According to the Tianyu clan leader, the netherworld is inextricably linked to the human world. So the seal is not as strong as the fairy world and can be opened from the inside. But so much time has passed since the saint re-strengthened the seal of heaven and earth. Why had those mysterious ghost-faced people not taken action for so long? But only now are they taking action. Could it be said that they found an opportunity to open up the netherworld in the western region? Qin Feng thought of the huge black shadow in the sky in the picture of Zhao Tian's stone. And suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. I remember it. The sudden action attracted everyone's attention. Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Zhao Yin. That huge black shadow in the mirror picture just now is Zhao Yin, one of the many powerful demons on the night of the god of cookery. It feeds on the remnant souls of gods and demons, causing its own soul to mutate and acquire terrifying abilities. Among the monsters on the night of divine food, its strength is enough to rank among the top 3. There has been a sudden change in the western region, and the remnant souls of the dead demons and ghosts have disappeared. It is very likely that they were absorbed by it. Su Tianyi frowned slightly. At that time, a group of saints killed countless gods and demons in order to prevent their natal magical powers from poisoning the world after death. Then he used the powerful method of military dissolution to dissolve the remaining soul of his body. However, there are so many gods and demons that there are always existences that saints cannot take care of. The gods and demons who were devoured by the demons and ghosts in the night of divine food are one of them. The ancestors of the Fox clan also recorded the monsters and ghosts on the night of the gods' food. The monsters and ghosts who gained powerful abilities wanted to become new gods and demons, and they wanted to devour the rest of existence. A great battle broke out between them, in which some died, some were wounded, and some fled. After that battle, there was no trace of Zhao Yin. It is said that he was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep. But he didn't expect that Zhao Yin would be in the western region. Su Tianyi recalled. Qin Feng continued to add. It is recorded in the books I have read that Zhao Yin swallowed the remnant souls of gods and demons and had the power to attract ghost fire. This is very similar to the green will-o'-the-wisp in the picture. Perhaps those mysterious ghost-faced people had the capital to open the netherworld just because they found the cause. In other words, if you want to prevent the passage to the netherworld from opening in the human world, you must prevent Xian Yin from awakening. Mentioning this, Qin Feng told the truth about the black energy he saw along the way, and said, if I guess correctly, as long as we find the source of the black energy, we can find the location of the cause. However, Xian is too powerful, and those ghost-faced men with high combat prowess will definitely protect him. We must find Xiu Siming and explain this matter to him. If possible, it would be best to send someone to Fengtian City to request support. Chapter 516, I thought of another way to make money. The sky has changed. Shenli, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, dressed in gray cloth and with a slovenly beard, looked up at the sky and murmured. His eyes looked through the starry sky and seemed to see another scene. A bright star continues to set in the west, and the western region's disintegration seems to have turned around. But when he wanted to figure out who was behind the bright stars, a powerful force obscured the secret. Shenli slowly stood up, looked sideways in the direction of Fengtian City, and said with emotion, Teacher, is this another backup plan you left behind? The void shook for a while, and a black shadow appeared out of thin air, and then asked, Will there be changes in the plan for the western region? Shenli shook his head. It's just that the outcome of the western region has changed, and it doesn't matter much to us. However, we are afraid that we will have to sacrifice some of our own people. It doesn't matter. For the great cause, sacrifice is inevitable, the shadow said coldly. That's good. After a pause, Shenli spoke again and asked curiously, Actually, I have always had a doubt. Your divination skills are clearly superior to mine. Why did you go out of your way to rob me from the 9 layers of prison? Out? When you first saw me in Fengtian City, you had a guess in your mind. Why would you ask knowingly? Is that really the case? No wonder I sense a familiar aura on you. You fight with the teacher in the air. Shield the secrets of heaven. And then let me help you divine the whereabouts of the demons and ghosts on the night of the divine food. Now, apart from the remnant souls of the gods and ghosts that Zhao Yin devoured, you should only have one thing left to find. Right. To be precise, it's the spine of a ghost. Moreover, I already know its whereabouts, but I haven't reached the time to retrieve it yet. Shenli's eyes showed a look of longing. I hope that if you successfully awaken the gods and demons, I can see a different ending. This is exactly why I asked you to join us. The black shadow then asked, How are the arrangements for smelting dragon veins being prepared? It will still take some time. But there is one thing I don't understand. Awakening Zonin and taking away his soul is our original purpose. Why should we borrow the Netherworld Fire of Dragon Vane, Dragon Spirit, and John Een to open up the Netherworld land? This unnecessary step will only cause unnecessary trouble. There are just some things that I want to confirm in advance. Also, you have a lot of questions today. Don't forget the agreement you made with me, Haing said coldly. Within the organization, you just need to do your part, Shinli murmured. It's good to know. After the words fell, the black shadow stepped into the void and then disappeared. Only Shinli looked at the position where the other party left. Dazed, he scratched his messy hair and said to himself, "Oh, teacher, what are you planning?" In the lobby of the Qin mansion in Jinong City, Ernyang, who was having a meal, put down the bowls and chopsticks in her hands, and said with a worried look, "It's okay for a nerd to go out with the general to practice. Fomer has to run around anyway. General Lai is going to the western regions to conquer demons and ghosts. Master, tell me, why is Fomer going to join in the fun? A good man has ambitions everywhere. It's impossible for the two of them to stay in the house all the time. Wouldn't it be the same as the girl's house? What's more, who in Fontian City doesn't know about Fomer's talent? General Lai took a fancy to his talents and wanted to let him serve as a military advisor in Wuho's army. It was only natural. Perhaps the glory of the ancestors of the Qin family will be recreated in the hands of these two boys." Dad Qin looked pleased. The Qin family has been in decline for so long, and I haven't seen the master make any efforts for it. Why shouldn't her Fomer take this risk? When Father Qin heard this, his expression froze, and the chopsticks in his hands were frozen in the air. He could neither put them down nor lift them up. He coughed dryly and said, "Madam, why are you mentioning me for no reason?" Ernyang said with tears, "Master, I am just a woman, and I have never asked for anything extravagantly, even in those hard days in Jinong City. As long as the family is together, that is enough. To me, it doesn't matter whether the Qin family will be glorious again. I can see Inner and Fomer get married and have children with my own eyes, and live out their lives peacefully. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. But tell me, the Qin family finally moved back to Fontian City. Why can't they two stay here? Anur sent another letter the day before yesterday, and every word in it made me nervous. The world outside is so chaotic, and one day, a white-haired person, will have to give away a black-haired person." Seeing his wife crying, Qin Jianan comforted him and said, "Anur is protected by a god, and everything will be fine. As for Fomer, needless to say, Wu Hujin and General Lai, Jianli and Filan also followed. Madam knows the abilities of those two daughters-in-law. With them two here, what danger can Fomer be in? Just relax." When Ernyang heard this, she hummed, and the worry in her brows faded a little, but her eyes were still bright red. Father Qin sighed when he saw this. Suddenly, sporadic tea splashed out of the teacup in his hand, and a line of small words appeared on the table. Father Qin frowned, but quickly stopped. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the water stains on the table disappeared. When dinner was almost done, Father Qin said, "By the way, Madam, I have recently thought of another way to make money. I may not stay in the Qin mansion in the next few days, so I will let you know in advance." Ernyang raised her eyebrows and shouted softly, "I think Inner and Fomer just follow you and are always restless, so they run around everywhere. Fomer's business is getting bigger and bigger. The money sent by shopkeeper Peng and Shin Gongfang every month is enough for the Qin family to feed and clothe themselves for many years. Why do you have to run around anymore? What's more, after all these years, Master, haven't you seen that you don't have the talent for business? Madam, this time is different. This time, I will be able to feel proud and proud." Father Qin wanted to step forward and hold Ernyang's hand and say something nice, but he was thrown away by the latter. Ernyang said with a tearful voice, "Don't touch me. You will sleep in the guest room tonight." Father Qin was stunned on the spot. The candles in the guest room of the Qin mansion were extinguished, and it was dark. But no one knew that the guest room was already empty. On the top of the climbing tower of Howin Academy, the white-haired Tianjian Imperial Master looked at a black hair in his hand with extremely deep eyes. A gust of night wind blew by, and Father Qin's figure appeared next to the Tianjian Imperial Master. "Old man, before Fomer left Fontian City, I came to ask you whether there would be any danger in this trip to the west. How did you answer at that time?" This tone was obviously an attempt to accuse him. "This trip is not dangerous." "No problem. Tianjian Imperial Master replied softly. Since there is no danger, why do you say that your life is in danger? Qin Jian growled. Imperial Master Tianjian looked up and said calmly, That's why I asked you to come. Qin Jian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He understood that he had been plotted by this old guy. Feng, where are you now? Western region. Tushan. After hearing this, Father Qin was about to leave directly, but he heard Master Tianjian speak again. He is not in danger now. If you want him to avoid danger, you can go and wait somewhere. Chapter 517, Don't Let Desire Defeat Your Will. In Tushan, in Su Tianyu's boudoir, Qin Feng and others discussed for a long time and finally decided on the final plan. They decided to divide their forces into 3 groups to deal with the crisis in the western region. First, Qin Feng and the 2 ladies tracked the direction of the black energy and went to find the commander of the western regions to truthfully tell the truth about this natural disaster. Secondly, in order to prevent the demons and ghosts of the western regions from continuing to fight for the ownerless Dragon Vein land and causing unnecessary killings, Bai Wuti needs to go back and regroup the original demon kings. The appearance of Bai Wuti can also break the previous rumors that she is dead and make powerful demons with evil intentions take action. Thirdly, Su Tianyu will represent the Tushan Fox clan and join this battle. But some preparations are still needed. After all, if the nest is overturned, the eggs will not be intact. If the western region cannot survive this crisis, the Tushan Fox clan is also likely to overthrow. Bai Wuti is gearing up and eager to try, planning to set off immediately. But he was stopped by Qin Feng. You and Sister Mo's injuries have just been cured. Although your recovery ability is amazing, it is best to rest for a night before setting off. Aunt Mo said worriedly. According to what you said before, the disaster in the western region has already begun. The longer it is delayed, the more dangerous it will be. At this time, Su Tianyu said, Master Qin is right. Just in case, you'd better leave tomorrow morning. As for what you are worried about, at least as far as I have seen in my previous dream, the western region has not yet faced its biggest crisis. The plan of those ghost-faced men seems to still require some preparation. Bai Wuti instinctively wanted to retaliate, but a small hand grabbed her arm. Looking down, it was the pitiful Xiao Bai. Mom, Aunt Mo, brother said you need to rest. Can you start again later? Xiao Bai's big eyes had a look of prayer. Bai Wuti finally relented and agreed. He touched Xiao Bai's head and said, Okay, I promise you. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. In that case, I will take you to a place of rest. Su Tianyu waved his sleeves and everyone disappeared immediately. In the huge boudoir, only a confused Qin Feng was left. He looked around, pointed at himself and said, Chief Tianyu, you seem to have forgotten to send me away. Su Tianyu looked sideways, and her figure was outlined in a graceful curvature, which attracted people's imagination. She walked closer step by step, with a foxy smile on her face, and her 9 tails swaying wantonly in the air. When the 2 of them were only 1 foot away from each other, she leaned over her head and breathed orchid into Qin Feng's ear. I kept you here on purpose. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and took a step back unconsciously. A man and a woman are alone in the same room, but the other party takes the initiative to keep me here? Is it possible? Looking at the other party's face, he glanced at the exquisite figure and the 9 furry tails. The most important thing is that the black silk stockings on those long legs have not faded away. Qin Feng thought of his 2 beautiful ladies. How could he let them down? In his mind, a voice echoed, Don't let desire defeat your will. The moment the idea came to his mind, Qin Feng entered the sage's time, gritted his teeth and said, Clan Chief Tianyu, I have a wife. Please respect yourself. Poof. When Su Tianyu heard this, she laughed so hard that she patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and opened her red lips slightly. Little brother, I really don't know how to tease, but this has a different flavor. Don't worry. I'm not interested in you. Compared to weak scholars, I still prefer the human race's powerful warriors. The kind who can keep people awake all night. With your physique, I'm afraid it's far behind. These words were like a critical blow. Simple words, but the damage was so great. It's like someone is taunting you in front of you. Can you do it? Little dog. I'm just kidding. No matter what you say, I'm still a man who can last for half an hour. Qin Feng wanted to shout these words out, but in the end, he swallowed them. If he could do it all over again, he would be a martial artist. Not for anything else. Just to fight for that breath for the time traveler. Qin Feng, who was in a rather complicated mood, shook his head and asked seriously. So, Chief Tianyu, why did you leave me behind? Su Tianyu suppressed her charming smile, looked at the Jiaotian stone on the side, and said seriously, according to what the ancestors of the Fox clan said, this Hunyuan treasure is called the Jiaotian stone. In ancient times, the human race had a tradition of immortality, and they could use this stone to advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. However, with the changing times, the legendary immortal Taoism disappeared in the long river of history. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, because he knew that the immortal Tao tradition had not completely disappeared. It was just because of the lack of immortal qi that it had now become the Linsheng Tao tradition. Then he only heard Su Tianyu continue. I once used the Jiaotian stone to foresee a scene. What's interesting is that in the picture, you are sitting next to the Jiaotian stone and enlightening. And when you first came here, I seem to have discovered that you were particularly interested in the illuminating sky stone. So, before he finished speaking, Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then said with a face of surprise, is it true that the Tianyu clan leader wants to give me the Jiaotian stone? No, it can't be done. This thing is a Hunyuan treasure. It is too precious. But if you insist on sending it, I can only accept it gratefully. Faced with this shameless speech, Su Tianyu just looked at Qin Feng quietly, half smiling but not smiling. The Jiaotian stone is the secret treasure of the Tushan Fox clan. As time goes by and the world changes, the Tushan Fox clan can live here forever. All because of using the sky stone to attract good luck and avoid bad luck. Only successive clan leaders can possess such things. So how can they give them away? I just said it casually. Qin Feng looked away, trying to dismiss what he said as a joke. However, it is not entirely impossible. Su Tianyu put her right hand against her chin, as if she had thought of something. Qin Feng felt happy and looked at the other party again, waiting for the next step. If someone marries the leader of the Fox clan, this heavenly light stone will naturally be given as a dowry. Mr. Qin, what do you think? Su Tianyu's eyes moved, as if he could steal away people's souls. It is said in the world that the Tushan Fox girl is a troubling fairy. When I saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. Qin Feng hurriedly recalled the appearance of the two ladies in his mind. His will was as strong as a rock. He took a step back again, clasped his fists and bowed. Please, Chief Tianyu, please stop entertaining me. Oh, I thought Mr. Qin was an old master of flowers, but I didn't expect him to be so ignorant. That's fine. What I want to say is that although the Jiaotian stone cannot be given to Mr. Qin, if the Tushan Fox clan can survive the crisis safely this time, Mr. Qin can come here at any time in the future and use the Jiaotian stone to enlighten him. After hearing the words, Qin Feng pondered for a moment, and then said, Clan Tianyu, don't worry. Whether you lend me the sky stone or not, I will go all out and contribute my meager strength. This is not only for the Tushan Fox clan, but also for the people of the Western region. Chapter 518. Please also ask Patriarch Tianyu for advice. The nine-tailed demon fox, in order to seek the truth and follow nature, will transform into 9 bodies with its tail and travel around the world. When all 9 bodies have been cultivated to great perfection, the 9 bodies can be transformed into one to further advance their cultivation. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Tianyu has met countless men, and is used to hearing the eternal vows and sweet words. For her, there are no men who are not lewd. It is nothing more than the difference between a true villain and a hypocrite. In this regard, her senses for Qin Feng are also the same. But what she said just now made her look down upon him, because she could hear that what Qin Feng said came from the bottom of his heart, without any lies. Although he is a lustful boy who doesn't know how to tease, he seems to be different from the men he has seen before. He has a lustful heart but not a lustful courage. But he is still so upright and awe-inspiring. Su Tianyu thought of a saying he heard from a poor scholar when his avatar was traveling around the world. A gentleman is lustful and only wants to stop. This sentence has the most realistic portrayal in Qin Feng. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, put away her charming smile, and stopped using charm skills. She seemed to understand the reason why the famous Lu Jianli, who was of the Songlong lineage of the Dragon Clan, would fall in love with the boy in front of her. You can stay here tonight, Su Tianyu said softly. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this. Clan leader Tianyu, don't make such a joke with me again. Don't think too much. I just want you to use the sky stone to enlighten you here. I don't want to have a good time, Tushan, and be turned upside down by your 2 ladies. What's more, if I really have any thoughts about you, how can you resist? Qin Feng's face stiffened. He didn't like hearing these words anymore. What does it mean to be unable to resist? Even if you use force to get my body, you can't get my heart. So that's it. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. And suddenly thought of something. Let's forget it. After all, this is the clan leader's boudoir. As a man, I cannot justify staying here for one night. Of course, the most important thing is that if he stays out all night, and the two ladies find out about it, he will probably lose his skin even if he doesn't die. Don't worry. I won't stay here tonight. As for your wife, I will explain it clearly to them. Of course, if you insist on leaving, I won't say anything more. Su Tianyu handed over the choice. This, Qin Feng looked confused, and then asked Senior Xian in the Divine Sea, Senior, is the Jiaotian stone really of great benefit to my practice? Xian gave an affirmative answer. The Hunyuan treasure weapon came into being according to the needs of the world, and it can even transcend the three realms. If you can use the Heavenly Light Stone to pull the Destiny Star, maybe you may be able to absorb the Humming Immortal Energy tonight. The most important thing is that it can improve your hexagram skills and allow you to go further. After hearing this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. Then thank you Clan Chief Tianyu for your kindness. Su Tianyu nodded slightly, his nine tails swaying continuously, and his body became illusory. When she was about to leave, she suddenly blinked and said, Actually, those words I said before were all lies to you. Huh? What exactly does the Tianyu clan leader mean? Qin Feng asked curiously. I don't have much interest in divine warriors. I just like handsome young masters, such as Mr. Qin. After her words fell, her figure disappeared. Only the refreshing fragrance still echoes on the tip of the nose. Qin Feng had a strange look on his face. And naturally, he wouldn't believe it. If at the beginning, he was still itchy by the other party, by the end, he had already developed antibodies. Moreover, he seemed to have clearly seen the personality of the Tianyu clan leader. In this world, he would undoubtedly be a proper king of the sea. She likes to tease the hearts of ignorant teenagers, and is good at cultivating spare tires and licking dogs. But if you want to take her further, sorry, don't even think about it. She seems to be interested in you, Senior Xian Yi's shadow suddenly said. Qin Feng waved his hand. It's just an illusion created by her. Is this so? I have been studying all my life and have learned all the mysteries of the world, but I can never figure out the thoughts of women. When I was young, there was a girl who liked to tease me when I was studying. When asked why, she refused to say more. Until now, I still don't understand when I offended her. Xian Yi shook his head and said helplessly. Qin Feng's heart for gossip was raging. It was definitely because that girl had thoughts about Senior Xian. Senior, what happened to that girl? In order to avoid her, I changed my place. Since then, we haven't met her again. When Qin Feng heard this, his expression froze. Arrogance will ruin your life. Japanese anime will never deceive me. On the other side, Lu Jinli and Song Filan, who were sent away by Su Tianyu, searched around but could not find Qin Feng, and they couldn't help but frown. And the nine-tailed demon fox didn't come out together either. After a while, Su Xiaoya said to the two of them, It's getting late tonight. I'll take you to a place to rest. Song Filan asked coldly, Where is my husband? Perhaps the clan leader has something to tell Mr. Qin, so he is staying here for the time being. What's the matter? You can't say it in front of us, but you have to leave your husband alone? Song Filan frowned. I don't know about that. Su Xiaoya shook her head. Lu Jinli didn't talk too much, just said lightly, Take me to see him. Simple words bring an irrefutable power. The invisible pressure lingered around Su Xiaoya, making her swallow back the dissatisfied words in her heart. At this tense moment, the void fluctuated, and Su Tianyu's figure slowly stepped out. Lu Jinli and Song Filan then looked around, but still did not see Qin Feng. My husband is here, Song Filan said in a bad tone. Lu Jinli looked at the other party quietly, as if waiting for an answer. You two don't need to be so hostile to me. Mr. Qin is just borrowing the Hunyuan treasure of the Fox clan to gain enlightenment, Su Tianyu said with a smile. After a ray of clone accidentally seduced by Woody's man, that violent woman still holds a grudge and caused a lot of unnecessary trouble. She doesn't want this to happen again. After all, these two people in front of them are not easy to mess with. A young third-grade sword god, and a lineage of Songlong with 7-turn calamity power. No one can predict what the future will bring. What surprised Su Tianyu even more was that she seemed to feel a faint pressure on the woman in white. You know, her strength is much higher than her opponent. Lu Jinli, the genius of Dakian. is indeed worthy of his reputation. Su Tianyu sighed inwardly. Song Filan was doubtful. Then her nose twitched slightly, and she frowned and said, "If my husband is just using that mirror to gain enlightenment, why do you smell of him?" Su Tianyu was slightly startled. She lowered her head and sniffed lightly, and said to herself, "Oh no! Did you tease the boy earlier? But he got too close and got some of his scent?" She was about to open her mouth to explain, but the sharp chi movement was like a strong wind, ruffling her hair. Looking up, Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly. "Master once told me that practicing is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Today is a rare opportunity. I hope that Patriarch Tianyu will not hesitate to teach me." Song Filan also said, "After entering the 7-turn tribulation force, I have never made a move against anyone with higher strength than myself. I also hope that I can take the opportunity to learn something." Although the two said this, the strength of the energy flowing around them clearly did not look like they were simply asking for advice. "You too. Staying up late is a taboo for women. What's more, we have to leave tomorrow, so there is no need to discuss." Before Su Tianyu finished speaking, a sword light struck and was crushed between her fingers. Looking at the two people who were full of fighting spirit, she couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that this battle was inevitable. Chapter 519, The Miracle of Zhao Tian Stone. The ground shook for a while, and Qin Feng said to himself curiously, "Huh? What's going on? Is there an earthquake?" The shock came and went quickly, and Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to it. Su Tianyu had already left. He looked at the Zhao Tian stone in front of him, unable to conceal his excitement. According to what Senior Xian said, as long as you put your hand on the Zhao Tian stone, arouse the soul, and let it pull you, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Since I learned how to absorb Hongmeng Immortal Qi, there is not much Hongmeng Immortal Qi left in my divine sea. If one cannot find and absorb new Hongmeng Immortal Qi through the life star, it will be impossible to continue to improve one's cultivation level. With the sudden arrival of natural disasters in the western region, and the deepening of the understanding of the fairy world and the ghost world, Qin Feng felt more and more that this world was too dangerous, and he had to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to be able to stand in the world. He wants to protect his parents, his family, and his wife. Well, of course, the current wife does not need his protection. But how can a man who is upright keep hiding behind a woman? One day, he will stand in front of his wife and protect them from the wind and rain. It's just that the arrival of this day may be a little long. Qin Feng took a deep breath, calmed down, and then slowly placed his palm on the Zhao Tian stone. The moment the two came into contact, Qin Feng's eyesight turned on unconsciously, and a golden light flashed on the surface of the Skyshine stone. Boom! The golden light shot straight into the sky, and Qin Feng's consciousness followed it into the stars in the sky. This was an experience he had never had before, as if the stars in the sky were his divine sea, and he could move as he pleased. Xian Yi's shadow appeared, and he was a little surprised when he looked at this scene. The Hunyuan treasure weapon is truly the most precious treasure in the world, and its effects are naturally miraculous. But just like a high-quality treasure, if you want to use it, you must obtain its approval. He originally thought that Qin Feng should be able to get the approval of Zhao Tian stone with some effort by relying on the Hongmeng Immortal Qi in his body. But he didn't expect that the moment he reached out and touched it, the Zhao Tian stone would be triggered. Is it because of the innate energy in his eyes? Xian Yi murmured to himself. Qin Feng looked at the starry sky with his spiritual consciousness and had an unobstructed view. The golden light emitted from the sky stone, after sinking into the starry sky, actually emitted many golden threads as small as hair. Senior Xian, where is this golden light pointing? Xian Yi thoughtfully said. I told you before that the Hunyuan treasure is beyond the 3 realms. Due to the seal of heaven and earth, and the passage of time, it is extremely difficult for this world to sense the Hongmeng immortal energy. But for Zhao Tianqi, it is not difficult to sense the Hongmeng immortal qi of those immortal worlds. When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes widened, and he said with a trembling voice, Senior, what do you mean? Is the end of these golden threads filled with Hongmeng fairy energy? Xian Yi's white shadow nodded slightly. This possibility is very high. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling extremely excited, looking at the nearly 100 golden threads. If the ends of them are filled with Hongmeng fairy energy, then this time they are really developed. He immediately stopped wasting time and began to activate his spiritual consciousness and pull his life star. When he saw the small ball of colorful light at the end of the golden thread, his heart was instantly filled with happiness. Senior, it is really Hongmeng immortal qi. Qin Feng said excitedly. Time is limited. Hurry up and absorb it, Xian Yi reminded. Qin Feng responded, and then began to concentrate on absorbing Hong Ming's immortal energy into the divine sea. Then he once again aroused his spiritual consciousness, and pulled the life star towards the end of the remaining golden threads. Looking at the increasingly larger seven-colored light clusters condensed in the divine sea, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh at the wonder of the Jiao Tian stone. Without the help of this thing, he would have to wait until the year of the monkey to gather so much Hong Ming immortal energy. At this rate, as long as I have the assistance of Jiao Tian stone, it will take at most a month for me to absorb enough Hong Ming immortal qi to enter the 4th level of Xiaoyao realm. Hey, what is this? Qin Feng activated his consciousness and came to the end of a golden thread. What he saw was no longer the Hong Ming immortal qi, but a golden air mass. Although I don't know what this is. Just by looking at it, it feels extremely magical. Wait a minute. When Madame was in Wanjin sect, after she passed through the world to prove her supremacy, it seemed like this kind of golden light was also scattered in the sky? Qin Feng's eyes widened. He also asked Master Bian what the golden light was. But Master Bian seemed to be worried about something and deliberately did not mention it. At this time, Senior Xian Yi spoke up and said, It turns out to be this thing, which is somewhat interesting. Senior, do you know what this is? This thing is called Ancient Divine Breath. It was already quite rare in my era. It is the key for divine warriors and monster beasts to break through the shackles of heaven and earth. But for you who practice the immortal method, it is not of much use. Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this, and then became ecstatic. Although this thing was of no use to him, it was a rare treasure for the two ladies. I didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected surprise. Senior, can I absorb this ancient divine energy like I absorbed the Hong Ming immortal energy? Qin Feng asked excitedly. Xian Yi, who saw his thoughts, pondered for a moment and then replied, Hong Ming immortal qi is contained in the divine sea, while the ancient divine qi needs to be contained in the Dantian. If you don't practice Shenwu Taoism, you won't be able to master the tricks. Qin Feng was greatly disappointed. Could it be that such a divine thing was going to miss the two ladies? However, I do have a way, and that is to wrap the ancient divine aura with Hong Ming immortal qi and temporarily incorporate it into your divine sea. As for how to extradite the ancient divine breath to your wife, it is indeed a problem. Qin Feng's face was filled with joy, and he would naturally consider the following matters later. The most important thing now is to collect the ancient divine breath first. Following the instructions of Senior Xian, Qin Feng successfully wrapped the ancient divine breath in Hong Ming immortal qi and incorporated it into the divine sea. And the rest of the time is nothing more than following the golden light of the Jiao Tian stone and continuing to search for Hong Ming immortal qi and ancient divine qi. Time passed quickly, and after Qin Feng had collected everything, a touch of fish belly white appeared on the horizon. According to what Senior Xian said, the Jiao Tian stone can also improve my hexagram skills. I wonder if, with the help of the Jiao Tian stone and the stargazing technique, I can find where the commander of the Western regions is? Thinking of this, Qin Feng breathed out lightly, activated the energy in his body, and performed the stargazing technique. The destiny star in the starry sky was shining brightly, and in that light, some golden light could be faintly seen. Qin Feng's consciousness seemed to begin to soar into the sky, and the vast western region seemed to become a map in front of him. On the map, a white light loomed. Qin Feng continued to pursue the white light. Deep in the continuous mountains, a huge mountain appeared extremely abrupt. Taking a closer look, it was clear that it was not a mountain range, but a giant mountain monster with strength as high as the peak of the 7th level tribulation power. But at this moment, the giant mountain monster had no breath at all. Looking up, on the back of the mountain giant monster, there is a heroic woman with her head raised and drinking, and the token on her waist is particularly conspicuous. This woman turned out to be Simon Shiyu. Chapter 520. Didn't you rest last night? Looking so tired. The commander of the Western regions is called the God of Wine by the world. I thought he was a man of great ability and martial arts, but I didn't expect him to be a woman. Qin Feng was surprised. Si Ming, the God of Wine in the Western regions, was a figure of the same era as Nantian Longbei Guisho, and he must be around 40 at least. But the heroic woman at this moment looked graceful, like a beautiful woman in her 30s. After confirming the position of the commander of the Western region, Qin Feng put away his stargazing technique and returned his spiritual consciousness to his body. The breeze blew by and lifted the heroic woman's hair. She put down the wine bottle in her hand, glanced at the horizon, and murmured to herself, Is this an illusion? Sweeping down from the back of the giant mountain monster. The woman shook her arms and shoulders, making a clicking sound. From time to time, you can still hear the roaring and howling sounds of demons and ghosts. The news that Bai Wuti was dead naturally reached her ears. But having fought against him many times, she knew one thing clearly: Bai Wuti would not die that easily. This natural disaster in the western region came suddenly. As the commander of the western region, he had long been accustomed to conspiracies, so he naturally saw something unusual in it. Although I don't know who is coveting the western region, you have chosen the wrong target. The heroic woman leaned on the giant mountain monster with one palm, but did not see any movement. But as a wave of air swept around, the giant mountain monster, as tall as a mountain, instantly turned into powder and dispersed with the wind. She looked up and saw that it was Chui Zeshan, the land of dragon veins that Bai Wuti was previously in charge of. It was also the destination of her trip. Along the way, she has killed countless powerful demons. But even so, there is still an endless stream of demons and ghosts rushing towards that place. Qin Feng opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. He recalled the scene he had just seen during the stargazing technique and murmured to himself, "If I guess correctly, Lord Dionysus should be killing demons and ghosts along the way. And judging from the place where the black energy gathered before, she is most likely going to Qi's mountain where the dragon vein is located. In this case," Qin Feng already had an idea. His mission was to investigate the source of the gathering of black energy and inform Simon of the cause of the disaster in the western region. Then going to Chui Zeshan is the best answer. It was getting dark, and it was time to set off. Qin Feng looked around and didn't see any exits, thinking that the Tushan Fox clan was good at illusions. The exits here must have been hidden. Why hasn't Patriarch Tianyu shown up and taken me away from this place? As soon as he finished speaking, the void shook, and the graceful Su Tianyu stepped out slowly with 9 tails swaying. However, the other party at this moment seemed to be quite tired, and his skirt was still stained with a lot of dust. Qin Feng had a strange expression on his face, and couldn't help but wonder what the other party was doing last night. Clan leader Tianyu, you don't seem to be in good condition. Didn't you get a good rest last night? Wait, that's not right. With the other party's current state, let alone not sleeping all night, even if he hasn't closed his eyes for a month, he shouldn't be so tired. Su Tianyu was originally in a depressed mood because he was challenged by Lu Jinli and Song Filan in turn all night long. Hearing Qin Feng's words at this moment, he became even more angry. Could it be because they were stained with this guy's scent? How could those two women pursue and fight him all night long? But when she thought about it carefully, it seemed that she couldn't blame the other party. After all, the root cause of everything was her teasing the other party first. Is it all your own fault? Depressed and irritable, with nowhere to vent his anger, Su Tianyu's chest kept rising and falling. She obviously didn't do anything. She even lent this boy the Hunyuan treasure tool for enlightenment. Why should she be tortured all night? Qin Feng looked at the 9-tailed fox girl, sometimes frowning, sometimes showing a bitter expression, sometimes gritting his teeth, and subconsciously took a step back, until he heard the other party let out a breath and said, "Before dawn, Bai Wuti had already taken Sanny Mo to Fengling Mountain. That was her first mountain. If there was still a loyal demon king guarding her, she would definitely it's gathered there. Where are you planning to leave today?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng truthfully told the scene what he saw during the stargazing technique. Chui Zeshan? Su Tianyu looked at the other party in surprise. She had worked hard for a long time to gain Zhao Tianqi's approval, but he didn't expect that the kid in front of him could successfully use the Sky Stone to perform divination in just one night. And it can be seen from the joy on the other side's eyebrows that this boy's gains in one night must be far beyond imagination. Recalling the scene he had foreseen in his previous dream, where the other party was enlightening beside the Zhaotian stone, Su Tianyu sighed. Perhaps this Zhaotian stone has been waiting for his arrival. Shaking his head and throwing this weird idea behind him, Su Tianyu waved his right sleeve. Your two ladies have been waiting for you all night. I will take you out right now, and you can leave immediately. Waited all night? Could it be that the two ladies did not rest and were practicing all the time? Qin Feng was a little curious, but didn't ask any more questions. The surrounding scene was like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng came to the courtyard last night again. But looking at the courtyard now, it no longer has the graceful elegance, but is instead riddled with holes. What is going on? Chief Tianyu, did those enemies attack Tushan last night? Qin Feng asked in shock. Shut up! Su Tianyu shouted softly. Qin Feng shrank his head and didn't understand why the other party was angry. Su Tianyu suppressed the depression in her heart, looked at the two beauties not far away, and pinched her eyebrows. She originally liked this courtyard, but it became what it is now just because of the two people opposite. I don't know how much work it will take to restore it to its original state. When Qin Feng saw the two ladies, he trotted forward and found that there seemed to be something wrong with the two ladies. The tired look was even worse than that of the Tianyu clan leader, not to mention his messy hair. The qi around his body was also extremely chaotic. Madam, what's wrong with you? What happened last night? Qin Feng asked with concern. It has nothing to do with you. Song Filan looked away and secretly clenched her right fist. Lu Jianli remained silent. How could these two people with strong self-esteem admit that they had challenged Su Tianyu all night but failed to win? Just when Qin Feng was puzzled, Bai Xiaomao, who was left behind with Xiao Bai, said, I know. When they saw you didn't come back last night, they suddenly wanted to challenge the leader of the Fox clan over there. As a result, before he finished speaking, Bai Xiaomao's instinctive perception of danger made him shut his mouth. It looked up tremblingly. Song Filan had a gloomy face, and Lu Jianli on the other side had an indifferent expression. I'm all talking nonsense. In fact, I didn't see anything, Bai Xiaomao said tremblingly. Qin Feng's face froze. Thinking about the situation between Su Tianyu and the two ladies, he probably guessed something. Just like when Sister Mo joked with him. The lady asked for a duel. There must have been some misunderstanding between the two ladies. So they challenged Su Tianyu all night long. The result is naturally conceivable. If there is a big difference between them, and they can still win, that would be too far-fetched. Qin Feng, who was sensible, naturally did not ask further, but coughed dryly and said, The western region is in dire straits. I already know the whereabouts of Lord Dionysus, the commander of the western region. Let's leave as soon as possible. Okay. Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at each other and responded. After the group was prepared, they were ready to go. But before leaving, Song Filan specially sent a message to Su Tianyu. I benefited a lot from last night's discussion. Next time I come here, I hope that Chief Tianyu will still give you some advice. Of course, Sister Jianli thinks so too. There is Su Tianyu. Chapter 521 Golden Wing Doping. Su Tianyu already regretted it. She should not have teased Qin Feng before and messed with these two women. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine available in this world. She sighed to Su Xiaoya beside her. If you want to use charm on other men in the future, you must inquire in advance to see if his wife is easy to mess with, so as to avoid causing a lot of unnecessary trouble. Su Xiaoya opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. Suddenly, she noticed something and said in surprise, Chief, the cuffs of your skirt. Su Tianyu then looked at her, with a look of shock in her eyes. She had not noticed before that there were two damages under her cuffs. One place was a scratch as thick as a little finger, which was obviously made by sword energy. Another place is a small group of charred marks, which should be caused by being hit by lightning. Did you leave it behind during the fight last night? Su Tianyu murmured to himself. Her eyes crossed the layers of Tushan's illusion and landed on the backs of the two women guarding Qin Feng. She couldn't help but wonder, how far can they reach in the future? I'm really looking forward to it. Time passed in a hurry, and Qin Feng and others worked hard to get to Chui Zeshan as soon as possible. The journey over mountains and ridges was not peaceful. There was an endless stream of monsters that suddenly attacked. However, in front of Lu Jianli and Song Filan, they didn't even have the chance to get within 10 feet of each other. There were no dangers along the way. Under Bai Xiaomao's guidance, the group of them quickly arrived at the foot of the rolling mountains. This is also their destination, Chui Zeshan. At a glance, trees have fallen and there are ruins everywhere. There are countless corpses of demons and ghosts. And the earth has been soaked with blood, and its original color can no longer be seen. Qin Feng frowned. The fierceness of the battle for the Dragon Vein land far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, the ground shook violently. The astonishing roar resounded through the sky. Qin Feng and others looked for news and saw huge birds and beasts passing over the top of the mountain, fluttering their wings and flying high. After the broad wings were fully opened, they were so long that they almost covered the sky and the sun, and the sky dimmed instantly. Qin Feng frowned. This is a golden-winged roc, with its wings flapping. It can travel between heaven and earth, traveling thousands of miles in a day. It is also recorded in De Qianbai that there are huge birds and beasts on the windy cliffs in the western regions, covered with golden feathers. One flapping of their wings can cause strong winds. 2 flapping of their wings can cause the earth to shake and the mountains shake. And 3 flapping of their wings can shatter everything. Gong Song, one of the divine generals with bows, swords, and swords, once fought against the golden-winged roc. Although he had the upper hand, he was unable to kill him and was escaped by it. I didn't expect that this monster would also fight for the land of the dragon vein. Could it be that it wants to use the spiritual energy in the dragon vein to break through the confinement of the 7-turn calamity power? Qin Feng murmured to himself. From his double pupil superpower, it can be clearly seen that the strength of the golden-winged Dapeng has reached the peak of the 7-turn calamity power. However, Dapeng's condition at this moment was not very good. The wings covered by golden feathers were covered with blood, and there was a blood hole in his chest, with bones visible deep inside. He was obviously seriously injured. And who else could possess such strength besides Lord Dionysus, the commander of the western regions? Sure enough, not long after the golden-winged roc hung in the sky, a figure rose into the sky, wearing a red and white outfit, with black hair tied behind her head, and a wine bottle on the left and right sides of her waist. She was definitely not ordinary at first glance. Bai Xiaomao exclaimed in shock. I know her. When my eldest sister is fine, she will go to fight with her. She seems to be the boss of the Demon Slayer division. Qin Feng affirmed. She is exactly the same as what I saw with my stargazing skills. She is the commander of the western regions, Lord Dionysus. This person is very strong, Song Filan said solemnly. Lu Jianli nodded slightly. The red and white figure reflected in his eyes, concentrating her energy on her right fist. The heroic woman high in the air slammed into the air. Although she was still hundreds of feet away, the golden-winged roc's abdominal cavity was completely sunken. Blood spurted from his mouth, like rain falling on the ground. It seems to be a simple force-gathering technique, but it has such terrifying power, Qin Feng said in surprise. Lu Jianli spoke softly. Master once told me that a truly top divine warrior can split mountains and seas with even a hair. That is the state in which they condense their energy to the ultimate state, which is called ultimate intention. A simple move, but it has the power to destroy the world. Qin Feng understood that the so-called simplicity is nothing more than this. As soon as she finished speaking, the figure of Dionysus disappeared in the sky. When she reappeared, she had already reached the top of the golden-winged roc. He raised his right leg high, like a battle axe, and slashed it down with lightning speed. The powerful Qi machine is like a sharp blade, cutting a deep ravine into the huge mountain range. The earth seemed to be cracking, split into 2. A shrill scream suddenly sounded, and the huge rock bird suffered a heavy blow, and its body fell like a meteorite. The huge body collided with the mountain, and the latter was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Rocks flew and the ground shook. What a coincidence! The direction where the golden-winged roc fell was exactly where Qin Feng and his party were. Overwhelming sand, dust and gravel rushed towards us, and the huge head of the golden-winged roc was also very close at hand. Without saying a word, Lu Jianli stepped forward with his right foot, turning his energy into a barrier, blocking out everything with ease. Taking this opportunity, Qin Feng was able to see clearly the appearance of the golden-winged roc. And then he frowned. He actually saw traces of black energy lingering in the other person's huge eyes. At this moment, Dapeng was seriously injured, and the black energy was obviously dimmed. There was a pleading look in the depths of his pupils, as if he was begging someone to save him. Xiaobai was curious and wanted to step forward, but Song Filan reached out to stop him. Bai Xiaomao said strangely, Sister, I have dealt with this guy before. If I remember correctly, this big bird shouldn't like to run around at will, and only likes to stay on the windy cliff. Unexpectedly, this time, it was also born. Qin Feng thought of those demons and ghosts who charged without fear of death, and combined with the traces of black energy in Dapeng's eyes at this moment. He asked in shock, Could it be that these demons and ghosts are controlled by others? Aoin, the demon ghost on the night of the gods' food, devoured the remnant souls of gods and demons, causing the soul to mutate. Perhaps this also makes it possible for it to have the magical power to control other people's souls. Qin Feng wanted to verify his conjecture and approached the golden-winged roc, but he was afraid that the other party would suddenly explode. At this time, a loud voice came from the billowing dust. Hey, golden bird! You refused to be my mount and insisted on staying in the windy cliff. Now, why do you have to come out and wade in this muddy water again? You don't answer when I ask you questions. Are you pretending to be dead? I deliberately spared you a breath. Strength barrier? As he finished speaking, a hurricane blew past suddenly, blowing away the dust covering the sky. The heroic woman looked at Lu Jianli, who was standing beside the energy barrier and raised her eyebrows. As far as I know, there is only one such young third-grade sword god in Nichian. Are you Lu Jianli from the Lu family in Fontian City? Scanning the rest of the people, the woman's eyes suddenly widened. And then she appeared in front of Qin Feng and said in disbelief, "How could it be so similar?" Chapter 522 The Identity of Beigishu. So similar. Like who? Qin Feng was puzzled. Who are you? The heroic woman asked. Junior Qin Feng came here to look for Lord Dionysus because he has something important to report. The heroic woman did not respond, but looked Qin Feng up and down, her eyes gradually brightening. This face, eyebrows, and expression are all very similar to that person back then. Judging from his appearance, he is about 20 years old, which is not much different from the time when that person disappeared. Could this man really be his son? The woman guessed in her mind. Looking at Lord Siming's complicated expression, Qin Feng called out again. Lord Dionysus? Don't call me Master Dionysus. My name is Fu Ruoyun. You can call me Senior Fu. Let me ask you, who is your father? Fu Ruoyun stared at Qin Feng with a little expectation in his eyes. Nervous, Qin Feng's eyes showed curiosity, but he still answered truthfully. My father's name is Qin Jianan. He is a third-class auxiliary general, and he currently lives in Fontian City. Senior Fu, why are you asking this? Qin Jianan, third-class general of the auxiliary country. Fu Ruoyun was stunned. She didn't know if this person was the original leader of the Northern Ghost. When she first took up the post of commander of the Western region, she received favors and guidance from the Northern Ghost chief. She saw the latter's true appearance under his mask, but did not learn his true name. Back then, after the leader of the Northern Ghosts crusade against the powerful demons and ghosts causing trouble in the Northern Territory, he disappeared. Everyone in the world said that Bei Guisho died, but she was the only one who firmly believed that the extremely powerful Bei Guisho could not die like this. Even if the commander of the Northern Territory changed his position, she still felt that maybe it was just that the Northern Ghost leader was tired of the days of fighting and killing and wanted to retire. However, in the following time, she inquired about information from many people in the Northern Territory, but she did not hear a word about the Northern Ghost head. Even Nantian Longyanzhou, who had a close relationship with Prime Minister Beigui, said that he had never seen him again. Since then, the luck in her heart has faded away, leaving only nostalgia and sadness. Until today, seeing a boy who looked so similar to Bei Guisho, the fire of hope in her heart was rekindled. Then do you know Bei Guisho? Fu Ruoyun asked again. This junior is certainly aware of the famous ghost leader Nantian Long Bei, but we are far from being able to say that we know him. It's just that when I lived in Jinyang City in the Southern Territory, I was rescued by the Northern Ghost leader, and I was extremely grateful to the ghost leader. Qin Feng said seriously. These words came from the bottom of his heart. During his trip to Qiyuancheng and the ghost disaster in Jinyang City, if Lord Bei Guisho hadn't taken action, he would probably have narrowly escaped death. The subconscious answer fell in Fu Ruoyun's ears, but it shocked her. Bei Guisho is indeed not dead, and the reason why there has been no news about him in the Northern Territory is simply because he went to the Southern Territory. Looking at the black-clothed young man in front of him again, the appearance of the North Ghost head he saw before seemed to overlap with that of him. With the two people so similar, and the fact that Bei Guisho and the boy were in the same place, the answer seemed obvious. The excited Fu Ruoyun wanted to ask something more, but at this moment, the seriously injured golden-winged Dapeng roared. The golden feathers were broken, and the blood-stained wings flapped against the ground. As if they wanted to fly again, a fierce wind struck, mixed with golden feathers as hard as sharp blades. Fu Ruoyun casually waved his right hand, and the Dapeng bird's offensive was gone. She frowned and looked away. Golden-haired bird, you just retreated and stopped fighting for the dragon's veins. Since you have never harmed the human race before, I can still spare your life. But since you are so stubborn, you can't blame me. After the words fell, Fu Ruoyun clenched his right fist tightly, as if he wanted to attack the golden-winged rock with one blow. But at this moment, Qin Feng once again noticed the look of prayer and sadness in Dapeng's eyes, and said hurriedly, Senior Fu, wait a minute. I don't think this is Dapeng's intention. It may be involuntary. Why did you say this? Fu Ruoyun asked curiously. After hearing this, Qin Feng told everything he had encountered in the future and his guesses. The golden-winged Dapeng's current appearance is probably related to the black energy in its eyes. If possible, I would like to take a closer look. Maybe there is a way to restore it to its original state. Qin Feng said this after thinking again and again. No, It's too dangerous, the three women present almost said in unison. Lu Jianli and Song Filan looked at the heroic woman curiously. They were rightly worried about Qin Feng's safety. But why was this woman so nervous? Qin Feng said sternly. The enemy has very serious plans for this natural disaster in the western region. Nowadays, many demons and ghosts in the western region have begun to riot. On the surface, they seem to be fighting for the ownerless Dragon Vein land. But Senior Fu might as well think about it. Even if there are some demon kings and ghost kings who covet the Dragon Vein land, don't those weaker demons and ghosts realize that they don't have the capital to fight for it? Why do they have to go on and on? As if they are deliberately sending themselves to death? And according to what the senior said, this rock bird was not an evil beast before. Otherwise, the senior would not have wanted to take it as a mount. If the reason for its drastic change in personality could be found out, it might be possible to prevent other demons and ghosts from rioting in the western region. The golden-winged rock, which was struggling in pain, heard this and let out a sob. Based on its strength, it has actually been psychic for a long time and can speak human words. However, it is currently extremely confused and unable to express its own thoughts. Only its violent instincts and some remaining sanity are left. Qin Feng looked at Lu Jianli and said, Madam, put away the energy barrier. With you and Senior Fu here, even if the rock suddenly rises up, it will be difficult to hurt me. Lu Jianli pondered for a moment and silently put away the energy barrier. Qin Feng slowly walked towards the golden-winged rock, with two ladies guarding him. Fu Ruoyan was worried, so he snapped his fingers, and his energy turned into a big net, covering the entire Dapeng bird, making it unable to move. Is this the state of mastering one's energy to the point of ultimate intention? After being shocked, Qin Feng looked at the huge bird head in front of him, took a deep breath, and then slowly placed his palm on the forehead of the rock. The moment the two collided, the black energy in the rock's pupils began to surge, and it let out a sharp scream. However, due to the restraint of Si-Ming Fu Ruoyan's strength, the Dapeng bird could not move at all. At the same time, the black energy began to flow into Qin Feng's body along Qin Feng's palm. The others were shocked when they saw this scene. Lu Jianli hurriedly took action and pulled Qin Feng away. However, the black energy has already wrapped around the latter. A dark shadow suddenly appeared in Qin Feng's mind. When he took a closer look, it was none other than Aoyin. The black energy obscured his vision. There seems to be a voice in my ears that is constantly tempting me to rob and kill. This is a method targeting the soul, capable of destroying the will and controlling others. Qin Feng can now confirm that the changes in most demons and ghosts in the western region and the golden-winged rock are all due to Aoyin's interference. Chapter 523 The Dapeng clan will never succumb to others. When the others saw Qin Feng's appearance, they all spoke anxiously. Qin Feng could only hear some slight echoes and could not hear clearly what they were saying, because at this moment, he was fighting against the black energy that invaded his body. Go fight for it! Go kill it! Aoyin's bewitching voice still echoed in his mind and could not be driven away. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and stuck to his heart. It's still reckless. How can it be easy for a demon ghost who can participate in the night of divine food? Stop listening to that voice and think of something else. For example, Jianli's soft body and Filan's long legs. Qin Feng even remembered the bright moon on Ningxuang's chest on the first night of his marriage to Jianli. Imagining the graceful bodies of the two ladies and recalling the night of working like cattle, Qin Feng's reason once again gained the upper hand. The true nature of a man is indeed a wise saying. But he also clearly understood that if he could not expel the black energy from his body, it would only be a matter of time before Aoyin swallowed his will. At this moment, Senior Xian Yi's voice sounded. The spiritual consciousness sticks to the questioning heart platform, and the righteous energy flows around the body with the Hong'ang immortal qi. Qin Feng did as he was told. And in the divine sea, purple thunderous righteousness surged. With the cooperation of Hongming's immortal energy, the black energy actually melted away. Effective. As time passed, the anxious people suddenly discovered that the black energy surrounding Qin Feng began to slowly recede. After some time, Qin Feng opened his eyes again and exhaled heavily. The black energy that invaded his body was finally expelled by him. I didn't expect that the Hongmang immortal qi wrapped in righteousness could even dissolve Aoyin's black qi. Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. Xian Yi explained the confusion. Your righteousness belongs to the thunder spirit, which is itself the nemesis of evil things. In addition, the Hongmang fairy energy enhances your righteousness, so you can achieve such an effect. If that's the case, will it work if I put the righteous energy into the body of the golden winged rock? You can give it a try. Seeing Qin Feng regaining consciousness, Song Filan asked with concern. Are you okay? Qin Feng shook his head. I probably know the reason why the temperament of those demons and ghosts changed drastically. It is indeed because of the weird black energy. When the black energy invaded my body, I saw Alien's shadow, and my mind was filled with its bewitching voice. But as long as the black energy is driven away, sanity can be restored. As he spoke, he placed his palm on the forehead of the golden-winged rock again. The black energy surged, and he wanted to repeat his old trick. But this time, it was completely melted by Qin Feng's thunderous righteousness wrapped in Hung Ling's immortal energy. The sound of hissing was endless. The rock bird screamed hysterically, but its eyes gradually became clear. As a powerful demonic beast with 7 levels of calamity power, the golden-winged Dapeng naturally has a lot of black energy that invades its body. But for Qin Feng, who has mastered the trick, expelling all the black energy is just a matter of time. And when the last trace of black energy in the golden-winged rock dissipated, it finally uttered human words and made of vicissitudes a voice. Thank you, boy of the human race. Huh? Golden-haired bird. Can you speak now? Could it be that you really couldn't help yourself before? Fu Ruoyun said in surprise, and then looked at Qin Feng thoughtfully. The method that can erode the 7-turn tribulation monster is definitely extraordinary. But this kid didn't feel the slightest fluctuation of a strong person. So he can really dispel the black energy? Fu Ruoyun's idea that Qin Feng was the son of Begishu became even more firm. After all, as the saying goes, a tiger father has no dog sons. Qin Feng nodded and asked directly, Can you tell me what happened before you were eroded? The golden-winged rock pondered for a moment, and then told the whole story truthfully. As the most powerful monster in Guanfen Cliff, it naturally has to protect one side like Bai Wuti. As a result, the group of ghost-faced men took advantage of this and transformed into the monster beasts under their control. They took the opportunity to get close to it and injected the black energy into its body. Then, it lost consciousness and was controlled by violent instincts. Don't you see through its illusion? Fu Ruoyun asked curiously. Actually, it's not accurate to say that it's a transformation, because the smell of the other person's flesh and blood is no different from what I knew before. But now that I think about it, I realize that guy seemed to have lost some vitality, like a zombie. Perhaps, among the enemies, there is someone who can control corpses. Could it be that manipulating corpses is the way of the puppet corpse? Qin Feng thought of the original Jinyang City Lord's mansion. Even after being killed by the ghost-faced man, the people there still acted as before. However, there is too little information currently at his disposal, so he can only make some guesses. I have returned to normal. Why don't you dissipate your energy? The golden-winged rock looked at Fu Ruoyun and said in a deep voice. It was severely injured by the opponent, and now it was suppressed by its strength. It felt like a huge mountain was pressing on its body, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fu Ruoyun raised his eyebrows, waved his right hand, and the pressure instantly dissipated. How about it? Do you want to reconsider being my mount? Don't go back to the Wild Wind Cliff. You won't be able to find a breakthrough opportunity there anyway. Stay with me, and there might be a chance. It's a mount. Qin Feng looked at the majestic golden-winged rock in front of him, imagining the scene of standing on top of it, flying through the sky, and a sense of heroism arose spontaneously. In the world of Xianxia, who doesn't want a stunning mount? He had also imagined that one day, after becoming powerful, he could subdue a dragon, become a dragon knight, and travel thousands of miles every day. To a certain extent, this goal was indeed achieved, but it was different from his original intention. Qin Feng turned sideways and glanced at Song Filan. What's wrong? Song Filan asked curiously, sensing the sight. Nothing. Qin Feng looked away awkwardly. The golden-winged rock replied, We, the Rock Clan, are the kings of the sky and the overlords among monsters. We yearn for freedom. How can we be inferior to others? What's more, I know better than anyone about realm breakthroughs. I can't go any further, just because of the shackles of this world. I have been staying on the top of the windy cliff, soaring up and hitting the sky every day, just to find the slim chance of breakthrough outside the world. At this point, the golden-winged rock suddenly let out a sound of surprise. With a tremor on the ground, it stood up directly and looked at itself. Everyone was surprised to find that the wounds on the originally scarred golden-winged Dapeng were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although the resilience of a powerful monster is astonishing, it cannot be so exaggerated. The reason why such a thing happened must be that Dapeng's body was undergoing some kind of change. Everyone saw that the golden winged rock's energy was turbulent, causing strong winds, and its golden feathers shining brightly. Fu Ruoyun seemed to have guessed something, and said with a strange expression, "Is this a sign of a breakthrough?" But she looked up at the sky and saw that no change had occurred. So she put away this absurd idea. After all, after the 3rd level and 7th level tribulation powers, every breakthrough will usher in a terrifying catastrophe. Moreover, each time it became more violent. If there is no catastrophe, it means there is no possibility of a breakthrough. Chapter 524. Who would be willing to succumb to others if not forced by life? In fact, just as Fu Ruoyun guessed, the mutation in the golden winged rock's body did not last long before it returned to normal again. It's just that most of its injuries have recovered, and the golden feathers around it are even brighter. How could this be? I just felt a strange aura in my body, and that breath made the bottleneck that I had not moved for decades loosen a little bit. The ancestor of Dapeng, who once entered the realm of the 8th level calamity power, left a last word. If you want to break through the shackles of heaven and earth, there are only 2 ways. One is to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy between heaven and earth to break your own bottleneck. The second is to seek the ethereal golden light that transcends heaven and earth. The first method, the golden winged Dapeng, has also been tried before, but it has reached the limit of reaching the peak of the 7-turn calamity power with the help of spiritual energy. It is impossible to go further. As for this second method, it is what it continues to try day after day, year after year, but it had never seen that magical golden light from beginning to end. It even sometimes doubts the authenticity of its ancestors' last words. Until today, the strange aura in its body has loosened its bottleneck. It's that golden light! This strange aura. It must be the golden light that our ancestors mentioned. The golden winged rock flapped its wings and shouted. But after getting excited, it fell into doubt. For no reason. Where did this strange aura come from? Suddenly, it seemed to have thought of something, and looked at Qin Feng blankly. Human boy! Do you know something? Monk Qin Feng was still confused at first, but after hearing the word golden light, he was convinced that what the other party was talking about must be ancient divine breath. After all, Senior Xian said before that this ancient divine breath is the key to helping divine warriors and monsters break through the shackles of 3rd level and 7th level tribulation powers. If I guess correctly, this is what you were talking about. After careful consideration, Qin Feng attracted a wisp of ancient divine aura. Lu Jinli was thoughtful when she saw the bright golden light. Song Filan also instinctively wanted to get close to the golden light. She seemed to feel a surging power in the golden light. When the golden winged rock saw the golden light, he could no longer look away. Fu Ruoyun looked surprised. She never expected that Qin Feng would have such a rare thing on his body. As for Xiao Bai and Bai Xiaomao on the side, they were also instinctively attracted by the golden light. Give it to me! The golden winged rock's energy surged, wanting to take the ancient divine breath as his own. But what made him disappointed was that the ray of golden light seemed to grow on Qin Feng's body, and was not moved at all. Qin Feng showed displeasure. I drove the black energy out of your body, and this is how you thank me. Hearing this, the rock bird shrank its head. It had lived for a long time, and had been at the peak of its 7-turn calamity power for too long. So it was so rude when it saw the hope of a breakthrough. After calming down, it also took the initiative to admit its mistake and begged Qin Feng to give it the ancient divine breath. It was willing to pay any price. Qin Feng shook his head. Sorry. This ancient divine breath is integrated with my divine sea, and I don't know how to transfer it to others yet. The remaining breath in your body may be left behind when I use righteous energy to drive away the black energy for you. The amount can be said to be very small. Of course, the most important thing is that the ancient divine breath is also very useful to my 2 wives, and I cannot give it to others. Lu Jinli and Song Filan heard this and looked at each other, their eyes full of tenderness. The golden winged Dapeng's mind was spinning, but just a little residual breath loosened its bottleneck. If this human boy was allowed to wash his whole body with breath every day, would he be able to usher in the day of breakthrough? Thinking of this, after much hesitation, the golden winged Dapeng's eyes flashed with determination. It coughed dryly and asked, Young man from the human race, I wonder if you would like to accept me to serve you. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked surprised. How proud is the Dapeng clan? But now they want to take the initiative to be inferior to others? Qin Feng's expression froze. He had just said that he was a royal family in the sky, a tyrant among monsters. He had been unrestrained and loved freedom all his life. But when he saw the opportunity for a breakthrough, he didn't even give up his face? What a hacking reality. Qin Feng wondered. I'm sorry. Even so, I can't give you the ancient divine breath. The golden-winged rock said hurriedly. I don't want your ancient divine breath directly. Not to mention you said it yourself. And you don't know how to transfer it to others. I just hope that every day in the future, you can use your righteousness to help me. Perhaps over time, I can break through the shackles of the seven-turn calamity power. This. Qin Feng hesitated, saying it was impossible not to be moved. This is just like you can buy a Lamborghini for only 10 yuan a day. You are guaranteed to make a profit without losing money. How cool would it be if you could ride a golden-winged rock when you go out? But my home is in Fengtian City. Are you willing to leave the western region? The Dapeng clan has always lived in no fixed place, and soared with the wind. The reason why I stayed at Gale Wind Cliff was just because of the high terrain there. The golden-winged Dapeng didn't take it seriously. But with your size, if you arrive at Fengtian City, you will definitely cause panic. What's more, where will you stay in Fengtian City? You don't have to worry about that. After the words fell, the golden-winged rock shuddered. Its huge size, but in the blink of an eye, it became the same size as the eagle it had seen in the previous life. It's just that this eagle is covered in golden feathers and looks majestic. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he heard the golden-winged rock say, when your strength reaches my level, even if you can't transform into a human form, you can still change your size at will. If I look like this, I won't cause panic when I arrive at Fengtian City. In order to break the bottleneck of the seven-turn calamity, you really have to fight hard. At this moment, Qin Feng seems to understand a little bit about those great young people who have struggled for 20 years and challenged the steel ball. If not forced by life, who would be willing to submit to others? Qin Feng naturally stopped being pretentious and happily agreed to the golden-winged Dapeng's proposal. When Fu Ruoyan on the side saw this scene, her expression was extremely complicated. The mount she had been thinking about for a long time had become someone else's in the blink of an eye. Of course, although the golden-winged Dapeng is willing to serve Qin Feng, it also has its own pride. It cannot always stay by Qin Feng's side like a pet. Because of this, it plucked a feather from itself and said, this feather is my tail feather, which is connected with my mind. When you need me, just channel your qi into it, and I will appear by your side as quickly as possible. However, before following you, I still need to go back to Gale Cliff to deal with some things. Qin Feng nodded and agreed. The golden-winged rock said nothing more, flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its figure also suddenly grew larger, covering the sky and the sun, and swept towards the northeast. Qin Feng looked at the golden tail feathers in his hand and felt emotional. Who could have expected that this trip to the western regions would yield such a harvest? It's a pity that the golden-winged rock needs to leave temporarily. Otherwise he really wants to stand on top of it and travel in the sky. That picture must be full of style. Chapter 525 Senior Fu. You and my father. The figure of the golden-winged rock turned into a black dot and then disappeared. Qin Feng shook his head with some regret. But he did not forget the business of coming to Chui Zeshan this time. He looked at the heroic woman on the side and said in a deep voice, Senior Fu, this disaster in the western region may be far beyond your imagination. Then, he slowly told everything he knew. The powerful mysterious ghost-faced man. The terrifying demon Zanin on the night of the gods' food. The remnant souls of dead beings who have disappeared. And the rebellion of the ghost world, and the people of the Demon Slayer division. Listening to this, Fu Ruoyan's face became more and more ugly. Especially when she learned that Gong Du, one of the three great generals of the western regions, was also the mastermind behind all this. Her pretty face had a frown on her face. Compared with the enemy's machinations, she, who had been a commander in the western region for a long time, could not accept the betrayal of her former comrades. For those in the Demon Slayer division, the last thing they want to have on their hands is the blood of their comrades. But things have come to this, and such a situation is unavoidable. As a divine general, Gong Du has already surrendered to the enemy, and the internal erosion of the Demon Slayer division may have exceeded my imagination. But this matter cannot be made public yet. If the disaster breaks out in the western region, if the demon-slaying divisions are still suspicious of each other, it will cause a lot of harm but no benefit. Fu Ruoyan said in a deep voice. Qin Feng nodded in approval. As the saying goes, to fight against external forces, you must first settle the internal affairs. In the face of a formidable enemy, the internal affairs must not be shaken. And he believed that with his command, he should know how to handle the current situation. Fu Ruoyan breathed out. At least the news you brought is not all bad news. I knew that guy Bai Wuti wouldn't die so easily. She went to Fengling Mountain and summoned the demon kings under her command. and she would surely regain her Dragonvein land as a powerful lineage of monsters in the western region. The Tushan Fox clan is also willing to contribute to this disaster in the western region, which is also a good thing for the Demon Slayer division. I need to rush to the nearest celestial city and redeploy the methods to deal with the disaster. What do you say? Do you want to go forward with me? Qin Feng shook his head. The movement of the black energy is still unclear. If the source of the black energy can be determined, it may be possible to prevent Xian Yin from awakening. Moreover, Wu Hojun and General Lai are still waiting for me in Qiongyu City. I must rejoin them as soon as possible and inform them of this disaster in the western region. Wu Hojun and Liang also came to the western region. Fu Ruoyun raised his eyebrows. The two most powerful armies in Dakian Fontian City. The first is the well-deserved Shenhou army, led by Lu Tianlu, who is known as the God of War, and has never been defeated in the expedition. The second is the extremely brave Wuhou army, with all the soldiers being brave and good at fighting. Although many people secretly joked that Lai Ying was a reckless man who did not understand the art of war. But perhaps it was in compliance with the saying that the brave man wins when he meets on a narrow road. And Lai Ying's bravery of fighting in person also brought him one battle after another. A victory. This natural disaster was aided by the Wuhou army, which undoubtedly gave Fu Ruoyun additional confidence. In this case, I won't say anything more. You should be more careful. At the time of separation, Fu Ruoyun thought about the Beigui leader again and expressed his speculation. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. What nonsense is Senior Fu talking about? Maybe his father is the rumored Northern Ghost leader? Even if you want to make a joke, you have to do it in a decent way. How could that unreliable scammer be the famous Ghost Chief? Although he had such absurd suspicion before, when he saw his father and Bei Guisho appearing at the same time, this suspicion disappeared. He even felt guilty towards Master Guisho for a long time, because he compared Bei Guisho to his father. After all, he felt that this was a deep blasphemy against Lord Ghost Head. Lu Jianli on the side was slightly startled, and Song Filan couldn't help but show a strange expression. The name of the leader of ghosts in the south, Dragon in North, is like thunder to the people of Dakian, based on their daily interactions with their husband and father in the Qin mansion. It was really difficult for the two of them to connect the two. Senior Fu must be overthinking. There is no way my father is the rumored Lord Beigisha. There wasn't even a bit of energy flowing through him. And my wife could testify to this. Qin Feng vowed. Lu Jianli and Song Filan nodded in unison, with their strength reaching their level. It was easy to sense the aura of others. However, Fu Ruoyun shook his head and said, a divine martial artist. If his control of energy reaches the ultimate level, he can control it freely. Even if he pretends to be an ordinary person on weekdays, no one can detect him. After the words fell, Qin Feng and others looked surprised, because the powerful energy around Fu Ruoyun disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other party at this moment looks like an ordinary beautiful woman. Even Qin Feng's eyes can no longer see the golden righteousness in his body. Fu Ruoyun did not dwell too much on this issue. The western region was currently in dire straits, and she needed to give orders to everyone in the Demon Slayer division as soon as possible. As for the Northern Ghost Chief, let's talk about it later, after this disaster in the western region is resolved. If there is a chance, I will go back to Fotian City with you to see your father in person. Qin Feng's face looked a little weird. To put it in perspective, even if that unreliable father was there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that he was actually the rumored Northern Ghost leader. As the commander of the western region, Lord Dionysus, do you really want to see him again? Senior Fu, I would like to take the liberty to ask. You are not at odds with my father. It should be with Master Guisho. Did anything happen before? When Fu Ruoyun heard this, he did not answer the question, but glanced at Qin Feng thoughtfully, then disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. It only left Qin Feng a breeze and endless room for reverie. Several people set off on the road again, heading towards Qiongyu City along the Black Air. Along the way, everyone was inexplicably quiet. Senior Fu's speculation about the identity of Bei Guisho was really shocking to Qin Feng and his party, and they needed some time to digest it. Qin Feng thought about the scene where his father and Bei Guisho appeared at the same time. At that time, he didn't feel anything unusual, but when the seeds of doubt sprouted in his heart again, he felt something strange inexplicably. First of all, the reason why Bei Guisho left the Northern Territory for the Southern Territory was to remain anonymous. Every time the Ghost Head appears, it is in response to a crisis, which can be said to be a last resort. On weekdays, no one has found any trace of Lord Ghost Head. However, The moment Dad and Bei Guisho appeared at the same time, Jinan City was clearly peaceful. What is the reason why Lord Ghost Head appears in high altitude with such fanfare? It looked like it was done deliberately to show him. Secondly, Lord Ghost Head has always covered his face with a mask, and no one has seen his true face. In other words, someone can put on a mask and pretend to be a ghost leader. And who can detect it? In addition, Senior Fu said that she had seen the appearance under the Ghost Head mask, and it looked very similar to him. All the signs add up to a ridiculous answer that seems to be ready to be breathed out. Is that unreliable Dad really the leader of the Northern Coast?